Yang Rui, shall one day grace the front page, a full spread, with the title China's most exceptional tutor or perhaps phenomenal lecturer. Everyone will idolize me, utterly captivated by my charm. A rotund man clad in a gray and white striped t-shirt was fervently scribbling against the wall with great fervor when, unexpectedly, a projectile fell from above a tattered red. Flip-Flop struck his head with a thud. Enough already, Yang Rui. Spare yourself the embarrassment. All you need to do is write a simple advertisement. Minghua Tutoring Center is seeking students. Contact Xiaoyang. Leave your phone number. Finish it quickly and leave, or the gatekeeper will catch you and give you another scolding. That a young man, barefoot and brazen, approached him, clearly the one responsible for the thrown object. All right, I understand. Can I simply return to campus to soak in the atmosphere and breathe in the essence of youth? Is it too much to reflect on my circumstances? The portly man hastily completed the advertisement, leaving behind his impressively handsome phone number. Surprisingly, his penmanship was quite exquisite, gleaming under the sunlight and easily visible from afar. Yang Rui indulged in a moment of self-admiration, lamenting his unfortunate fate. During his college entrance exams, he failed to unleash his full potential, landing in an ordinary second-tier university and being assigned to a biology major. After graduation, he struggled to secure employment and, in his determination, endeavored to pursue further studies. That by sheer luck, he became a graduate student, laboring diligently and with greater seriousness than during his previous exams. Finally graduating, he was met once again with the harsh reality of joblessness. Yang Rui thoughtfully concluded that his inability to find work stemmed from two primary reasons. First, who was the misguided soul that arranged for him to switch to the biology major? None of the national research institutions or public organizations would accept him. He simply could not compete with those who had influential connections. It is utterly absurd for a student of biology to join our e-commerce company. What purpose does that serve? Second, after years of diligent study, rising before the rooster and retiring well past its bedtime, he has inadvertently gained weight. His unique constitution causes him to gain weight the more he exerts himself. Of course, he possesses the ability to control his weight. He can choose to be as heavy as he desires. However, it is challenging for others to perceive his handsome essence beneath his corpulent exterior, which has repeatedly resulted in missed professional opportunities. Ultimately, he found himself at a tutoring school. To his astonishment, this became a turning point in his life. In his class, more than a dozen students were admitted to prestigious universities, and this momentum proved unstoppable. In just a few short years, his students spread across the nation, attending esteemed institutions such as Tsinghua, Peking University, Fudan, and Zhejiang University, leading him to become a celebrated instructor at the tutoring school. In response to this, Yang Rui could only lament profoundly, lamenting that he was born in the wrong era and that his talents flourished late. After many years since graduating from the college entrance examination, he finally grasped the intricacies of the past exam material shrewdly. Speaking of this brings tears. Eventually, having mastered all the secrets of the college entrance examination, Yang Rui, along with two colleagues, decided to establish their own tutoring school. In a bid to enhance their visibility, they reluctantly resorted to posting small advertisements. Hey, you two over there, it's you again. Stop right there. Just as Yang Rui was reveling in his elegant handwriting, an elderly man rushed over, brandishing a broom with great urgency. In a moment of swift action, the elderly man, his hair, a snowy white, darted forward with the speed of an arrow. Yang Rui, caught off guard, scarcely had time to react before the broom's bristles were nearly upon his face, emanating a palpable aura of menace. With no choice but to flee, he glanced around, realizing that his companions had vanished into thin air. How infuriating that Zhang always left him to fend for himself. Yang Rui, with his sturdy legs, sprinted desperately, pursued by the old man wielding the broom, who shouted angrily, "If you're going to advertise, then do so properly. Others use chalk, yet you choose to paint. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to wash off paint?" As the old man's tirade grew increasingly mournful, Yang Rui felt a sense of empathy. Indeed, paint is notoriously hard to remove. If it were easy, there would be no need for paint at all. In a twist of fate, just as Yang Rui narrowly evaded the old man's wrathful broom strike and burst through the school gates, A sleek BMW grazed him. Time seemed to freeze in that fleeting moment. In the final seconds of his life, Yang Rui pondered, I still haven't completed my Tsinghua challenge of defeating 100. What a pity. Suddenly, a voice broke through the haze. Yang Rui, I like it. As he pressed his head, groggy and disoriented, he opened his eyes to behold a young girl with an oval face, her eyes glistening with innocence. Her fair complexion contrasted with her two playful pigtails, adorned with two bright red flowers. She wore a crisp white shirt paired with a flowing blue skirt that reached her ankles, and on her feet were simple black cloth shoes. Her hands seemed to be at odds with her pristine shirt, tugging at it with fervor. Which class does this student belong to, dress so rustic, wasting such a beautiful face? Wait, he suddenly recalled the phrase, Yang Rui, I like you. A street vendor. This young lady seems to be confessing her feelings to me. Could she possibly be out of her mind? Throughout his life, apart from his mother incessantly calling him little treasure, Mama loves you most, no other woman had ever confessed to him. Yang Rui couldn't help but ask, what did you say? At his inquiry, the girl's fair complexion flushed crimson, resembling a ripe Fuji apple. That single declaration had exhausted all her courage. Upon seeing Yang Rui regain consciousness, she stamped her foot, wiggled her hips, and fled. Yang Rui felt utterly perplexed, his head still throbbing. The surroundings seemed off, reminiscent of an abandoned factory dormitory, an odd atmosphere that was even more dilapidated than the shabby tutoring school he attended. He felt a parching thirst and noticed a cup not far away. Unable to withstand the dryness, he decided to approach and quench his thirst. Upon rising, he found himself momentarily frozen in astonishment. Before him, on the wall, hung a mirror though marred and scratched in numerous places, with a significant chunk missing from the bottom. It still afforded a full view of his reflection. Staring back at Yang Rui was a strikingly handsome, tall, and charming youth, exuding an air of elegance and grace, completely unanticipated. Good heavens, he was indeed stunning. His beautiful, profound eyes, delicate nose, fair skin, attractive chin, and rosy lips presented a visage that, while perhaps slightly effeminate, was undeniably captivating. However, the most remarkable aspect was his physique, slender and towering, certainly above 6 feet tall, with legs that epitomized the golden ratio, rendering him breathtakingly handsome. In that moment, Yang Rui finally comprehended why that bashful girl had mustered the courage to confess her feelings. A man of such exquisite appearance could easily captivate anyone's heart. Delighted, he examined himself in the mirror from various angles, reveling in the realization that he had seemingly transcended into a different realm. From a downtrodden, portly figure, he had transformed into an exceptionally handsome, suave youth with long, elegant limbs. A truly fortuitous turn of events. However, in his exuberance, Yang Rui inadvertently stepped into a puddle, slipping and striking his head against the bedpost, which caused him to lose consciousness once more. Upon regaining awareness, he found his mind inexplicably filled with an abundance of memories. As he processed these newfound recollections, he felt an overwhelming urge to curse. He had inexplicably been transported to the year 1982. The protagonist of this narrative is the son of a local dignitary known as Yang Rui. This local official, who wields considerable influence and is even more prominent than the village chief, is akin to a sovereign in this region, a quintessential offspring of the political elite. Astonishingly, he contemplates suicide due to his disappointing performance in the college entrance examination. However, even his attempt at self-harm is clumsy. He ingests a small amount of pesticide, only to be overwhelmed by fear and subsequently unable to expel it, all while calling for help in embarrassment. After a prolonged struggle, a classmate discovers him, mistakenly believing he is suffering from heat stroke, and takes him back to the dormitory to rest. As fate would have it, this turn of events ultimately benefits him, revealing the folly of his actions. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Yang Rui lies still, trying to comprehend his situation. Two individuals enter the room. One is his thin, tall homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, dressed in a blue Zhongshan suit and sporting glasses with deeply set eyes. The other is a woman clad in a flowing yellow dress, her figure ample, yet her face delicate and charming. Upon entering, she rushes to embrace Yang Rui, exclaiming, "Little treasure, are you all right?" What will your mother do if something happens to you? Let's forget about the college entrance examination. You can enlist in the army, and I will have your father speak to his comrades. Initially, young Rue, feeling tense and unsure, is taken aback by her words. However, the affectionate term little treasure causes tears to well up in his eyes, reminiscent of how his own mother would address him. Yet upon hearing the suggestion of abandoning the examination for military service, young Rue is instantly alarmed. What purpose would enlisting serve? After all, he has finally reached an age where he is handsome and dashing. Moreover, having spent years as a tutor, he has encountered more college entrance examination questions than he has women, and deep down, he harbors a faint hope of retaking the exam. Despite the exceedingly low admission rates to universities during the 1980s, the value of a degree from that era was undeniably significant to that time, adorned with the title of a top scholar and wandering through the picturesque campus. Complemented by an exceptionally handsome and tall appearance, one could indeed remedy the regrets of the first half of life. I am determined to attend university, young Rue declared with unwavering resolve. Chapter 2. Countless materials. No need for university. Rue's mother believed her son was feigning strength, her heart aching with the tears that threatened to fall. Young Rue shook his head vigorously. In his previous life, he had been a plump individual, one who abhorred physical exertion and embraced indulgence, making the prospect of marching in perfect time a fate akin to death. The lethargy ingrained in his very essence was unyielding, regardless of the setting. Mother, please refrain from speaking further. I am determined to participate in the college entrance examination. If I cannot surmount this hurdle, what future endeavors await me? One must rise from where they have fallen. From this day forth, I shall diligently apply myself to my studies, striving for commendable results to contribute to the modernization of our nation. In his fervor, young Rue instinctively called out to his mother, recalling a few slogans from memory. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Mr. Liu, who stood nearby with deeply sunken eyes, broke into applause, affirming, "Well said." Young Rue's mother was momentarily taken aback by her son's fervent proclamation. Having doted on her only child since his infancy, she had always referred to him as Little Treasure. She had never anticipated that her seemingly still juvenile son would utter such impassioned statements. Overwhelmed with astonishment, she quickly transformed her surprise into joy. In her eyes, her son possessed great potential. Success was inevitable in due course. With such ambition, my dear, I wholeheartedly support you. Focus on your studies. If you do not succeed in 1 year, you may try again the next, and if not then, the year after. I shall speak to your father about this. Young Rue rolled his eyes, contemplating. If you were to ask me to pursue a doctorate now, I might feel a twinge of uncertainty, but the college entrance examination? That is but a trifling matter. Do not mention a mere 4 acceptance rate. Even a rate as low as 0, for holds no significance for him. Young Rue, a graduate student in biology, cannot confine himself to the role of a biology teacher at the tutoring school. In pursuit of greater financial gain, he takes on the responsibilities of a mathematics instructor when the school offers a foundational math class, serves as a physics teacher for the advanced physics course, and steps in as a chemistry teacher for the summer chemistry program. It is through these diverse experiences that he cultivates the confidence to embark on his own entrepreneurial journey. The scope of the college entrance examination is limited. One might say that aside from needing to review political studies, young Rue could directly enter the examination hall for all other subjects. Nevertheless, his mother's perspective aligns with that of teacher Liu. Young Rue is quite intelligent, yet lacks focus. With an additional year of study, he still stands a good chance if he were to commit himself and devote 1 or 2 years to his studies. Obtaining an undergraduate degree would not be insurmountable. Young Rue can only smile wryly at the implication that, should he repeat a year, he might only be destined for a vocational or associate degree. However, it has become increasingly common for students to retake 1 or 2 years. Delighted by teacher Liu's words, his mother promptly begins to express her gratitude and admiration, leading the two into a cycle of mutual praise and thanks. The following day, young Rue awakens early, staring at the ceiling. The dormitory environment is dismal, with 2 rows of 10 bunk beds constituting the entirety of this humble abode. Although many students return home after the college entrance examination, others, like young Rue, choose to continue attending remedial classes, commonly known as repeating classes in later years. Due to the exceedingly low acceptance rate of the college entrance examination, the majority of students, aside from those who do not intend to pursue further studies, must enroll in remedial classes for 2 to 3 years before gaining admission to university, or they may choose to abandon their aspirations altogether. Consequently, the number of students in these remedial classes often surpasses that of the regular classes. Naturally, the dormitories become even more cramped. However, Yang Rui's insomnia is not attributed to the hardness of the heated bed or the discomfort of the straw pillow, but rather to the overwhelming influx of words and images flooding his mind. Plants, animals, cytology, genetics. The very terms he had memorized during his tenure as a research student surge forth in rapid succession within his consciousness. What astonishes him further is that alongside these terms, entire volumes of books he has previously read emerge vividly in his memory. For instance, following the term genetics, he recalls the third edition of Higher Education's Genetics, the second edition of Higher Education's Genetics, the third edition of Zhongnong's Genetics, the second edition of Renwei's Medical Genetics, and the third edition of Higher Education's Principles of Genetics. Yang Rui feels as though he has internalized their contents. With the slightest reflection, he can retrieve extensive passages verbatim. He is acutely aware that he has merely skimmed through most of these texts. Attempting to recall other works, including the complex examination workbooks for the college entrance examination, reveals a similar phenomenon. Even more astonishingly, he finds that he can vividly remember the assignments he once graded for his students. In a mere few minutes, Yang Rui finds himself re-engaging with the most frequently read books from his research days. This rhythm is destined to make me a lifelong scholar. The thought of so many classic papers and books yet to be published left Yang Rui momentarily speechless. Around 6 o'clock, his dormitory mates began to rise one by one. Some took their books outside to memorize, others sat by the door and window, their brows furrowed in concentration as they tackled problems, while a few giggled as they penned letters. Unable to remain still, Yang Rui dressed and stepped outside, only to be jolted by the cold wind. "You better not catch a cold again," a student called out from the narrow gap between two broken door panels. "Are you feeling better?" "Yes," Yang Rui replied, glancing at him and instantly recalling his name, Wang Guohua, a name quite common in this era. He remembered that they had shared a dormitory long ago and were good desk mates. This time, however, both had failed their college entrance examination. On the surface, Wang Guohua seemed unaffected by the setback. His lean face bore a smile as he said, "The west wall is crowded. If you want to study, it's better to stay here where the wind is less harsh." He lifted a broken door panel, allowing Yang Rui to squeeze in. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Rui complied and nodded. "Indeed, it blocks the wind." "What are you studying?" Wang Guohua handed him his notebook, smiling sheepishly. "I barely scored any points on the trigonometric functions in this exam. I thought I'd review a bit. But tell me, what is the point of these symbols going back and forth?" Yang Rui curiously examined his notebook. On a seemingly ordinary A5-sized notebook, filled with minuscule handwriting, titles and knowledge points are meticulously recorded. Although the classification is not particularly detailed, it exhibits a semblance of order. By 1982, reference books were indeed available for purchase. Yet their quantity and variety were severely limited, and their prices were not affordable for the average person's income. Families of middle-level officials could hardly engage in the exhaustive strategy of rote memorization. Wang Guohua's father served as the director of the post office in Shibao Town, holding a junior administrative position, which was merely a step above an ordinary clerk. With 3 children to support, frugality was a necessity. For students in rural secondary schools, copying problems and solutions was almost second nature. Yang Rui casually flipped through his notebook and remarked, "Trigonometric functions can indeed be quite bewildering. However, once you grasp the concepts of sine, cosine, and tangent, solving problems becomes quite straightforward." Wang Guohua responded with a note of surprise. "Oh, come on. Have you really figured it out?" Yang Rui, momentarily at a loss for words, replied, "I suppose I have." As a distinguished tutor, if he could not comprehend such fundamental concepts, how could he earn a living? Wang Guohua remained skeptical. "You barely scored over 20 in math. Did you really manage that solely through trigonometry?" Mathematics was a formidable challenge. Many students in rural areas struggled to even reach an average score of 20. This was particularly true for those who had only begun their studies in recent years. Without significant effort to reinforce their foundational knowledge, encountering quadratic equations would prove daunting. Notably, Jack Ma of Alibaba participated in the college entrance examination in 1982, achieving a mere score of 19. Yang Rui stroked his chin in contemplation, glancing around to ensure no other students could overhear their conversation, and then remarked, I tend to experience performance anxiety during exams, causing me to forget everything I memorized beforehand. However, I do have a few unique methods that might interest you. Wang Guohua, ever earnest, replied, I don't believe it. Yang Rui chuckled and suggested, shall I share my techniques with you? I would like that, Wang Guohua responded, perking up slightly. In these times, there existed a rich atmosphere of mutual learning among students. As resources were scarce and proficient teachers few, they could only gather information and assist one another. This technique is called the hexagonal memory method, Yang Rui began, taking Wang Guohua's pen and paper. He wrote as he spoke, start from the upper left corner and sequentially write sin, cos, cot. You'll notice a pattern. First, the values of the two trigonometric functions connected by the diagonal are reciprocals of each other. Second, the value of the trigonometric function at each vertex equals the product of the two adjacent values. For instance, cos is equal to sin multiplied by cot. As Wang Guohua listened, his eyes widened in astonishment. Such a summarizing memory technique was virtually unheard of in the 1980s, and even if it existed, it lacked proper channels for dissemination. Since the reinstatement of the college entrance examination, only a mere 5 or 6 years had passed. Students were still grappling with the nuances, and teachers were equally perplexed. What was being tested? How should it be taught? The answers eluded everyone, prompting educational authorities across various regions to organize teaching groups, enlisting those with a clearer understanding to provide re-education for educators. In the judgment of future generations, it may be observed that only a select few major cities and prestigious educational hubs possess secondary schools capable of achieving an average standard across all subjects. In contrast, rural institutions like Shibao Secondary School rely heavily on the instruction of former vocational and high school graduates. Remarkably, the most qualified among them is an alumnus from the class of '77, who, having married and subsequently failed the college entrance examinations in '77 and '78, was compelled to forego further studies and remain at the school. The phenomenon of utilizing high school graduates to teach their peers is a commonplace occurrence in rural and industrial secondary schools of that era, leaving the efficacy of such arrangements shrouded in uncertainty. Wang Guohua listened intently to Yang Rui's explanations, and in his mind, the so-called hexagonal memory technique had become akin to an esoteric manuscript. It was utterly astonishing. Wang Guohua fervently took notes, eager to transcribe every word spoken by Yang Rui. Chapter 3. Ambition. As Yang Rui spoke, he keenly observed Wang Guohua, noting his receptiveness and eagerness to learn. This inspired Yang Rui to act upon the idea that had taken root in his mind the previous day, to cultivate Wang Guohua as his student. The impetus behind this decision stemmed from Yang Rui's realization that he had a whole year until the next college entrance examination. For an ordinary student, a year might feel rather pressing, but for Yang Rui, it seemed almost leisurely. Aside from the time required to memorize political and language materials, he found little need for extensive preparation to achieve a remarkably high score on the exam. With an entire year at his disposal, Yang Rui preferred to leverage his innate talents. Becoming a premier tutor for a new generation felt like the most fitting choice for him at this moment. It was 1982, and they were preparing for the college entrance examination of 1983, with graduation set for 1987. In that year, graduates were assured job placements, and the prospects were promising. Students with undergraduate degrees or higher could secure positions in government agencies, often at the municipal level, and those from reputable schools or disciplines had the opportunity to remain in central institutions. Furthermore, the state-owned enterprises and public institutions that offered graduate placements were equally commendable. In terms of personal career development, these students were indeed poised to embrace the best of times. The doors to the market economy were gradually opening to them, and academically, this marked the dawn of a new era in China, as the nation began to re-engage with the world after the mid-1950s. Mastering even a modicum of English would enable them to publish a plethora of scholarly articles. Engaging in politics resembles the vigorous movement towards the rejuvenation of leadership, which provides them with steadfast support. When they no longer possess youth, the sails of academic excellence shall once again carry them forth. As the years pass and both youth and educational pedigree wane, the university graduates of the 1980s have already grown into towering trees. These students represent a transformative force capable of altering China and, indeed, the world. The success of the Chinese model is inextricably linked to their relentless endeavors. The shortcomings in China's development are closely tied to their oversights. The injustices within Chinese society are intimately related to their unbridled actions. In his quest for meaning, Yang Rui aspires to leave a lasting legacy. By transforming individuals, he believes he can consequently reshape the world. Thus, he intends to dedicate a year to sowing seeds of change. He aims to meticulously select a group of students from his local community, elevating them, influencing them, and reshaping their futures. His objective is to assist these students in passing the National College Entrance Examination, thereby facilitating their entry into universities and crucial positions where they can effectuate meaningful change in the nation, fortifying its foundations, nurturing its growth, and expanding its reach. Simultaneously, Yang Rui does not shy away from leveraging his knowledge during this period to achieve commensurate rewards. Investing a year of his life for a lifetime of fruitful connections is an unparalleled return on investment. While Yang Rui is lost in thought, Wang Guohua is equally absorbed in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he expresses his genuine admiration. Incredible. Where did you learn this? Yang Rui smiles and replies with his prepared response. Didn't I return home to review for a while before the exam? I engaged an elderly teacher, who kindly provided me with several books. As for him, he departed early. And the books? I sent them to Xiao Baiya, as she too is preparing for an examination. Xiao Baiya is the girl who confessed her feelings to Yang Rui on his first day of rebirth. Due to her father's transfer back to Beijing for work, she also transferred to a school in the capital. The last day Yang Rui saw her was indeed the final day of her presence here. In this age of inconvenient communication, it is not surprising that packages may go missing, providing Yang Rui ample excuses to weave his fabrications in the future. Wang Guohua let out a sigh of regret. Yang Rui smiled and remarked, although the teacher and the books are no longer here, I still remember quite a bit. Would you care to listen? You remember clearly? Quite simply. So, tell me which problem you find most challenging. Yang Rui presented an air of nonchalance. Wang Guohua hesitated for a moment before responding. The problems involving auxiliary lines. Yang Rui nodded in agreement, as such problems represent a significant challenge in high school geometry. Grasping this concept requires considerable effort, and tutoring centers in later generations often dedicate special sessions to elucidate it. After a brief contemplation, Yang Rui chuckled. Auxiliary lines cannot be succinctly explained in just a couple of sentences. However, I have a mnemonic for you. Please share it, Wang Guohua urged eagerly, gripping his pen with excitement. Yang Rui pondered briefly before reciting. If there are angle bisectors in the problem, perpendicular lines may be drawn on both sides. If a segment bisects perpendicularly, connect the endpoints. The midpoints of a triangle's sides, when joined, form a median line. If there is a median within a triangle, extend it to double its length. Wang Guohua's pen moved swiftly across the paper. Yang Rui recited the formula twice, then remarked, the mnemonic is meant to clarify one's thinking. To truly grasp the concept of auxiliary lines, one must engage in systematic study. Of course, Wang Guohua replied, just a moment. Let me find a couple of problems to examine. He opened his small notebook and flipped through several pages from the back, revealing meticulously copied questions in tiny script, accompanied by neatly drawn diagrams. Wang Guohua compared the mnemonic with the standard answers. After a moment, he let out a sigh of enlightenment. Indeed, it is just as you said. For straightforward questions that do not deliberately include traps, this mnemonic is applicable. In fact, the current college entrance examination questions are all quite simple. There is no need to create pitfalls. Just mastering the mnemonic for knowledge points like auxiliary lines suffices. Yang Rui spoke in a tone reminiscent of a tutor. Wang Guohua nodded in a dazed yet compliant manner. Yang Rui then cleared his throat and inquired, what do you think of my methods? Great. Of course, Wang Guohua responded, as if suddenly awakened, looking at him as if he were a stranger. You have so many methods. It's a pity for you this time in the college entrance examination. It's fine. I can use this opportunity to review for another year and aim for a good university. You seem quite optimistic. Who knows, you might even get into a bachelor's program. Wang Guohua glanced at his notes, making a grand wish. Yang Rui smiled gently. Are you satisfied as long as it's a bachelor's program? Isn't a bachelor's degree sufficient? Wang Guohua exclaimed, his eyes wide. Forget about a bachelor's. If I could just attend a vocational school, I would be immensely grateful. If you had to choose, which school would you prefer? Wherever I am accepted, I shall go. Wang Guohua, in fact, exhibits a remarkable sense of determination. Yang Rui pressed on, inquiring, surely you have a school you aspire to attend? It is only natural for youth to harbor dreams. After a moment's hesitation, as if wary of being overheard, Wang Guohua replied softly, I have heard that Hedong University is quite reputable, but it is a key university. My chances are slim. Yang Rui chuckled. Indeed, it is quite challenging. Is it not daunting to even contemplate? It appears you have merely entertained the thought. But what if you actually manage to get in? Wang Guohua retorted. How could that be possible? Yang Rui encouraged. If you study alongside me and are willing to exert effort, the odds are overwhelmingly in your favor. After much contemplation, he finally articulated this sentiment, underscoring the sincerity of his words. The examination standards for the college entrance examination in the 1980s were not particularly stringent, with relatively low scores required. In the province of Hedong, where Shibao is located, the admission scores were average compared to the national scale. A score in the realm of 370 to 380 in the sciences would suffice. And achieving a score just above 400 might allow one to gaze upon the 88 key universities directly under the central authority. Hedong University is a prominent institution within the province, and typically, achieving a score slightly above the key line would present an opportunity. A score of around 450 could even afford one the luxury of selecting a major. Moreover, the difficulty of the examination, aside from the occasional deviation from the syllabus, was even less formidable than that faced by students 3 decades later. High school students of 1982, having received a rather lax education in elementary and middle school, possessed foundational knowledge that was significantly inferior to that of students in later generations. The instructors tasked with imparting knowledge to them have spent a decade either engaging in physical pursuits or being influenced by them. Thus, their insights on navigating the rigors of the college entrance examination are scarcely more profound than those of the students themselves. However, Yang Rui stands apart. Amid the tidal wave of educational commercialization that swept through the industry 3 decades later, the tutors at cram schools have become seasoned veterans and esteemed instructors like him, who aspire to entrepreneurship, are adept at catering to all students indiscriminately. Whether a student scored 200 points or 500 points on the exam, both the foundational and advanced classes must be taught, with the results of their teaching reflected in the scores achieved. Given Wang Guohua's background, the prospect of him achieving a score above 500, akin to future students, indeed seems bleak. Yet, in the context of the 1980s, attaining over 400 points is certainly within reach. Thus, when Yang Rui made his assurances, his gaze was resolute, exuding a sharp intensity. Wang Guohua, torn between belief and skepticism, retorted, You are merely boasting. Were the 2 strategies I shared with you mere fabrications? Wang Guohua found himself momentarily speechless, though his gaze gradually ignited with fervor. After a pause, he hesitantly inquired, Yang Rui, do you truly believe I can gain admission to Hedong University? Yang Rui nodded emphatically. Wang Guohua scrutinized him, then glanced at the mnemonic notes in his notebook, clenched his teeth, and declared, If you can genuinely help me secure a place at Hedong University, tell me what to say and what actions to take. Really? Indeed. Witnessing Wang Guohua's earnestness, Yang Rui finally revealed a fragment of his plan, stating, I intend to establish a study group, gathering like-minded individuals. You will be the first member. Very well. Wang Guohua nodded without hesitation, even expressing a hint of admiration as he inquired, Do you intend to impart your study methods to everyone? Not merely study techniques, nor solely the organization of learning. It should encompass a broader spectrum, came the reply. However, joining the study group is not as simple as expressing a desire. It requires a thorough evaluation. For now, it is just the 2 of us. Yang Rui's inclination leaned towards the American fraternity model, not necessitating numerous parties or alcohol, with the assessment method subject to change. Yet the essence should remain constant. This group is destined to transcend academia, evolving into a means of networking, connecting the lifeblood of our peers. Wang Guohua, however, was unperturbed by such considerations. His sole focus was on gaining admission to university. Otherwise, what was the point of enduring this torturous remedial class? Yang Rui glanced at the sky, contemplating before stating, From today onward, you shall adhere to my revision requirements. The first goal is to master trigonometric functions thoroughly. Wang Guohua, with a hint of anticipation, asked, How do we achieve that? By memorizing problems. Yang Rui quickly formulated a series of classic questions in his mind, then returned to his room for paper and pen. As he jotted them down, he instructed, You must solve these problems and memorize them entirely. In a couple of days, During the diagnostic test on trigonometric functions, you should at least secure half the marks. Mathematics may be a game of thought, yet within the expansive realm of examination-oriented education, it can equally be a game of memorization. For students with a shaky foundation, aiming merely for passing, memorizing problems often yields far superior results than solving them. Wang Guohua had indeed heard of such methods. However, he found it difficult to compile various representative types of questions. Observing Yang Rui's rapid note-taking, Wang Guohua suddenly felt a surge of anticipation towards the mock examinations he had always detested. If he could secure half the points for each question type, wouldn't that mean he could achieve a score of 60 in mathematics? Such a score could only be attained by the top students in remedial classes. Chapter 4. Preliminary examination. In the ensuing 2 days, Yang Rui devoted half of his time to transcribing and organizing examination papers, while the other half was spent perusing the wealth of research papers and books ensconced within the recesses of his mind. During his tenure as a research student, he approached his studies and experiments with considerable seriousness, even entertaining the fanciful notion of pursuing a full-time research career post-graduation. However, amidst the backdrop of expanded graduate enrollment, securing a genuine research position within the biology department proved exceedingly challenging. Reluctant to settle for menial roles such as tending to laboratory mice or washing glassware, the realms of scientific inquiry and graduate studies seemed almost disparate. Yet, the present circumstances were markedly different. Setting aside the vast array of academic literature already residing in his consciousness, merely the knowledge he had acquired, those theories and experiments so familiar they felt like second nature, was sufficient to grant him entry into the nation's premier research institutions. Yang Rui's contemplation centered more on how to fully harness this knowledge, employing it slowly, meticulously, and to its utmost potential. In stark contrast to Yang Rui's silent introspection and transcription, Wang Guohua was almost perpetually immersed in reciting problems with fervor. With each repetition, he felt an increasing sense of efficacy. Although many of the problems Yang Rui presented were rather straightforward, he found himself adeptly applying old questions to tackle new ones. Unbeknownst to Wang Guohua, these were classic problems tested by the rigorous trials of countless examinations in the future. Yet he was acutely aware that he was indeed enhancing his understanding. For a student repeating a year, this sensation was akin to a potent stimulant. For the entirety of 2 days, Wang Guohua sat beside Yang Rui, engrossed in his studies, sparing only the occasional inquiry, wholly devoted to memorizing the material. The Chinese teacher entered the classroom, reciting example questions. The English teacher followed suit, also reciting example questions. During self-study sessions, he continued to recite examples, even during breaks. He remained absorbed in his studies. The teachers at Shibao Middle School were of mediocre quality. Yet Wang Guohua understood that none could elevate his individual subject scores by 30 points. He resolved to place his trust in Yang Rui. Their unusual behavior naturally drew the attention of others. Whenever someone inquired, Wang Guohua would succinctly respond, "I am learning new techniques in Yang Rui's study group," before returning to his diligent memorization. When questioned, Yang Rui would merely state that he had acquired a new method, refraining from elaboration. Persuading others through words is a challenging endeavor. However, he had a good rapport with Wang Guohua, understood his character well, and had devised targeted demonstrations and tailored study plans to earn his trust. He did not wish to repeat this process. Thus, he decided to use Wang Guohua as a model. On Wednesday, the mock examination arrived as scheduled. The remedial class consisted of 68 students, filling the classroom to capacity. The room was surprisingly bright. Although merely a single-story structure, it could be likened to a spacious dwelling with cross-ventilation and a height of 4 to 5 meters. Though the interior decor was rather shabby, featuring a cement-plastered blackboard, backless wooden benches, and a solid earthen floor, Yang Rui occupied a central position in the classroom. Unlike the formalities of the college entrance examination, this mock exam encompassed 7 subjects, with only 5 being tested in a single day. The scoring system aligns with the National College Entrance Examination, with Chinese and mathematics each worth 120 points, and physics, chemistry, and English each assigned 100 points. Political science, scored out of 100, and biology, worth 50 points, do not require preliminary assessments. To secure a place in university with a total score of 690 on the college entrance exam, a student must achieve at least 350 points in the science subjects, which constitutes over half of the total score. At Shibao High School, scoring 300 points is considered an outstanding achievement. Previously, Yang Rui's scores hovered just above 200, placing him in the middle tier among his peers in the regular class, and at the bottom in the remedial class. The Chinese teacher distributed the examination papers, which exuded the scent of ink, and sat at the podium, scrutinizing the students below. The paper was thin and slightly yellowed, with handwriting varying in clarity but ultimately legible. The entire paper lacked multiple-choice questions. The first section consisted of pinyin exercises that required translating sentences composed of pinyin into written form, simple enough for an elementary school student, yet only worth 2 points. The second section involved filling in blanks related to literary knowledge, comprising 12 questions for a total of 12 points, which posed a challenge for Yang Rui. Fortunately, he had memories to draw upon and managed to recall the titles of the 5 classics. However, regarding which work was Lu Xun's lyrical essay collection, he could only provide a haphazard answer. Following this were reading comprehension, language structure, classical Chinese, and essay questions, which he could respond to without further review. Yang Rui timed himself as he completed the Chinese paper, calculating that he would likely falter on the questions related to the texts, but perhaps he could score better in reading comprehension and the essay section. In total, he hoped to achieve a passing grade, comparable to his previous performance. Just then, the bell rang, marking the end of the session. The Chinese teacher remained seated at the desk, surveying the room with an air of authority, commanding, "Everyone, put down your pens. Class monitor, please collect the papers." A girl promptly rose to her feet, moving from the back to the front to gather the exam papers. When she reached Yang Rui, she noticeably paused, as if inspecting his paper. Surprised, Yang Rui lifted his head and scrutinized her in return. In his memory, this girl named Lu Xun was a gifted student who had advanced a grade, having been in the same class as Yang Rui during their freshman year. If he were to recall anything about her, it would be that she was an ordinary girl with decent academic performance and fair skin. However, Yang Rui was now certain that his recollection was mistaken. What ordinary girl possesses a figure that can stretch army green pants into denim and yet transform them back into loose-fitting hip-hop trousers? It was unnecessary to consider her conservatively dressed upper half. Merely her stunning legs would place her among the most beautiful in any contemporary campus setting. In a year or two, as her features matured and with a touch of makeup and a fitted outfit, she would undoubtedly blossom into a striking beauty, leaving many a clueless man at a loss. Yang Rui shook his head in regret. "Stop pretending," the girl suddenly remarked, straightening her posture as she continued forward. Yang Rui, perplexed, found his gaze involuntarily following her steps. A graceful lady deserves a noble suitor, he reassured himself, watching her as if she were a model strutting down a runway. A model capable of accentuating her legs in army green pants would indeed be a rarity even 3 decades hence. Lu Xun completed the collection of papers and, alongside the Chinese teacher, escorted them to her office. As Yang Rui returned, he aimlessly surveyed his surroundings, while his deskmate, Wang Guohua, diligently recited example problems. Observing Wang Guohua's intense focus, Lu Xun halted, took a turn, and approached Yang Rui with a somewhat imposing demeanor, declaring, "You are leading your peers astray." What? Not only was Yang Rui taken aback, but the surrounding students also turned their attention toward them. Lu Xun, her face filled with disdain, continued, "I reviewed your Chinese exam paper, and you barely passed. With such a performance, how can you teach Wang Guohua new methods? Isn't that a disservice to him?" Yang Rui opened his mouth, rendered speechless. To explain the situation would be far too intricate. "Lost for words, are you?" Lu Xun seized the moment, snatching Wang Guohua's notebook and asserting, "Stop memorizing this nonsense. You have no idea where these obscure questions come from that mislead you. Even with a year of review, time passes swiftly, and before you know it, it's here. Ask the seniors in the class. Everyone has heard of the methods for memorizing questions. They are utterly ineffective." Lu Xun, possessing a cool exterior but a warm heart, held considerable respect within the class. Her words instantly garnered support from several classmates. "It's not that your questions are inadequate," Wang Guohua interjected, having previously posed similar queries to Yang Rui, now fervently defending him. With a scoff, Lu Xun firmly placed her thigh against the horizontal bar of the desk, asserting, "If so many students in our class have ineffective questions, why would his be any different?" Turning to Yang Rui, her tone softened. She said, "If you wish to form your own little clique, that is your choice. But I cannot stand by and watch you toy with the futures of your classmates." In an instant, Yang Rui found himself enveloped by the sensation of embodying a villain. He realized that he had misjudged the situation. To establish this study group and assume the role of a leader, he must first distinguish himself from the ordinary. Mediocrity in answering questions or executing tasks would not suffice to lead. Primarily, he needed to leverage his own academic prowess to persuade these students. Although he did not intend to include all of them in the study group, if he could not even manage a single class, how could he aspire to cultivate future talents? A sudden clarity washed over him. Yang Rui rose abruptly, his towering figure instantly exuding an air of authority. Lu Shan gazed into his eyes for several seconds before, feeling a sudden wave of shyness. She averted her gaze and asked, "What have you understood?" "I will perform admirably in the mathematics exam. The efficacy of my study group can be debated once the results are in. How does that sound?" Yang Rui's tone was imbued with unwavering confidence. "Really?" Lu Shan looked up at Yang Rui's sharply defined profile. An inexplicable flutter of anxiety stirred within her. With a soft sound of acknowledgement from her nasal passages, she turned and hurried back to her seat. Watching her swift retreat, Yang Rui could not help but smile as he touched his own face. Ah, this world, so reliant on appearances, is indeed filled with abundant kindness. Chapter 5. Swift responses. During the brief interlude of a quarter of an hour, Mr. Liu entered the room with the examination papers in hand. The students promptly took their places, exhibiting a commendable sense of discipline. Yang Rui diligently refilled his fountain pen and laid out his draft paper, preparing himself for a formidable endeavor. He had contemplated thoroughly. The Yang family was a prominent local clan, and he was the son of a high-ranking official from his hometown. Although his father did not wield power in the town itself, he was akin to a local sovereign in the neighboring area. As the offspring of such a figure, Yang Rui was surrounded by numerous compatriots at Shibao Middle School. While it might be an exaggeration to claim that 500 valiant souls would rally at his beckoning, it was not far-fetched to summon a dozen or so audacious youths when the need arose. In the event of a disturbance on the streets, even the local police, being natives themselves, would be inclined to assist. Having descended from a lineage of influential local officials, what did he have to fear? He neither bullied the weak nor engaged in exploitation. With improved academic performance, who could possibly apprehend him to interrogate him endlessly? As for those who wished to dissect him, how many hospitals possessed the resources and energy for such endeavors? Even they were preoccupied with studying masters of Qigong. In such an isolated and impoverished valley, it took 2 days for the county to learn of a violent conflict involving 1,000 individuals. Hence, a student's academic achievement was of little consequence. In contrast, it was far more crucial to adhere to his own plans. Yang Rui was a person who favored methodical execution, whether conducting experiments or serving as a tutor. Although he might occasionally amend his strategies, it was always one plan replacing another. He seldom engaged in a haphazard approach. Thus, when the paper, imbued with the scent of ink, reached Yang Rui's hands, he immediately entered a state of complete immersion in answering the questions. As a tutor, it is imperative to frequently attempt the examination papers. Whenever renowned sets of questions emerge, be it from Huanggang, Jinggang, or Jingyang, one must first tackle them independently. Otherwise, when confronted with peculiar questions, one would be unable to provide answers when students inquire, thereby jeopardizing the esteemed reputation one has garnered. In his spare time, Yang Rui diligently works through science papers, with mathematics being of paramount importance. Mathematics and English are the lucrative subjects for the tutorial school. While he does not teach English, he ensures that his mathematics is impeccably thorough. After several years of this diligent practice, although Yang Rui may not achieve a score of 151 on the mathematics paper, his speed is remarkable. Most questions reveal their solutions at a mere glance, and even when encountering trick questions, he can resolve them with just a brief stretching of his wrists. His deskmate, Wang Guohua, also possesses a swift answering ability. He is indifferent to the scores of the preliminary examinations. What he truly cares about is how well he can perform in trigonometric functions. Thus, upon receiving the paper, he immediately directs his focus to the trigonometric questions. He wishes to validate the effectiveness of Yang Rui's methods, for if he succeeds, there is hope that his mathematics will achieve a passing grade. In 1982, passing in mathematics was considered an exceptional accomplishment. Recently, the national average score for mathematics in the college entrance examination barely reached 30, while the average score for admitted students was only in the low 40s. In fact, even 30 years later, the average score for science students in mathematics remains around 80, still failing to meet the passing threshold for a paper worth 150 points. As for the average score in mathematics for liberal arts students in the college entrance examination, it typically ranges between 60 and 70. The entire paper comprises 5 trigonometric function questions, meticulously crafted by teacher Liu in comparison to the examination paper from 1982, requiring considerable effort. Among these, the first section includes 2 fill-in-the-blank questions on trigonometric functions, totaling 2 points, and 1 fill-in and 1 problem-solving question collectively worth 6 points. Following that is a major question worth 8 points, bringing the total to 16 points, which constitutes 13 of the overall score. Achieving full marks in this section would make attaining the average score quite effortless. Wang Guohua felt an inexplicable thrill, especially after successfully solving the first 2 minor questions. He experienced a sense of unstoppable momentum. The mathematics examination primarily emphasizes concepts over techniques, and nearly all types of questions can be solved using universal methods. Wang Guohua had memorized the most quintessential types of trigonometric function questions, and the combination of both made the experience exceedingly gratifying. I have seen this question before. I have solved this question. This question seems to have 2 methods of solution. Previously, Wang Guohua was someone who dreaded mathematics. Now he found himself wishing for more questions, specifically, more trigonometric function questions. At this moment, he took a glance at Yang Rui on his left, only to be taken aback. What was the meaning of that half-sheet filled with dense numbers and symbols? Had he already completed half of it? Even if he were copying, could he possibly work that quickly? After all, they were in an examination hall. Wang Guohua stole a glance at Yang Rui's paper, but hastily averted his gaze. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Rui's pen glided across the paper, producing a soft, rustling sound. He eschewed the use of a draft, methodically solving the problems directly on the exam sheet, his calculations impressively detailed. This meticulous approach served to diminish any skepticism, for the score he would ultimately achieve would undoubtedly surpass all expectations. The presence of his working steps provided compelling evidence. In less than 30 minutes, Yang Rui not only completed the entire exam, but also found the time to conduct a brief review. However, he chose not to submit his paper. With nothing else to occupy his time outside the classroom, he preferred to avoid unnecessary inquiries from other teachers. After some contemplation, he simply covered his draft paper and rested his head on the desk, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. At that moment, Lu Shan happened to lift her gaze and witnessed this scene. An inexplicable sigh escaped her lips, quickly followed by a startling realization. Why was she concerned for him? It was he who would face embarrassment in the end. After all, it was his promise to answer questions diligently. Yet it was also he who chose to sleep during the exam. She could not be held accountable for his failure to uphold his own commitments. Lost in her thoughts, she observed Yang Rui, who appeared genuinely asleep, stealing a few glances at him with a sense of mischief. She mused to herself, this lad is quite fortunate in his appearance, even younger than Takakura-kin. Girls tend to mature earlier than boys. And having skipped 2 grades and repeated another 2, Lu Shan was now 17, a time ripe for blossoming, and thus she found herself noticing boys. Although Yang Rui struggled academically and exhibited a certain awkwardness, his striking looks could not go unnoticed, garnering the attention of his female peers. Nevertheless, in Lu Shan's eyes, his overall performance was rather disappointing, an exquisite exterior masked by a lackluster interior. Lu Shan instinctively inscribed the first few characters onto her exam paper, but suddenly realized her mistake and hurriedly crossed them out with her fountain pen. She feared that teacher Liu would deduct points for the appearance of her paper, all due to Yang Rui's influence. Determined not to cast another glance in his direction, Lu Shan focused her attention solely on the questions before her. The 2 consecutive periods slipped by in a flash, and when the bell rang, teacher Liu, with a warm demeanor, instructed, "All right, everyone, please check if your names are written on your papers, then turn your papers face down on your desks. Don't forget to remind your neighbors to supervise one another." Teacher Liu hailed from Zizaizi Township, which fell under the jurisdiction of Secretary Yang. Each year, he engaged with the township government to procure water, purchase fertilizers, borrow agricultural machinery, and pay agricultural taxes and fees. This connection made Yang Rui's role as class monitor particularly advantageous, and thus, teacher Liu afforded him special consideration. Wang Guohua gently tapped Yang Rui twice, prompting him to take on the role of supervisor. "Is class over? How did you fare?" Yang Rui wiped his mouth, adopting a languid posture as if having just awoken from a brief slumber. "Brother, you still remember to care about me," he replied playfully. "I tackled the questions on trigonometric functions, Whether I answered correctly is uncertain. For the other questions, I just filled in some answers. It's time to submit the papers. Wang Guohua's tone exuded confidence, albeit it was a mere facade of humility. That's good. Being able to answer them means your accuracy will likely be high, Yang Rui mused. Aware of the advantages and disadvantages of rote memorization, he particularly dreaded encountering tricky or off-topic questions. This set of papers was based on last year's college entrance examination questions as set by Teacher Liu, making it relatively straightforward. Thus, answering them posed no significant challenge. Teacher Liu cleared his throat twice from the podium. Silence, please. Each row, pass your papers forward from the back. No one is allowed to write any further. Class monitor Lu Shan rose automatically and moved to the front to assist in organizing the papers. Yang Rui, tall and a newcomer in the remedial class, sat towards the back, causing his papers to quickly blend into the crowd. Lu Shan could not openly examine his papers, so she glanced at him from a distance and mouthed, "Check the scores tomorrow." Chapter 6. My father is the secretary after the mathematics examination. It was time for the midday break. Wang Guohua casually inquired a couple of questions from Yang Rui, then exuberantly spoke about his feelings while solving the problems, followed by his aspirations for reviewing other types of questions. He had only begun to study earnestly in the last 3 to 4 years, most of which was spent catching up on previous coursework. Time was scarce, and the results were rather unsatisfactory. He had never experienced such a state of answering questions with such carefree abandon, and his buoyant spirit was palpable. Wang Guohua joyfully transitioned from the classroom to the cafeteria, discussing everything from the serving of food to the act of dining itself, while Yang Rui listened patiently. Focusing on trivial chatter was far preferable to fixating on the dry, unappetizing steamed buns. Consuming plain buns without any side dishes for several consecutive days was undoubtedly a dietary challenge that modern individuals would prefer to avoid. Yet most students relished every bite. The school cafeteria's generous supply of plain steamed buns was a privilege bestowed upon those in high school. Previously, one had to pair them with coarser grains such as cornmeal buns. While Wang Guohua was in high spirits, not everyone exhibited the same level of composure as Yang Rui. Before Yang Rui could finish his first bun, a disgruntled upperclassman with a face full of acne slammed his hand on the table, gruffly exclaiming, "Hey you! What's there to be so cheerful about over a mere mock exam? If you were truly that capable, why are you back to repeat the year?" Having just recently completed the college entrance examination, Wang Guohua was still quite sensitive. Without even glancing back, he retorted, "So you think you did well? What are you? Part of the new Fourth Army now? What is there to be so proud of?" The impact of his words was even more profound, inciting not only the acne-ridden upperclassmen, but also several others at the table. A group of over a dozen individuals stood together, forming a semicircle that effectively shielded them from the sun's rays. Some among them had begun to hurl insults, their voices raised in indignation. "What did you say? Do you no longer wish to remain in this town?" The current college entrance examination acceptance rates were alarmingly low, with numerous students repeating their studies for several years. Those who managed to succeed within 2 or 3 years were dubbed liberated soldiers, symbolizing their imminent release from the burdens of academic struggle, a fortunate cohort indeed. In contrast, the new Fourth Army, a symbol of the resistance against Japanese occupation, faced an uncertain and protracted path to liberation. Among them were older students who had commenced their examination journeys as early as 1977 or 1978, and even some who had spent years as educated youth, still persevering in their studies. These seasoned individuals, having faced repeated failures, bore a heavy heart filled with bitterness and insecurity. Their discontent was palpable as they endured the mocking jibes of the youthful newcomers. Wang Guohua, realizing he had incited the wrath of the crowd, licked his lips and fell silent. While most of the older students merely vented their frustrations through curses, 2 individuals seated with the acne-ridden veteran seized the opportunity to confront Wang Guohua, fists clenched, eager to deliver a harsh reprimand. The societal landscape of China in the 1980s was far from the idyllic narratives often recounted in later years. The impending crackdown was a response to a near collapse of public order. At this juncture, the street thugs had become so brazen that ordinary citizens dared not venture out after dark. Moreover, alongside the professional delinquents and unemployed youth, many employed young men would occasionally engage in criminal acts, such as robbing elderly individuals while intoxicated or opportunistically groping women amidst the chaos. Although conditions at school were somewhat better, the spirit of youthful bravado and aggression was still very much alive. Yang Rui, being well-versed and knowledgeable, immediately stood up and pulled Wang Guohua behind him upon noticing the two individuals clenching their fists. He relied on the formidable reputation of the Yang family to intimidate them. Zizaizi Township is adjacent to Shibao Town, the latter being slightly more prosperous, albeit considerably smaller in both area and population. The Yang family has produced 2 generations of prominent local officials, and their clan members dominate the vicinity, making them undisputed local power brokers. Although Yang Rui's father and grandfather lived with strict self-discipline, they were exceptionally tenacious in their dealings, having engaged in conflicts and exerted their influence, leaving behind tales that could entertain the villagers for an entire day. While the incident of Wang Guohua being beaten was minor, an altercation involving Yang Rui could escalate significantly. In a small township where everyone knows each other, especially among the boarding students, the children of a few officials are familiar to all. The 2 upperclassmen, who were initially poised for confrontation, suddenly halted in their tracks and turned to look behind them. A pockmarked boy, exuding an air of defiance, swaggered up to them in his cloth shoes, pointed a finger at Yang Rui, then at Wang Guohua, and declared, "Yang Rui, you've got some guts to challenge me. Yin-san, are you feeling a bit too frisky? Step aside, or I will deal with both of you." Yin-san was a self-proclaimed nickname, while his birth name, Hu Yin-shan, lacked the same flair. He, too, was the son of an official. His father served as the director of the Power Supply Bureau in Shibao Town. With a steady flow of pocket money and a willingness to cultivate friendships, he had established himself as a local figure of some repute. Akin to a small tyrant in the township, the power supply station is known as one of the notorious electric tigers and water tyrants, governed by stringent regulations, operating independently of township leadership. In this era, it is a remarkably powerful entity, capable of cutting off electricity at will, leaving one to rely on oil lamps for illumination during festive seasons, instilling a sense of authority even in the face of local government. Although Yin-san previously did not bully Yang Rui, he certainly regarded the bookish and somewhat naive individual with disdain. However, the Yang Rui of today is no longer the timid character he once was. The trials of post-graduation and the hardships of entrepreneurship have forged him into a resilient individual who would not simply retreat as his adversary might hope. Touching his nose with a smile, he remarked, "I do feel a bit mischievous. How about you give me a punch to satisfy my craving?" Laughter erupted from the onlooking students, some even pulling up stools and preparing to enjoy their meals amidst the anticipated brawl. Surprisingly, the acne-ridden boy, Yin-san, chuckled while stroking his chin. "You've got some spirit now, huh? All right, I'll give you something to chew on." With that, he rolled up his sleeves, adopting a posture that suggested an impending scuffle. In his mind, such a display would surely intimidate Yang Rui into submission. However, several classmates familiar with Yang Rui quickly stepped forward to intervene as the situation escalated. Unfortunately for them, Yang Rui saw through Yin-san's hesitation with ease. He parted the crowd with his hands and, with a slight bow, declared, "Everyone, I genuinely wish for Yin-san to give me a challenge today. Please do not hinder him." Those standing in front of him were utterly bewildered, particularly the towering Chao Baoming, who used one hand to block Yang Rui and the other to restrain Yin-san. "Stop fighting, everyone step back, step back." Yin-san forcefully shoved Chao Baoming's hand aside, glaring menacingly at Yang Rui. "Today, I will strike you. What will you do about it?" Yang Rui, maintaining an air of calm, brushed aside Chao Baoming without hesitation and stood defiantly before Yin-san. "Go ahead, if you possess the capability to draw blood. I shall leave without a word, and Wang Guohua can do as he pleases with you." Yin-san blinked in confusion, not fully grasping the situation, while Wang Guohua and Chao Baoming wore expressions of astonishment. "If you dare to make a move today, I will promptly go to the county to report my injuries," Yang Rui stated with a tranquil demeanor. "My uncle is the chief of the police station in Shibao Town, and my cousin is in the county's criminal police team. I can assure you, they will surely establish a case of injury, and then this will become a criminal matter." Yin-san let out a derisive snort, mocking, "I thought you had some real abilities, just calling for your guardians." Yang Rui smiled. "Children playing house call their parents, but going to prison is not child's play. When the time comes, I shall personally bring you your meal in the interrogation room. I am rather curious how your father, the director of the Power Supply Bureau, managed to extricate you from the clutches of the law. There are benefits to every connection and power in every circle. While the director of the Power Supply Bureau can often avoid seeking help, when trouble arises, he may find himself unable to solicit assistance." Yin-san, Gazing into Yang Rui's icy eyes, suddenly felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. This scenario was not aligning as anticipated. He originally believed he was engaging in a thrilling game of vengeance within the realm of the martial world, yet in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a shadowy struggle of political intrigue. Yang Rui, however, offered him no respite for contemplation. Surveying the room, he declared, "Those who wish to eat, go eat. Those who wish to sleep, go sleep. Don't linger here." Remembering names is hardly a good omen. The onlookers, students who had gathered to witness the spectacle, exchanged glances and silently dispersed. In a short while, apart from Hu Yinshan, only a few individuals remained standing near Yang Rui. The others either returned to their seats or, as if nothing had transpired, made their way back to their dormitories. At this moment, although the town's leader had been rebranded as a high-ranking official, his authority mirrored that of the former commune secretary. From land development to pig farming, there was naught he could not oversee. The so-called commune secretary was akin to a local emperor, while the brigade secretary resembled a local tyrant. In these regions, their words wielded more influence than those of provincial officials. The students in the remedial class ranged from 23 to 24 years old, with the youngest being 17 or 18. Though not entirely worldly, they understood the importance of not causing trouble for their families. Yang Rui's threats were palpable, and none wished to invite misfortune upon themselves. Yin-san remained in a daze for quite some time, uncertain of what to say. While he had a few acquaintances on the streets, even the most notorious ex-convict among them would not dare provoke the police. His father's influence was substantial, with sycophants abound. Yet the notion of absolute power was a far cry from reality. The furtive glances surrounding him only intensified Yin-san's unease. He understood that the stalemate could not persist. So he donned a mischievous smile, pointed a finger at Yang Rui from a distance, and remarked, "You're quite formidable," before turning to leave. Wang Guohua watched him depart from the courtyard of the cafeteria, then turned in astonishment to Yang Rui, saying, "I never thought much of you as the son of a secretary, but today seems different. He was the one who intended to strike me. It was not I who sought to bully him. In matters such as these, when brought to light, it is always the aggressor who suffers the consequences." Yang Rui chuckled softly, relieved, and gestured for a few classmates who had just stepped forward to take a seat with him. "Let us first dine, after our meal. We shall have a brief rest, for we have 3 examinations to tackle this afternoon. Once we finish, if any of you have questions, feel free to attend my study group as listeners." The group nodded cheerfully, taking the matter lightly. However, the towering Chao Baoming inquired with curiosity, "Earlier, you mentioned sending Yin-san to prison. Surely that was just a bluff?" "Perhaps," Yang Rui replied, his gaze wandering. As a former researcher who had executed hundreds of lab mice and dissected numerous rabbits, possessing a certain degree of coldness was inevitable. Chapter 7. A simple topic in the afternoon. During the first physics examination, Yang Rui arrived at the classroom 10 minutes early, only to be taken aback by the sight of Hu Yinshan, who had arrived even earlier and was already prepared with his stationery, anxiously poring over his books. Upon noticing Yang Rui, Hu Yinshan merely raised an eyebrow, pretending not to see him. "Is this fellow actually studying?" Yang Rui couldn't help but mutter in curiosity. Wang Guohua chuckled in response. What else would he be doing in this remedial class, if not studying? He must have enlisted in the army by now. Enlisting in the military could potentially lead to a promotion, which would be somewhat equivalent to obtaining a vocational diploma, although it fell short of a college degree. However, as a mere head of a local power supply station, Hu Yinshan's influence was limited, especially concerning the military. How many points did he score in the college entrance examination? Yang Rui inquired, his curiosity unabated. Wang Guohua tilted his head, pondering for a moment before replying. "Around 280 points, I believe. He probably aimed for a vocational college. This should be his 3rd attempt. Graduating from a vocational school would grant him a cadre status, allowing him to secure a position upon returning if he had the right connections. However, to aspire for a higher starting point and to surpass his father's accomplishments, a diploma from a college was essential, necessitating a score of at least 330 points, if not higher. One could surmise that Hu Yinshan's father, who had spent a lifetime as the head of the power supply station, desired for his son to avoid languishing in the countryside. Yang Rui, devoid of sympathy, laughed derisively. Having taken the exam for 3 years and still failing to reach 300 points, it seems he must aim for nothing short of becoming an old Red Army soldier to have any hope. In comparison to the new Fourth Army during the anti-Japanese War, The old Red Army was even further removed from the date of liberation. Wang Guohua joined in the laughter, reveling in the misfortune. Other students glanced at them inexplicably, then resumed their solitary preparations for the examination materials or hurriedly crammed their studies. The emphasis placed on education by students in the 1980s is beyond the comprehension of later generations. Whether in school, at home, or on the sports field, the predominant topic of conversation among students was invariably learning. This was partly due to the prevailing social atmosphere, where fewer distractions fostered greater concentration. On the other hand, the limited avenues for youth further intensified the significance of the college entrance examination, which was almost the sole pathway to advancement. This was akin to the legendary carp leaping over the dragon gate. Once successful, it transformed from fish to dragon, instantaneously evolving into the nation's elite, complete with official status and documentation, becoming the pillars of society deemed essential by the state. In contrast, those who failed to leap were relegated to repairing the earth at home, working in factories, or enlisting in the military, their prospects and status incomparable. As for the self-employed, they remained the last resort for the impoverished and ex-convicts without alternatives. Even for students from affluent families, the ultimate outcome of whether they gained admission to university could lead to starkly different futures. Hence, whenever an opportunity presented itself, students would diligently choose to study hard, striving for excellence. At precisely 2 o'clock, the physics teacher brought in the examination papers, as customary, printed on mimeographed sheets with handwritten text. The questions were similarly modeled after the previous year's college entrance examination. Over the years, the guidelines for the college entrance examination had undergone significant changes, compelling schools to refer to the most recent iteration to make necessary adjustments. Yang Rui observed the still wet ink on the questions, inwardly nodding in approval. Despite Shibao Middle School being merely a rural institution with teachers of modest qualifications, their dedication was truly commendable. He had also been a teacher, well aware of the complexities involved in crafting an examination paper. It necessitated the incorporation of a multitude of knowledge points, judiciously allocating their frequency and value according to their significance and difficulty. Furthermore, it was imperative to exclude any content beyond the syllabus, while ensuring a diverse array of solutions for the questions, a task both intricate and laborious. Even 3 decades hence, teachers, despite the abundance of mock papers and resources available, found it a formidable challenge to create their own questions. In the 1980s, mock examinations were predominantly reliant on teachers' own question setting, a workload of staggering proportions that is difficult to fathom. It would require at least an additional week's worth of effort to produce a single paper. Yang Rui first scrutinized the paper from front to back before immersing himself in the questions. Unlike his peers, he had developed a habit of discerning the examiner's intentions rather than merely focusing on the questions themselves. This nuance had become one of the few remaining pleasures for him after countless examinations. Otherwise, the monotony of tackling similar questions would render the experience utterly uninspiring. After approximately 30 minutes, Yang Rui completed the physics paper with neat and orderly notes. In comparison to future standards, the difficulty level of this physics examination was noticeably lower, featuring topics such as basic electricity that would later be taught in the 3rd year of junior high. The highest difficulty of the remaining questions did not exceed that of an ordinary 2nd-year senior high school student. Of course, in the early 1980s, both junior and senior high schools operated on a 2-year system, so from the perspective of selection examinations, this did not constitute a significant reduction in difficulty. However, students who had repeated their studies possessed a distinct advantage over their peers who were taking the examination for the first time. Yang Rui glanced sideways at Wang Guohua, who had also nearly put down his pen, having completed everything he could. The remainder could only be surmised. Wang Guohua, absently biting his pen, sensed Yang Rui's gaze, broke into a smile, and remarked, "I scored 36 in the college entrance exam. I can't possibly achieve much higher now. With a perfect score in physics being 100, a mere 36 indicates only a fundamental understanding." Yang Rui cast a sidelong glance at his paper, noticing that most of the major problems were only partially solved with 2 or 3 calculations, leaving the rest blank. It was evident that his 36 was merely cobbled together from a few points. "I will help you catch up with physics when we return," Yang Rui whispered. Wang Guohua nodded repeatedly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "No talking, focus on your own work," the physics teacher interjected, tapping the desk. Yang Rui smiled faintly, flipped through his paper to ensure nothing was overlooked, then covered his draft paper and feigned sleep. The class monitor, Lu Shan, lifted her head due to the commotion, and upon seeing Yang Rui's usual demeanor, pouted in confusion and sighed softly, returning to her own work. Her previous scores were 352 and 361, a mere hair's breadth from the cutoff for undergraduate admission. However, in an era where over 6 million candidates applied for only around 200,000 spots, crossing that narrow margin was no trivial feat. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the physics teacher collected the papers punctually. Students who had submitted their work rushed out to the restroom, while those with a smoking habit seized the moment for a quick cigarette. Students with a bit of spare change often ignite cigarettes in public, exhaling clouds of smoke within the classroom, their voices booming with a self-important air as they engage in conversation. The nearby students, accustomed to this behavior, remain indifferent, inhaling the secondhand smoke with ease. The cigarettes they smoke are predominantly the cheap 3-cent Mountain Flower brand or the 5-cent Swordfish brand. Those who cannot afford commercial cigarettes yet are ensnared by the addiction often sneak away to secluded spots to indulge in hand-rolled cigarettes. Hu Yinshan possesses the highest status among them, carrying 2 types of tobacco. One is the everyday herdsman brand, which he occasionally shares with his entourage, priced at 9 cents per pack, superior even to what ordinary teachers smoke. The other, for the sake of appearances, is the extravagant Wild Goose Pagoda brand, costing an absurd 26 cents per pack. It is far too lavish for students and is typically reserved for gifting among adults. At this juncture, the renowned Dakiaman brand retails for 36 cents, available only by ticket, serving as the mainstay for gifts in the county. Hu Yinshan's father, the director of the town's power supply office, receives a bounty of Wild Goose Pagoda and Baoqing brands, consuming a pack himself each week while allocating 2 packs to his son. Yang Rui, habitually fanning his face with his hand, rises and lingers by the window. During his early university days, he occasionally shared a puff of cigarette with classmates. However, since the ban on smoking in public places, even the pretense has been rendered unnecessary. Hu Yinshan casts a disdainful glance in his direction, perceiving Yang Rui as overly delicate in his current demeanor. Such a softy, Hu Yinshan exclaims, his implication unmistakable. His 2 lackeys immediately chime in, albeit in hushed tones, for they still recall Yang Rui's words from noon and harbor a measure of trepidation. The fleeting 10-minute recess gave way to the chemistry diagnostic examination. Yang Rui completed his answers with remarkable swiftness, managing to finish in a mere 20 minutes. In comparison to other subjects, chemistry appeared increasingly simplistic. However, for the students and teachers in this rural school, chemistry was an enigmatic and perplexing discipline. Due to the school's inadequate resources, the absence of fundamental experiments rendered it exceedingly challenging to develop an intuitive understanding of the subject through mere rote memorization. To systematically study chemistry, the conditions at Shibao Middle School were decidedly insufficient. Even their chemistry teacher was merely a worker transferred from a municipal chemical factory, relying solely on fervor and the hope that diligence could compensate for lack of expertise. The examinations he administered were clumsier than those in mathematics and physics, predominantly consisting of basic formulas, with even the final question containing evident oversights. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Rui refrained from marking the errors directly on the paper. Instead, he followed the teacher's line of questioning and executed the correct calculations. When he once again rested his head on the desk, Yang Rui found himself in a slight quandary. To tutor his study group in chemistry, mere paper and pen would not suffice. He needed teaching apparatus and reagents, at the very least to establish a coherent framework of chemical reasoning. Of course, relying solely on memorization was not entirely unfeasible, but it was an inefficient use of time. While students and teachers of the 1980s may have been accustomed to this method, Yang Rui was unwilling to squander his students' precious energy in such a manner. He needed to devise a plan to secure funding. Subsisting solely on steamed buns was hardly sustainable. The thought of dinner left him feeling somewhat queasy. Chapter 8. You are the celestial being. After a half-hour respite following the chemistry examination, the students were once again confronted with English. Although Yang Rui managed to steal a moment of rest, he still felt utterly drained, and his fellow students appeared even more beleaguered, each one seemingly on the verge of collapse from mental exhaustion. However, when the examination papers were distributed, even the most lethargic of students rallied their spirits and diligently began to respond to the questions. Initially taken aback, Yang Rui soon realized the profound significance of this moment. In this temporal expanse of 1982, The mere presence of questions to answer was a stroke of fortune. Currently, there are no more than 3 systematic mock examination papers available in the market, and the categorized science papers are exceedingly scant, regardless of their production quality. It is evident that the members of the college entrance examination question-setting team have certainly encountered these questions. Thus, if one were to rely solely on the widely circulated questions, unless one is an exceptionally adept student, others would invariably struggle to perform at their best during the exam. The internal questions crafted by the educators at various schools, while not as comprehensive as those published, nonetheless serve to address the students' weaknesses, representing a crucial step in their journey towards the college entrance examination. For the students, these questions function as invaluable practice, a rare opportunity that cannot be purchased, embodying the dedication of their mentors. Hence, regardless of the hardships endured, they are compelled to engage with the material. Yang Rui, with no alternatives at his disposal, propped his chin on one hand while gripping his pen with the other, completing the English examination within a class period. Upon reflection, he estimated his score would exceed 80, and upon reviewing his answers, he realized that any potential improvement would be marginal. His proficiency in English can only be described as mediocre. During his postgraduate entrance examination, he scored 55 points. Although this exceeded the admission threshold of most institutions by over 15 points, it still fell considerably short compared to the remarkable 95-point achievers. Throughout his master's program, he was compelled to translate numerous foreign texts, primarily for the convenience of his supervisor. While his reading skills undoubtedly improved, he neglected essential subjects such as grammar, which were crucial for examination success. In the early 1980s, the Gaokao English exam was fraught with grammatical intricacies, reminiscent of a woman's preoccupation with her weight. Yang Rui aspired to excel, but found the path fraught with challenges. Ultimately, he resolved that achieving full marks in mathematics and science sufficed. He chose to disregard the seemingly convoluted grammar questions, relinquishing any further effort in that direction. In truth, an English score exceeding 80 was akin to a divine achievement for students from rural backgrounds. Those who only encountered the language upon entering high school were incomparable to the children of subsequent generations, who benefited from bilingual education from kindergarten onward. Upon returning to their dormitories, weary students collapsed into slumber, while the teacher's dormitory remained illuminated, with lights burning throughout the night. The school had assigned one teacher for each subject, requiring them to grade the exams by the end of the day. With 68 students in the science retake class, the number was neither overly abundant nor scarce, necessitating 2 individuals to divide the grading duties, thus ensuring an inevitable all-nighter. Mr. Liu, the homeroom teacher, who taught mathematics, had his exam in the morning. After resting for an hour during lunch, he settled into his room to commence grading the papers. The teachers at the school lacked designated offices, yet each possessed their own independent dormitory. Most teachers utilized their dormitories as makeshift offices, where they graded assignments and disciplined students in the comfort of their personal space. Teacher Liu and his neighbor, Teacher Zhou, a mathematics instructor, had agreed that one would grade the major questions while the other would handle the minor ones, thus separating the papers accordingly. It was nearly 8 in the evening when Teacher Liu finally completed grading the 30 or so major questions on his side. After meticulously annotating the last paper, he hurriedly knocked on the door next door. Finished grading, Teacher Liu? Zhou, in his 30s and a notorious chain smoker, had fingers stained like a waxen duck, his clothes marred by burn holes. Yes, I'm done. Observing the haze of smoke within, Teacher Liu handed over the papers through the threshold, saying, "You seem to be reveling in your own cloud of smoke. I shall refrain from entering. I am no immortal. You are the true sage here." Zhou replied with a grin that revealed his yellowed teeth. He placed his cigarette into the ashtray, brushed off his hands, and retrieved a stack of papers from the windowsill. Presenting the top one to Liu. "Examine this one closely." "Examine what?" Teacher Liu was bewildered. "You'll understand once you look at it." "I am at a loss for words," Zhou said, snatching the paper from Liu's hands, extinguishing his cigarette, and closing the door in one fluid motion. "I'll return the papers to you in the morning." "All right then." Teacher Liu shook his head, somewhat perplexed, and returned to his room to turn on the light and review the questions. Upon inspection, he was immediately taken aback. A series of checkmarks marked each answer, aligned so neatly as if they were queuing. Teacher Liu reviewed it once, then again, before grasping the implication of Zhou's gesture. Astonishingly, every minor question on this paper was correct. How could this be possible? This was the first thought that emerged for Teacher Liu. The examination paper was crafted by him, and he was acutely aware of the difficulty of the questions. It would not be surprising for students from the county or the esteemed municipal high school to answer all the minor questions correctly. However, the academic level of rural students is far from that high. If they were truly that capable, they would not find themselves back in remedial classes. They would have long since received their admission notices and joyfully embarked on their university journeys. A surge of anger ignited within Teacher Lu. Surely someone had entered his room and stolen the answers. How audacious! With a swift motion, Teacher Lu grasped the examination paper, preparing to discover who possessed such boldness. Yang Rue. He read the name twice before finally aligning this Yang Rue with the one he had in mind. Upon confirming the name, Teacher Lu's anger dissipated somewhat, giving way to a flicker of doubt. He held a vivid impression of Yang Rue. The Yang family had a long lineage of strict family discipline, and he considered the introverted child to be incapable of such audacious acts. Could it be that someone had provided him with the answers? With this thought in mind, Teacher Lu began to examine the papers of the other students. The 34 papers he had recently retrieved were swiftly turned over, and it became evident that not only were there no perfect scores, but even those with half the answers marked in red were exceedingly rare. Recalling the previous 34 papers he had graded, he noted that the major questions were answered haphazardly, falling far short of the full mark standard. Teacher Lu was perplexed. Almost instinctively, he picked up Yang Rue's paper and scrutinized his responses to the major questions. Correct, indeed. Entirely correct. Every step is accurate, and not a single calculation is omitted. The more Lu Laoshi examined, the more peculiar it appeared. Yang Rue's methodology was far more intricate and lucid than his final answer. While it could be argued that for minor problems one might simply replicate the ultimate result, the comprehensive steps for major questions were conspicuously absent from the pre-prepared answers. This implies that the answers Yang Rue employed were not those he had previously prepared. To replicate such an examination paper, one must first possess the capability to solve those complex problems. This is no trivial feat scouring the entire county. One could hardly assert that a single individual could achieve a perfect score on a mathematics paper of such rigorous difficulty. Even those seasoned university students, having not engaged with high school mathematics for years, would not feasibly undertake a specific review for this. Moreover, the level of detail in his responses suggests an even greater investment of effort. No matter how one contemplates it, this is all rather strange. If Yang Rue truly had pilfered the examination paper, why not simply copy the answers as well? Why go to such lengths? Unless, could it be that Yang Rue actually solved the problems himself? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Lu Laoshi found himself unable to remain seated. No wonder Lao Zhou was reluctant to elaborate. This matter defies explanation. Yet, without such an explanation, how else could one rationalize it? Amidst a myriad of uncertainties, Lu Laoshi completed the grading of all the papers. Unbeknownst to him, other teachers of physics, chemistry, and English were equally engulfed in perplexity. Chapter 9: Achieving a perfect score in mathematics is no easy feat. While some individuals may consistently attain scores of 95 or even 99, a perfect score remains elusive. In the annals of future college entrance examinations, only a handful of students from each province managed to achieve a perfect score in mathematics, with certain provinces known for their particularly challenging self-designed tests yielding merely 1 or 2 perfect scores. In the not-so-brief history of Shibao High School, no student has ever recorded a perfect score, not in the college entrance examination, not in the mock tests, nor even in the routine assessments has such an achievement been observed. Teacher Lu held Yang Rue's paper, feeling both perplexed and bewildered. This particular test was modeled after the upcoming July college entrance examination, and the scores of the students in the remedial class generally hovered around those expected in the actual exam, with the highest score being 82, equivalent to a 69 on a percentage scale, while the lowest lingered in single digits, attributed to a freshman with significant academic weaknesses. Yang Rue surpassed the second-place student by 38 points, amassing an additional 80 points compared to his own recent college entrance examination performance. Such a remarkable score was utterly inexplicable in the eyes of Teacher Lu, who had been closely monitoring his progress. Perhaps it was best to inquire further. With this thought in mind, Teacher Lu extracted Yang Rue's paper from the pile and tucked it away at the bottom before gracefully entering the classroom. The students sat upright, their attention collectively directed toward Teacher Lu. The 1980s were undoubtedly an era of academic excellence, and during this time, Society regarded the college entrance examination with the reverence traditionally reserved for imperial examinations. In discussions surrounding education and knowledge, both students and members of society expressed profound respect. In such an environment, the significance placed upon academic scores was unprecedented. The class monitor, Lu Shan, slightly clenched her fists and called out loudly, "Stand up." "Greetings, teacher." The students echoed the salutation in unison, their gazes fixed upon the examination papers on the podium. Lu Shan turned her head ever so slightly to glance at Yang Rui, attempting to discern any hint of guilt in his demeanor. Yet, Yang Rui's expression remained as placid as a still lake, devoid of any embarrassment that might suggest he was hiding something. Could he actually achieve a high score? The young girl was blissfully unaware of the concept of a poker face, her thoughts inevitably wandering. Typically, Teacher Lu enjoyed sharing a few words during class, but today he seemed disinterested. He picked up the first paper from the stack and announced, "Li Shuegong, 82 points. An excellent performance. Please come up to collect your paper." A rustle of astonished whispers emerged from the crowd. In an era where one could gain admission to university with a mere 370 points and to a vocational college with 340, an 82 in mathematics was indeed worthy of envy. Li Shuegong stood up, beaming with joy as he retrieved his paper. Teacher Lu cleared his throat and advised, "Take a good look at the questions you missed. When you feel anxious during exams, it's crucial to practice time management as if simulating the actual test. If you can perform like this in the college entrance examination, you could save yourself a year." Li Shuegong lowered his head, murmuring, "My heart raced terribly during the exam." Laughter rippled through the classroom. With only 61 points in his mathematics exam, he had lost a full 21 points. And coupled with some uneven performance in other subjects, he ultimately scored just over 350 points, falling significantly short of the threshold for university admission. Such children often harbor a deep reluctance to pursue a diploma from a junior college, for the disparity upon graduation is stark. They would rather repeat a year and secure a lifetime of happiness. Within the remediation classes, many students find themselves in similar predicaments, particularly those from less affluent backgrounds. The reason they return year after year is that they are tantalizingly close to the passing mark, unwilling to relinquish their hopes, and thus grit their teeth and persevere. Conversely, those whose scores fall significantly short of the threshold often resign themselves to their fate after 1 or 2 years of repetition and quietly depart. Yang Rui scrutinized Li Shuegong for a moment. His timidity and stage fright indicated a certain apprehension, a knowledge of when to advance and when to retreat. Achieving a score of 82 in such an environment demonstrates that he possesses resilience, compared to some who have lingered for 5 or 6 years as returning educated youth. Li Shuegong is far more deserving of cultivation. Silently, he inscribed this name in a pristine red notebook. On stage, Teacher Lu picked up the second paper without even glancing at it, declaring, "Su Jing, 71 points. Too careless. You must practice the functions more diligently, as you lost too many points on the fill-in-the-blank questions." The gap between the second and first place was significant, of course, without considering Yang Rui's score. "Understood, thank you, Teacher Lu." In stark contrast to her name, Su Jing was a robust girl, her sturdy arms and solid waist a testament to her labor on the farm. Her rosy cheeks evoked the imagery of a 1970s propaganda poster, yet she exuded an extraordinary vivacity, engaging in playful banter as she strode the short distance to collect her paper. Now, that is what one might call a true tough girl. It is likely her family treats her as such. Yang Rui whispered a private assessment. Teacher Lu recited one name after another, swiftly arriving at the class leader, Lu Shan, who ranked 6th with a score of 65. When Teacher Lu handed her the paper, he deliberately pointed out the stains on it, saying, "You lost 5 points for the paper's condition. You must pay attention in the future. The paper must remain clean. Otherwise, during the exams, the grader might think you marked it intentionally, and that would lead to trouble. Do you understand?" "I understand," Lu Shan replied, lowering her head, secretly resenting Yang Rui. If it weren't for him, her paper wouldn't have been stained, and she would have scored 70, placing 3rd. After securing her paper, Lu Shan was about to turn away but paused to ask, "Teacher Lu, is the distribution of papers based on scores?" Teacher Lu hesitated for a moment and nodded. Lu Shan dared not ask further and hurried back to her seat. Teacher Lu continued to distribute the papers, providing brief comments on each one, believing that such moments offered the best educational impact. Wang Guohua scored 46, and crucially, he only lost 2 points for the steps in his trigonometric function question. thereby proving the effectiveness of rote memorization. He couldn't help but feel excited, scratching his head in glee. Lu Shan listened intently as the scores dropped from 60 to 30. Yet Yang Rui had not yet come up to the front, which left her feeling both amused and disappointed. The amusement stemmed from Yang Rui's grandiose proclamations, while the disappointment arose from his ability to lead both himself and others astray, despite his handsome appearance. As the class neared its end, Hu Yinshan also received his paper, 15 points. He appeared utterly unconcerned, sitting in the back row and lighting a cigarette to express his emotions. Yet, behind the veil of swirling smoke, his gaze remained fixed upon Wang Guohua and Yang Rui. Hu Yinshan, ever astute, was well informed about Wang Guohua's previous academic performance. A mere inquiry revealed to him that, in comparison, Wang had indeed improved, and by nearly 20 points at that. How much time had elapsed since the conclusion of the college entrance examination? If this study group of Wang Guohua and Yang Rui were truly effective, he would certainly wish to join their ranks. Nowadays, not just the son of the substation director, but even the offspring of the Power Bureau chief were fervently striving to gain admission to university. The distinction between a life of mere sustenance and one of abundance hinged upon the ability to surmount this pivotal examination. Hu Yinshan had no desire to tread the arduous path of military service followed by recruitment and promotion. Such a route was fraught with hardship and delays, resulting in a frustratingly slow ascent. Nevertheless, the fact that the teacher had yet to call for Yang Rui's paper only deepened his perplexity. The papers for the others had been swiftly distributed, and Teacher Lu, glancing at his watch, announced, "Everyone, take a 10-minute break. I will begin discussing the papers in the next class." Lost in his thoughts, Hu Yinshan quickly turned his attention to Yang Rui. This fellow, despite not having received his paper, remained remarkably composed, which stirred Hu Yinshan's imagination. He promptly stood up, extinguished his cigarette on the desk, and exclaimed, "Teacher Lu, Yang Rui's paper has not been distributed." As he spoke, he hurried to the podium. Teacher Lu, somewhat slow in his movements and under the watchful eyes of numerous students, was momentarily at a loss as to where he had placed the last paper. Hu Yinshan, without hesitation, retrieved it from the podium and, upon inspection, chuckled, "Isn't this Yang Rui's? You must have forgotten it. Let me see," he scored. 120 points? Chapter 10. A perfect score of 120. The students, bewildered, stared blankly. Those who did not comprehend quickly began to clear their ears. Teacher Lu chuckled lightly, deftly reclaiming the paper from Hu Yinshan, and remarked, "I intend to review this paper once more. Surely, the score must be incorrect." Hu Yinshan craned his neck, eager to glimpse the paper, but could only catch sight of a series of checks. It was undoubtedly not a mere 12 points. Teacher Lu offered no response, rolling up the paper and beckoning Yang Rui, stating, "Yang Rui, step outside with me. Is there an issue? Surely there is, right?" Haha. Hu Yinshan, somewhat taken aback, could only mask his astonishment with laughter. Given the stakes of reputation, Yang Rui rose without hesitation, retorting, "What issue could there possibly be?" Without turning around, Hu Yinshan scoffed, "You must have copied. What other explanation is there?" "Copied from whom?" Yang Rui replied with calm confidence. Hu Yinshan faltered momentarily. Indeed, the highest score in the class was Li Shuigong with a mere 82 points. There was an astronomical difference between that and 120. Instinctively glancing at Teacher Lu, Hu Yinshan suddenly exclaimed, "He copied the standard answers, didn't he? Are the standard answers as detailed as my paper, Teacher Lu?" Yang Rui interjected, for he had meticulously written down each step during the exam, which indeed proved advantageous at this moment. Teacher Lu silently nodded. He had prepared standard answers for many questions, and they invariably yielded a singular result, as he had authored the questions himself. The grading of the major problems was also conducted by him. Thus, the methodology was clear in his mind, eliminating the need for an elaborate answer key. The dilemma faced by Yang Rui is one he cannot elucidate. Hu Yinshan was bewildered. What does a nod signify? Is it as detailed as it appears, or not? It is not that detailed. Teacher Lu felt quite helpless regarding these two students. On the other hand, he was also eager to hear Yang Rui's explanation. Hu Yinshan was suddenly at a loss for words, and his gaze towards Yang Rui shifted. Stealing the exam paper and having someone else solve it to memorize? Such a trivial mock exam hardly warrants such extreme measures. Unable to pinpoint the crux, he pressed on. "What do you say is the situation? It is impossible to achieve a perfect score without reason. I have had an epiphany. Is that not enough?" Yang Rui smirked, effortlessly rebuffing his inquiry with a single remark. As he had pondered before the exam, attaining a perfect score requires no justification. Others may think what they will. After all, no matter how absurd the conjectures, they remain far removed from the truth. The robust Su Jing let out a chuckle, prompting a cascade of laughter. The previously somber classroom was instantly infused with mirth. Hu Yinshan's complexion shifted from red to pale, then to a shade of green. It must be said that the youth of the 1980s possessed quite thin skin. Even the son of the Power Supply Bureau director was no exception. Gritting his teeth, he turned and dashed back to his seat, retrieving a slim exercise book. Flipping to the last page, he handed it to Yang Rue and declared, "If you can solve this problem, I will join your study group." Quite confident indeed. Yang Rue clicked his tongue twice, accepting the exercise book from his hand with a smile, and remarked, "What makes you think that applying to join my study group guarantees your success? If you cannot solve it, then admit to your dishonesty." Hu Yinshan, well-versed in the art of provocation, often roamed the streets. Yang Rue chuckled softly, lowered his gaze to ponder the problem for a moment, and then seized a piece of chalk, commencing to write upon the cement blackboard. This was a comprehensive function problem, simultaneously assessing both parity and periodicity, whilst demanding a judicious transformation of the function itself, particularly the latter. Without adequate accumulation of knowledge, the ability to morph it into the requisite function hinges purely on chance. Such problems represent the pinnacle of difficulty within the realm of mathematics for college entrance examinations. Moreover, they epitomize the utmost challenge in future iterations of these assessments. If presented in an examination paper from the early 1980s, it could very well conjure a veritable mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. However, having immersed himself in preparatory studies for the college entrance examination for many years, Yang Rue was intimately familiar with the relevant concepts. After a brief contemplation, he effortlessly inscribed the transformation on the board. Subsequently, he proceeded to write the solution step by step, seemingly without any need for further deliberation. By producing a flawless paper, he aimed to instill awe among his peers, relishing the opportunity to enhance his study group's prestige. Hu Yinshan gazed at the familiar equations, rendered speechless. This particular problem originated from an internal examination paper of Hedong Normal University, classified as a novel experimental type, currently employed by the institution to evaluate the competence of its graduates. In other words, it serves as a challenging examination for new teachers, naturally elevated in difficulty. Upon acquiring this set of internal exam papers from a close friend of his father's, Hu Yinshan felt as though he had obtained a martial arts manual, occasionally taking it out to ponder over the answers, as if deciphering them would significantly enhance his prowess. After several intermittent months, he understandably found himself no wiser. He had grown accustomed to it. After all, these were merely questions posed to prospective educators at the university level. Yet, now witnessing Yang Rue deftly solving them with the ease of performing basic arithmetic, he felt a pang of envy. It seemed incorrect to him. Without thinking, Hu Yinshan pulled out another notebook, meticulously comparing it with the blackboard. He recalled most of the solution processes, needing only to confirm his understanding. Hu Yinshan scrutinized each symbol with great seriousness. First row, correct. Second row, correct. Third row, absent from the answers, which gave him a moment of exhilaration. However, the fourth row appeared to be accurate once more. As he examined each row, he realized that Yang Rue's answers merely included a few additional steps, seemingly more detailed. This was, in fact, a habit cultivated by Yang Rue during his time as a tutor. Some steps, though seemingly simple, might elude students' comprehension. Thus, elaborating on them could potentially resolve long-standing confusions. On another note, Yang Rue also encouraged students to elaborate on their steps, much like the frequent advocacy of other instructors. While the omission of steps in writing may seem effortless and stylish, it often leads to the unfortunate loss of significant points due to a moment's carelessness. Writing additional steps serves as a form of insurance. It may not directly increase one's score, but it effectively mitigates potential losses. In the context of large-scale examinations with millions of participants, opting for this insurance is undoubtedly a wise choice, far more important than mere showmanship. Once the results of a critical examination are revealed, no one cares about the process of answering. Only the final scores matter, correct? Yang Rue paused his writing to ask Hu Yinshan. Hu Yinshan, with a startled exclamation, set down his notebook of answers, momentarily at a loss for words. Yang Rue smiled as he tossed the exercise book, which contained the questions, onto the podium, observing Hu Yinshan's silence. If one were to nominate an embarrassing moment, This would surely rank among Hu Yinshan's top 3, second only to the time he had an accident in elementary school. Teacher Lu picked up the exercise book from the podium, flipped to the last page, and compared it with the answers on the blackboard, falling into a contemplative silence. The disparity was striking. His voice was barely audible to the students in the front row. So, my answer was indeed correct? Yang Rui inquired with a smile. Teacher Lu nodded slightly. Correct. Thus, it appears I have truly grasped the concept, Yang Rui proclaimed, turning to face the entire class. With one hand placed upon his chest and a graceful 30-degree bow, he cheerfully announced, "Welcome, my fellow students, to my study group, where we shall develop personalized learning methods. By the way, forming my study group requires a written application. Merely expressing ideas verbally will not suffice." When he previously made such statements, many students scoffed in disbelief. However, after astonishing results emerged, the perception of his study group shifted dramatically. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "What should we include in the written application? Just explain why you wish to join the study group, what you plan to do once you're a member, how much discipline you can accept, and finally, what you aspire to achieve in college and thereafter." Yang Rui did not shy away from Teacher Lu. The school was simply too small for evasion. On the other hand, there was nothing clandestine about the study group. His plans could be executed openly and effectively. The students engaged in fervent discussions. Su Jing stared at the blackboard for a moment before asking, "Lu Shan, do you want to join that study group? It seems beneficial." I'm not sure," Lu Shan replied, a hint of confusion in her voice as she inexplicably recalled Yang Rui's slight bow, inadvertently comparing it to various scenes from films. Yang Rui returned to his seat, composed and self-assured. In the second class, Teacher Lu handed back the papers to Yang Rui and quietly began to explain the problems. Yang Rui chose not to speak. He decided to observe for a few days first. Everyone was watching him, yet he remained calm and unperturbed. By the third class, when the physics teacher entered and presented another perfect paper to Yang Rui, a new wave of discussion erupted. Yang Rui addressed the physics teacher's inquiries with a similar process. Then, during the fourth English class, a collective sigh of relief was felt among the students. Although Yang Rui's score of 87 firmly places him at the top of the class, it is not a perfect score. This realization has finally liberated his classmates in the remedial class from an overwhelming sense of fantasy, prompting them to engage in a lively discussion during lunch. By the afternoon, inquiries about the details had begun to circulate. Even Hu Yinshan appeared to be indecisive. The allure of college entrance is an insidious temptation that seeps into one's very bones, and Yang Rui's performance has undoubtedly intensified this temptation. Hu Yinshan remains uncertain about the sincerity of Yang Rui's reluctance to allow him into his study group. Nonetheless, he is unwilling to make himself feel miserable. His prowess lies solely in physics and mathematics, which he considers rather unremarkable. Deliberately, Hu Yinshan chooses to overlook his less-than-perfect English score, continuously offering himself subtle reassurances, until the chemistry teacher enters the room. Chapter 11. The Pledge of Enrollment. The chemistry teacher, Zhuang Mushi, is a tall man of great seriousness, possessing the most stringent expectations for his students. He often resorts to punishing them by making them copy the periodic table or using a bamboo stick to strike their palms and backs. In these times, the notion of prohibiting corporal punishment was non-existent. Even if parents did not openly endorse such methods, they would typically respond to their children's complaints with additional reprimands at home. Consequently, even the returning students approach chemistry class with a sense of trepidation. However, today, Zhuang Mushi entered with a smile. Igniting a cigarette and engaging in light conversation with a few students seated at the front before addressing the class in his heavily accented Mandarin. "Well then, let us begin distributing the papers." The students sat upright, with a few smokers near the podium inhaling the wafting smoke. The atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. Zhuang Mushi leisurely untied the string binding the papers, slowly unfurling the examination sheet. After scrutinizing the first paper with care, he announced, "Yang Rui, 100 points. Let us give him a round of applause." The applause was sparse, accompanied by a myriad of incredulous gazes. Unperturbed by the students' reactions, Zhuang Mushi chuckled lightly and said, "I will keep Yang Rui's paper here for now. Class monitor, please distribute the other students' papers." As he watched Lu Shan collect the papers, Zhuang Mushi took a piece of chalk, adjusted his glasses, and declared, "Let us first examine the last question of the chemistry exam." The title of this question is somewhat problematic, a realization I came to only after reviewing Yang Rui's answer. "Come on, Yang Rui, step up and enlighten us. Essentially, it's a matter of several chemical formulas being mismatched. Ammonia is unnecessary here, and a slight adjustment would suffice. Yang Rui, with a psychological maturity nearing 30, finds little motivation to address the shortcomings of the chemistry teacher, effortlessly dismissing the erroneous question with a few words, swiftly transitioning to the answer without dwelling on the mistakes. Observant students, upon comparison, quickly discern that the issues in the last question are far from trivial. Without modification, the problem would be insurmountable. This indicates that Yang Rui genuinely arrived at his solutions. Otherwise, one would risk copying the standard answer incorrectly. Class monitor Lu Shan, after distributing the papers, sat in her seat, lost in thought, silently calculating. With full marks in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, that totals 320 points. Adding in the 87 points from English, the current score stands at 407, tantalizingly close to the threshold for a top-tier university. If we also consider the yet-to-be-released Chinese exam scores, along with the unexamined subjects of politics and biology, wouldn't it be possible to attend any university of her choosing? Many matters cannot withstand scrutiny. Initially, she merely regarded full marks as exaggerated, yet her calculations laid bare a tangible future. A first-tier university? Lu Shan occasionally dreams of it, but she has never witnessed anyone around her truly achieve this. Meanwhile, Hu Yinshan's fragile heart shattered into a million pieces, her lips dry and unable to part. To claim that Yang Rui excels solely in mathematics and physics is a self-deception. Now, he could no longer deceive even himself, which filled him with a blend of envy and resentment towards Yang Rui. On stage, Yang Rui succinctly concluded the final question with a smile, saying, "Students wishing to join the study group may submit their written applications to Wang Guohua. Results will be communicated within a week." Zhuang Mushing appeared quite satisfied as he nodded in agreement, remarking, "Sharing effective study methods with classmates is indeed beneficial. We must also enhance our chemistry studies." Only after this did he commence his explanation of the first question. However, the classmates had little inclination to listen, whispering amongst themselves about Yang Rui. It was as if a transformation had occurred overnight, witnessed by all, their admiration hidden deep within. Yang Rui quietly returned to his seat, his attention drifting from the lecture as he scribbled notes in his notebook. Wang Guohua, puzzled, leaned in and asked softly, "What are you up to?" "I'm just making a bit of pocket money," Yang Rui sighed, a look of desolation upon his face. "What do you mean by that?" "Well, since the baseline examination has concluded, the recruitment for the study group will likely take a week or two. In the meantime, I'm planning to write a few articles to submit to magazines. Once I receive the payment, we can indulge in some meat together." His tone was casual, yet his hands moved with unwavering diligence. His mind was filled not only with academic papers he had perused during his research studies, but also with articles from his secondary and primary school days, most of which were unpublished gems. Within this collection, the literary pieces varied in style, while the scientific and educational articles were significantly more straightforward. For instance, the mnemonic techniques and hexagonal memory methods imparted to Wang Guohua can be slightly refined and subsequently published in journals such as Middle School Mathematics. If elaborated upon in greater detail, it would not be difficult for each article to extend to several hundred or even 1,000 words. The magazines of the 1980s enjoyed remarkable sales. Even a relatively obscure publication could effortlessly achieve sales of 1 to 200,000 copies, while well-known literary magazines could exceed millions in circulation, surpassing the sales of newspapers in later years. Consequently, the remuneration for articles was quite generous, with fees ranging from 10 yuan per 1,000 words to even 100 yuan per 1,000 words being commonplace. In contrast, the monthly salary of an ordinary worker hovered around 40 yuan, with those in rural areas earning even less, often merely 30 yuan. Thus, publishing an article could equate to a month's wages, making it feasible to enjoy meat and meals, albeit with some difficulty, while frequently indulging in it was entirely achievable. Moreover, Yang Rui was merely transcribing the articles already residing in his mind, so producing a few more posed no significant burden. Wang Guohua, partially comprehending, inquired, "If submitted to a magazine, can it truly be published?" "What are you writing?" "I am merely documenting some special applications of middle school mathematical formulas, such as distinguishing between odd and even numbers and how to make more accurate judgments." Noticing Wang's confusion, Yang Rui quickly added, "There are also catchy rhymes and such." "Ah, rhymes. Those are quite useful. However, the rhyme you taught me, wasn't it imparted by an elderly teacher? Wang Guohua recalled this detail. Yang Rui replied somewhat ambiguously, he taught me some at that time, and I also attempted to create my own. Can what you've composed be published? Wang queried. Well, if not, that is also acceptable. Wang Guohua, having satisfied his curiosity, turned back to attend the lecture. Yang Rui continued to transcribe his article, cautious not to copy too much. As it was the rookie's first publication, he chose a moderate level of difficulty, suitable for a middle school student. Of course, some inspiration was essential for the nuances involved. Once the chemistry class concluded, Zhuang Muxing packed his belongings and exited, leaving the classroom momentarily quiet. A few seconds later, Su Jing was the first to rise, presenting a piece of paper to Yang Rui, stating, I wish to join your group. Yang Rui had just unfolded the application when another paper was handed to him. I also want to join the group. It was Chao Baoming, his tall figure blocking the aisle. You could simply write your application on a scrap of paper. You never specified it had to be on tin foil, Chao Baoming jested. The cost of cigarettes wrapped in tin foil was 2 dimes more than those unwrapped. Noticing Yang Rui was about to set it aside, he quickly added, take a look at what I've written. Yang Rui glanced at Su Jing. It's fine to read his first, she responded with a demeanor of easygoingness. Then please wait a moment. Yang Rui spread out Chao Baoming's application and remained silent for a while. Can't you read it clearly? Chao Baoming, feeling anxious, exclaimed. I'll read it aloud for you. Wait a moment. Chao Baoming coughed lightly and began to recite. I voluntarily joined the Yang Rui study group. Support the group's program, abide by the group's regulations, fulfill the duties of a member, execute the group's decisions, and strictly adhere to the group's discipline. Yang Rui, feeling a headache, tapped his forehead. This fellow had actually rewritten the party's oath. Although somewhat inappropriate, he could not deny that this alteration quite suited his temperament. A smug smile graced Chao Baoming's face. Despite his robust appearance, he possessed keen insight, and after careful consideration, he had indeed touched upon Yang Rui's sensitive spot. So, may I join the group? Chao Baoming asked, rubbing his hands together, genuinely believing in the utility of Yang Rui's group. Yang Rui hesitated for a moment before smiling. You may study alongside the group and initially serve as a reserve member. Reserve member? Chao Baoming suddenly felt as though he had written too much. Chapter 12. Homecoming. The following day, Yang Rui was summoned to the principal's office. Several teachers were present, and Principal Zhao Danian personally inquired about Yang Rui's academic performance. Everyone was eager to understand how an ordinary student had suddenly transformed into a top scorer. In truth, the teachers who had witnessed the college entrance examinations of 1977 and 1978 were somewhat mentally prepared for a student's remarkable progress. However, Yang Rui's transformation was so astonishing that it captured the attention of Principal Zhao Danian himself. In the vicinity of Shibao Town, Zhao Danian was a legendary figure. He had joined the Young Pioneers during his primary school years, wielded a red flag, and delivered messages during the national liberation. By the time of the country's liberation, he had not only joined the Communist Party but had also managed to navigate his way through county high school, emerging as one of the esteemed intellectuals of his time. Shibao Middle School, which had developed from nothing to a comprehensive institution encompassing primary to secondary education, was largely the result of Zhao's relentless efforts. Thanks to his credentials, Shibao Middle School, despite having faced interruptions in its operations, had managed to endure and even grow. Xiaobaya was able to attend school here due to her father's connections. Zhao Danyan's local reputation was nothing short of illustrious, and his stubborn nature was well known to all. When faced with him, Yang Rui could not simply attribute his success to a moment of enlightenment. After careful consideration, he finally spoke slowly. In fact, I used to memorize questions and texts frequently, yet I never grasped the essence. This time, the college entrance examination truly awakened me, and I felt a newfound understanding in the sciences. Furthermore, the format of this examination bears a striking resemblance to the previous college entrance examination, and I had encountered most of the questions before. Achieving a perfect score, though somewhat unexpected, was not entirely unanticipated. Zhao Danian, with his hands clasped behind his back, paced around his dark red writing desk, as if weighing the veracity of his own words. Seizing the opportunity, the other teachers began to pose their inquiries. Yang Rui responded intermittently, his focus entirely on Zhao Danian, fully aware that a single statement from the old man held more weight than 100 from others. After several minutes of unproductive dialogue, Zhao Danian finally halted and inquired, Can you maintain this level of performance? Without hesitation, Yang Rui affirmed, yes. Zhao Danian nodded approvingly, stating, then strive to excel and aim for a place at the University of Science and Technology of China or Peking University to bring honor to our Shibao Middle School. He continued, what are your thoughts on the study group you organized? My aim is to share my experiences with everyone, Yang Rui replied. However, learning is subjective. One cannot merely absorb information indiscriminately. Mutual assistance within the group, I believe, is the most effective method for improving our results. Zhao Danian pondered for a moment before responding. The atmosphere of mutual learning among students is indeed beneficial. It is essential to not only share your experiences with them. He elaborated for 2 minutes, during which Yang Rui consistently nodded in agreement. At last, Zhao Danian revealed a look of satisfaction and asked, do any of you have something to say? The few teachers in the room exchanged glances. Observing their hesitation, Zhao Danian waved his hand dismissively, saying, very well, Yang Rui, you may return now. Yang Rui smiled and nodded to the other teachers before exiting. Once the door closed, Teacher Lu coughed and remarked, Principal, what do you expect to glean from such inquiries? Zhao Danian countered with a question of his own. What do you wish to uncover? Teacher Lu was momentarily taken aback. Let us all return, whether good or bad. The college entrance examination will serve as the ultimate test. Everything hinges on the results. Zhao Danian, a stubborn old man, was an unwavering advocate of results, disregarding the teachers' opinions and swiftly sending them on their way. Thus, the final discussion at Shibao Middle School regarding Yang Rui's academic performance came to an inconclusive end. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yang Rui gathered the 18 backup members of the study group who had submitted their applications and commenced formulating a study plan. Rising at 6 in the morning for a run, having breakfast by 6:30, and beginning English memorization at 7. A meticulous schedule stretched from 6 in the morning to midnight, entirely consuming the day. This was a familiar routine for Yang Rui from his time at the tutoring school, and he navigated it effortlessly, without a hitch. Wang Guohua and the others gazed at the plan, detailed to the minute, their expressions contorting in dismay. Are we truly expected to adhere to this? Huang Run, lean in appearance, wore a similarly grim countenance. He was also Yang Rui's fellow townsman and classmate. If we wish to attend university, we must follow this regimen, Yang Rui softly asserted. If one cannot persevere, it is acceptable. One simply must withdraw from this study group. Please, no? Chao Baoming immediately exclaimed. Isn't it merely a study plan? If you do not set it, we shall establish our own. However, you have yet to specify what we should study. He suggested starting with memorization, urging them to commit to memory as much as possible, while also solving a few problems. I have already prepared the examination papers. Each afternoon, I will discuss the questions with you, augmenting your foundational knowledge. The college entrance examination fundamentally assesses one's grasp of the basics. There is no necessity for overly complex material. Su Jing appeared somewhat perplexed. Yang Rui, counting on his fingers, remarked, imagine achieving a passing grade across all subjects. Chinese 72, Mathematics 72, English, Physics, Chemistry, and Politics all at 60, and Biology at 30. That would yield a total score of 414, more than sufficient for university admission. Wouldn't you agree? The 18 heads below nodded in unison. Currently, there are few systematic review plans for the college entrance examination in secondary schools. Everyone understands that high scores lead to university admission, yet few have taken the time to summarize how to study more efficiently for college. Yang Rui effortlessly opened a window of opportunity for them. Students from rural areas often possess a weak foundation, unlike many urban students who, even during times of upheaval, have parents guiding them in their studies. Thus, it is unrealistic to elevate everyone's proficiency in all subjects within a mere year. Yang Rui simultaneously aims to reinforce their foundational knowledge while tailoring improvements in various subjects to individual needs. For instance, if Wang Guohua wishes to elevate his mathematics score to above 80, he faces a formidable challenge. With the time at hand, it would be more prudent for him to memorize some exercises and secure a passing grade, thereby conserving his efforts for chemistry and English, which are more conducive to achieving higher marks. Yang Rui devoted 3 days to supervising and refining their study plan. By the weekend, the 18 members of the study group had begun to acclimate to this new approach to learning. It was only then that Yang Rui felt compelled to request leave from Teacher Lu, preparing for a brief return home. The remedial class operates under the strictest management. Given that few students from the current cohort managed to gain university admission, The school allocates its scant teaching resources entirely to the remedial class. Without a leave request for the weekend, students are left with merely half a day's respite. As for the teachers, they are truly committed, selflessly working overtime without remuneration. While the fervor of passion may not entirely encapsulate the serious atmosphere of the classroom, it is indeed accurate to say that each individual harbors a flame within. This is an era ripe with ambition, yet no one quite knows the magnitude of their potential accomplishments, leading them to channel their excess energy into endless labor. Only Yang Rui could easily secure 2 days of family leave. On Saturday, he returned to Zizi Township aboard an open-top truck laden with goods from Shibao Town. In stark contrast to Shibao Town, which boasts 2 bustling streets, Zizi Township appears considerably more underdeveloped. A street just over 100 meters long showcases the township's government office, supply and marketing cooperative, post office, and seed station, which collectively represent the most thriving area of the entire township. At the other end of the main street lies the vegetable market, a scene dominated by flowing sewage and a chaotic throng of people. In the entire village, only the road in front of the government office is paved with cement. The rest are mere coal slag paths, which, aside from the airborne coal dust contributing to the PM2.5 levels, are visually unappealing due to their grimy hues. As Yang Rui made his way, he greeted countless acquaintances and strangers alike, reminiscent of his time in the biology research building, where one had to communicate with all manner of creatures, not just the lab mice. Certainly, this experience felt more wholesome than a doctoral student's solitary interactions with mere lab mice. Arriving home coincided with dinner time, and Yang Rui instinctively pushed open the courtyard gate, revealing his family's 3 interconnected bungalows and a flourishing pear tree. Beneath the pear tree stood a familiar round table. Gazing at this scene, Yang Rui felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Ruier is back. His mother, emerging from the kitchen with dishes in hand, exclaimed in surprise. No classes this weekend? I took a leave, Yang Rui replied, then inquired, are there guests at home? In his memories, the Yang family typically dined indoors. But when there were many guests, they would gather in the courtyard to drink tea and eat, transforming it into the family's main gathering space. His mother pulled him over with affection and scrutinized him closely before saying, just in time, your uncle has come and brought some canned goods. He'll bring you too when you return to school. What brings uncle here? Yang Rui recalled that his uncle, over 40, was a serious workaholic who, although often assisting relatives, was not one to visit casually. He is here to discuss some matters with your father. Mother Rui busily arranged the dishes and then retrieved 2 cans from the kitchen, handing them to Yang Rui. These are from your uncle, prepared for you to take to school. The tin cans, containing rib meat, were smooth on all sides, adorned only with a simple paper label which indicated a weight of 485 grams in the lower right corner. Yang Rui had heard of rib canned food during his studies in applied microbiology, but he had never encountered it in person. However, for a young man who had not savored the taste of meat for an entire week, he could vividly imagine the delectable ribs contained within the iron cans. Is this produced at your uncle's factory? Yang Rui couldn't help but lick his lips, thinking that once his manuscript payment arrived, he would definitely buy more canned goods to stockpile. Indeed, the canning factory under the meat processing plant is quite reliable. Look, these 2 cans were purchased at half price. They may have a slight dent at the bottom, but the contents are perfectly fine. Mother Rui lifted the can to display it to Yang Rui, revealing a protrusion at the bottom, as if the bones were about to burst forth. Yang Rui nodded, commenting, protrusion. What? This unevenness at the bottom is referred to as a protrusion. Canned food is a common application in microbiology. If 2 sets of microbiology examination papers were to be created, at least one question would pertain to it. Mother Rui paused for a moment, nodding dismissively, and said, your uncle mentioned something about it once, noting that the food companies reject cans with unsightly appearances and sell them off cheaply to employees and their families. Your uncle has been troubled by this matter lately, so please don't bring it up. Perhaps I could assist him in resolving this issue? Yang Rui contemplated the can in his hand, reflecting on the intricate relationship between food and biology. Although he had not previously conducted research in this field, he had perused related papers on occasion. While he may not have retained the information back then, it now resided within the recesses of his mind. Naturally, his mother was skeptical. She chuckled and said, your uncle invited everyone from the city canning factory to come and see. Now, wash your hands and prepare for dinner. Chapter 13. The crisis of craftsmanship. Uncle Da and Yang's father strolled through the streets and returned home with a bottle of Finjiu. Upon seeing Yang Rui home, Uncle Da was elated. He affectionately ruffled the boy's hair and retrieved a fountain pen from his briefcase, presenting it to him. I hear you wish to continue your studies for the college entrance examination. I wholeheartedly support you. This pen was issued by the factory. My old pen still serves me well, so you may use this one. The fountain pen, with its ample barrel and slender nib, boasted a black body and a deep blue clip that shimmered faintly. Yang Rui, without much thought, simply expressed his gratitude and accepted it. However, his mother swiftly snatched it away, her voice tinged with irritation. Why do you take whatever is given to you? Uncle, return it for Xiao Feng. She too is approaching her examinations. Feng already has one. This is a gift for my nephew. Do not seize it. Uncle Duan Hua reclaimed the pen and placed it back in Yang Rui's hands, insisting that he grasp it firmly. You must dedicate yourself to your studies, striving to gain admission to a university, bringing honor to our family, to your parents, and securing a bright future for yourself. Consider your uncle and your father. We have suffered the consequences of lacking diplomas. Otherwise, we would not be confined to the countryside. I have not suffered, retorted Yang's father, unwilling to lose face before his son. During the era of intellectual and physical struggles, had I not possessed a lower qualification, I might have found myself among the minority, risking my very life. The path one treads is of one's own making. Fate is predetermined. Overthinking is futile. Yang's mother, exasperated, smacked Yang's father on the shoulder. Is this how a father should speak? Always uttering such disheartening words. I speak the truth, he replied dismissively. Forget it. Let us drink, let us drink. Yang's father took 2 small cups and began pouring the liquor with utmost seriousness. Rui's mother, feeling helpless, urged Yang Rui to put away his fountain pen, adding, do not heed your father's words. That old man's mind is set in its ways. Focus on your studies, and after graduation, secure a good position. When a mother begins to lecture, there is little room for interruption. Yang Rui had no choice but to listen obediently, while his father and uncle silently clinked their glasses, exchanging knowing glances over their drinks. As they sat at the dining table, Yang Rui gradually recalled more about his own identity. His grandfather, Yang Shan, was a valiant soldier during the War of Resistance against Japan and also served as the former secretary of the Zizizi Commune. His father, Yang Feng, currently holds a high-ranking position in the local party of Zizizi Township. The 2 generations of the Yang family managed the township with an iron grip, truly embodying the role of local sovereigns. However, both generations adhered to strict self-discipline, prioritizing the collective over the individual. They refrained from reaping benefits from their own backyard, often contributing donations and resources to those in need, including impoverished families and veterans. Consequently, their family wealth was even less than that of ordinary township employees. The previous Yang Rui was influenced by this familial ethos, which led him to take drastic measures after failing his college entrance examinations. On the other hand, Yang Rui's maternal grandfather, Duan Hongsheng, exhibited a more progressive mindset. He not only held a position in a state-owned enterprise, but also managed to secure employment for numerous family members across various local companies. This practice, being quite fashionable, should neither be condemned nor viewed with disdain. Rather, it stands as a testament to the family's collective spirit of contribution. As the eldest son of the Duan family, Duan Hua joined the Shibao meat processing plant in the 1960s, a choice that was quite esteemed at the time. For many, securing a position at the meat processing plant not only signified a stable income, but also ensured access to meat and fats. In an era when merely satisfying one's hunger was a challenge, the Shibao meat processing plant was a coveted establishment, even more difficult to enter than the county finance bureau. By the 1980s, the Shibao meat processing plant remained an esteemed enterprise both within the city and the province, especially after establishing its own canned goods and leather factories. The benefits offered to employees were indeed lavish. Workers could purchase byproducts such as bones at remarkably low prices, and they were regularly allocated pork and offal. The most enticing offer for those outside the plant was the inferior products from the canned goods factory, which, devoid of meat tickets, were sold to employees at less than half the market price. This alone was sufficient to keep the sons-in-law of the meat processing plant content with their 3 mothers-in-law. However, while the occasional surplus of such products could be distributed among family members, an excessive quantity would adversely affect revenue. As the deputy director in charge of production at the canned goods factory, Yang Rui's brother-in-law, Duan Hua, had long been troubled by the issue of defective products. Regrettably, the rib canned goods were a relatively new variety, and despite reaching out to several large factories for assistance, the problem remained unresolved. On this occasion, Duan Hua sought to enlist Yang Feng's help in finding a more capable expert. After a few rounds of drinks, he slowly set down his cup and broached the subject at hand. Since the party officials at the main plant have changed, the production pressure has become excessively stringent. We need to find someone truly competent. Do you know anyone at the Provincial Livestock Bureau who could recommend an expert? Despite being merely a mid-level official in the local party, Yang Feng boasts a considerable network of elders and friends, many of whom hold positions at the provincial and municipal levels. Under significant pressure from above, Duan Hua immediately thought of his brother-in-law. A deadline has been set. Yang Feng quickly comprehended the situation. There are 3 months to yield results, and only 2 remain. One must ponder, can a technical issue be resolved in such a manner? Rubbing his round nose, Duan Hua shook his head and remarked, when we initially established this production line, we sent a few inexperienced youths to Qingdao for 3 months of training. Now, the yield rate has plummeted, and the responsibility for improving the processes has fallen upon me once again. The decline in yield rate has not occurred overnight, so why the urgency now? Duan Hua took a sip of wine and explained, the Municipal Bureau is coming to inspect the production line and conduct product evaluations. Hence the factory is in a state of panic. Let them be anxious, Yang Feng retorted. Do they think the old Duan family is so easily intimidated? If they wish to cast aspersions, let them. If you're unwilling to confront them, I shall have a word with Li Datu, the factory director, whom we have assisted in the past. Yang Rui was instantly captivated by the fierce determination of his mother. A woman raised in the confines of a state-owned enterprise is indeed undaunted. Duan Hua wore a wry smile and clarified, this is not a matter concerning Li Datu. It is a directive from the main factory. The new party official has come from the Light Industry Bureau, young, well-connected, and presumably here to succeed the former factory director. He has adopted a slogan, the mediocre shall fall, and the capable shall rise. If the yield rate of the canning factory does not improve, I, as the deputy factory director in charge of production, shall be deemed the mediocre, while his appointed personnel will be regarded as the capable. The canned food factory operates as a subsidiary of the meat processing plant, with all personnel arrangements subject to the directives of the main facility. Although the political officials' positions carry significantly less weight than that of the factory director, their influence can manifest when the secretary possesses a notable background. Is it the production line of rib canned goods that has such a low yield? Yang Rui suddenly inquired. Indeed it is. Duan Hua presumed Yang Rui's curiosity was merely inquisitive. What is the current yield rate? Yang Rui continued to probe, deep in thought. It barely exceeds 75, Duan Hua replied. Yang Rui subtly shook his head and asked, what yield rate is necessary to pass inspection? Ah, I see you're concerned about your uncle. Duan Hua chuckled lightly before responding. To pass, a minimum yield rate of 80 is required, possibly even 85. An 85 yield rate is already quite low. In a market economy, such a canned food factory would struggle to survive. Yang Rui nodded slowly, weighing the merits of various related papers in his mind. Research concerning rib canned goods predominantly emerged in the late 1980s to early 1990s. It was a product that appeared and vanished abruptly, created by some meat joint enterprises as a solution to the surplus of bone-in meat. However, the fact that ribs were undervalued in the 1980s, leading to excess inventory, does not imply that they have always held little worth. Once their prices began to rise, rib canned goods naturally faded into obscurity. The often sluggish academic community would take an additional 5 to 6 years to begin addressing the practical difficulties faced by enterprises, indicating that the expert currently engaged by Yang Rui's uncle would likely have to start from scratch in their research. At this moment, Rui's mother anxiously inquired, what if you cannot pass the assessment? Will you truly resign? The likelihood was substantial. Duan Hua tilted his head back for another drink, grimacing at the spiciness, and remarked, that young fellow, the newly appointed high-ranking official named Han San, tends to employ underhanded tactics. He possesses some influence. The factory director has grown weary and is reluctant to intervene. If I am singled out by the Municipal Bureau, I doubt he will come to my aid. Underhanded methods do not lead to lasting success. However, there are still 2 months remaining. Tomorrow, I shall go to Yicheng to seek out old Mao and bring back a formidable expert for you. Yang's father resolutely made this promise, having sensed the impending crisis. Very well, very well. I have gathered the technical department. As soon as the expert arrives, We will promptly enhance the production process. Duanhua finished his drink with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Yang Rui found it increasingly difficult to conceal his skepticism regarding his uncle and father's plans. Experts are not deities, without established conclusions or prior research. They too must undertake the arduous task of summarizing and investigating anew, which is time-consuming. Furthermore, adjusting the production process at the factory demands time as well. Accomplishing both tasks within a mere 2 months is undoubtedly a daunting challenge that requires serendipity. Yang Rui could not bear to watch his uncle gamble on luck. He recalled that during the era of scarcity, the meat and discounted goods sent by his uncle were the primary sources of protein for the Yang family. The present Yang Rui, fortunate enough to inherit a fine physique, owed much to his uncle's generosity. Otherwise, under the stubbornness of the 2 Yang secretaries, while starvation was not a certainty, the suffering would surely have been far greater. Upon this realization, Yang Rui ceased to conceal his thoughts. Dipping his finger in water, he drew a line upon the table and inquired, "Uncle, does your pork rib production line follow the procedure of pre-cooking, followed by frying, then cutting into pieces, canning, sealing for sterilization, and finally packaging?" He marked a point along the line for each step of the production process. "How do you know this?" Duanhua exclaimed in astonishment. In this era of information scarcity, rather than an explosion of data, the absence of the internet and the rarity of books and journals render it exceedingly challenging for individuals to acquire the information they seek. Even among employees of food factories, a technician from a flour mill might be entirely unaware of the operations at a canning factory. Yang Rui had never visited a canning factory, leaving him with no avenue for such knowledge. With an innocent expression, he replied, "Last summer, I stayed with my third uncle in the provincial capital for a while. I frequently visited the library, both the city library and the school library. I recall reading an article about canned pork ribs. I even conducted a bit of research." Not only did he elucidate the source of his information, but he also paved the way for future discussions. Duanhua, oblivious to these implications, responded with a mixture of amusement and incredulity. "You conducted research? Very well, then enlighten me on what you discovered." "There are 4 methods to address the issue of protruding corners in canned pork ribs," Yang Rui stated, as if discussing the various spellings of the word fennel beans. In truth, to him, they all seemed quite similar. Chapter 14. Technical solutions. The latest advancements in a particular study have long posed a challenge for numerous researchers, particularly prior to the advent of the digital age. This dilemma is especially pronounced for niche topics, where communication among researchers was the sole recourse, aside from tirelessly perusing newly published journals. In the 1980s, this issue became even more arduous, as the nation had been entrenched in political isolation for over a decade. Discoveries from abroad, other than those grounded in Marxist theory, could no longer be unearthed merely by sifting through the latest issues of journals. Furthermore, verifying whether there had previously been relevant research domestically was equally challenging, hindered by gaps in the research community and a lack of accessible data. Thus, when Yang Rui mentioned having come across a journal that provided solutions for the problem of canning bulges, Duanhua felt a modicum of belief. However, recognizing that Yang Rui was merely a high school student, Duanhua straightened slightly and inquired with calm seriousness, "What are the 4 methods you mentioned?" Yang Rui's parents also cast curious glances at their son. "The first method involves enhancing the strength of the can itself. If I recall correctly, we might consider using superior tinplate." Yang Rui deliberately spoke somewhat ambiguously. Duanhua nodded knowingly, unperturbed. One could substitute 90p tinplate for 80p tinplate. Moreover, imported tinplate is an option. RB standard is exceptional, surpassing even that of the Americans. However, for a small factory like ours, we lack foreign exchange. As he concluded this thought, Duanhua raised his glass with a hint of self-deprecation. In 1982, foreign exchange was so precious that high-ranking officials meticulously calculated their expenditures during travels, while county-level institutions seldom considered utilizing foreign currency. Yang Feng, possessing a wealth of knowledge, raised his glass and proactively clinked it with his companion, saying, "Isn't your factory exporting white strip meat to Europe? I heard it sells quite well. Surely, there must be some foreign exchange reserves." "Reserves are allocated to the main factory. Our branch cannot expect to obtain such quotas," he replied. "Switching to domestic 90p is not feasible either. Spending more money is hardly a skill, and besides, domestic tinplate is also in short supply." Duanhua spoke with an air of nonchalance. "The Shibao meat processing plant, established in the 1960s, has evolved into a comprehensive facility encompassing slaughtering, cold storage, transportation, and processed meat products. The canning factory, still in its infancy, has shown promising revenue, yet remains a minor player. In such a vast state-owned enterprise, the struggle for power and profit is an arena where outsiders have little say. Yang Rui did not believe that merely using superior materials would resolve the issues at hand. Given the current economic climate, the development of new products focuses primarily on minimizing costs, let alone the refinement of existing products. Reflecting on his experiences as a graduate student dealing with corporate clients, Yang Rui smiled faintly and said, "Then I shall proceed to my second point." "Oh, please do." Duan Hua replied, his demeanor unconsciously becoming more serious in response to Yang Rui's shift. The second point pertains to the temperature of the broth. By meticulously controlling the temperature, one can gradually release the pressure differential. According to the data, it should be over 80 degrees. As for the specifics, testing will be necessary. Unable to directly extract the values from the documentation, Yang Rui endeavored to narrow down the range. However, the varying production lines and equipment necessitate distinct temperature settings, which invariably require the factory to conduct its own adjustments. The significance of the manufacturer's after-sales service and the presence of the technical department within the factory lie in this very aspect. Duan Hua, however, found himself perplexed. Determining which temperature yields better results is rather challenging, as the factory is lacking in skilled personnel. The primary operations of the main plant revolve around slaughtering and cutting, leaving no suitable candidates available. The Shibao Canning Factory, a newly established branch of the Shibao meat processing plant, lacks experienced veterans to support its operations, and the influx of university graduates post-college entrance examination reforms has not yet reached it. Duan Hua represents the pinnacle of their expertise. Consequently, even the simplest comparative tests, which a common graduate student might easily conduct in later years, are akin to a mouse racing a turtle for the Shibao Canning Factory, leaving them at a loss for where to begin. Yang Rui shook his head and remarked, "The third method involves relying on pre-cooking and canning adjustments to address the issue of sharp angles as much as possible, which should be implemented alongside other strategies. Adequate pre-cooking and reasonable canning weight, among other factors, are essential. We are already undertaking this, but determining the pre-cooking duration and the extent of canning remains a challenge." At this point, Duan Hua was fully engaged, genuinely delving into technical discussions. The pre-cooking time and canning extent could be further adjusted, at least confined within a certain range, and should be correlated with the temperature of the broth for some testing. "Indeed, I will contemplate a solution once I return." Yang Rui's parents glanced around, sensing something amiss in the current scene. Yang Rui, feeling quite pleased, took a bite of his dish and said with a smile, "The method that most significantly enhances the yield of quality products is the fourth approach. Before we proceed, may I inquire whether the factory employs a sterilization pot for the sterilization process?" "Indeed, it is the GT7C3 model, which we also refer to as a sterilization tank." "Is it vertical?" "Yes. The freshly sealed cans are placed inside for high-temperature sterilization, followed by a spray cooling process, and finally, they are packed and dispatched." My uncle is no longer inclined to test. He is solely engaged in a technical discussion. He is now convinced that Yang Rui has genuinely reviewed the pertinent literature. Yang Rui feigned a moment of recollection and inquired, "Is this model of sterilization tank designed to spray water from below?" "Yes, indeed." Yang Rui's expression transformed into one of enlightenment. "Then, that is undoubtedly correct. To significantly enhance the yield of quality products, we must replace the vertical sterilization tank with a horizontal one." "Why is that?" The book provided only a cursory answer, lacking in detail. After some reflection, I posited, "Do you think it works like this?" Yang Rui adopted the demeanor of an eager student. "If water is sprayed from below, it will accumulate at the bottom. Thus, the cans at the bottom will cool first, while those above will cool later, correct? Furthermore, as the water accumulates below, the buoyancy will gradually increase, potentially causing the cans on top to float." Duan Hua, having worked on-site for many years, nodded in agreement while pondering. Indeed, the cooling is faster below and slower above. Consequently, the cans at the top may not be fully submerged in the cooling water, leading to a slower cooling process. Yang Rui delved deeper, stating, "I recall reading that varying temperatures can lead to pressure differentials. Indeed, these pressure differentials are the culprits behind the formation of protrusions. Therefore, This vertical sterilization tank inherently contributes to the issue, and it ought to be replaced. As Yang Rui gradually pressed on, he had already formed a firm conviction in his mind. The vertical sterilization tank not only contributes to the protrusions, but is also one of the primary causes, as concluded by numerous related papers in later years. The canning factory currently only achieves a 75 yield rate, closely linked to this issue. Only by first transforming the sterilization and cooling methods, in conjunction with other minor techniques, can a higher yield rate be attained. This straightforward yet rigorous reasoning captivated Duanhua, who fell silent, deep in thought. Yang Rui's mother, not understanding the technicalities, observed his demeanor and assumed he had misspoken, chuckling, "Brother, don't overthink it. You should eat something. The dishes are getting cold." Duanhua bowed his head, remaining silent. The small courtyard was enveloped in an inexplicable tranquility, with only the gentle rustle of the pear tree swaying in the breeze, and faintly, a lingering fragrance seemed to waft through the air. Suddenly, Duanhua slapped his thigh with a resounding clap, grimacing in pain, yet he steadied himself against the table and declared, "I must return. This is where I must end my drinking for today." "Oh, what is the matter?" Yang Rui's parents rose to their feet. There's a horizontal sterilization tank in the third workshop. They can utilize either type. I will exchange it for testing. There's no time to waste. I must leave now. Duanhua picked up his briefcase, intending to pat Yang Rui on the head. He hesitated for a moment before opting to give a hearty slap on the shoulder instead, laughing heartily. "Yang Rui has truly grown up. You have been a tremendous help to me. Next time, I shall bring you something nice. Shall we still invite the expert?" "Indeed. Let us invite him to conduct the tests." As he spoke, Duanhua quickened his pace, darting out of the courtyard and heading straight towards the bus station. Chapter 15. Workbook. Yang Rui took a well-deserved respite at home for 2 days, before shouldering 2 cans of food and a jar of pickles, returning to school. He arrived just in time for noon. As he set down his belongings, he was greeted by a dark throng of people crowding in. Some perched on the windowsill. Others stood by the door, while a few boldly positioned themselves atop the bed. The room's light dimmed significantly, as if a heavy cloud were looming overhead. "What is going on?" Yang Rui exclaimed, startled, feeling as though he were being cornered by a group of unruly youths. "Brother Rui is back. Greetings, Brother Rui. Thank you for your hard work." The chorus of the young men's greetings inexplicably evoked memories of films he had seen in the past, or perhaps films he would see in the future. Chao Baoming, pushing through the crowd with determination, reached Yang Rui's side, grinning widely. "Brother Rui, did you enjoy your time at home? We missed you terribly. That tone of yours." Yang Rui gestured toward him. "Who assigned me such a nickname?" "That is not a nickname. It is a mark of respect," Chao Baoming replied with a smile, presenting his notebook. "We completed the exercises you provided, and everyone found them beneficial. They differ from the ones we've done before, yet they feel refreshing. However, some problems we grasped, while others eluded our understanding. Let us focus on the explanations then. There is no need for theatrics," Yang Rui said, gently pushing Chao Baoming aside, adopting a serious demeanor. "I established this study group primarily to unite like-minded individuals. If your aspirations align with mine, I am eager to assist you in enhancing your abilities to the best of my capacity. If not, then even your respect is superfluous." Many nodded in agreement, expressing that they shared the same aspirations. However, the notion of shared aspirations is not merely a matter of words. "I observe you closely." Yang Rui envisioned a study group that would extend far beyond the confines of the college entrance examination, aspiring for a duration that was as protracted as possible. Thus, he was in no haste to designate his classmates and fellow townsfolk as official members. Others, unaware of Yang Rui's intentions, nodded in compliance. Suddenly, a pair of robust, dark arms pushed through the crowd, parting the way. To everyone's surprise, it was Su Jing, the formidable woman who had secured second place in mathematics. "Master brother, you needn't remain cooped up in this dark room. Let us converse outside. The sisters are all waiting." Su Jing's voice resonated, echoing as if shaking the very beams of the room. Wang Guohua, having returned to his dormitory without even donning a shirt, hastily grabbed one and retorted, "What brings you into the boys' dormitory? It's certainly not to admire your ribcage." Su Jing replied with a hint of pride, "If I hadn't come in, you would monopolize master brother. What about the girls? Could you not have knocked first?" Wang Guohua questioned. Su Jing chuckled, "Second brother, you are being unreasonable. The entrance was so tightly blocked. What purpose would knocking serve? You have such a loud voice. You could have called out, Wang Guohua began, only to realize he had stepped into a verbal trap, quickly adding, "Who is your second brother, then? In our study group, Rui Gu is undoubtedly the master brother. You are an official member. You are not the second brother. Who, then, is the second brother?" Upon Su Jing's remark, a hearty laughter erupted among the crowd, and they eagerly urged Wang Guohua to take on the role of the second senior brother. After a brief commotion, Yang Rui was still surrounded as he exited the dormitory, making his way to the large Chinese scholar tree closest to the playground. Lu Shan and several other female students had long been waiting there, having even arranged a set of tables and benches. As Yang Rui surveyed the area, he noticed that the number of students gathered had surpassed 40 and was still increasing. His study group consisted of 18 members, and the additional attendees could not simply be regarded as onlookers, but rather as somewhat insincere devotees. Yang Rui had anticipated such a scenario and smiled faintly as he commenced his lecture. The topics he chose to address were those that the group members found particularly perplexing. Yang Rui began by categorizing the questions and drawing lines to distinguish them, subsequently addressing varying degrees of difficulty based on each student's unique academic performance and focus. However, he primarily concentrated on fundamental questions, addressing only a couple of representative challenging problems presented by some students, while the remainder were disregarded. This approach resembled that of a small class tutoring session, which, compared to the pressures faced by a tutoring instructor, was somewhat demanding. Nevertheless, having been a distinguished tutor for several years, Yang Rui was more than capable of managing a group of dozens of students. As the lunchtime recess drew to a close, the questions Yang Rui had selected had been thoroughly exhausted. "Let's discuss some difficult problems," called out one student. Yang Rui shook his head and replied, "Mastering the basic questions and reaching the passing mark is sufficient for success in the college entrance examination. There is no immediate need to delve into the more challenging problems. It is impossible to achieve passing marks in every subject." Many students nodded in agreement. The concept of fundamentals is quite profound. Absence signifies absence, and there exists an overwhelming number of students who are deficient in various subjects. Yang Rui remained steadfast in his approach, yet he acknowledged the need for flexibility. After some contemplation, he proposed, "How about this? I will replicate a few sets of foundational practice papers for everyone to attempt. Achieving the passing mark is paramount. Tackling difficult problems is futile. Focusing on simpler exercises is the most efficient strategy." Upon hearing that there would be more exercises to complete, the students nodded in unison, their dissent dissipating. Lu Shan, with an unusual expression, cast a glance at Yang Rui and remarked, "While practicing more problems is undoubtedly beneficial, do you possess that many papers?" Yang Rui found her comment amusing, not due to Lu Shan herself, but rather the implication of her words. Fast forward 20 years, and students facing a mountain of worksheets would likely be overwhelmed with despair. In contrast, students from the 1980s were on a quest for practice materials, often distressed by their scarcity. As long as you are willing to engage with the exercises, there will be an abundance of papers available. Allow me to first replicate the questions. I will print them out and distribute them to everyone tomorrow or the day after," Yang Rui stated, stretching his back and cheerfully adding, "Now may I be excused?" Lu Shan hastily stepped aside to clear the path, but once Yang Rui passed, she couldn't help but think, "Why must they all pass through my space?" In the afternoon, Yang Rui seized a moment to transcribe several sets of mathematics practice papers for Wang Guohua and Qiao Baoming, instructing them to organize the backup members to print and distribute the materials. The practice papers were structured as unit-based exercises, perfectly suited for foundational revision. Wang Guohua cradled the notebook handed to him by Yang Rui, wishing fervently to tuck it close to his heart, yet hesitated as he inquired, "Isn't it true that even those not in our group will receive it as well?" "Of course, they are all classmates. There is no need for secrecy," Yang Rui replied, his generosity surprising both of them. Qiao Baoming recalled his oath upon joining the group and couldn't help but exclaim, "If everyone, regardless of their membership, receives the questions and discussions, what purpose does our group serve?" Copying and discussing the questions requires little effort, and sharing them with classmates incurs no cost. There is no need for preferential treatment at this moment. While copying and discussing may not cost anything, printing certainly does. Paper requires funds, ink necessitates expenditure, and we must also borrow materials from teachers. Wang Guohua lamented, "How can we provide printed copies for everyone without any funds?" Yang Rui was taken aback. Though he spoke of generosity, he truly could not afford the expenses for paper and ink. Sign, Wang Guohua secured the notebook and proposed. Let us do this. I will ask our classmates who want printed copies to contribute a few cents, and we can pool our resources to print them. Those unwilling to contribute can copy them on their own. Sound fair? Yang Rui eagerly nodded in agreement. With his approval, Wang Guohua, like a jubilant steward, dashed throughout the school to promote this initiative. In 1980s China, photocopiers and printers were not ubiquitous. Even a decade later, such machines remained a luxury. However, the absence of modern photocopiers did not imply that pen and paper were the only alternatives. Oil printing had long been a crucial tool for written propaganda since the Revolutionary Base period. Nevertheless, oil printing was a complicated process to undertake. It is necessary for an individual to first inscribe the desired characters and images onto wax paper using a heavy and rigid iron stylus. The lettering must be rendered even smaller than the standard font, making this task considerably more challenging than utilizing a fountain pen, with the writing speed being significantly slower. For an unskilled person, taking 20 to 30 minutes to transcribe a single page is not deemed slow. Wang Guohua summoned 6 individuals, spending the better part of the day to transcribe the exercises dictated by Yang Rui onto the wax paper, and then called for the printing to commence. This was equally an arduous endeavor. Due to economic constraints, Shibao Middle School could not afford even a hand-operated mimeograph, let alone a legendary high-speed one. They were left with merely a rudimentary oil printing roller, requiring each sheet to be printed individually, which not only sullied the hands, but also rendered the wax paper susceptible to damage. Furthermore, the roller was not readily available for use, as it constituted an important asset of the school and could only be borrowed from the principal. Consequently, Wang Guohua, with a reluctant resolve, dragged Chao Baoming along to seek an audience with Principal Zhao Danian. While Chao Baoming was relatively composed, Wang Guohua, a native of Shibao Town, had been raised on the terrifying legends surrounding Zhao, and any previous encounters had left him trembling and hesitant to speak. Requesting the printing roller and ink from him, were it not for the irresistible allure of the exercises provided by Yang Rui, Wang Guohua would rather perish than enter the principal's office. Ultimately, it was the formidable charm of the college entrance examination that proved too enticing to resist. Zhao Danian resided in the town, but spent most of his time living at the school. Thus, the principal's office was located within the teacher's dormitory area, consisting of 2 adjoining rooms, one for administrative work and the other for living quarters, affording him a slight privilege over ordinary teachers. Wang Guohua stood at the door, nervously knocking twice before calling out, "Report." After a prolonged silence, footsteps finally echoed from within. He stood rigidly, feet together, too anxious to move. "What is it?" Zhao Danning, known for his warm demeanor towards students, inquired. Yet, his smile had long since been tainted by various terrifying legends. "We would like to borrow the mimeograph." Wang Guohua hesitated in his tone. Chao Baoming, ever brash, noticed Zhao Danning's smile and boldly added, "And some ink." "The mimeograph and ink?" Zhao Danning repeated with a grin. Chao Baoming glanced back at Wang Guohua and impulsively added, "If we could have some paper as well, that would be splendid." Wang Guohua's already tense expression tightened. Using ink was one thing, but requesting paper felt a tad excessive. He anxiously cast his gaze forward. The principal chuckled. "What do you intend to print?" "Let me see." Reluctantly, Wang Guohua produced the materials, stating, "Just some test papers." "Where did these come from?" the principal asked as he unfolded them. "They were brought by Yang Rui." "Yang Rui? He is a student in our class." Up until the college entrance examination, Yang Rui had been notably inconspicuous, and the principal was unlikely to recognize him. Zhao Danning made a sound of acknowledgement, his attention fixated on the papers, not sparing a glance at Wang Guohua. This inadvertently relieved some of Wang Guohua's tension. "Where did Yang Rui obtain these papers?" Zhao Danning suddenly inquired. "He has been the principal of a middle school for 2 decades, possessing a keen eye for detail." Upon seeing the examination papers, he found them refreshingly novel. Although there were indeed categorized exercises, the classification methods were distinctly different. Wang Guohua murmured, "They must have been purchased from the county. The county's Xinhua bookstore only has a limited number of mathematics papers. I have never encountered them before. Perhaps they originate from the provincial capital's Xinhua bookstore." "Impossible," Zhao Danyan interjected firmly. "I visited the Hedong Education Bureau just last month." Wang Guohua was rendered speechless. Zhao Danyan meticulously scanned all the papers, pondering in silence. Individuals in the 1980s held a deep-seated belief in authority. They trusted that the central government was infallible, that the administration was benevolent, that the words in books conveyed truth, and that those who authored textbooks were esteemed scholars. In Zhao Danyan's view, the examination papers purportedly obtained by Yang Rui appeared strikingly novel and sophisticated. He was intimately familiar with the experts within Hedong province, yet he could not recall anyone of such caliber. One must not be complacent. Could it be that some school had sourced internal materials from elsewhere? The adversary possesses what we lack, and we could suffer the consequences. Might Yang Rui's inflated scores be related to this? With this thought in mind, Zhao Danyan immediately inquired, "What about the rest?" "This is all there is." Wang Guohua replied in a hushed tone. "Could it be incomplete?" Zhao Danyan discreetly returned the papers to Wang Guohua, saying, "Print me another copy of the examination papers." He intended to leverage his connections to inquire further. Given that mathematics was present, one could surmise that subjects such as Chinese language and physics would also be available. Reclassifying all knowledge points is indeed a monumental task, one that can only be accomplished by a dedicated office. It is not easy to conceal. Wang Guohua let out a sigh of relief. "Are you suggesting that we could utilize an oil printing cylinder?" "Yes, the key will be entrusted to you. Once you are finished, simply insert it back through the window. The ink can also be used." Qiao Baoming was reluctant to spend money if it could be avoided. Zhao Danyan nodded in affirmation, saying, "It can indeed be utilized." "And what about the paper?" Qiao Baoming inquired once more, to which Wang Guohua was at a loss, nearly beside himself with frustration. Zhao Danyan had not anticipated such audacity from a student at her school and smiled, saying, "I will provide you with 2 sheets." Wang Guohua, genuinely fearing that Qiao Baoming might voice further objections, expressed his gratitude while hastily pulling Qiao Baoming away. Chapter 16. Remuneration. The freshly minted mathematics workbook created quite a stir at Shibao Middle School. Principal Zhao Danyan was not the only one to notice the novel categorization method. It captivated the attention of others as well. Not only did the students in the remedial classes seek out the mimeograph sheets, but also the freshmen and sophomores. And even the teachers all endeavored to obtain copies, meticulously transcribing the exercises. By the second week, students from nearby villages journeyed long distances solely to return home with a copy of the workbook. Yang Rui understood that it was the students and teachers returning home for the weekend who disseminated the news. Despite the limited communication devices available, certain information traveled remarkably swiftly. For many, such resources that could enhance their chances of academic success were akin to elixirs, prompting them to hasten to inform their relatives and friends' children, even if they had no immediate use for it. However, the excitement of others did not sway Yang Rui. He continued to methodically pursue his own plans, dedicating his mornings to physical exercise, engaging in English reading, taking notes during classes, and either mailing them or handing them over to Wang Guohua and others for duplication. In the evenings, he convened sessions for teaching and resolving doubts. Among these activities, he prioritized physical conditioning above all, followed closely by self-study in English and problem-solving instruction, relegating the task of transcribing articles for monetary gain to the very bottom of his list. In this life, having acquired a rare and robust physique, Yang Rui was determined not to squander it, while the cafeteria was yet to be inundated with high-calorie foods. He aimed to sculpt the six-pack abs he had once only dared to dream of. As for earning money, although he harbored some ideas, he lacked a foundation to put them into practice and could only focus on accumulating resources for the time being. Fortunately, we are not currently in an environment where money reigns supreme, and the pressure to earn a living is far less daunting than that faced by those pursuing graduate studies in later years. Moreover, the state-owned enterprises are stiflingly cramped, and the abysmal service conditions render shopping a tedious and even painful affair. The real estate sector still prohibits private transactions, and there is no stock market to entice investments. Although policies regarding opening stores and factories have loosened, it remains a venture fraught with risk in the mainland, where missteps could lead to imprisonment. Yang Rui's ambition to earn money is solely aimed at enhancing his quality of life, with the utmost goal being to improve the educational environment in his hometown. To achieve the former, publishing a single article would suffice. Yang Rui's inaugural payment for his manuscript came from middle school students' mathematics. A newly established popular science publication launched in 1981, primarily targeting middle school students and mathematics educators. The entry barrier is relatively low, yet its circulation is substantial, as it is directly managed by the China Association for Science and Technology and hosted by Beijing Normal University, making it a national journal. Consequently, the remuneration for 1,000 words reached 25 yuan, a respectable figure among popular science magazines. Yang Rui's article, titled A Brief Discussion on Common Extreme Value Problems in Analytic Geometry, comprised over 800 words and included illustrations, ultimately earning him 22 yuan. At that time, the monthly income of an ordinary worker was merely around 30 to 40 yuan, and Yang Rui's weekly allowance consisted of 2 yuan plus 7 jin of grain coupons, placing him among the affluent class of students. The 22 yuan equated to 3 months' worth of his food expenses, which was indeed considerable. From that day forth, Yang Rui unhesitatingly relocated his lunch to a small eatery in Shibao town. Individuals born in 1982 are still relatively unfamiliar with the culinary uses of gutter oil, genetically modified ingredients, and the controversial lean meat powder that modern society shuns. In small eateries, even the use of clear oil, fatty meat, and seasonings is quite frugal. In the eyes of Wang Guohua, a frequent diner, this is undoubtedly a display of stinginess. However, for Yang Rui, it represents an exceptionally healthy dietary approach. In his quest to build his physique, he requires a substantial intake of protein, yet the school cafeteria offers little beyond steamed buns and vegetable soup. As for flavor, it is simply incomparable. After just 2 days, the proprietor had already memorized the dietary preferences of this handsome young man who insisted on meat in every meal but preferred lean cuts over fatty ones. On the 3rd day, when Yang Rui returned alone, the owner had prepared dishes in advance and personally served them at the table, cheerfully offering a cigarette while attempting to establish rapport. "Are you a newcomer to the town for work? You must be from a big city," he inquired. Yang Rui shook his head, returning the cigarette with a smile. "I am merely a student from up north and not yet employed. I do not smoke." "It's better not to smoke." "Indeed," the owner chuckled, putting away the cigarette. He then asked, "So, have you recently transferred here? What makes you say that?" Yang Rui replied, "There are only a handful of students from the countryside who can afford to dine in our establishment, and your demeanor is quite distinctive. We have only just met, and yet I can guess you are from outside." The owner, who appeared to be in his 30s with a slight belly, habitually patted his abdomen, his eyes narrowing to mere slits. Yang Rui lifted his bowl and, without hesitation, took a couple of mouthfuls of rice before explaining, "I recently came into some money and decided to indulge in better meals." "You have certainly earned quite a sum," the proprietor remarked, his eyes gleaming as he poured a cup of tea for Yang Rui and slid it towards him with a smile. "My surname is Shi, given name Gui. You may call me Lao Shi or Gui Zi, whichever you prefer." Yang Rui furrowed his brow and set down the bowl, pondering. "How can a restaurant owner named Shi Gui expect me to address him as Lao Shi? It simply does not add up." Observing the expression on his face, the owner offered a resigned smile, saying, "My name was bestowed upon me by my parents, and I have no choice in the matter. Recently, I have been contemplating alternative avenues. Young brother, if you have any insights to impart, I assure you I will not neglect your generosity. This could also serve to foster connections." Yang Rui chuckled with admiration and candidly replied, "I published an article in a magazine, and they paid me a fee." The owner glanced at the dishes on the table, a meat and a vegetable dish served with rice, totaling a mere 3 yuan, which would constitute a week's worth of meals for an average family. There are families in town engaged in transportation who earn substantial sums, yet when dining out, they seldom dare to order meat every time. The owner, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is the fee for an article truly that high?" "Indeed, it is quite considerable," Yang Rui affirmed, taking a few bites of rice before continuing. "For an article of over 800 words, I received 22 yuan, just enough to sustain me for a week." The small proprietor ceased his motions of patting his belly and cautiously inquired, "You intend to consume all of that in a week for just 22 yuan? Why would it be otherwise?" Yang Rui replied with an air of inevitability. He was, after all, a man who relished his meat, and given his robust physique, his caloric needs were even greater. From a nutritional standpoint, to maintain his muscle mass and physique, he could not afford to skimp on his diet. The small boss was momentarily taken aback by his words. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "Why not deposit the money in a bank? It will sit there and wait for inflation." Yang Rui disdainfully shook his head, filled with sympathy for the small boss's financial perspective. The year 1984 was fast approaching, and few households would retain even half of their asset value by then. The small boss repeated the term inflation twice, then tapped his forehead and said, What you refer to as inflation is a capitalist phenomenon. Our country has neither external debts nor internal debts. How could we possibly experience inflation? Yang Rui chuckled in silence, pondering how to counter this argument. The small boss was merely echoing the official stance of the state, and it would be quite challenging to refute it within the domestic framework. Conversely, arguing outside this framework would only lead to unnecessary complications. Thus, Yang Rui simply smiled and continued to eat. Noticing his silence, Boscher felt a bit embarrassed, stood up, took a few steps, then turned back to say, "Comrade, will you be joining us for dinner tomorrow?" "Yes," Yang Rui replied, as he was increasing his physical activity and could hardly retain any food in his stomach. Boscher silently clenched his fist and continued, "I see that it's quite a hassle for you to run over here every day for a meal. How about this? You write down what you want to eat, and I will deliver it to you every noon for 5 days." Yang Rui raised his head in surprise. "You mean delivering takeout?" "Yes, that's about the gist of it." The small boss contemplated the meaning of takeout. Yang Rui replied somewhat incredulously, "Aren't you worried about the trouble? In business, one must not shy away from inconvenience." Boscher straightened his posture, puffed out his chest, and lifted his head high. "Is this something you have just conceived, or have you been doing it for a while?" After all, there were no fixed customers before. Shirgui felt a bit embarrassed, rubbing his forehead and saying, "People in the town love to dine at the People's Restaurant. Their food isn't necessarily better than mine. But being a state-run establishment with a more appealing ambience, it gives them a sense of pride." Yang Rui surveyed the surroundings of the small eatery, which boasted a mere 5 tables, its door curtains still greasy, certainly far from aesthetically pleasing. In his view, the townspeople's restaurant was hardly any better. Not receiving a response, Shirgui quietly inquired, "Comrade, why do you prefer eating at my establishment? You don't require food coupons, do you?" Yang Rui replied matter-of-factly, "The town's small eateries can procure agricultural products from the market without the need for coupons. By offering a bit more cash, they can save on those coupons, providing them with a competitive edge over state-run restaurants." Shirgui slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Indeed, when I deliver your meals, I won't require food coupons. Nor will I charge you extra. Just place an order for 5 days, or rather 4 days, and I will ensure your meals are delivered daily, wrapped in blankets to keep them piping hot." He assumed Yang Rui was concerned about the potential for increased costs. Yang Rui paused his chopsticks and remarked, "Then you must guarantee that the quality surpasses what you currently provide." "Of course," Shirgui assured him. "Can you procure beef? It is renowned for being high in protein and low in fat, not to mention its delightful flavor. Both ancient martial artists and modern bodybuilders favor it." "Beef. We have it, but it is quite expensive," Shirgui pondered hesitantly. "According to today's portion, if you deliver a meal of beef to me each day, I shall place an order for a month." Yang Rui retrieved the remaining 14 yuan from his pocket, leaving a small amount of change for himself, and placed the remaining 13 yuan upon the table, declaring, "This shall serve as the deposit." Shirgui swiftly accepted the money, stating, "For beef, each meal will cost 3.5 yuan. Upon hearing that a 500-gram can of beef only costs 2.8 yuan, the price of 3.5 yuan for a meat and vegetable dish seemed rather extravagant. Nevertheless, Yang Rui considered his continuous stream of manuscript fees and nodded in agreement. Having successfully negotiated his first takeaway contract, Shirgui eagerly went to fetch pen and paper, prompting Yang Rui to write the menu. Observing his retreating figure, Yang Rui felt a surge of emotion. This man, with a rather unappealing name, possessed the mindset of a trailblazer of the era. Chapter 17. I have 3 strategies with ample nourishment at his disposal. Yang Rui resolved to intensify his exercise regimen, embarking on a treasure hunt that led him to scour the school's sports room. Fortune smiled upon him as he discovered a barbell, new and gleaming, purchased by Shibao Town in response to the call of the rural sports games, intended for weightlifting competitions. Regrettably, no one in the neighboring villages possessed the knowledge of how to lift weights. Once the games concluded, it was relegated to Shibao Middle School as a cultural artifact. Whether it gathered dust or succumbed to rust was of little concern to those in power who had spent public funds. Yang Rui, however, was elated. The barbell bench press was a quintessential exercise for developing pectoral muscles, one he had briefly practiced in a gym with commendable results. Yet, akin to many beneficial workouts, his commitment waned for various reasons. In this lifetime, Yang Rui was determined to see his physical training through to completion, having finally acquired a remarkably handsome visage. It would be a disservice not to complement it with a well-sculpted physique. Now, during this pivotal growth period, he could not afford to be negligent with either his training or his nutrition. Moreover, seizing the opportunity during a quieter time to forge a robust body was essential. The plight of aspiring entrepreneurs succumbing to illness before their ambitions are realized is perhaps the most unwelcome fate imaginable. After enlisting the assistance of his classmates, Yang Rui continued his search and unearthed the majority of the accompanying weight plates in various corners of teachers' offices. This is the allure of treasure hunting in state-owned enterprises. One often uncovers rare and valuable items, and the beauty lies in the fact that others remain oblivious to their worth. During his time as a graduate student, it was not uncommon for certain well-funded supervisors to purchase Apple MP3 players to serve as USB drives or to acquire Alienware laptops for experimental record-keeping. Some would opt for the expensive over the appropriate, while others simply remained indifferent. With his last remaining funds, Yang Rui procured materials and enlisted the help of workers from the agricultural machinery station to construct a barbell rack and a bench for bench presses. Being the son of the secretary from the neighboring township, Yang Rui not only received the favor of free labor, but also had the items delivered to the large locust tree in front of his dormitory by tractor. With the area conveniently leveled, Chao Baoming and Yang Rui formed a training partnership. While one performed bench presses, the other stood guard to ensure safety, preventing any potential injuries from insufficient strength. This novel approach to exercise naturally attracted a considerable number of onlookers, and within just 2 days, the lineup for bench pressing swelled to over 10 participants. A group of students, reminiscent of inmates during yard time in an American prison, flocked to the playground daily, surrounding the rudimentary equipment for their monotonous workouts. Many, in fact, preferred to expend their energy on the athletic field rather than in academic pursuits. However, Chinese universities seldom admit students with athletic specialties, and the benefits for athletes do not commence until 2 years later. Thus, even robust students proficient in sports had only the gaokao as a means to escape the mountains. Coupled with a general deficiency in protein intake, the number of those able to consistently perform bench presses remained scarce. Nevertheless, as old faces faded and new ones emerged, the fresh and distinctive allure of bench pressing continued to captivate the participation of more than a dozen students, especially when female students gathered to watch. There were always hormone-driven young men eager to shed their shirts and showcase their physiques. If a certain girl were to emit a soft gasp, the boy on the bench would bask in pride for an entire day. The lively commotion on the western side of the playground inadvertently overshadowed the bustling scene beneath the basketball hoop on the eastern side. The once dominant Hu Yinshan was disheartened to discover that his audience had dwindled to less than half. Occasionally, cheers would erupt from the other end of the playground, louder than the sound of his successful three-pointer. This fellow is insufferably arrogant. Third brother, are we merely going to stand by and watch? The guard who frequently played with Hu Yinshan was a mischievous sort, self-styled as a military strategist, with some affectionately referring to him as Master Dong. Hu Yinshan dribbled the basketball twice, pretended to throw it, and then, observing his eager sidekick rushing to retrieve the ball, uncertainly inquired, "Do you have any ideas? Just use the same method as we did with the gang at the gate. When he returns from evening study, we'll throw a sack over him and give him a good beating. Who will he complain to?" Master Dong chuckled slyly, convinced of the brilliance of his scheme. While administering a good thrashing would certainly provide a sense of relief, Hu Yinshan recalled Yang Rui's words from that day, prompting him to ponder further and slowly ask, what if Yang Rui insists it was us who did it? If he has a sack over his head, how would he know who struck him? He needn't see. Yang Rui is unlike the gang. The black-clad ones have offended many, and he wouldn't know who hit him. But if Yang Rui finds himself bagged, he would immediately suspect us. At that point, he could tell the police it was us. How would you explain it? Would you say that you had a sack over your head and couldn't see anything? Another lackey burst into laughter. Commander Dong was taken aback. If this were the approach he took, it would be utterly uncouth, and he would surely be looked down upon. After all, he was not a streetwise individual. Hu Yinshan exhaled, saying, if my uncle were the chief of the police station, I would do the same. Who would dare to belittle me? I would send them straight to jail. The two lackeys lowered their heads, rendered speechless. As Hu Yinshan continued speaking to himself, he felt increasingly discontent, spat on the ground, and called out, brothers, let's skip the afternoon session and head down the mountain for some stir-fried dishes. Tossing the basketball to other students, several of those who usually accompanied Hu Yinshan lined up, shuffling outward like crabs. Upon reaching the school gate, they coincidentally encountered Shi, the delivery man. For over a week now, Shi had adhered to their agreement, arriving daily at 12:30 p.m. to deliver a meat and vegetable meal to the school gate, which Yang Rui would then collect. Hu Yinshan had inquired about the price of the meals. However, as a newcomer to this line of work, Shi had mistakenly perceived the crowd surrounding Hu Yinshan as affluent and quoted a price of 3 yuan and 50 cents for a beef meal. Hu Yinshan was taken aback. What did 3 yuan and 50 cents signify? His father, as the director of the most lucrative power supply bureau, would amass a meager monthly income of around 100 yuan, combining his earnings from various sources. This sum was already greater than the income of many dual-income families in town. Even so, it would scarcely cover half a month's worth of beef meals. When compared to the cost of cigarettes, the disparity became even clearer. Hu Yinshan typically indulged in the modest 0.09 yuan lamb skewers, while he resorted to the more ostentatious 0.26 yuan big wild goose pagoda for appearances. The superior dakiaman at 0.36 yuan was a luxury his father employed to maintain their facade. When discussing the Hu family's standard of living, one could argue it ranked among the finest in Shibao town. Yet when compared to Yang Rui, who could afford a whole big wild goose pagoda for a single meal, Hu Yinshan's fragile ego would inevitably shatter. Although Shi quickly realized the disparity and recommended a more economical takeout option, Hu Yinshan would never consider ordering anything cheaper than Yang Rui's choice. In truth, even if he were willing, he lacked the financial means. The notion of having stir-fried dishes at every meal belonged to a utopian society. The Hu family's living standards were far from such ideals. Upon catching sight of Shi, Hu Yinshan hesitated, contemplating an alternate route. However, his astute advisor's eyes sparkled with insight as he whispered, "Where do you think Yang Rui's money for those stir-fries comes from? His father is corrupt, of course. Sooner or later, all corrupt officials will face justice," came the fervent response from a fellow companion. Hu Yinshan stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, and shot an irritable glare at the speaker. His father, the director of the Power Supply Bureau, had been amassing wealth for the past 2 years. The advisor shook his head. "He has been at school for quite some time. Have you ever seen him splurge extravagantly before?" "That is true. I have heard that the Yang family maintains strict discipline," he added, showcasing his knowledge. "I suspect he has a source of income. Otherwise, no matter how affluent a family may be, they cannot afford such extravagance." Until the 1990s, the average Chinese family considered having meat at every meal a sign of opulence. Consuming beef at every meal seems to be an extravagant indulgence. Hu Yinshan nodded in agreement and added, "If you have any ulterior motives, do reveal them." The crafty strategist, filled with pride, exclaimed, "I have 3 strategies, upper, middle, and lower." 3 strategies? Quickly enlighten us. Several audacious individuals began to stir up a commotion at the school gate. The lower strategy involves confronting Yang Rui directly. The ensuing uproar would surely lead to his downfall. No, that would merely allow him to prepare in advance. Upon hearing that this was deemed the lower strategy, Hu Yinshan instinctively sought to refute it. Recalling tales from the radio where generals and emperors who opted for lower strategies often faced dire consequences, the crafty strategist nodded slowly and continued. The middle strategy entails questioning the delivery person. He must possess some knowledge. In due time, we can gather more intelligence and leverage Yang's weaknesses to ensure he delivers money to us daily. And the upper strategy? It remains a matter of intelligence gathering. Yet instead of ensnaring Yang's vulnerabilities, we shall intercept his resources and generate our own funds. Excellent. Hu Yinshan expressed profound satisfaction. Finally arriving at the judicious decision of a sovereign, I choose the upper strategy. The crafty strategist nodded emphatically. "Very well, I shall seek out the information." He advanced, with the entourage following closely behind, all eager to be the first to learn of the news. When Shi observed their actions, a businessman's smile spread across his face as he inquired, "Dear classmates, what brings you here?" The crafty strategist stumbled on his words. This. What is it?" "Delivery," Shi interjected. The crafty strategist waved his hand dismissively. "That's the one. You deliver meals daily and may be unaware of the source of Yang Rui's funds for his daily meals. Allow me to caution you, the origins of this money are dubious." You must exercise caution." Shi frowned and remarked, "Isn't his money from manuscript fees? How could it be questionable?" "Manuscript fees? That leaves the wise strategist perplexed. From the magazine's manuscript fees. How do you know it is from manuscript fees?" Did he tell you? Hu Yinshan was skeptical. Manuscript fees are sacred. They are earned only after publication in newspapers and magazines, or upon the release of books. Hu Yinshan could not fathom that the young man performing bench presses on the playground daily could be associated with such esteemed matters. Others echoed his disbelief and pressed for clarification. The wise strategist boldly declared, "He is deceiving you." Shi Gui, lacking discretion, replied unhappily, "Not only did I hear him mention it, but I also witnessed it." Witnessed it? Indeed, there exists a remittance slip from the magazine, one I retrieved alongside him. Yang Rui's initial manuscript fee of 22 yuan was exhausted within a week, and to continue nourishing his needs, he naturally had to provide Shi Gui with a deposit. The group fell silent. Suddenly, the wise strategist seized upon Shi Gui's words, asking, "You mentioned a remittance slip from the magazine. Are there others?" "Certainly. It seems there is one today. You might inquire with the gentleman in the delivery room." "Oh, no need. Yang Rui has just arrived," Shi Gui said, beginning to wave and call out loudly. Chapter 18. The remittance slip. Yang Rui has come to collect his takeaway, a daily serving of beef. Commonplace for contemporary middle school students, was a rare luxury in 1982, available only at small eateries like Shi Gui's in rural towns. In the tightly regulated cities, acquiring the necessary meat ration tickets would have been an insurmountable challenge for him. Naturally, without these ration tickets, the cost of beef became glaringly apparent. Over the course of more than a week, Yang Rui had exhausted 2 portions of his writing fees, equivalent to the salary of an adult. Nonetheless, he relished the experience. The substantial intake of protein was yielding remarkable results. He could distinctly feel his muscles expanding, and perhaps in another 2 months, he might even gain a few centimeters in height. As for the articles he published, they merely required a few minutes of selection and rewriting, nothing compared to the significance of his physical well-being. Upon encountering Hu Yinshan and his group, Yang Rui experienced but a fleeting moment of confusion before continuing on his path. Hu Yinshan found himself at a loss for words, pondering how to inquire about Yang Rui's source of income, questioning whether he had indeed received any writing fees. If Yang Rui chose to remain silent, what could he do? In the past, Hu Yinshan would have snatched the information without hesitation. However, the current Yang Rui evoked thoughts of the group gathered around the bench press on the west side of the playground. After this period of training, it was not merely the physical transformation of those individuals that struck him, but also the deepening of their camaraderie with Yang Rui. In a town where boys grew up unafraid of brawls, if Hu Yinshan were to act recklessly, the outcome, given Yang Rui's current temperament, was unpredictable. "Excuse me, do I have any letters?" As Hu Yinshan was lost in his thoughts, Yang Rui had already made his way to the reception room, collected his delivery, and handed a cigarette to the elderly doorman, before beginning his search for his remittance slip. The cunning strategist, devoid of the scruples that plagued Hu Yinshan, dashed up with an impish grin and inquired, "Yang Rui, have you found yourself a pen pal?" His eyes darted playfully. In the 1980s, having a pen pal was akin to engaging in a chat with a stranger on QQ. Some correspondences spanned years, while others could fill pages upon pages, exchanging letters 4 to 5 times a month. Just as students on QQ would mask their actions with typing practice, those who wrote to pen pals often cloaked their intentions in the guise of literary endeavor. The school's reception room was a daily hub of letters arriving from all corners of the nation. Yang Rui turned to him and remarked, "You must be that Dong something, right?" "The brothers all call me Dong the strategist," he replied, mimicking a formal bow. Yang Rui acknowledged him with a nod and extracted a few letters belonging to him from a pile at the window. It was his first time submitting work, and fearing rejection, he had sent different articles to multiple magazines, preparing to cycle through any returned submissions. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the abundance of magazines in the early 80s, contrasted with the scarcity of high-quality manuscripts. Most magazines had gradually published his pieces. Now, half a month later, it was the time when remuneration would begin to arrive. The astute strategist's keen eye quickly spotted the bold title of secondary school chemistry. "Indeed, there is a payment," he mused to himself. Yang Rui chuckled softly, adjusting the envelope in his hand as he prepared to depart. "Oh, Yang Rui, just take a look." The dog-headed strategist intercepted him. Students of this era possess a poetic soul, and the dog-headed strategist, having once submitted poetry and narratives himself, is familiar with the nuances of manuscript remuneration. He calculated that the typical payment for an article hovers around several dozen yuan. Only prestigious magazines like People's Literature offer a peak remuneration of 100 yuan per thousand characters. Nevertheless, regardless of the calculations, a couple of payments would scarcely suffice for Yang Rui to indulge in beef. The dog-headed strategist surmised that Yang Rui must have other lucrative avenues. Not in the best of spirits, Yang Rui inquired, "Do you wish to see my letter?" Personal correspondence, of course, is not meant for public scrutiny. "That is not my intent," the dog-headed strategist quickly retorted, throwing Shirgui under the bus. "This fellow mentioned that you have received quite a bit of payment. And I was merely curious. The distinction between examining manuscript fees and private letters is stark." Shirgui, flustered, interjected, "What do you mean? I merely stated what you inquired about. It was indeed my question, and then you responded," the dog-headed strategist remarked with a grin. "Yang Rui, my brothers have heard the news. No one imagined that our school harbors a literary giant. Come now, let us see that manuscript fee and broaden our horizons." Yang Rui cast a knowing glance at Shirgui, fully aware of the underlying dynamics. "Very well, I shall show you." Yang Rui swiftly perused the origins of the letters, his resolve firm as he tore open one, pondering, "Reveal your golden eyes to my investment." A throng gathered at the school gate, a collection of individuals who had yet to witness the nature of manuscript payments. Hu Yanshan, shifting his feet, quietly positioned himself at the periphery. Despite his considerable height, a slight elevation allowed him to observe Yang Rui's actions within. There, he watched as Yang Rui tore open an envelope marked from the Scientific Life magazine. Inside, rather than a remittance slip, was a folded page of text. Yang Rui leisurely unfolded it, and indeed, it was the notification that his article Biosphere had been published in the popular science journal, Scientific Illustrations. Unlike the typical scientific papers, this piece was a popular science article penned by Yang Rui himself, inspired by the impending Biosphere 2 experiment in the United States, which sought to simulate Earth's environment through a miniature artificial ecological cycle. The Biosphere 2 experiment is renowned and significant, designed to test humanity's ability to survive beyond Earth. If successful, the dreams of lunar and Martian colonization would possess at least a foundational biological basis. Conversely, if it failed, no matter how advanced the rockets and spacecraft, human migration to Mars would remain unattainable. In essence, the primary prerequisite for extraterrestrial colonization hinges upon the triumph of the Biosphere experiment. This was true in the 80s, the 90s, and remains so in the 21st century. Without the successful precedent of the Biosphere experiment, all reports of space colonization are merely the folly of ignorant journalists. Regrettably, the Biosphere 2 experiment met with failure. In 1982, anticipation surrounded the yet-to-begin Biosphere 2 experiment, with a plethora of splendid cosmic imaginings permeating the globe. This presented an ideal subject for popular science writing. Most importantly, such articles could be extensive and did not demand particularly exceptional prose. A meticulously reasoned argument demonstrating the inevitable failure of Biosphere 2 would suffice to craft an engaging piece. Consequently, Yang Rui, drawing from his knowledge and research, composed an unhesitating 30,000 word article divided into two parts, which he submitted to Scientific American. This magazine, renowned for its high remuneration, offered 65 yuan per thousand words, amounting to a total payment of 145 yuan for his 33,000 word submission, more than double the salary of Secretary Yang for 2 years, enough to purchase a 14-inch black and white television, a figure that was almost staggering. With the acceptance notice in hand, Yang Rui found himself liberated from the tedious task of plagiarism for the foreseeable future. It was rather amusing to conclude his own acts of copying with his original work. Meanwhile, figures like Dong Junshi were left in profound astonishment. This was Scientific American, after all. Students at Shibao Middle School may not have grasped that the magazine's single-issue circulation exceeded 1 million copies, nor the terrifying implications of such a figure. Nor could they fathom that it was a record-breaking publication in an era of record-breaking achievements. However, who among them had not read Scientific American? Yang Rui, your article will be published in Scientific American? Shirgui spoke earlier than others. Although he was in his 30s and busily managing a restaurant, he occasionally indulged in reading Scientific American in this era where everyone embraced a literary spirit. How could one residing in the town not peruse Scientific American? Yang Rui nodded slightly and remarked, "It should be in the next issue. It seems to have been delayed." Suddenly, Dong Junshi exclaimed, "Regardless of which magazine your work is published in, what about the payment? How much is it?" His eagerness to prove that Yang Rui had alternative sources of income was palpable. It should be in another letter. Yang Rui calmly retrieved an envelope labeled Scientific American. He had no intention of concealing his earnings. At least for now, there was no need for secrecy. Otherwise, it would be challenging to explain his current and forthcoming substantial expenditures. On the other hand, with the onset of the reform and opening up policy, remuneration for contributions gradually became an income as pristine as any other, and revealing it brought more benefits than drawbacks. The thin envelope was gently opened, and Yang Rui confidently extracted the remittance slip, displaying it to the onlookers. 2037, 40 yuan. Those simple Arabic numerals fell upon the crowd like a silencer, enveloping the surroundings in silence. The cumbersome capitalized figures were enough to leave Dong Junshi feeling lightheaded. Chapter 19. Selling textbooks. Having seen enough. Everyone please take your leave. Boss, sure, may I have a word? Yang Rui's voice, though not loud, roused the attention of Dong Junshi and the others. Hu Yinshan's mood soured further. Ever since entering high school, he had navigated the halls of Shibao Middle School with an air of superiority, but it felt as if overnight, the tides had turned. No longer was it acceptable to be the most renowned student. Familial connections had ceased to matter, and the failures of brotherhood held no weight. What significance did a sudden windfall of 2,000 yuan hold? Was the remittance slip genuine? The two others whispered among themselves. Do not embarrass yourself. It is indeed real. Dong Junshi, with his head bowed, made his way back. Hu Yinshan lost his appetite for dinner, offered a brief greeting, and followed the now crestfallen military advisor back to the dormitory. Shi Gui, filled with astonishment and concern, approached the side entrance and sheepishly explained, I did not intend to disclose the matter of the manuscript fees. I assumed they were merely your classmates and presumed they were already aware. In truth, he had initially aimed to present Yang Rui with a pathway to fortune, but now, Yang Rui dismissed his explanation, tucking the envelope into his pocket, letting his voice linger. Shi Gui quickly forced a smile, saying, It is my fault, entirely my fault. What pathway do you refer to? Had this been yesterday, Shi Gui might not have placed such weight on Yang Rui's opinion, but having witnessed the remittance of 2,000 yuan, he could no longer afford to overlook it. It would indeed be strange if a person capable of earning his entire annual income in one go had no opportunity for wealth. Yang Rui observed him earnestly for a moment before speaking. The fact that you could conceive the idea of delivery services indicates that you possess a genuine entrepreneurial mind, and your willingness to put it into practice sets you apart from others. However, it is not an exceptional idea. You are the only one who has ordered takeout from the beginning. Shi Gui chuckled softly, not feeling particularly proud of himself. Yang Rui smiled and replied, That merely means you were ahead of your time. Being ahead is advantageous. It demonstrates your ability to seize opportunities that others overlook, much like the one I am presenting to you now. Shi Gui straightened his posture, adopting an attentive demeanor. To an outsider, it might seem peculiar for a high school student to impart wisdom to an adult. However, for both individuals involved, it felt entirely natural. Yang Rui's psychological age was comparable to Shi Gui's, and his sense of superiority from being reborn distinctly altered his demeanor. Shi Gui was a rebellious youth yearning for validation, unwilling to live a life dictated by tradition. After opening a small restaurant with modest profits, the opportunity for change felt invaluable. Have you ever been to the provincial capital? Yang Rui inquired, settling onto a large stone by the roadside. Shi Gui quickly followed suit, whispering, I've been there a few times. Do you know anyone there? Yang Rui pressed. Shi Gui pondered for a moment before responding. I have 2 classmates working there, but I haven't been in touch with them for quite some time. Are you willing to venture to the provincial capital to strive for success? Yang Rui asked. I am, Shi Gui affirmed. After a series of inquiries, Shi Gui began to piece together the intention behind them and asked, What would you have me do? Sell textbooks. Specifically, textbooks for the college entrance examination. Textbooks for the college entrance examination? Yang Rui gestured towards a group of students nearby. Do you see those students? They come here to copy the textbooks. Yang Rui pointed to the small grove by the school gate, where several long benches once served as a gathering place for artistic youth to share poetry. Now, however, it has been overtaken by students from other schools. Shi Gui, who had previously come to deliver food, had only seen the crowd and was unaware they were outsiders. After Yang Rui's explanation, he began to grasp the situation and murmured, Are you suggesting that we should print textbooks and sell them in the provincial city? We should start locally, but inevitably, we must expand to the provincial capital. Just look at how many students travel from afar. Not only do they incur travel expenses, but they also waste time. Wouldn't it be more effective to sell directly at their schools? But what if they only buy one copy and share it among themselves? Not everyone needs to purchase their own copy, yet it's unlikely that everyone will copy. If you visit a different location each day and manage to sell to just 1/10 of the students, the income would be substantial. If we can reach the city and the province, the profits would multiply. Furthermore, we can continuously release new editions, providing fresh answers and innovative solutions. In short, you need not concern yourself with the examination papers. I assure you they will always remain appealing. Once you familiarize yourself with the routes, you can even hire others to assist you. Then how do we handle the printing? Xiang posed the pivotal question. Initially, we can utilize mimeograph printing. Mimeograph? Selling mimeograph papers? In 1980s China, no one was unaware of mimeographs. Any entity of note, be it a township government, a school, or a village committee, possessed a mimeograph, regardless of its size, and the quality was quite comparable. A wax paper plate takes over 10 minutes to carve, yet it can yield no more than a few dozen prints before it becomes obsolete. The clarity of the text is insufficient, and the ink tends to smudge one's hands. Yang Rui nodded, clearly not jesting. Xiang pondered for a considerable time before replying. I can carve for several hours in the evening, but I doubt I will be particularly swift. Yang Rui chuckled. No one is asking you to do the oil printing. Then who will print? Xiang inquired. I will find someone at school to assist with the printing, Yang Rui responded with a smile. Both the junior and senior high departments have students willing to take on part-time work. If we have the proper equipment, printing several hundred exam papers daily, or even more, will not pose a challenge. We could then bind them into volumes and sell them at a relatively low price, which would certainly be a lucrative venture. In 1982, there were no part-time jobs available for students. For many of them, even a modest income of 10 cents a day could significantly alleviate their family's living expenses, providing considerable assistance. Xiang asked, can't we approach a printing factory for this? First and foremost, our print run is small and our variety is vast, making factories inflexible. Additionally, the cost of oil printing is considerably lower. Let us first test the waters and, based on the results, decide whether to engage a printing factory. What do you think? Xiang hesitated. I have limited capital. I even borrowed money from relatives to open the restaurant. Yang Rui interrupted him, saying, if you are willing to participate, I have 2 proposals for you. Oh, the first proposal is to invest as a partner. I will oversee production while you handle sales. Initially, we will share the costs of the oil printing machine, paper, and ink equally, which will be considered our capital. Of the profits we earn, I will take 70% and you will receive 30%. The second proposal entails that I shall bear all the expenses, offering you a monthly salary of 50 yuan, while you remain responsible for sales, ensuring a steady income. Regardless of the option chosen, you must entrust the restaurant's operations to another. In recent days, Yang Rui has been observing Xiang, recognizing that his restaurant business is not flourishing. Although the income exceeds 50 yuan per month by more than double, it is solely managed by him and his wife. Furthermore, the rural dining establishments are burdened by the complexities of credit transactions, which do not constitute an ideal livelihood. Xiang, with aspirations larger than his circumstances, hesitantly remarked, a 70-30 profit split seems rather inequitable. Shouldn't a partnership imply an even division? His tone lacked conviction. However, Yang Rui resolutely shook his head. I provide the test papers, which alone constitutes a significant expense. If the profit margins are not substantial, I would prefer to continue submitting articles to magazines. Moreover, I am responsible for the production phase and management duties. A 70% share is not excessive. Initially, his bottom line was a 50-50 split, yet due to Xiang's loose tongue, he has adjusted his expectations for their partnership. In Yang Rui's perspective, Xiang possesses a rare entrepreneurial spirit and insight, making him a valuable business ally. However, should there be no progress or transformation on Xiang's part, their collaboration would not endure for long. Thus, conceding an additional 10% of profit holds little significance. Had Xiang been aware of the foundation upon which Yang Rui made his decision, he would undoubtedly regret it. Yet, in his current state of ignorance, he struggled for a while, realizing that Yang Rui would not relent, which left him in a state of hesitation. Even if he were to invest just 1 or 2 months' worth of income, the potential for failure would still be quite disheartening. After a moment, Yang Rui chuckled. You dislike both the first and second options? I have some reservations. How about I present you with a third option? Shuguay, still eager to pursue this venture, straightened up and replied, go ahead. Commission. I will reimburse you 10 yuan for transportation expenses each month. For every set of exam papers you sell, I will grant you a 20% commission. If sales increase, the commission can be further elevated. This way, you won't need to invest any principal. Unlike the first plan, the third option, while saving on initial capital, diminishes future profits. Should more individuals become involved in sales, Shuguay would find himself indistinguishable from later entrants. Nevertheless, this method also represents the least risky approach for Shuguay. After a brief contemplation, Shuguay opted for the third plan and added, if I wish to invest in the future, will that still be possible? Yes, but the specifics of profit distribution will need to be discussed at that time. Shuguay nodded repeatedly, not perceiving any fundamental difference between discussing it now and later. Chapter 20. Collecting remittances. Yang Rui, having indulged in a hearty meal beneath the shade of a tree, leisurely descended the hill to the town's post office to collect his remittance. The post office, a relatively new edifice, boasted 2 stories adorned with a gray facade and welcoming double wooden doors. The ground floor was dedicated to business operations, while the upper level housed administrative offices. The service area was partitioned into 3 sections. The central counter was designated for receiving letters and parcels, where payments and receipts were processed. Flanking this central hub were a pair of telephone booths and a storage area for letters and packages, each staffed by a diligent clerk. In comparison to the post office in Zizizi Township, the one in Shibao Town could be deemed grand, a reflection of the presence of several medium-sized state-owned enterprises in the locality. Bicycles were parked at the entrance, and a line formed at the telephone booth, primarily consisting of individuals from nearby enterprises. Upon entering, Yang Rui was immediately spotted by Sister Li at the counter, who paused her tasks to greet him with a cheerful shout. Wu's girl, your elder brother Yang has arrived. Why are you shouting? It's just Yang Rui, not elder brother. A young girl of about 18, having just emerged from the back room, retorted playfully. With her bright, expressive eyes fixed on Yang Rui, she smiled and inquired, Yang Rui, have you come to collect your manuscript fee again? Indeed, funds are running low, Yang Rui admitted candidly with a nod. My mother says I spend extravagantly. You've probably spent dozens this month, haven't you? The girl, known as Wu Qian, had grown up in the same courtyard as Yang Rui, 2 years his junior. She began working at the post office after graduating from junior high, her youthful beauty and spirited demeanor lending her an air of whimsical charm. Ever since encountering Yang Rui to process remittances, I have taken to teasing him each time. The senior-most member of our office, Sister Li, has been quite cooperative, invariably calling Wu Qian out. Yang Rui helplessly remarked, I am still growing. I eat a lot. I too am in the midst of growth. Yet my monthly food allowance is a mere 10 yuan, with the remainder surrendered to my mother. Wu Qian, while expressing her grievances, deftly placed 2 forms on the counter for Yang Rui to fill out. Seemingly sensing something, she subtly shifted her stance, yet did not fully retreat. Chattering away about the town's latest gossip, Yang Rui listened quietly, diligently completing the remittance forms while attuned to her words. He found pleasure in Wu Qian's speech. Her voice was both crisp and gentle, its clarity stemming from her rapid pace and its softness from her intonation, enveloping him in a soothing ambience akin to light music, offering relaxation when he refrained from contemplating the content. Furthermore, Wu Qian was undeniably a charming young lady, her skin luminous and delicate, with a heart-shaped face capable of conveying a myriad of emotions, ever-changing. The adage that no girl of 18 is unattractive holds true, especially for a 16-year-old maiden. Although she was somewhat younger, she was indeed a visual delight. Having completed the forms, Yang Rui slid the documents and remittance slip toward her. Let me take a look, Wu Qian said, pursing her rosy lips as she meticulously verified the details. Sister Li, having finished attending to the neighboring client, smiled and advised, make sure to check thoroughly. It will make auditing his accounts much easier in the future. Auntie Li, if you keep this up, I shall cease speaking with you, Wu Qian retorted playfully. Wu Qian pouted playfully, tossing her braids in a teasing manner. All right, I'll go brew some tea. You 2 young folks can chat, she said. Sister Li, a good friend of Wu Qian's mother, chuckled and gently patted her on the back before taking her teacup to the back room. If you keep looking around, I'll pluck your eyes out, Wu Qian threatened fiercely, leaning over the counter towards Yang Rui. Embarrassed, Yang Rui replied, I didn't mean to. If it was intentional, I would do it right now. To demonstrate her supposed strength, Wu Qian made a claw-like gesture with her right hand. Yang Rui had witnessed the same motion in various young girls' dances, a sight Wu Qian likely had never encountered, leaving him momentarily startled. Hey, you filled this out incorrectly. Fill out a new one, she asserted after verifying the document, drawing a line with her fingernail at the amount and tearing another form for him. Yang Rui, still taken aback, responded, I didn't make a mistake. You claim there is no error? Your form states 2,037 yuan. While your remittance slip should be. She paused, widening her eyes as she counted both sides. Before Yang Rui could comprehend, she suddenly exclaimed, Sisterly, you child. You call me Sisterly when you need something and switch to Auntly when you don't, Sisterly replied, arriving with a full enamel cup of water at the counter. What is the matter? It seems there is an error with the remittance slip, Wu Qian said. Having just begun her career with a salary and bonus totaling 42 yuan, her first instinct upon seeing the 2,000 yuan manuscript fee was to assume it was a mistake. And her second instinct echoed the first. Sisterly approached with a smile, exclaiming as she walked, how could there be an error in the remittance slip? Let me take a look. After sipping her tea, she meticulously examined Yang Rui's remittance slip from left to right and top to bottom, only to find herself sputtering, spraying tea halfway across the room. Was it indeed a mistake? These individuals were terribly careless. Such a vital document should not be mishandled. Wu Qian grumbled as she pushed the new document toward Yang Rui once more. Sisterly gently tapped her, reclaiming the new document, and whispered, the remittance slip is correct. Having said that, she scrutinized Yang Rui as one might observe a giant panda. Unlike Wu Qian, Sisterly had encountered substantial remittance slips before, such as those from train drivers in transportation, university students settling in special economic zones, and money sent by overseas relatives, often amounting to several thousand yuan. However, the funds sent by others were typically savings or loans. Yet, Yang Rui's remittance slip distinctly indicated it was a payment for his writing. In other words, he had earned over 2,000 yuan in one go. How could that be possible? Wu Qian gasped in astonishment, prompting Yang Rui to realize that an explanation was necessary. Clearing his throat, he stated, I had a popular science article published in a magazine, and due to its length, the payment was correspondingly high. But it can't be that much. Don't deceive me. The payment for articles in Hudong Daily is only 15 yuan per 1,000 words. To earn 2,000 yuan, you would need to write over 100,000 words. What sort of popular science article could be that lengthy? Wu Qian challenged him, her voice ringing with incredulity. The magazine I published in offers higher remuneration. How much? Sisterly inquired persistently. Yang Rui hesitated for a moment before candidly responding, 65 yuan per 1,000 characters. Wu Qian's eyes widened in astonishment as she mentally calculated, with a monthly salary and bonus of 42 yuan. It would take her a month and a half to earn 63 yuan, still falling short of Yang Rui's remuneration for a single 1,000 characters. Sisterly, however, involuntarily recalled the trio of esteemed figures during the athletic period, the renowned director, the illustrious screenwriter, and the celebrated actor, all of whom enjoyed exorbitant salaries, lavish fees, and generous bonuses, targets deemed necessary to be toppled. In contrast to Yang Rui, his remuneration truly seemed substantial. Can we withdraw it today? Yang Rui interrupted the two's musings. Sisterly was taken aback. The office doesn't have that much money. You'll need to make an appointment. Then let us make an appointment, he suggested. That's not feasible, Sisterly whispered. It's over 2,000 yuan. What if it gets lost or stolen? It's difficult to retrieve from the office. You'd have to go to the county for that, preferably to the city. Wu Qian tugged at Sisterly. If Yang Rui goes to the city and something happens on the way, what then? You little girl, Sisterly scoffed, pushing the remittance slip away. I can't manage that. You should speak with the director and see if he'll allow you to withdraw. I'll accompany you, Wu Qian declared, vaulting over the counter without hesitation. With no other choice, Yang Rui proceeded to the second floor to locate the director. The director of the postal office in Shibao Town happened to be Wang Guohua's father, and due to their acquaintance, he was able to call the county and arrange for the withdrawal of funds for the following day. Yang Rui left a package of unopened De Qianmin cigarettes on the table as a token of gratitude. In an era when white tickets were rampant, receiving remittances from the post office was hardly newsworthy. However, the swift and smooth acquisition of funds was indeed a form of assistance. Upon returning to school, Wu Qian began rummaging through items at the counter. After a moment, she produced paper and a pen, meticulously beginning to write. When Sister Li inquired, Wu Qian promptly replied, "I am also writing an article to be published in a magazine." "Silly girl," Sister Li laughed heartily, suppressing Wu Qian's pen and leaning in to whisper, "If you have time to write, you might as well find a good husband, do you understand?" Wu Qian's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she shrugged off Sister Li's hand, exclaiming, "Aunt Li, you are teasing me again." Aunt Li was not jesting, she remarked. "Take young Rui, for example. He is quite handsome and capable, and his father is the secretary of Zizizi Township. Once he starts working in a couple of years, he will be hard to catch. If you are too shy to speak up, I will tell your mother." "Sister Li, no." Wu Qian grasped her sleeve tightly, unwilling to let go. Chapter 21. The secret manuscript of Rui Shui. Regardless of the presence of the internet, rumors can spread at the speed of light. The following day, as Yang Rui entered the classroom, he had barely addressed a few inquiries when Qiao Baoming burst in, drenched from the rain, and asked, "Senior brother, is it true that your novel has been published in Scientific Illustrated? And they say you earned several thousand yuan, true or not?" Soon after, Su Jing entered the classroom, echoing similar questions. Yang Rui nodded in acknowledgement. As more students filed in, they regarded him with the awe typically reserved for wealthy magnates, bombarding him with an array of queries. Yang Rui adeptly navigated their curiosity, yet they were merely a group of inquisitive high school students. Though some from the retake classes were slightly older, they remained fundamentally the same as those he frequently encountered in tutoring sessions. The chaos subsided only when Teacher Lu entered the room. Indeed, even during the lesson, Teacher Lu could not help but glance at Yang Rui. The 2,000 yuan manuscript fee was considered exorbitant, akin to a fortune. For a typical dual-income household, it might take years of savings to afford a television or refrigerator, whereas for a single-income family, such a sum would be exceedingly difficult to amass. However, in the early 1980s, substantial manuscript payments represented a remarkably secure source of income, one that could not be criticized or condemned within society or academia. Yang Rui remained unconcerned about the opinions of others. As long as his earnings were legitimate, he would not face any adverse repercussions, at least locally. His laissez-faire attitude allowed gossip to flourish. However, the thin fabric of such rumors inevitably reached a point of tedium. By evening, the students found themselves bereft of fresh news to share. Yang Rui continued to convene the members of the study group, engaging them in lessons, exercises, and ultimately reviewing their assignments. As the break approached, he clapped his hands and cheerfully proposed, "Let us hold a meeting." The room erupted in applause, with Qiao Baoming vociferously exclaiming, "It's about time we had a meeting." The group, now self-identified as the Rui Study Group, had expanded to 32 members, an increase of 14 in just a week, although they were still largely provisional participants. As their understanding of Yang Rui and the group deepened, a sense of belonging naturally took root. For everyone, convening a meeting instilled a profound sense of community. Yang Rui shook his head with a smile before addressing the matter of part-time duplication work, stating, "Participation in this is entirely voluntary. There is no obligation for everyone to take part. Those who choose to participate will receive a modest remuneration. Ultimately, any surplus from the sale of the materials will serve as our group fund, allocated for essential educational and research expenses." He deliberately omitted references to profit. No sooner had he finished speaking than the students ignited into fervent discussion. The cacophony of voices rose to a volume reminiscent of a KTV private room. Yet, Yang Rui remained seated in tranquil silence, allowing them to express their thoughts freely. He was still acclimating to this era, aware that danger often lurked in unfamiliar corners. The year 1982 was not particularly conducive to entrepreneurship, from a perspective of safety and caution. Engaging in business activities as a Chinese citizen would be more prudent to postpone until 1983, and establishing a private company should ideally wait until 1984. Thus, although Yang Rui discussed shares with Shigui, he refrained from mentioning the establishment of a company. As for the profits from the oil-printed examination papers, he did not intend to pocket any of it. Instead, he planned to store and allocate the funds under the guise of group expenses. This money would be utilized for purchasing teaching and research equipment, chemical and biological reagents, and even for providing scholarships to students from underprivileged families, collecting existing research materials, and conducting some verification experiments, among other things. In summary, Yang Rui would not take a single cent for himself. His goal was to spend precisely what was available. Furthermore, he was determined to maintain clear accounts to avoid tainting his pristine earnings. This was not mere paranoia on his part. The notion of a planned commodity economy would only emerge in 1984, in an era prior to the advent of even the most conservative market economy concepts. Conducting business with integrity had nothing to do with mere stability. Evidently, there were also cautious classmates within the Rue academic group who raised objections vocally and emphatically. However, they were unaware of the scale of the educational materials Xiang Rue had in mind. Some engaged in discussions about whether this endeavor would waste time, while others pondered if the investment would yield a return, and there were those who expressed concerns about potential opposition from the school. Huang Ren, a fellow villager and classmate of Xiang Rue, approached him after a moment of contemplation, cupping his hands to form a tube, and inquired loudly, "Under what pretext shall we sell the printed materials?" "Under the auspices of the Rue Learning Group," Xiang Rue replied. "If there is a surplus, it shall be deemed the funds for the Rue Learning Group. Should there be a loss, I will cover it." As Xiang Rue spoke, a natural silence enveloped the crowd, allowing everyone to hear him clearly. This was a result of the authority he had recently garnered. "That is not acceptable. Any losses should be shared by all." Wang Guohua quickly interjected. His father served as the postmaster, neither impoverished nor affluent, yet not lacking in financial resources. However, not every student in the village was so fortunate, particularly those from families with multiple children or those caring for ill relatives. For them, continuing their education through high school was a considerable challenge, and finding additional funds was exceedingly difficult. At least one-third of the students exhibited visible discomfort, though none dared to voice their concerns openly due to their similar ages. Xiang Rue decisively waved his hand and stated, "Everyone knows I receive royalties, and at present, I have little need for expenditure." The Rue Learning Group was established to assist everyone in their studies, not to impose further burdens upon you. Therefore, any losses shall be borne by me. However, I believe we can still achieve a modest surplus. What then shall we consider ourselves? A small collective? One student raised their hand to inquire. "It is nothing of significance, merely a group of students engaging in work-study." Xiang Rue decisively stated, "We aim to enhance our learning while assisting fellow students from our hometown. Therefore, when we print our materials, we will produce a few extra copies and charge a nominal fee to cover costs. Naturally, since many costs are not easily quantifiable, we will allow for a slight surplus when calculating expenses. In this manner, should we find ourselves with excess funds, we shall allocate them towards purchasing educational supplies and aiding our peers. It is imperative to note that any surplus will not be used to expand production, nor will it be monopolized by any individual." The current students possess an acute political sensitivity, and upon hearing his words, they nodded in agreement. However, some still bore expressions of doubt. Xiang Rue thoughtfully stroked his chin and remarked, "This arrangement benefits us all. Firstly, we will have access to a greater number of practice questions, and centralized printing will save us considerable time. Secondly, based on feedback from students in other regions regarding the examination papers, we can more effectively organize our revision. Thirdly, the collected fees can be utilized to procure essential items such as blackboards and chemical reagents. Lastly, those who assist with the printing can return home with some funds to alleviate their family's financial burden." His compelling rationale swiftly dispelled the lingering hesitations. Xiang Rue is a man of action. That very evening, he organized a team to begin preparing the wax paper, the initial and most time-consuming step in the printing process. The following day, he ventured into town to collect his remittance, neatly arranging 2 stacks of over 200 sheets of great unity, and purchased a printing machine, ink, paper, and necessary tools from the cooperative before returning to school. At noon, they commenced their work in the sports equipment room, diligently engaging in the printing process. Over 30 individuals toiled for 3 hours, resulting in the production of thousands of sheets, which were ultimately bound into 180 sets of exercise books. After removing over 30 sets, the remaining volumes were adorned with covers, titled Secrets of Learning. Xiang Rue took the liberty of inscribing a note beneath, for internal reference only within the learning group. Observing the towering stacks of exercise books, Xiang Rue exhaled in relief. The most challenging part was behind him. Once their reputation was established, a steady supply of exercises would naturally follow. A mere daily investment of time spent dictating would prove effortless. When the first payment was received and students were compensated, enlisting part-time help from them would become exceedingly simple. Thus, the learning group would face no further obstacles on their path toward excelling in the college entrance examination. Chapter 22. The peach blossomed spring. After a lengthy discussion with his wife, Shi Gui decided to invite his brother-in-law, Liang Wei, to assist him at the restaurant. Like many young people in rural towns during this era, Liang Wei had been unemployed for several years. Although there were numerous state-owned enterprises in Shibao Town, they were predominantly managed by the city or county, having been established there solely due to geographical considerations. During a time of soaring national unemployment, these enterprises struggled to absorb even their own local talent, let alone the youth from the surrounding areas. For instance, the Shibao canning factory might reserve a position for Yang Rui, yet they would never openly recruit. Shi Gui's modest eatery, while not particularly outstanding, provided a steady stream of income, making it easy for Liang Wei to agree to help. The following day, Shi Gui entrusted the cooking duties to his wife, assigned Liang Wei to run errands and deliver food, and rode his bicycle to the repair shop. He equipped his rear wheel with a large bamboo basket, applying tung oil and black paint to transform it into a makeshift cargo vehicle. He estimated that since Yang Rui intended to sell exam papers, he would need to sell at least 50 sets daily for it to be worthwhile. If everything went smoothly, earning a 20% commission could yield a salary comparable to that of a dual-income household. Encouraged by the prospect of increased sales leading to greater earnings, Shi Gui felt a sense of optimism. After all, it seemed implausible for a young man who could earn over 2,000 yuan simply by publishing articles to toil endlessly for a meager sum. However, upon arriving outside the school, Shi Gui quickly realized that he had underestimated the situation. Yang Rui had indeed prepared over 50 sets of examination papers. Observing the substantial pile before him and contrasting it with his own meager bamboo basket, Shi Gui felt a wave of despair wash over him. "I arranged for someone to accompany you to the bus station, from where you shall proceed directly to the county town. Upon arrival, simply hail a tricycle." Yang Rui emerged from the back of the reception room, pushing a bicycle laden with a copious assortment of papers. Such an abundance. Without needing to count, Shi Gui realized this exceeded his expectations by far. Yang Rui nodded slightly, extracted one set of papers, and handed it to Shi Gui, saying, "Each set consists of 12 examination papers accompanied by an answer sheet. Each set is priced at 20 cents. And I will also provide you with a commission at this rate. In total, there are 150 sets here. You are to return with 24 yuan, while the remaining 6 yuan will constitute your commission." He was essentially treating Shi Gui as a distributor, indifferent to whether the sales were abundant or scant. Shi Gui examined the papers meticulously. Each set was housed within a sturdy cardboard box, not only aesthetically pleasing, but also adorned with the words Rui Xuemi Wan, rendering it quite appealing. However, receiving a sturdy box for free struck Shi Gui as wasteful, prompting him to inquire, "I noticed that the papers sold in the county are simply bundled together. If everything is similar, can our mimeograph papers truly fetch 20 cents? Yang Rui had indeed assessed other educational materials before determining this price. This rate was slightly lower than the relatively inexpensive exercise books, comparable to the cost of a magazine like Youth Literature. In the 1980s, the intellectual youth, being able to afford magazines priced in mere dimes, a 1 yuan issue of Harvest, and a set of exam papers for 2 dimes, did not find it excessively challenging to engage in such expenditures. Conversely, the price of Rui Xuemi Wan could not be set too low. The surrounding consumer capacity was limited, particularly since only a scant few wealthy students indulged in the strategy of extensive exam practice. A higher profit margin was essential for profitability. Moreover, although paper and ink were procurable, achieving low-price dumping was unattainable without sufficient raw material supply. Thus, the real estate market of the 1980s inherently sought high profits. Shi Gui was unaware of the production cost for a set of exam papers, yet he felt content with the prospect of earning 6 yuan. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "I have acquaintances in the county. I will first test the waters at Shunli Middle School. If sales go well, I shall return for another batch of papers. How about 3 days? Selling 150 sets of papers in 3 days?" Yang Rui gazed at him helplessly. The cost of the oil-printed papers was indeed minimal. Even accounting for labor, it did not exceed half the price, meaning a profit of 15 yuan could be made from 150 exam papers. If such a quantity were sold daily, it would yield a profit of 450 yuan monthly, sufficient to purchase a biological microscope. However, if only 150 papers were sold over 3 days, the income would dwindle to 150 yuan per month, merely affording a blackboard for lectures. This outcome was gravely misaligned with Yang Rui's expectations, as he had envisioned a gradual increase in sales volume. Shi, perplexed, regarded Yang Rui, believing that selling 150 sets in 3 days was quite commendable, considering that the county's Xinhua bookstore sold only a fraction of that in textbooks daily. The most challenging aspect of such ideological disparities is communication. At times, it is more beneficial to act than to speak. Yang Rui sighed, reflecting that he was fortunate to have prepared in advance. He waved his hand, summoning a young man from the shade of the trees outside, and then addressed Shi. I suggest you start selling from county number 1. It will create a demonstrative effect. This student, Wang Ming, hails from county No. 1 and serves as the mathematics representative for his class. Initially, he was here to collect problems on behalf of his classmates, but I persuaded him to accompany you in selling the test papers. With his introduction, you would be better positioned to interact directly with the teachers. You should be able to sell all 150 papers in a single day. The surplus can be given to his classmates, and we will continue in this manner moving forward. Shi, who operated a small eatery and was well-versed in social etiquette, suddenly understood. I see. Rest assured. He turned to Wang Ming. I must rely on you this time. Do you smoke? He retrieved a pack of Baoching cigarettes and skillfully rolled one out. Wang Ming, a tall and slender individual, accepted the cigarette with a hint of reserve, lighting it and taking a puff before coughing gently twice. Yang Rui chuckled, producing 2 boxes of Dakium and cigarettes from his pocket and handing one to each of them. He then said to Shi, if you manage to sell all the papers within a day, I advise you not to return immediately. Instead, send a telegram to the town. I will arrange for someone to deliver the papers there. You can remain on site to familiarize yourself with the circumstances and conserve your energy. Stay in the county? Yes. Yang Rui understood what he intended to convey and preemptively stated, you shall find your own accommodation. I will reimburse you 1 yuan for your nightly travel expenses. You should visit F County number 1 Middle School, Victory Middle School, and Guanghui Middle School, engaging in public relations. Once the situation in the county improves, there will be no need for special trips to the countryside. Merely delivering goods will suffice. To sell medicine, one must cultivate relationships with doctors. To sell educational materials, one must foster connections with teachers. During my graduate studies, many of my classmates transitioned into pharmaceutical representatives. Had I not taken up tutoring, I might have embarked on that same path, having never personally experienced the intricacies, but having observed them from afar. Shi was taken aback by the mention of 1 yuan, secretly pondering, with a daily travel allowance of 1 yuan that amounts to 30 yuan a month. If I were to stay in a large dormitory, I could save more than half. He feared that Yang Rui was testing him and uncertainly replied, that seems rather extravagant. Utilizing backdoor connections has always been the least expensive method of sales. Simply follow my guidance. Yang Rui asserted with unwavering resolve, his eyes betraying no flicker of doubt. The face of the good-hearted Wang Ming flushed crimson as he bowed his head, pretending not to hear. The notion of everyone leveraging backdoor connections would emerge in years to come. However, contemporary Chinese society still possessed a modicum of integrity, with pretenses of moral superiority not in short supply. In contrast to the ethical standards of his generation, Yang Rui's moral threshold was inherently low, and having pursued graduate studies, it had plummeted further. This was an inevitable circumstance, for his advisor was merely an associate professor at a regular university, often needing to curry favor with the institution, pharmaceutical companies, and other entities. It was even more so for the students working for the advisor. Unlike the systems abroad, Chinese pharmaceutical enterprises typically lack their own research institutions. Those that bear the title of corporate research institutes usually operate at the level of factory technical departments, engaging in tasks commensurate with such roles. Domestic pharmaceutical research primarily relies on universities. The so-called integration of industry, academia, and research entails companies financing universities to conduct research, with universities subsequently providing results to the companies while earning for themselves in the process. While professors at foreign universities may possess a semblance of academic integrity, the research paradigm in domestic institutions has long been commodified. It is difficult to ascertain how much expertise Yang Rui has truly acquired under his mentor, but he has certainly witnessed numerous and scrupulous practices by various disreputable companies. For Yang Rui, the matter of networking and connections is merely a triviality. Lacking a mature plan of his own, Shi had no choice but to follow Yang Rui's suggestions. Together with Wang Ming, they hoisted the examination papers onto the rear seat of a bicycle and rode towards the bus station in succession. At County number 1 Middle School, Shi stood outside the back gate wall, chain-smoking. He puffed on a raw cigarette without a filter until it nearly burned his fingers, then took a deep drag before exhaling onto the ground, subsequently crushing the remnants into the muddy earth with his worn black cloth shoes. He dared not sell the exam papers at the front gate, despite the constant flow of people, for a police kiosk was nearby. The streets these days are far from tranquil. Youth frequently engage in brawls, and some who graduated years ago without securing jobs, alongside individuals who never completed high school, often congregate near the entrance of the middle school to cause disturbances. It was only after several incidents that the county bureau established this post, dispatching uniformed officers to monitor students as they arrived and departed from school. Shirgui was uncertain whether the police at the kiosk were responsible for regulating publications. Yet he preferred to wait by the back door to avoid the humiliation of being taken to the police station. Unlike Yang Rui, who suggested approaching the teachers of the college entrance examination class directly, he felt at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Wang Ming who volunteered, taking a set of exam papers with the intention of promoting them in the classroom. This wait stretched into 2 long hours. Shirgui had consumed nearly half a pack of cigarettes by the time Wang Ming emerged with a few classmates. Counting carefully, he realized they amounted to a total of 7 individuals, including Wang Ming. As they drew closer, Shirgui craned his neck for a better view, only to find that there were no additional people behind them. Disappointment washed over him. A mere 7 sets of papers translated to a meager sales figure of 1 yuan and 40 cents, leaving him with a scant 28 cents, barely enough for a pack of decent cigarettes, let alone accommodation and travel expenses. The papers are at the back. You may take them yourselves, he thought, having envisioned a scenario where dozens would purchase the exam papers. Thus he had carried 50 sets, leaving the remainder with a friend nearby, hoping to collect more if sales were brisk. However, the reality of only 7 individuals truly dampened his spirits. Wang Ming had previously collected a pack from Yang Rui, bolstered by private assurances, and eagerly approached, unburdening Shirgui's load and distributing several sets to his classmates. The group promptly opened the sturdy cardboard packaging, inspecting each paper with hushed voices, comparing the quality of the sheets and the clarity of the writing. Shirgui felt a twinge of displeasure, yet he understood the adage that civility fosters prosperity, ensuring that not a flicker of discontent crossed his countenance. Wang Ming squatted on the ground, meticulously counting the papers, occasionally extracting one to allow a classmate to review it. Just as Shirgui felt his patience nearing its breaking point, Wang Ming exclaimed, "Uncle Shi, why are there only 50 sets? The rest are with a friend of mine. These papers are excessively heavy, and the journey here was quite arduous." Shirgui flicked out a cigarette and struck a match to light it. Wang Ming glanced at his classmates, stood up, and said, "Uncle Shi, let me accompany you to fetch them. What do we need them for? Our teacher, Li, mentioned that the papers are quite good, and he wants us to take them over. He has already distributed them to his class for a test. You should also inform Rui Gu to bring another 100 copies." As Wang Ming spoke, he slapped his forehead right. "If teacher Deng's class requires them too, we might need over 200 copies." Shirgui was momentarily stunned, only coming to his senses when the match burned his fingertips, exclaiming, "Why are you purchasing so many? Why not just copy them yourselves? 12 sets of papers? Copying them would take too much time. Besides, Teacher Li wants a more organized in-class examination." A bespectacled boy interjected, displaying a hint of pride typical of their school. "Then why not use a mimeograph? Printing 12 sets at once? That's impossible. The school only allows 2 sheets of paper per request. We can't print that many." The bespectacled boy revealed a knowing smile and remarked, "The school is reluctant to spend money. Besides, each set costs 20 cents. It hardly saves anything. The school prints examination papers and can enlist students' assistance. Yet it is prohibited from charging additional fees for materials such as paper and ink, given the limited miscellaneous fees paid by students. The administration maintains strict control over this matter. Conversely, externally purchased examination papers, despite being printed in the same manner, are treated differently. Since there is no direct connection to the school, students are permitted to finance them themselves, rendering them akin to other educational materials. This distinction highlights the fundamental difference between spending one's own money and utilizing funds from others. Shirgui, though lacking understanding of the school's inner workings, felt his heart racing with anticipation. To him, this campus, enclosed by walls, resembled a secluded utopia for the unwittingly gullible. Chapter 23. Maximizing talent. Shirgui hurried back to his friend's residence with remarkable speed, seizing the examination papers and rushing towards Yizhong. The initial impact was crucial. If the students of Yizhong utilized this set of papers, it was highly likely that students and teachers from other schools would follow suit. Wang Ming aided him by carrying a bundle, albeit panting from the exertion. Upon reaching the back entrance of Yizhong, they found over 10 students awaiting their arrival. After a brief inspection, representatives from several classes swiftly distributed the papers. Yang Rui had imposed strict standards while duplicating the examination sheets. Any wax paper that showed signs of wear was discarded, and freshly printed papers underwent thorough drying. In terms of quality, these sheets were vastly superior to those produced by the school itself. After all, neither teachers nor students at the school had the time or understanding necessary for rigorous quality control, often prioritizing thrift above all. Yang Rui, however, gained valuable insights from his mentor regarding numerous domestic and international enterprises, and he had adeptly designed streamlined production processes. Standing on the edge of the backyard, Shirgui collected the fees, soon finding his pockets brimming with coins. Yizhong was the largest secondary school in Cixi County, with a total of 12 classes in the graduating and remedial programs, exceeding 600 students. Compared to Shibao Middle School, its educational quality and college admission rates were significantly higher, with over 20 students gaining admission to vocational colleges last year, including 6 who secured spots at undergraduate institutions. Students from the surrounding areas were eager to enroll, driven by these slim chances of success. Correspondingly, the expectations at County No. 1 Middle School are considerably higher. For those not enrolled in the school, attending its remedial classes necessitates an additional fee of 50 yuan, a sum tenfold that of other ordinary secondary schools. Nevertheless, families in the county with the means will strive to send their children here. In comparison to the exorbitant other expenses, the cost of 2 jiao for a set of examination papers is quite a negligible expenditure. Over 150 sets do not amount to much. Leaving the final few papers for Wang Ming, Shirgui presented him with a pack of cigarettes, saying, "Please keep an eye on the school for me. If there are any further requests, take note. I shall immediately send a telegram to Shibao to have them dispatch more papers." Wang Ming readily agreed, enviously watching as Shirgui hurriedly made his way out of sight. Without hesitation, Shirgui opted for the telegram, and to convey the situation, he meticulously employed 16 characters, sold out, 200 sets pre-sold, expedite new stock to the gear factory. The post office charges 3 fen per character for telegrams. Thus, 16 characters would cost 4 mao 8, in addition to 1 fun for the telegram paper, totaling 4 mao 9, which is even pricier than a pack of de Qianmen cigarettes. As Shirgui handed over the money, he winced at the expense. However, recalling that he had just sold 150 sets of examination papers in a moment of distraction, he felt a surge of joy. 150 sets amounted to 30 yuan, of which he would receive 6 yuan, a considerable sum. Should he add the additional 200 sets requested, another 8 yuan would await him. This was merely the beginning. Shirgui sensed that he might have grasped something of great significance. His only concern was whether Yang Rui's production could keep pace. 200 sets amount to 2,400 papers. If one wishes to expand sales, it is only natural to produce a greater quantity of examination papers. At this moment, Shirgui began to harbor regrets about not having persisted in finding a printing house. Of course, such thoughts were fleeting. The stringent procedures of a printing factory might be navigable with Yang Rui's connections, yet he contributed nothing to this endeavor. And perhaps in the end, his share would diminish. Pondering this, Shirgui halted, re-evaluating the equity issue that Yang Rui had raised. The following noon, Shirgui encountered 2 students delivering goods. They had taken the early bus and called for a tricycle, the cargo area brimming, leaving only space for them to sit on the sides. "Please sign here." One student handed him what appeared to be a receipt, also printed in oil ink. Shirgui, taken aback, pointed to himself and inquired, "You don't recognize me?" "Of course we do," they replied. "Then why must I sign? If you don't sign, how will Brother Rui know whether the papers were taken by you or by me?" The student persistently extended the receipt towards him, with a hint of irritation. Shirgui wrote his name and then inquired with genuine concern, "How many sets did you take?" 400 sets. The 2 students unveiled the cloth covering the cargo area, revealing neatly bundled examination papers made of hard-shell paper. "So many?" Shirgui had thought it was commendable to deliver 200 sets. The students exchanged amused glances, and the slightly sturdier one said, "Brother Rui anticipated your question. At least this has been our volume for the past month. How is this achieved?" "Yesterday, when you made the call, Brother Rue personally covered the wages for the part-time jobs. The remuneration for an hour of labor is merely a dime, and the high school students are clamoring for it. Another student murmured, Brother Rue has only allocated 10 part-time positions for the reheating class. Otherwise, securing all 500 sets would be a breeze. Will there be even more opportunities next month? Xiang eagerly inquired. The other shook his head and replied. Brother Rue mentioned that there might be another set released next month, depending on when the market reaches saturation. Xiang nodded, grasping only a fragment of understanding. However, he soon cast this matter aside, for selling the 400 exam papers in his possession was of utmost importance. While Yang Rue was preparing funds for his teaching endeavors, Xiao Danian also arrived at the Municipal Education Bureau, seeking financial support for Shibao Middle School. The institution itself does not generate profit. Even with tuition and miscellaneous fees collected, the amount is woefully insufficient to cover expenses, especially since tuition must be remitted. Xiao Danian makes several trips to the Education Bureau each year, and this time he had an additional task, inquiring about the latest publication status of teaching materials. Although his rank is not high, his tenure is long, and he knows many within the bureau. Spotting the door of a deputy director's office ajar, he seized the opportunity to enter. Old Zhao has arrived. Old Feng, have you been promoted? Xiao Danian recognized an old friend and couldn't help but smile. Just a section chief, a 50-year-old section chief, not particularly useful. Come, have a seat. Old Feng set down his pen and circled around from behind his desk. Xiao Danian unceremoniously settled onto the sofa in the room and inquired, Do you manage the finances? Lao Feng, while pouring water, decisively replied, Not at all. What about personnel? That's entirely the responsibility of the director. Xiao Danian mused aloud, So? You don't manage that either? Lao Feng nodded with a chuckle. Xiao Danian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What about infrastructure? Do you oversee that? No, I do not, was the reply. Then, what purpose do you serve? Xiao Danian huffed in frustration. Lao Feng felt a sense of injustice from Xiao Danian's remarks and pondered for a moment before continuing to pour water. I used to be involved in the compilation of teaching materials, and I still am. The vice director position was created to address my compensation issues. Xiao Danian repeated. Compilation of teaching materials, compilation of teaching materials. He then slapped his thigh and exclaimed, That works. I actually wanted to ask you if the province has released any new internal materials for the college entrance examination. There is nothing of the sort. Lao Feng asserted as he set down the teapot. Xiao Danian remained skeptical. You can't be serious. Why would I deceive you? Lao Feng replied. Oh, come on, Lao Zhao. You wouldn't feel satisfied unless you gained some advantage or made a backdoor deal, would you? Lao Feng teased, then suddenly slapped his forehead and said, I nearly forgot. I need to ask you something. If you hadn't come, I would have had to call you. Xiao Danian looked at him curiously. What do you want to ask? Is there a teacher at your school named Yang Rue? Lao Feng asked earnestly. Xiao Danian's mind flickered to a student named Yang Rue. Then he shook his head and replied, There is no teacher by that name. You, Lao Zhao, are not being straightforward, Lao Feng remarked. Old Feng leaned slightly forward, his smile reminiscent of a wilting flower, and said, I am not asking you for a person. I merely wish to borrow for a few days. Xiao Danian, sensing a surge of caution, replied, Why do you need it? Do you not know? Feng retorted. Know what? Xiao Danian, fearing a misunderstanding, clarified. I came to the city a few days ago and have yet to contact the school. Observing that Zhao did not seem to be deceiving him, Old Feng rose and approached the bookshelf, retrieving a stack of newspapers. He flipped to the topmost one and placed it on the coffee table. Look here. In this issue of the Middle School Student Guide, there is an article authored by Yang Rue from Shibao Middle School in Xixin County, Hedong Province. I have read it twice. It is written with clarity, methodical structure, and a progressive flow. Such talent, when confined to the countryside, why not lend it to me first? Let us utilize his abilities to their fullest. He paused, his mouth dry from his fervent speech, and lifted his cup, only to find Xiao Danian wearing a peculiar expression. Sensing an opportunity, Old Feng quickly added, Do not hesitate. Your reluctance could hinder a young person's future. The Middle School Student Guide is a reputable provincial academic journal. Vastly different from those trivial snippets found in newspapers. It can be beneficial for professional evaluations and awards. It is no small feat for someone to write such an article. You must be understanding, mustn't you? Xiao Danian's expression grew even more peculiar. Chapter 24. Accumulation leads to eruption. The afternoon sunlight streamed into the office, illuminating it with a particularly bright glow. The flourishing clivius swayed gently, nestled in the northern corner of the desk. In the shadows of the room lay two thermoses, one red and one green, alongside a basin and its stand. In an era devoid of independent plumbing, possessing a clean basin and thermoses, complemented by manual water supply, was akin to the most extravagant indulgence. The same could be said for the Central South Sea. Seated in such an office, Old Feng exuded an additional air of authority. He spoke to Yang Ruiji earnestly. Convinced of his necessity, our textbook compilation team has been commissioned by the provincial department to supplement the newly revised central textbooks. We enjoy a high administrative rank, with personnel and funding prioritized. By assigning Yang Rui to me, we can fully harness his capabilities, allowing us to better fulfill the tasks assigned by our superiors. In 2 or 3 years, once we have completed the textbook compilation, we can reward him with a promising future. If you insist on keeping him in the countryside, 2 years later, he will still be in the same situation. Why prolong it? Zhao Danning offered a wry smile. It is not that I wish to deny you. Rather, I am unable to do so. Old Zhao, I understand that you regard Shibao Middle School as your own, but you cannot hold back another son. For other matters, feel free to jest, but in this case, you must heed my counsel. Old Feng's tone oscillated between sternness and gentleness, evidently attuned to Zhao Danning's temperament. Knowing how to navigate the sensibilities of this seasoned idealist, Zhao Danning replied helplessly, I understand. You do not realize what a remarkable opportunity this is. Old Feng sighed. The 1980s was an era that cherished and valued talent. The more grassroots one descended, the more significant the regard for talent became. This was driven not only by departmental interests, but also by a genuine national desire to treasure human resources. Although many in later generations may perceive the dedication to the party, the country, and the people as no more reliable than the proverbial drinking water to satisfy one's thirst. During the 1980s, countless individuals earnestly embodied this spirit. The ability to publish articles in newspapers and magazines was considered a hallmark of talent. Many notable figures and officials in subsequent times owe their initial rise to fame to a single article, a poem, or even a letter. To persuade Zhao Danning, Old Feng took several magazines from the bookshelf, flipping through Yang Rui's articles to show him. He genuinely admired Yang Rui's writings. Among these were papers that Yang Rui had copied, some that he had partially adapted, and a few that were purely his own original compositions. After several years as a tutor, Yang Rui had accumulated various thoughts and ideas he yearned to express and disseminate. However, the academic journals of later years were rife with corruption and tedium. They not only failed to pay contributors, but also charged authors hundreds or even thousands of yuan in publication fees. Those of slightly higher status would often resort to connections or even bribery. As a young man in a private enterprise, Yang Rui found himself powerless against such a convoluted system. Returning to the 1980s, the entrenched barriers had vanished and new obstacles had yet to emerge, creating an unparalleled epoch for researchers. Yang Rui could not help but insert 2 genuine pieces of his own work amidst the articles he was transcribing. Given the contemporary examination of the college entrance examination, his thoughts and discourses are indeed of considerable value, and it is entirely reasonable for them to be published. In Old Feng's eyes, someone who has suddenly produced such a multitude of articles is undoubtedly a person with a story. With a sense of compassion, he remarked, "You must take this seriously. Even if Yang Rui does not comprehend it, you should persuade him once you understand, and inform him that we are in an era of reform and opening up, a time vastly different from before. Henceforth, no one shall claim that knowledge is an adversary. On the contrary, we shall cherish talent, respect it, and value it. In truth, this comrade must possess some awareness. Just look at the concentration of published articles. It likely represents years of accumulation. Is it not a case of profound preparation leading to a sudden emergence? He has not relinquished his pursuit of learning or his dedication to education over the years, and it is our responsibility to provide this comrade with an explanation. He evidently perceives Yang Rui as an intellectual who persisted in striving and learning throughout the tumultuous period. Despite the fact that the movement concluded several years ago, those who pen their experiences remain exceedingly cautious. There are numerous intellectuals who, after years of silence, are now cautiously re-emerging. Not everyone possesses the audacity to rejoice at the clarion call of reform. Old Feng, having himself been toppled and risen anew, harbors a particular sympathy for individuals like Yang Rui and earnestly inquired, what is his current position? Does he hold any official title? Zhao Danning remained in a state of shock, murmuring, no official position. No official position? A substitute teacher? Why not release him then? This is sheer nonsense. Lao Feng's voice rose in intensity as he stood up, taking a few strides forward. With a wave of his hand, he spoke in a calmer tone. It is not entirely your fault. Many comrades have left over the years, and the workload for rearrangement is substantial. How about this? I will find a way to secure the position. You just send the individual to me without further delay. Allowing such exceptional talent to squander their youth is not only our oversight, but also a loss for the nation. Zhao Danian, possessing remarkable resilience, retorted. Did Yang Rui write all of these? All attributed to a single author, he continued. They primarily focus on secondary education research, with a bit of literature, mainly popular science and science fiction. Lao Feng had not closely examined magazines like Scientific American. Publications such as China Middle School Student Guide should have received greater attention due to their academic nature. Zhao Danian, unable to believe his eyes, read a few brief articles and scrutinized the signatures above, remaining silent for an extended period. Lao Feng urged him repeatedly. Finally, Zhao Danian spoke slowly. I know of a Yang Rui, but he is not a teacher at our school. What do you mean? Did he misattribute his name or something? You have misunderstood my point. If the Yang Rui you speak of is indeed the one I know, he is not a teacher at our school. He might be a student. Zhao Danian expressed this in one breath. Had he not been under such pressure, he would have at least returned to the school to confirm before admitting that Yang Rui was indeed a student there. Old Feng rubbed his ears and reiterated, student? How old is the student? 18 or 19, perhaps, a student from the re-education class. Zhao Danian reflected on his conversation with Yang Rui, then replied, maybe 21 or 22. If he started school early. Are you certain? How can I be certain? Zhao Danian reclined on the sofa, wearing a nonchalant expression, and remarked, in any case, there is only one Yang Rui at our West Fortress High School. Old Feng, now uncertain, questioned, could it be that I truly made an error? Zhao Danian awkwardly touched his nose and pretended to sip tea. Having known him for a long time, Old Feng quickly realized, you have more to say, don't you? I have, came the reply, then reiterated. You old rascal. Zhao Danian adopted a defiant stance reminiscent of the Red Guards. Old Feng remained unfazed, urging him further. Finally, Zhao Danian explained, do you recall when I entered and asked if the province had released any new internal exercises or materials? I answered that everyone is currently busy preparing the accompanying materials for the new textbooks. Who has time to produce exercises for the old curriculum? Old Feng referred to this year's newly released textbooks, which would accompany the post-80s generation for a long time. It's not just supplementary materials for the old textbooks. It is, how should I put it, a whole set of new resources. Zhao Danian shook his head and clarified. What I meant to convey is that it was produced by Yang Rui. Old Feng was puzzled. Which Yang Rui are you referring to? There aren't that many Yang Ruis. We have only this one student, Yang Rui. Oh, are you saying that this student, Yang Rui, has created a set of teaching materials himself? It was only then that Lao Feng realized and hastily inquired. What about the questions? Zhao Danyang retrieved several sheets from his briefcase. These were the initial printed copies, produced using the school's paper and mimeograph, as per Yang Rui's request. As for the recent events, Zhao Danyang was entirely unaware. Lao Feng skimmed through the pages at a rapid pace, quickly succumbing to a peculiar sensation, akin to something he had envisioned for a long time suddenly exploding in his mind in a manner that resonated more closely with his own thoughts. For someone born in the 1930s, this feeling of clarity about one's desires, even more so than one's own self-awareness, was refreshingly intoxicating and utterly unbelievable. I must go meet this Yang Rui. Lao Feng hurriedly gathered the newspapers and magazines from the coffee table, exhibiting an eagerness to depart, only to abruptly halt. Slapping his forehead. Oh no. What is it now? Can you refrain from being so dramatic? It's bad. Lao Feng continued to slap his forehead, pacing around the office in a frenzy. Focus. Zhao Danyang grasped his arm. Lao Feng shook his head. Do you remember Huang Weiping? How could I forget? It's been a while. We even drank together when I returned home a couple of years ago. He went back to Beijing and entered some office, right? That fellow has a high education and good fortune. What happened to him? He called me yesterday, inquiring about this Yang Rui. Old Feng sighed and said, since the signature is from Hedong province, I was asked if I knew this person. I replied that I did not, but what? Could you not complete your thought in one go? I articulated my conjectures. What conjectures? Zhao Danian had actually deduced a little, though he was reluctant to inquire further. Old Feng smacked his forehead. Consider this. So many articles released at once, all embodying mature thoughts. At that moment, I believe that this could not possibly be the work of anyone other than a teacher who has long labored on the front lines or a scholar who has dedicated years to the study of education. Given that this is from your Shibao Middle School, and with Huang Weiping inquiring, I offered a few of my own insights, which I deemed somewhat complimentary. Zhao Danyan's face turned pale. What flattering remarks did you make? Old Feng replied in a hushed tone. I suggested that he is very likely an educator who has yet to be rehabilitated and has been persistently researching and learning. He continued, otherwise, one could not produce work of such caliber and quantity. Old Feng, oh old Feng. Zhao Danyan, infuriated, stood up, pointed at him, and reprimanded. On what basis do you make such assumptions? Could you not have simply given me a call? How can you say that? The phone at your school rarely works. It fails 9 times out of 10. Could you not have waited a moment? Zhao Danyan's voice rose sharply. Old Feng felt the tension rise on his forehead. However, upon hearing Zhao Danyan's words, he softened and replied quietly. Huang Weiping was eager for answers. And I simply could not wait. Zhao Danyan gradually regained his composure and inquired curiously, why the urgency? What is he so anxious about? Lao Feng lowered his gaze, revealing. Huang Weiping mentioned that a meeting is underway. Someone has brought forth 2 articles penned by Yang Rui as exemplars, discussing them during the assembly. The attendees, intrigued, have expressed a desire to hear the author's perspective. Zhao Danyan, with heightened sensitivity, asked, what kind of meeting? He mused, I didn't inquire. It could pertain to the new textbook or perhaps a theoretical conference within the educational sector. Suddenly, Zhao Danyan was taken aback. Is it from the Central Committee? Lao Feng replied, otherwise, what could it be? At that moment, a thought struck Zhao Danyan. This was a rare opportunity. If he could speak a kind word, perhaps Yang Rui could avoid numerous detours and reclaim a bit of time. He never imagined that it involved students. How could it possibly concern students? Lao Feng clapped his hands in astonishment. Zhao Danyan was left speechless, taking a considerable time to sit upright and suggest, shall we give Huang Weiping another call? To clarify? What would we say? Lao Feng responded. The meeting from yesterday must have concluded by now. Who would be interested in hearing it, especially Huang Weiping? Furthermore, whether this Yang Rui is indeed the Yang Rui in question remains uncertain. Lao Feng's thoughts were in disarray. Perhaps someone at the meeting was simply curious and asked. And now it was all in the past. Maybe, they both offered each other a semblance of comfort. Nevertheless, they were acutely aware that those who could casually express curiosity during a meeting and then instruct others to make calls were certainly not ordinary individuals. Whether such inquiries would be forgotten is a matter of speculation. Chapter 25. Budget Zhao Daji and Feng Yun hurriedly returned to Shibao Town. Although the straight-line distance was not great, they spent an entire day traversing the road, finally arriving after 3 transfers. Upon reaching their destination, Feng Yun, undeterred by the fatigue of travel, insisted on visiting the school. Zhao Daji, left with no choice, accompanied him up the mountain. By the time they reached the passenger station, it was already dinner time. The two hastened up the mountain, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, the modest campus gradually succumbed to darkness, resembling a great beast with its mouth agape. Let us rest at my place first. There is only one bed, so please do not mind it, Zhao Daji offered. As he had a room at the school, Feng Yun nodded. I was too hasty. I can sleep on the floor. After all, it is summer. As a guest, I cannot impose on you. What a bright sight, Zhao Daji remarked, noticing the numerous lights illuminating several classrooms ahead of them. However, contrary to the dim lighting he was accustomed to, these classrooms were aglow with several large lamps. You seem to have quite good conditions here, Feng Yun commented, counting as they walked. Is it really necessary to have 6 large lights in one classroom? Not at all. I cannot afford the electricity bill either, Zhao Daji replied, exasperated, as he rushed into the school, with Feng Yun trailing closely behind. Bang! Zhao Daji forcefully pushed open the wooden door of the classroom, the strength of his action betraying his impending retirement. You are indeed generous, he observed, as within the classroom 2 existing lights were complemented by 2 yellow lamps on each side of the walls, radiating warmth and brightness beneath the grand lampshades. The desks and chairs, arranged in parallel, formed a circle with a student seated at every other position. Over a dozen individuals, each wielding a metal pen, busily transcribed notes onto wax paper. Superfluous tables and benches were stacked at the back, while a few others operated the mimeograph, producing a substantial number of examination papers. A rough estimate indicated that the 6 large lamps consumed no less than 600 watts, meaning they required more than half a kilowatt-hour in just 1 hour, resulting in a total of 2 kilowatt-hours for the 4 classrooms. Zhao Danyang, feeling the weight of distress, struggled to maintain her composure, her fingers trembling as she pointed towards the students within the classroom, selling my hard-earned efforts while I toil to secure funding. And you all have the audacity to turn on so many lights? Are you all blind? The characters inscribed on the wax boards were smaller than usual, making them difficult to discern under the old chandeliers, prompting Rui Gu to insist on the installation of brighter lamps. Huang Run, assisting in this classroom, quickly explained the situation. Who is Rui Gu? Zhao Danyang seethed, waiting for an outlet for her pent-up fury. Huang Ren cautiously replied, It's Yang Rui. He teaches us how to solve problems, and everyone calls him Rui Gu. The reality was, of course, far more complex, yet Huang Ren deemed this explanation sufficient. Upon hearing Yang Rui's name, Feng Yun reacted as if scalded, stepping forward and inquiring, Yang Rui, which Yang Rui? Huang Ren, momentarily taken aback, eventually clarified, the one from the tutoring class. Mu Yang Tai Dui Rui? Feng Yun, apprehensive about misidentifying once more, asked with great care. After gesturing for clarification, Huang Ren confirmed. Feng Yun immediately followed up with, How does he teach you to solve problems? There are indeed questions that one may pose, and he is quite adept at resolving them, is he not? Certainly. Huang Ren responded with unwavering confidence. At this moment, Zhao Danyan's attention was drawn, momentarily setting aside the other students, and turned to inquire, Are there any questions he cannot answer? Of course not, Huang Ren earnestly stated. He crafted all the questions. So how could there be any he cannot address? Is this the examination paper in question? Feng Yun produced the paper from the artificial leather briefcase that the principal had given him. Huang Ren glanced at it and affirmed, Yes, indeed. Do be meticulous. Zhao Danyan barked an admonition. Huang Ren, a lean young man with a slender physique, narrow face, and delicate hands, belonged to the category of exceptionally thin individuals. Startled by the principal's admonition, he recoiled, taking the paper and timidly stating, I recognized it because I have encountered this paper numerous times. Encountered it numerous times? Feng Yun expressed his bewilderment. Huang Ren hesitated, lowering his gaze in reluctance to respond. What is the matter? Zhao Danyan pressed further. He is the principal, and Huang Ren found himself in a quandary, unsure whether to answer or remain silent. Fortunately, Yang Rui, having heard the conversation, entered from outside. He had caught wind of their inquiries and interjected. We have printed many sets of this examination paper. The layout has become quite familiar, and the illustrations within can be identified at a glance. Understanding the inquiries posed by the two individuals, he gestured toward the surrounded round table and remarked, In the spirit of diligence and frugality, we have printed extra copies of the materials we utilize, offering them to those in need to alleviate some of the educational costs. Feng Yunyan, wise beyond his years, swiftly penetrated Yang Rui's simplistic explanation and inquired, Are you selling these materials? To which Yang Rui, who preferred to evade acknowledgement, earnestly replied, Many students in our school come from underprivileged backgrounds, facing challenges in purchasing materials and supplies. The annual tuition and miscellaneous fees, along with living expenses at school, constitute a significant financial burden. Our intention is to save as much money as possible, allowing more students to reduce their burdens and ultimately pursue their studies without financial constraints. Zhao Danyan remained unmoved and questioned, Did you purchase these lamps as well? They were acquired using public funds, Yang Rui retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Feng Yun, and elaborated, I have not taken a single penny. All expenditures were agreed upon collectively. The decision to purchase the lamps was made during a meeting, and the electricity fees have been prepaid. There are meeting records, signatures from everyone, and comprehensive accounts. Yang Rui proposed to convene a budgeting meeting weekly to ascertain all expenditures for the forthcoming week, with only the budgeting meetings documented, typically lasting no longer than 5 minutes. Most of the items were determined by Yang Rui himself. This response undoubtedly surprised both individuals, prompting Feng Yun to ask involuntarily, How many sets of materials have you sold? 500 sets daily. As Shigui began venturing into neighboring counties and towns, the overall demand subsequently increased. Feng Yun was taken aback by this figure. How could there be so many? Yang Rui spread his hands, feeling no need to answer the question. Zhao Danyan inquired further, How much did you sell? Yang Rui hesitated, but Feng Yun cleared his throat emphatically and said, Let's continue this conversation later. Yang Rui, could you come here for a moment? I need to ask you something. He intentionally interrupted Zhao Danyan's inquiry to prevent Yang Rui from revealing an astonishing number. Feng Yun was unaware of the selling price of Yang Rui's exam papers, but the sheer quantity of 500 was already considerable. If he were to learn of the total sales, it might hinder his communication with Yang Rui. Yang Rui was quite pleased, as the profit from 500 papers was indeed substantial, averaging around 50 yuan daily. Excluding certain holidays unsuitable for sales, the monthly profit remained over 1,000 yuan. This amount represented a significant sum. However, this income was predicated on the cheap labor of part-time students. Had it been calculated based on the wages and benefits of regular workers, it would likely result in a deficit. While Zhao Danyan contemplated, Feng Yun had already shifted the discussion towards the topics of the exam papers and publication in periodicals. The Middle School Student's Guide is a provincial-level journal, and during a time when core journals had yet to proliferate and publishing overseas papers remained a formidable challenge, it was nearly the most academic magazine accessible to non-professional researchers. Within the city's educational system, no one had yet achieved such a distinction. Anticipating Feng Yun's questions, Yang Rui engaged him in a clever exchange, swiftly elucidating the fundamental structure of the Rui learning group. Yet Feng Yun found himself unable to grasp further details. I have a few exam papers here. Would you be able to assist with them? Due to Yang Rui's youth, Feng Yun decided to probe further. Simultaneously, he entrusted several extra papers to Zhao Danyan, asking him to arrange for a few individuals to take the exam concurrently for comparative analysis. After a brief contemplation, Yang Rui acquiesced. To blend into the crowd was not his aspiration. This sentiment held true at every level. Chapter 26. The Dilemma. Feng Yun's examination papers constitute internal materials from the textbook compilation group. However, unlike the coveted internal resources sought after by students, this set of papers is designed to assess difficulty levels. Given that the restoration of the college entrance examination has only been in place for 5 years, there exists a prevailing uncertainty regarding the appropriate level of difficulty for the test items. Initially, the consensus among the question-setting team was to adopt a relatively simple approach. Yet, as time has progressed, an increasing number of students have begun to receive systematic education and engage in long-term revision, rendering such an approach inadequate. Consequently, a collective recognition has emerged advocating for an elevation in the difficulty of the college entrance examination, as well as an enhancement in teaching rigor. However, the extent of this increase necessitates experimentation from various fronts. This is precisely why, since the mid-1980s, the college entrance examination has experienced fluctuations in difficulty levels, alternating between years of simplicity and complexity. This pattern reflects the attempts of the question setters. If the average score for one year is low, the following year may see a slight increase in difficulty, while a higher average score may prompt a reduction in challenges. As a regional textbook compilation group, Feng Yun and his colleagues are tasked with deciphering the intentions of the question setters and assessing the difficulty and scope of the examination items. If they aim for a more ambitious goal, they might even attempt to influence the exam creators. Since the selection of question setters changes annually, a robust educational research institution could effectively steer the direction of question setting over the course of an entire year. While Feng Yun's aspirations may not be so far-reaching, his group must nonetheless establish a defined range of difficulty to facilitate the composed development of relevant teaching materials and exercises. At this moment, Feng Yun presents a collection of examination papers deemed excessively challenging by the internal team. Some questions that they deemed excessively difficult and inappropriate have been concentrated in this examination paper. Nonetheless, these questions are inherently representative and thought-provoking. What initially appeared to be a simple task was taken up by Feng Yun as a means to assess Yang Rui. The class monitor, Lu Shan, along with the top students in the class, Li Shuigong and Su Jing, as well as Huang Ren from the classroom, were all summoned to tackle this set of questions. Among them, Li Shuigong was undoubtedly the most delighted. Prior to Yang Rui's awakening, he was the academic prodigy of Shibao High School, spending his days engrossed in solving problems, with no other hobby to speak of. Now, with a plethora of new questions presented before him, he resembled a glutton standing before a feast, exerting every effort to avoid drooling over the paper. However, Li Shuigong's excitement waned within a few minutes. After perusing the entire mathematics paper, he found himself parched. What on earth are these questions? The spatial geometry problems appeared as chaotic as a group of quadrilaterals performing a synchronized dance. The graphs of functions resembled leftover noodles. And the trigonometric questions were either overwhelmingly lengthy or frustratingly brief. It took Li Shuigong half an hour to complete the first 4 questions, leaving him uncertain about their correctness. As for the subsequent questions, he felt utterly drained, both physically and mentally. Solving problems is indeed a strenuous endeavor. Li Shuigong was exhausted, and Su Jing and Huang Ren were no better off. Both were beginning to break into a cold sweat. Class monitor Lu Shan maintained a semblance of composure, yet her writing betrayed a similar hesitation. "Please give me another copy," Yang Rui suddenly declared, setting down his pen and pushing the paper forward. The others looked at Yang Rui in astonishment. "The number of questions on this paper is fewer than that of a typical one. I completed it in one go to avoid returning for a second round." Yang Rui's initial words seemed humble, yet the latter half was in stark contrast. Lu Shan, skeptical, pulled over his paper, scrutinizing each question. Feng Yun cleared his throat and walked over to stand behind Lu Shan, donning his reading glasses to take a closer look. Unperturbed by their actions, Yang Rui rose to fetch the physics paper and leisurely began to work through it. For Yang Rui, once a celebrated tutor, challenging problems felt as routine as daily meals. The mischievous students attending the tutoring sessions would invariably present him with intricate questions, and just when he resolved a batch, a new wave of mischievous learners would arrive. Naturally, with the reputation of a gold medalist, Yang Rui was no ordinary individual. As long as the problems were not deliberately perplexing, akin to those in Olympiad mathematics, he navigated through them with remarkable fluidity, often not taking more time than he would for standard questions. Feng Yun's paper, however, was quite abbreviated, comprising only a little over 10 questions. Yang Rui took his time and completed it within 30 minutes. The physics paper demanded more critical thinking and problem-solving techniques, requiring less written work. The more he progressed, the quicker he became, almost unable to pause. In contrast, the other students found themselves increasingly reluctant to write, glancing around, contemplating whether to give up altogether. Eventually, after finishing the mathematics paper, Feng Yun let out a long sigh and declared, "All right, no need to continue." Li Shuigong felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, while Su Jing stretched languidly and exclaimed, "I'm so bored." Laughter rippled through the surroundings. Zhao Danian furrowed his brow and approached Feng Yun, inquiring, "Old Feng, how accurate was he?" Feng Yun handed him the recent mathematics examination paper, replying, "Perfectly correct." Upon examining the problems, Zhao Danian could not help but feel astonished. The difficulty level of the diagnostic assessment was worlds apart from this one. Zhao Danian and Feng Yun exchanged bewildered glances, while Lu Shan and the other students looked at Yang Rui with expressions of curiosity. It seemed he had experienced a breakthrough. Yang Rui, aware of their unspoken questions, smiled as he organized the scrap paper on his desk. "What is the story behind the paper you published?" Feng Yun was particularly eager to ask this. This time, it was Yang Rui's turn to be puzzled. "When did I ever publish a paper?" Feng Yun quickly retrieved a newspaper from his briefcase, pointing to the outermost page, and asked, "Isn't this article in the student guide? Signed by Yang Rui from Shibao Middle School, yours?" "Indeed, it is," Yang Rui admitted. "But how can it be said that I have never published a paper?" He found himself somewhat at a loss for words, inadvertently revealing too much. The moment the words escaped his lips, Feng Yun felt a pang of awkwardness. Yang Rui silently chastised himself for being careless. He must exercise greater caution in his evening discussions. Yet, he realized he had not spoken incorrectly. In a strict sense, Yang Rui's published short article cannot be classified as a thesis. It is merely a related discussion. However, different eras impose varying standards. In the 1980s, academic journals were scarce, and many core journals that we now regard as pivotal had yet to be established. To the old Mr. Feng of the Municipal Education Bureau, the National Publication Secondary School Students Gazette was already quite commendable. As for Yang Rui himself, he was merely attracted by the relatively high remuneration for submissions and decided to submit an article. He never anticipated that an article on mathematical problem-solving techniques for high school students would catch the attention of a middle-aged bureaucrat. After a while, Feng Yun regained his composure and sat down across from Yang Rui, addressing the young man with expressive eyebrows and large eyes in a warm tone. "How is it that you suddenly published so many articles?" "I counted, and it seems to exceed 20. Yang Rui responded with a modest smile. "At that time, I had no idea how many would pass the review. He spoke the truth, albeit omitting certain details. Feng Yun smiled. Were you surprised? A little, Yang Rui replied. How did you manage to write these articles? What was your selection process? How did you compose them? It must have taken a considerable amount of time. Feng Yun engaged him with probing questions, thinking that despite Yang Rui's intelligence, he was still just a high school student who would likely indulge in a bit of boasting. Unfortunately, Yang Rui's mental maturity had long surpassed that of an ordinary high schooler, and with the previous realization, he had but one response to such inquiries. I had an epiphany. Lu Shan chuckled softly, while Zhao Dan cleared his throat emphatically and suggested, perhaps we should continue this discussion tomorrow. It is rather late today. After speaking, he reluctantly took Feng Yun back to share a bed. Before departing, Zhao Danning glanced at the students around him, engrossed in their wax paper writings, only to be pulled away by Feng Yun. Nowadays, ordinary families have managed to address their basic needs. Yet the notion that anyone who desires an education can easily obtain it remains a distant reality. If students could secure some additional income to alleviate their burdens, the number of those abandoning their studies would surely diminish. Feng Yun was unaware of how Yang Rui managed to sell 500 exam papers daily. Nor did he wish for himself or Zhao Danning to know. It was simply the unalterable principle of an experienced athlete maintaining a vigorous life through exercise. Chapter 27. The issue of piracy. Feng Yun harbored thoughts in his mind and rose early the next day. Zhao Danning, having been busy for several days, slept soundly. Snoring thunderously, Feng Yun left the dormitory, freshened up briefly, and sought a quieter place to practice martial arts. However, upon exiting the dormitory area, he found the playground bustling with students jogging. Leading the pack was Yang Rui. Clad in a thin tank top, Yang Rui appeared robust and healthy, glistening sweat cascading along the contours of his muscular physique. Occasionally, female students engaged in morning reading would steal glances at him, some audaciously pointing from a distance and giggling softly. This was an era of youthful expression and self-liberation. Feng Yun gradually approached a small grove and found a relatively open patch of ground, where he warmed up and commenced his boxing practice. He practiced Qin-style Tai Chi, inspired by the bureau chief's enthusiasm for Qigong, which had influenced the civil servants within the bureau to take up various forms of martial arts, with traditional practices focusing on boxing or more complex weapons like the broadsword and spear. As Feng Yun continued to train, he developed a genuine interest and made it a daily ritual. When Yang Rui ran past, he noticed Feng Yun and nodded amicably before continuing his laps. Feng Yun reciprocated the nod and resumed his Tai Chi practice. After completing a set, he felt a pleasant warmth and slight perspiration. Looking up again, he observed that Yang Rui was still running, showing no signs of slowing down. Following closely behind Yang Rui was a group of equally vigorous young individuals, their robust physiques starkly contrasting with the students he had encountered during inspections at other schools. However, in the eyes of the old-fashioned Feng Yun, sports ultimately amounted to mere trifles. He paused for a moment, waiting for the sweat on his body to dissipate, before returning to the dormitory to call for Zhao Danning. And together they made their way to the dining hall. The dining hall was situated at the far end of the playground, and even before they arrived, the rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. To Feng Yun, who was ravenously hungry, this was quite astonishing. He exclaimed, "Old Zhao, it seems you all are living a life akin to that of deities at Shibao Middle School." Zhao Danning, equally astonished, rubbed his belly and glanced around, as if speaking to himself. I've only been away from school for a few days, and it feels as though I've entered an entirely different place. Setting aside such thoughts for the time being, he insisted, let us eat first. Feng Yun lifted his clothing and strode directly into the courtyard. Within the courtyard, large pots simmered with broth, and one could see white slices of radish bobbing up and down within. In the center of the yard, there was another pot from which anyone could ladle out broth at their leisure. The pickled vegetables, neatly cut, were stored in jars beside the meat soup, available for anyone to take. Feng Yun and Zhao Danning chose a bench at the edge and sat down just as a pot of meat soup was emptied. A few students called out to the cook, who promptly replaced it with a fresh pot, placing it back in the center of the courtyard. Please give me a portion for steamed buns, along with soup and pickled vegetables. How much will it cost? Feng Yun fished out some change and meal tickets, handing them over to the stove. The cook, bustling about with a glistening face, cheerfully accepted the money, counted out 4 steamed buns, and said, "Here are your buns. The soup and pickled vegetables are complimentary. Take as much as you wish, but they must be consumed here. Complimentary? Feng Yun echoed in disbelief. The cook affirmed with certainty, indeed, complimentary. Are you still serving communal meals here? In Feng Yun's mind, this could be the sole reason. The head chef paused for a moment and chuckled, saying, "What communal meals? You paid for the steamed buns, didn't you? The broth is made from large bones, and the pickled vegetables were purchased by the students of the Rue Shui group. Rue Gu has made it clear that there is plenty and no charge, so you can eat to your heart's content. Bones are significantly cheaper than meat. Yang Rue can procure dozens of pounds of bones from the Shibao meat processing plant at a mere few coins. Locally sourced radishes and cabbages are even more affordable and are staples in the school cafeteria. With little expense, the broth brings joy to students who have long been deprived of the taste of meat. Coupled with a few coins worth of pickled vegetables, Yang Rue has managed to delight the entire student body at minimal cost. The adage that one's mouth is short when eating from another's bowl rings true here. The students remain oblivious to how many test papers Rue Shui sells daily and the profits earned, only noticing that the cafeteria's meals have improved and that they now have nearly free test papers, leading to a chorus of praise. Even the head chef, pleased with the abundance of ingredients, willingly takes on extra shifts. Zhao Danan maintains a stern demeanor in front of the students, but despite his surprise, he quietly sits in a corner, sipping the broth. Feng Yun slurps eagerly, continually exclaiming, "This broth is exquisite, with the oil rendered from the marrow enveloping the white radish. Heavenly." After savoring the broth, he continues to extol the virtues of the pickled vegetables, remarking, "The first bite is crisp and sweet, and as you chew, it reveals a savory saltiness. It pairs perfectly with the broth and is even better with rice, truly a rare delight. Of course, the most remarkable aspect is that it is free." The final sentence is the crux of the matter. Zhao Danan shifted uneasily in his seat. Throughout his decades as principal, he had encountered countless situations, yet this particular occurrence was unprecedented. A private individual subsidizing a public canteen? Who would undertake such an endeavor? Zhao Danan recalled Yang Rue's behavior from the previous day, yet he could not fathom his motivations. In truth, had it been someone well-versed in the nuances of a market economy, they would have been able to infer the situation's essence. Recognizing that Yang Rue was orchestrating a scheme for mutual benefit, much like a favored graduate student who, upon securing a lucrative project, treats his classmates to a meal. A person of sound mind naturally harbors typical emotions. Witnessing another's fortune often breeds jealousy, particularly when the benefits are derived from communal resources, which creates an even greater sense of imbalance. Consequently, when one reaps rewards, it is only fitting that they contribute to the collective well-being, thereby restoring equilibrium among the masses. In ancient China, even the most malevolent gentry would feign benevolence, presenting themselves as altruistic benefactors willing to share their bounty. A mere fade intended to alleviate their own resentment, akin to the therapeutic effect of bloodletting for a sufferer of heat stroke. The Rue Shui group, comprising over 30 individuals, generated approximately 50 yuan daily, an amount sufficient for their needs, rendering any attempt to pocket these funds both precarious and inviting theft. Therefore, Yang Rue's decision to generously distribute the surplus yielded commendable results. Had time permitted, he would have even considered establishing an internal scholarship fund. As Zhao Danan and Feng Yun neared the end of their meal, the members of the Rue Shui group, led by Yang Rue, entered with books in hand. They had recently adopted a routine of jogging before their studies, interspersing their meals to optimize their time. "Yang Rue, come here," Zhao Danan called out. Zhao Danan observed as Yang Rue procured breakfast and beckoned him over. Anxious under the principal's esteemed presence, he instinctively set down his bowl and chopsticks, casting a furtive glance. With agility, Yang Rue turned around, seated himself before Zhao Danan with a smile, and inquired, "Both the principal and this esteemed gentleman are present. I noticed you practicing martial arts earlier, and as I was leading the way, I refrained from approaching to greet you. Is it customary for you to jog every morning?" "Indeed, a bit of exercise invigorates the spirit and aids in physical fitness," Yang Rue replied, having changed into a sleeveless shirt after his run, deliberately showcasing his sculpted physique. The six-pack abs, once a distant aspiration for Yang Rue, now bore semblance, making it hard for him to resist the opportunity to flaunt. Zhao Danan, maintaining a stoic expression, inquired, "How much does the complimentary meat soup and pickles in the cafeteria cost daily?" "It's bone broth," Yang Rue corrected him, then added, "My uncle works at the Shibao Food Factory, and I acquired some unsold large bones from their warehouse, which cost very little. If calculated daily, it amounts to less than a yuan. Upon hearing such an inexpensive arrangement, Xiao Danian felt a slight sense of relief and pressed further. Even at a mere yuan a day, that totals 30 yuan in a month. Where does the money come from? From the earnings of the mimeographed handouts, Yang Rui replied. I recall you mentioned yesterday that the finances regarding those handouts were clear, correct? Please present the ledger for my review. Xiao Danian spoke rapidly, leaving Feng Yun no time to intervene. Yang Rui acquiesced and called Wang Guohua and Chao Baoming to fetch the account books, leaving Feng Yun to quietly complain, your temperament. You shouldn't examine his accounts. If any issues arise, you could still advocate for him. Once you scrutinize the records, should this matter escalate, you too shall be implicated. Why should I seek to extricate myself? I cannot wait until he dared to come to his rescue. I must safeguard him while he remains unblemished. Is not the principal's role within the school precisely this? When Xiao Danian stubbornly held his ground, it was a sign of his obstinacy flaring up, and Feng Yun found himself utterly powerless. Before long, Yang Rui and the others returned, clutching the account books. Xiao Danian swept the bowls and chopsticks off the dining table and began to inspect the records. Several students from the Rui Learning Group, along with active participants who frequently attended its lectures, lingered anxiously in the courtyard, observing the unfolding scene. The accounts were recorded in a straightforward manner. Yet the content was exceedingly clear, as Yang Rui had deliberately sought out acquaintances in the town to learn the process. Xiao Danian swiftly perused the daily entries of modest sums, totaling several dozen yuan. Lacking any foundational knowledge in accounting, he could not ascertain the likelihood of fraudulent practices. However, he did notice the daily profit amounting to 50 yuan. Dryness gripped his throat as he inquired, what do you intend to do with this money? Actually, I had planned to report this to you, Yang Rui replied, casting a friendly glance at the surrounding students before carefully structuring his response. Allow me to first clarify the source of these funds. The examination papers we provided to students from other schools were produced using resources and machinery financed by the contributions of over 30 members from our study group. As the number of printed papers increases, the average cost per paper diminishes. Therefore, in a bid to reduce expenses and alleviate the financial burden on everyone, we printed a surplus for our peers at other institutions, akin to a collective purchase. In contrast to the previous public explanation given by Yang Rui to the members of the Rui Shui group, his current approach is markedly more sophisticated. The concept of collective purchasing implies an initial acquisition followed by printing, resembling the procurement practices often observed in state-owned enterprises, thus distinguishing it from the conventional notion of producing goods prior to sale. Unless someone meticulously scrutinizes the phrasing, the choice of terminology may be inconsequential. However, if an individual does take issue, such an explanation might spare Yang Rui from several years of imprisonment. As Yang Rui recalls, 1982 marked a year of economic crime rectification, while 1983 was dedicated to the crackdown on criminal offenses, years to be approached with utmost caution. During such times, recklessly engaging in market economics could lead to arrests in 1982 and trials in 1983, potentially jeopardizing one's entire future. Nevertheless, the Yang family wields a certain influence in their local area, and it is unlikely that Yang Rui would suffer undue hardship. Still, if a few carefully chosen words could prevent potential appeals and the ensuing turmoil, Yang Rui would willingly offer that verbal concession. After a brief pause to allow the others to absorb his explanation, Yang Rui continued with a clear voice. Due to the difficulty in accurately calculating the specific quantity of materials used, we slightly overestimated the cost during collection, resulting in a surplus. However, our intention in printing the examination papers is not merely to achieve a surplus. With any surplus, we aspire for the collective benefit of all. Here, I have a few suggestions. Xiao Danian and Feng Yun exchanged glances, both smiling, particularly Xiao Danian, who felt a significant relief upon hearing Yang Rui's words. Should this reasoning persist, coupled with clear accounts, there would be no issues even if the higher-ups were to conduct an investigation. Xiao Danian's expression was surprisingly amiable. Yang Rui quietly exhaled in relief and smiled, stating, for my first suggestion, I would like to request the principal to extend the lighting hours in the evening and delay the lights-out time. Additionally, the lighting in the evening study classrooms is dim. We should install at least 2 more large lamps to facilitate students' review sessions at night. Oh, The additional electricity costs can be deducted from the accounts of the Rue study group. Very well. Zhao Danian immediately acquiesced. His obstinacy was rooted in principled ideals. As a principal of a rural township school long burdened by funding issues, he had no grounds to decline this enhancement. Yang Rue, feeling considerably more at ease, proposed his second suggestion. For my second idea, I propose that the Rue study group provide some subsidies to the kitchen based on the daily surplus, such as for boned soup, pickled vegetables, and ideally, some tofu and cooking oil as well. This time, before Zhao Danian could respond, the students began to applaud enthusiastically. Zhao Danian readily replied, "This is a commendable initiative. I wholeheartedly agree." Thirdly, the printing of examination papers requires manpower. My plan is to enlist students who are willing to engage in work-study programs, offering them part-time assistance for 2 to 3 hours each day, with a modest remuneration of 10 cents per hour. Should the number of applicants be limited, then those who sign up shall be the ones to assist. However, if the turnout is substantial, they will be queued in succession. This aspect bears significant risk, as the terms hiring labor and surplus value were perilous concepts in those years. In the 1980s, employment positions were not a priority. Many faced layoffs in state-owned enterprises, and after experiencing profound hardship, the people turned to creating jobs as an antidote to the exploitation of workers. Zhao Danian unexpectedly affirmed Yang Rue's proposition. Work-study programs are beneficial, I concur. Listening to his declaration, Feng Yun felt anxious yet powerless. Yang Rue chuckled, saying, "With this arrangement, we shall print 500 sets of papers daily, and the surplus will nearly suffice. If we require more in the future, we might consider acquiring some teaching apparatus." More? Zhao Danian believed that 500 sets were already ample. Yang Rue nodded with a smile, looking at the principal with the gaze of an ally, stating, "We are producing by units. Mathematics is not yet fully completed. By the time we finish, next year's syllabus should be released, potentially leading to a breakthrough." Zhao Danian, a pragmatic individual, squinted and remarked, "If we can maintain the current quantity, that would be quite commendable. Of course, how long we can sustain it is uncertain. We shall not impose stringent demands." The principal's expression relaxed, and the students, carefree, began to engage in light-hearted conversations. The cafeteria courtyard was suddenly filled with a multitude of whimsical discussions, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled harmony. Then, Huangren came rushing in a disheveled manner, and before even entering the courtyard, he exclaimed, "This is terrible. This is terrible. There are pirated copies circulating in the county." Chapter 28. A trip to the county town upon hearing the news of pirated materials. The first to rise was not the fervent Wang Guohua, nor was it Yang Rue himself, but rather Principal Zhao, who had just learned of the potential benefits. In these times, with financial constraints plaguing the nation, how easy is it for a grassroots unit to secure funding? After much effort to identify a source of financing, just as we began to savor it, it was abruptly cut off. How is that just? The old principal's lips quivered slightly as he first inquired, "Where's the piracy originating? How extensive is it?" Huangren cast a puzzled glance at the principal and then at Yang Rue, who gave a slight nod before responding. "It was Wang Ming who informed me. They are selling it right at the gate of County No. 1 Middle School. They have all 3 sets of our papers and are offering a buy 5 get 1 free deal at a slightly lower price than ours." "Who is selling these papers?" The principal pressed further. "I'm not sure, but he seems quite bold. He sells right at the school entrance without anyone intervening." Shi Gui previously attempted to sell at the main gate, but was chased away by the police stationed at the booth. Huang Rin divulged as much as he knew. Principal Zhao furrowed his brow and asked, "Which police station oversees No. 1 Middle School?" Huang Rin shook his head in confusion. "I don't know." At this moment, Yang Rue interjected, his voice steady. "Are the papers being sold printed by mimeograph or letterpress?" Huang Rin jolted, instantly replying, "They are mimeographed." "Is he selling them himself, or are there aides assisting him?" "Aides? What does that mean?" "Essentially, it refers to his subordinates or followers." Yang Rue clarified before continuing, "Do you know who printed the papers? Is it one individual or multiple sellers?" "Only one person is selling it. It must be printed by him." Huang Rin expressed a hint of uncertainty in the latter part of his statement. Yang Rue extended a hand and remarked, "If it were printed by him, his hands would surely bear traces of ink, particularly the thicker ink concentrated around the area between the thumb and index finger. Otherwise, there would be more ink on the palm, which would indicate a mess from handling." Huang Rin was on the verge of tears. "I don't know. As soon as I heard the news from Wangshan, I hurried back to report and didn't have the chance to see it myself. He had gone to deliver the oil-printed exam papers, leaving before dawn, and upon hearing the news, rushed back with all his might. He started selling them this morning? Yang Rue inquired. No, he began selling them yesterday afternoon, claiming he sold many sets in just one afternoon. Our papers aren't selling at all. Buy 5, get 1 free, which is nearly a 20 discount, naturally making it more appealing under the same conditions. Yang Rue had anticipated the existence of pirated copies. Oil-printed forgeries are among the simplest forms. What he had not expected was the rapid spread of the news. He could not help but ask, why not send a telegram? Aren't they supposed to notify them that there is a pirated version? Sure, Gue explained that a telegram wouldn't convey the details clearly, and besides, the papers could only be sold during lunch and after school, so it would be the same if he returned and reported. Huangren made every effort to clarify. Yang Rue snorted in his nose and shook his head inwardly, concluding that the primary reason for not sending a telegram was not due to clarity, but rather reluctance. Had they dispatched a telegram yesterday, he could have arrived in the county by morning at the latest. Now, learning of the news, he would not reach the county until the afternoon. The other party's prolonged engagement could exponentially amplify the risks of following suit. Overthinking proved futile. Yang Rue patted Huang Ren on the shoulder and said, "You've worked hard. Take a rest. Ming Zi, summon Su Yi and the others. We shall descend the mountain." "Wait," Zhao Danan called out to Chao Baoming, speaking with gravitas. "Yang Rue, what are your intentions?" "I intend to descend and discuss matters with him." "Are you bringing a crowd down for a conversation?" "The duty of students is to learn. I cannot permit you to lead them into conflict," Zhao Danan asserted solemnly. "As for the issue of piracy, I shall handle it myself. It is not your concern." Yang Rue was taken aback. "Do you have connections within the Public Security Bureau?" "I certainly do," Zhao Danan replied with confidence, though he had not deliberately cultivated any particular network of relationships. "Coincidentally, I too have acquaintances." Yang Rue, unwilling to allow Zhao Danan to interfere with his plans, shifted his tone. "My cousin serves in the county criminal investigation team. I will consult with him. Bringing others down is merely a precaution, ensuring that a few classmates can look out for one another." "Really? This is not for a fight?" "Indeed, it is not for a fight. If it's not for conflict, why bring so many? It could just be the two of us. If we go down as just two and something occurs, we would have no one to corroborate our accounts. Rest assured, I will first seek out my cousin and assess the situation regarding the piracy." Zhao Danan pondered for a while before saying, "You should gather the others. I need to give them a few more instructions." Yang Rue found himself both amused and exasperated. Soon, Zhao Danan would address Chao Baoming and others, emphasizing the importance of refraining from fighting and looking out for one another. Yang Rue remained indifferent to his discourse. Chao Baoming, Su Yi, and their companions were all accustomed to bench pressing together, fostering a close-knit camaraderie through their daily practice. The vigorous physical training and robust health emboldened these spirited young men, who, were it not for the looming specter of the college entrance examination, would eagerly descend the mountain each day to flaunt their muscles. Moreover, the practical benefits of the oil-printed test papers proved more persuasive than the old principal's words. Noticing their apathy, Zhao Danan eventually conceded, declaring, "All right, I shall accompany you down the mountain." He then greeted Feng Yun and, without further ado, took the lead. "We shall also depart," Yang Rue remarked, unfazed. Upon exiting the school gates, before Zhao Danan could utter another word, Yang Rue surged ahead on his bicycle. Chao Baoming and Su Yi exchanged glances, swiftly twisting their handlebars and yelling as they barreled down after him. Zhao Danan, gripping the brakes in astonishment, shouted for them to halt, only to be overtaken by a stream of students racing past him. Ultimately, only one student hesitated, bowing his head and silently trailing alongside the principal. The 7 young men sang joyfully, their bicycles coasting freely as they sped down the mountain, finally coming to a gradual stop. Su Yi turned back to count heads, his expression suddenly shifting as he realized Lin Dongliang did not come. Each person has their own aspirations, and adhering to the rules is also a way of living. Feeling a sense of resonance, Yang Rue pedaled with renewed vigor. The students who had just broken through their mental barriers moved forward without a moment's hesitation. By 5 in the evening, Yang Rue and his companions arrived at County No. 1 High School, drenched in sweat. The stoutly built Su Yi stripped off his soaked tank top, casting a watchful eye on each passerby, as if ready to pounce at any moment. Chao Baoming, with hands unengaged, stood tall and resolute, surveying the surroundings like a sentinel, his posture exuding strength. The remaining four soon followed suit, wiping the perspiration from their garments, their faces radiating an air of fierce determination. The merchants lining the streets cast wary glances at them, retreating to places where they would not be seen. The current state of the streets was chaotic. Whether it was those shuffling sideways or clad in flared trousers, they were all individuals whom ordinary folk preferred to avoid. Even the local ruffians, adjusting their flamboyant hairstyles, kept their distance, silent and observant. There were no established gangs to contend with now, and 7 burly youths were certainly not the sort of individuals anyone would wish to provoke. Brother Rue, at the intersection, Shi Gui regarded the group with uncertainty. Old Shi is waiting. Yang Rue parked his bicycle beside him, wiped his brow, and inquired, "Where are the bootleggers? What are you planning to do?" Shi Gui did not respond directly, instead stamping his foot and asserting, "Resorting to violence won't solve anything. Moreover, that person has connections at the police station. If you strike him, aren't you simply courting disaster? Are those connections with the police station or with the Public Security Bureau?" Yang Rue countered. "That I cannot say for certain," Shi Gui murmured, "but I have seen several groups in uniforms greeting him." Yang Rue let out a sound of acknowledgement and said, "Lead us to meet him. What else do you know?" This individual appeared to be a person recently released from prison. Shi Gui, feeling uneasy, shook the fat around his waist, pointed to his neck, and remarked, "He has a large tattoo on his back, smokes a lot. I saw him sell papers for 2 hours, and he finished a pack of cigarettes." Yang Rue interrupted him, inquiring, "Do you know his name?" "No. I only heard the officer at the booth call him Leopard." Shi Gui shrank back, realizing that he was neither capable of confronting nor outmaneuvering the man, leaving him utterly perplexed. However, Yang Rue maintained his composure. His thoughts aligned perfectly with his calculations of their strength. They had 7 robust young men proficient in bench pressing, and the Yang family had ample resources in Shi County. After clarifying the situation, Yang Rue waved his hand decisively and stated, "Lead the way ahead." Shi Gui, with a grim expression, walked alongside him and said, "Shouldn't we first find someone to negotiate? Did you not see his tattoo? It looks quite intimidating." His voice was barely above a whisper. At heart, he was merely a small restaurant owner, capable of conducting legitimate business, but fearful of engaging in conflict. Yang Rue glanced back at his classmates, noticing their mix of excitement and trepidation. After a moment of contemplation, he reassured them, "There's no need for concern. We shall adopt a diplomatic approach before resorting to force. Just follow my lead. This leopard is certainly a paper tiger." "Why is that?" Xiao Baoming and Sui asked in unison. Yang Rue smiled and remarked, "He is merely transcribing our papers for sale, utilizing the method of oil printing. This in itself is a meager endeavor," indicating that even if he possesses some connections, they are not particularly formidable. Otherwise, wouldn't his family have secured him a more lucrative venture rather than having him copy books daily? Particularly noteworthy is the absence of any henchmen around him, suggesting he is not a figure of prominence, and the scale of his enterprise is rather limited. Nevertheless, it is precisely such purveyors of piracy that we must resolutely combat, for we cannot allow others to follow suit. The cost of imitation is far too low. We must take measures to artificially elevate it. The others nodded, some with a vague understanding, while Shi Gui appeared contemplative, his thoughts momentarily steadied. Chapter 29. Interception. Yang Rue and his companions lingered at the ice cream shop adjacent to the school, waiting until the students were nearly dismissed. At that moment, a ruffian, no more than 30 years of age, adorned in a flamboyant floral shirt and sporting a crew cut, swaggered into view, confidently riding a 28-year-old bicycle. A large box was perched on the rear seat of his bike, which he dismounted and unfolded to reveal 3 stacks of examination papers. Could it be him? Yang Rue called out, resolutely advancing towards him. Xiao Baoming and Sui, eager and ready for action, followed closely behind, while several other students positioned themselves at the alternative exits, executing their prearranged strategy to prevent any escape. Their conspicuous actions immediately captured the attention of the ruffian. "Gentlemen, what brings you here?" he inquired, flicking the hem of his trousers as he stood up. Meanwhile, a police officer from the nearby kiosk ambled over, baton in hand. Without responding, Yang Rue bent down to pick up a stack of papers and began perusing them. Xiao Baoming and Sui flanked the ruffian, their imposing physiques rendering him powerless to resist, forcing him to shout from the sidelines, "Don't touch my belongings. It's a hassle to deal with this, you know." "I am aware. How could I not be?" Yang Rue retorted, casually discarding the papers he had finished examining onto the ground, his expression darkening. Undoubtedly, the papers had been copied verbatim from the Rue Shui group's examinations. Not only was the content identical, but the outer cardstock was also the same. This was decidedly troubling news. Due to the cost associated with cardboard, China in 1982 was far removed from the era of being the world's factory, where every commodity was in short supply. Although it may seem trivial, the cost of a small piece of cardboard accounts for a significant portion in a product where a set of 12 examination papers sells for merely 20 cents. Yang Rui's insistence on its use was a deliberate effort to cultivate a brand and elevate the barriers to entry. Similarly, the pirated examination papers produced by the flower shirt also utilized cardboard, which could be interpreted as mere imitation, yet it likely served to enhance brand identity as well. This scenario mirrors that of merchants dealing in counterfeit CDs. Those merely seeking a quick profit would care little for the quality of the discs or their packaging. In contrast, those intending to engage in the business of piracy for the long haul would place a premium on both the quality of the discs and the appeal of the packaging. This is not merely a commercial philosophy, but rather an instinct inherent to merchants. In other words, the continued use of the rigid cardboard format by the flower shirt indicates that it is a venture driven by ambition. Furthermore, the quantity of examination papers surpassed Yang Rui's expectations, showcasing a variety of handwriting styles. This suggests that the endeavor was not a solitary one, but rather involved the collaboration of multiple individuals. However, such collaboration necessitates an array of equipment. The iron pens and rollers required for oil printing, while not inexpensive, are still more valuable than several stacks of printed papers. If the intention were not to undertake a significant operation, recouping these investments would prove challenging. The methods employed by a lone perpetrator starkly contrast with those of a collective. Yang Rui gestured for Chao Baoming and Su Yi to release the individual, then inquired, "Which faction do you belong to?" The man, self-styled as the leopard, mistook him for a novice thug and retorted with a glare, "Looking for money? You seem to have mistaken the person. Moreover, from which circle do you hail? I am familiar with all the brothers on the streets. There is no one like you among them." "Oh, you have brothers on the streets? Who are they?" Yang Rui flexed his wrist, adopting a stance that suggested he was ready to strike at any moment while probing for information. The leopard struggled futilely. He could not free himself from the grips of Chao Baoming and Su Yi. Thus, he straightforwardly declared, "Huo Laoxi is my brother, and Shirsan Lang is my brother-in-law. You may inquire freely in the county. I am also known as Grandpa Leopard." This final statement was evidently recited from a storytelling performance, delivered with a certain cadence. Yang Rui responded with an intrigued "oh," and continued his interrogation. "So, this business was arranged by Huo Laoxi, was it?" "To speak candidly, this venture belongs to Huo Laoxi and Shirsan Lang. Just wait. Once it falls into my hands, I shall make you regret it," Grandpa Leopard proclaimed, adjusting his attire and adopting a pose that exuded bravado. Alas, fashion is as fleeting as a mayfly, and what he perceived as a cool demeanor appeared to Yang Rui more akin to Stephen Hawking attempting to strut. "Stand properly," Yang Rui commanded. No sooner had the words left his lips than Chao Baoming and Su Yi each seized one of Leopard's arms and hoisted him up. "What is the meaning of this?" The police officer from the booth finally approached. Yang Rui's composure deepened. The leopard standing within the counterfeiting syndicate was evidently akin to that of Shirgui. He was merely a distributor. Had he possessed greater significance or a more substantial background, the booth officer would not have been so lackadaisical. His oversight seemed more like a matter of convenience. "Have him quiet down," Yang Rui instructed. Yang Rui addressed Chao Baoming briefly before turning to the police officer, greeting him directly. "I am Yang Rui, the cousin of Duan Hang." "Duan Hang? Which Duan Hang?" The officer, gripping his baton tightly, relaxed slightly, his arm losing some of its rigidity. "Duan Hang from the county criminal police team," Yang Rui stated, before producing cigarettes and offering two. "May I ask your name?" Duan Hang was Yang Rui's elder cousin, the son of his maternal uncle, Duan Hua. He had become a police officer after graduating from middle school and now held the position of captain in the criminal police team, making him a prominent figure within the large county police bureau. "Pleased to meet you. I am Lu Yang," the officer replied, indeed placing his baton back in his belt, taking a cigarette, tucking it behind his ear, and gesturing towards himself. "I am from the city management police station and have dined with Captain Duan on 2 occasions. I don't believe we've met before. I am still a student." Yang Rui indicated the papers on the ground. "The person who used to sell test papers here was my friend. The officer suddenly understood, hesitated for a moment, and inquired, "Does Captain Duan know about this?" "He is unaware for the moment. In about an hour, he will be informed," Yang Rui signaled as previously arranged, leading one individual to mount a bicycle and hasten towards the police bureau. The leopard finally came to his senses, jumping about and shouting, "You deceitful old man. Let go of me, or I will make you regret it. Weren't you just calling him old for?" Yang Rui cast a disdainful glance at him before turning to Lu and asking, "Who is this Walausi?" "Old Master Hua. How should one put it? It is preferable to avoid offending him, if possible." Lu Yang was calculating a strategy that would leave both parties unscathed. Yang Rui chuckled, clarifying the matter, and handed over a cigarette. He then took hold of the leopard and entered the ice cream shop, inquiring about Old Master Hua with an air of casual curiosity. He was indifferent to the ruffians on the streets. After all, with the impending crackdown, even without such measures, the local thugs pale in comparison to the might of the state. Furthermore, it is rare to encounter organized crime syndicates that transcend county and provincial boundaries, and the protective forces behind them are typically of a low caliber. Observing the demeanor of the police also revealed that Duan Hang, as the captain of the county's criminal police team, held a significant position. Thus, Yang Rui interrogated the leopard without restraint, delivering slaps when necessary and kicking without hesitation. In a matter of moments, the leopard began to divulge information as if pouring out beans from a bamboo tube. Unsurprisingly, Old Master Hua turned out to be a local hoodlum, having served time in prison on several occasions. Upon his most recent release, he formed a partnership with the well-connected 13 Wolves, gathering a group of 7 or 8 individuals to embark on a venture at the bus station. They discovered the lucrative business of selling examination papers, largely due to their frequent interactions with students delivering papers at the station. Thus, the idea to expand was born. They sought out a few students, acquiring materials through dubious means, and commenced the process of oil printing. Should they find success, they planned to leverage the buses at the station to distribute their examination papers to the surrounding areas. Yang Rui could only laugh in disbelief. He had long been aware that among those engaged in business, 8 out of 10 were former convicts. However, he never anticipated that a gang like the infamous Hua family, straddling the line between legality and illegality, would venture into the realm of exam paper piracy and do so with considerable finesse. If they could successfully distribute these papers to neighboring counties, it would indeed yield a substantial profit sufficient to sustain a gang of over 100 individuals. Naturally, to sell the exam papers in adjacent areas, they could no longer rely on the traditional mimeograph method. Otherwise, the production volume would be inadequate, and the advantages of lower costs would not materialize. With this thought in mind, Yang Rui lowered his head and inquired, "Hua Bao, have you managed to locate a printing factory?" At that moment, both machines and materials were scarce, and since the printing facilities were government-owned, even if they were willing to pay for the printing, a unit introduction letter was still necessary. It would require the assistance of someone familiar within the system to arrange a production schedule, which was no simple task. Hua Bao vehemently shook his head, unwilling to utter a single word. The more he resisted, the more Yang Rui felt a sense of possibility, his expression gradually becoming grave. In just a quarter of an hour, Duan Hang arrived at the scene. He rode a sidecar motorcycle, revving the engine loudly as he drove straight down the center of the road, attracting countless envious glances. Seeing him arrive so swiftly, Officer Lu Yang was somewhat taken aback, and his demeanor instantly became warm and friendly. He jogged over to assist Duan Hang in parking the motorcycle at the roadside, then led him to the ice cream shop, only to feign ignorance and return to his post. Duan Hang cast a slightly puzzled look at Yang Rui and asked, "What is the urgency?" "Our exam papers have been pirated." Yang Rui, undeterred by Duan Hang's astonished gaze, recounted the events in meticulous detail. In his memory, his relationship with his cousin Duan Hang had always been amicable. The latter's position as the captain of the criminal police team was also linked to Yang Rui's grandfather, Yang Shan. Moreover, uncertain about how to engage with him, Yang Rui opted for a straightforward approach, thus eliminating unnecessary verbosity. Initially, Duan Hang believed it to be a mere quarrel or brawl, maintaining a smile on his face. However, when he learned about the sale of examination papers, with a daily profit of at least 50 yuan, his composure faltered. He then took the initiative to inquire more deeply into Yang Rui's activities. "Enough," Duan Hang exclaimed, stamping his foot in astonishment. "I understand now. Tell me, what must we do?" Chapter 30. The son of your father, can you prevent old 4th Hua and 13 Wolf from continuing their piracy? Yang Rui felt no sense of guilt regarding collusion between officials and businessmen. He was poised to engage in the biotechnology and pharmaceutical industries, where such collusion was more commonplace than paying taxes. The current situation could only be described as a minor training exercise. Duan Heng glanced at the bound leopard and first inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "We need to detain the individuals involved to prevent others from emulating them and allowing piracy to flourish unchecked." Yang Rui harbored even greater concerns. He feared that teachers or students from other schools might clandestinely organize the reproduction of examination papers and sell them. Presently, the barriers to entry were relatively few. The first was the considerable manpower and materials required for mass reproduction, and the second was the distribution channels. From Yang Rui's perspective, the first barrier relied heavily upon the second. As long as there was a market for the papers, it would be difficult to prevent a few individuals from finding ways to print and prepare materials. Old 4th Hua and his associates coerced students into producing wax paper, utilizing a half-stealthy, half-purchasing approach to gather materials, which, although reduced initial costs, still fundamentally relied on distribution capabilities. The leopard's operation here was merely an experiment, or perhaps a learning process. In just a day or two, once they mastered the methods of selling examination papers and leveraged their influence at the bus station, they could swiftly distribute the papers far and wide. With further refinement, they could ensure that the revenue from printing would cover the costs of operating the print shop. The prospect of disseminating tens of thousands of copies across the province was enticing. It was uncertain just how much profit could be garnered. Yang Rui privately analyzed that the group led by Old 4th Hua was more astute in their approach to the examination papers than he had initially perceived. They first observed the lucrative market for the examination papers produced by the Rui study group, yet remained unaware of the underlying reasons for their success or the methods that facilitated such sales. Consequently, they emulated this model by enlisting the services of the leopard to accumulate experience in the trade. Simultaneously, they identified a suitable printing press, poised to scale up their operations at any moment. Had they not been thwarted by the leopard today, and had they reaped substantial profits, it is likely that within a matter of days, they would have expanded their operations to include oil printing, subsequently progressing to lead printing. Upon introspection, Yang Rui recognized that their operational capabilities far surpassed his own modest endeavors, whether it was engaging a printing facility or seizing control of a bus station. Their actions were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals under normal circumstances. Perhaps it was due to Yang Rui's perception of the examination papers as a temporary venture. While Old 4th Hua and his associates were earnestly in search of a cash cow, they had numerous dependents to support, and their expenses were considerable. Moreover, they were all individuals with a history of incarceration, possessing a certain rugged demeanor that contrasted sharply with Yang Rui's cautious nature. Reaching this conclusion left Yang Rui feeling rather helpless. In the early 1980s, the concept of commercial activities was virtually non-existent in the country. One could only describe it as an ongoing observation. In other words, successful endeavors were taken for granted, while failures were swiftly condemned. Consequently, the inherent risks associated with this environment left promising young individuals, like Yang Rui, hesitating. How could someone with boundless opportunities such as Yang Rui lower himself to plunge into this experimental realm, becoming a mere guinea pig in the pursuit of fortune? Contemporary adults likely experience a greater sense of trepidation than Yang Rui. In 1982 China, apart from those who are destitute and without options, it is indeed rare to find audacious entrepreneurs. Duan Heng, possessing a deeper understanding of the market, pondered momentarily and remarked, "You can detain a few. But what if they send more people? You cannot continue to hold them indefinitely." Yang Rui, still unfamiliar with the capabilities of the offspring of officials, was previously a mere bookworm, lacking any experience in such societal affairs. Duan Heng shook his head and explained, "You can detain at most 2 or 3 individuals. Thereafter, they will refrain from sending their own. At that point, anyone on the street could be approached to sell the exam papers. Even students from junior high could be recruited for the task. What will you do then? If you continue to detain individuals, the parents will inevitably come seeking answers. Just like this leopard, it cannot be held for too long, lest relatives or friends create a commotion. Being local has its advantages and disadvantages. Many matters cannot remain concealed." Yang Rui stroked his chin and questioned, "Isn't their piracy of my exam papers a crime?" Duan Heng paused before responding. "Your exam papers are not published by an official publisher. Proving piracy is quite challenging, and securing a conviction would be even more arduous. As he spoke, he pulled Yang Rui outside and whispered, Huo Laosi is acquainted with the director of the Qingguan police station and maintains a rather favorable relationship. The Qingguan police station is the largest in our county, with many personnel, numerous tasks, and considerable power. Director Peng Xiang is a seasoned officer with over 30 years of experience and is well regarded by the bureau chief. If you intend to deal with Huo Laosi, my assistance alone will not suffice. This explains why, given their familial ties, Duan Heng meticulously analyzed the situation for Yang Rui. Otherwise, he would merely perform the requisite gestures of politeness before departing, leaving Yang Rui to express his gratitude nonetheless. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Rui inquired, Whom should I approach? If you wish to compel Huo Laosi to relent, you must at least enlist the support of Secretary Tao from the Political and Legal Affairs Commission. To truly challenge Huo Laosi, it is imperative to secure the backing of Secretary Ma from the county committee, Duan Heng replied, referring to the genuine Secretary Ma. Yang Rui's eyelids fluttered. Does Huo Laosi know them? He was indeed curious. Duan Heng snorted. Huo Laosi has only a tenuous connection with Peng Xiang, and that was forged through numerous arrests, developing a certain camaraderie. However, Peng Xiang is a staunch ally of the director, who is well aware of Huo Laosi's reputation. If you intend to move against Huo Laosi, you will need the director's approval. In our county, the only individuals capable of wielding such influence are the secretary and high-ranking officials from the Political and Legal Affairs Commission. Others would prove ineffective. Duan Heng's message was unmistakably clear, prompting Yang Rui to ponder deeply. The police force is a potent entity. Even a county's police chief wields significant authority. Not to mention, the conversion of agricultural household registrations can generate countless favors each year. Even a deputy county chief or deputy secretary must curry favor with the police chief when assisting their hometown residents with registrations. Thus, apart from their direct superiors, the county police chief remains indifferent to others. While the Yang family does possess connections within the county or city, the dynamics are intricate. Yang Rui's grandfather, Yang Shan, was a cadre during the anti-Japanese war. After the liberation, the entire unit was professionalized, and many of his old comrades and subordinates found positions within the boundaries of Hedong province. A casual search would easily reveal connections. The only dilemma, however, was Yang Rui's youthful age, making it inappropriate for him to take the lead in such matters. Duan Heng, noticing his discomfort, whispered, Huo Laosi has monopolized the bus station in recent years and seldom mingles in the streets. I reckon if he learns that I am involved, he will likely send someone to negotiate. If all else fails, why not collaborate with him on this? Yang Rui smiled wryly. He is the big thug of the county, while I am merely a student. The disparity in our standings makes any informal partnership exceedingly challenging. With me around, there is no way you would suffer losses. If he behaves unscrupulously, it would reflect poorly on Peng Xiang as well. Duan Heng dismissed his concerns. Although the position of the county's criminal police team leader was not particularly high, it granted him considerable influence alongside the power of the Yang and Duong families, far surpassing that of a mere thug. Yang Rui remained unconvinced, stating, he has people and vehicles, and now even owns a printing factory. If we were to collaborate, I would be lucky to claim even a third. Furthermore, such dealings are fraught with ambiguity. Ultimately, it would be up to him to decide how much I receive. All while he could accuse us of accepting money without contributing. Duan Heng nodded in agreement, secretly astonished that his cousin's insights ran deeper than his own. In truth, associating with such figures was perilous. Those who drew near often faced misfortune. Yang Rui could not help but imply that collaborating with them would be akin to digging one's own grave. However, Yang Rui was rather envious of the resources possessed by these individuals. He decided to seek assistance from his father. With a firm stamp of his foot, Yang Rui made up his mind. Duan Heng admired Yang Rui's audacity in calling upon parental support and remarked, Aren't you afraid your uncle will reprimand you? He was quite furious during the recent rural reforms. Not at all. I am merely producing a test paper, not a sensationalist tabloid. Moreover, every cent earned from the paper has been reinvested to support school expenses and alleviate the financial burden on my classmates. Such a socialist endeavor is surely something my father would endorse. Duan Heng was taken aback. 50 yuan a day, and you didn't take a single penny for yourself? He had previously inquired about numerous details, but had neglected to ask where the money went. It was an assumption that needed no clarification. Naturally, the profits belonged to Yang Rui. Duan Heng felt a twinge of envy at that moment. Yang Rui, However, resolutely stated, I have not taken a single cent. In fact, I initially invested a considerable amount. All accounts are clear, and Principal Zhao has already reviewed them. Your Principal Zhao? Zhao Danning. Indeed. Duan Heng instantly believed him. The reputation of Zhao Danning was akin to a resplendent banner in Cece County. He scrutinized Yang Rui closely and remarked, "You truly are your father's son." Yang Rui chuckled and replied, "My father must assist me in this endeavor, right?" "Absolutely," Duan Heng said, relishing the moment. Who would have thought that old Hua, who has been extorting at the bus station, would end up in trouble over such a trivial matter? Yang Rui remained composed and remarked, "Seeking my father will only address superficial matters. The utmost priority now is to prevent old Fourth Hua from establishing his pirated business. If he secures funding, he will be even less inclined to relinquish it." Duan Heng immediately responded, "I will have someone investigate his bus station upon my return. The criminal police force consists of locals, making it easier to defend than to attack. There's no need to probe into old Fourth Hua. Just ensure my safety." "What do you intend to do?" Duan Heng was taken aback. Yang Rui gestured towards the ice cream parlor inside and said, "What do you suppose is the greatest source of distress for these street thugs?" After a moment's contemplation, Duan Heng's eyes lit up as he replied, "Loss of face." "Precisely. Thugs thrive on their reputation. I have a plan to embarrass old Fourth Hua significantly. When that occurs, he will undoubtedly seek retribution against me, diverting his focus from his business." Yang Rui continued, "We must also complicate his business endeavors. During this major transition, we shall release 2 new products that will deter him from launching his inventory immediately." Duan Heng regarded Yang Rui with a solemn expression, feigning ignorance. "Your approach could sever old Fourth Hua's escape routes. He may very well wield significant power. If he retaliates, what will you do?" "Let him retaliate. I will promptly report to the police, and you can apprehend him." "That is not feasible. I fear that I might not catch him before you encounter trouble." Duan Heng firmly shook his head. Yang Rui reassured him repeatedly, "It's all right. I will return home today to consult my father. After I return to school tomorrow, I won't venture out again. I have plenty of classmates. Even if old Fourth Hua comes, he won't find success." He gestured subtly, pointing out Chao Baoming and others to Duan Heng, then remarked, "From the perspective of business acumen, it's evident that old Fourth Hua is not a foolhardy individual. He certainly observes before taking action. You should assign 2 individuals to follow Shi, who is assisting me in selling the test papers. If old Fourth Hua decides to make a move, it is likely that he will target him first. I suggest we each dispatch 1 person to keep an eye on both sides. There is no need to worry about Shi side, but you must exercise caution." Duan Heng hesitated, to which Yang Rui responded with a light chuckle, "I will indeed be cautious. However, Shi side must also remain uneventful. Is it all right if something does occur? Old Fourth Hua cannot possibly maim someone in public. If he does take action, you should wait a moment before apprehending anyone. Remember to bring a witness to record their testimony, and then take Shi for a medical examination." Yang Rui muttered under his breath, "If only you had sent the telegram sooner." Yang Rui's casual tone left Duan Heng utterly astonished. After a long pause, Duan Heng remarked, "You truly are your father's son." This time, it was Yang Rui who was left speechless. It appears that Secretary Yang's formidable reputation was not merely the result of being overly amiable. Chapter 31. My affection for brother Huasi. The envoy sent by Huasi arrived sooner than Duan Heng had anticipated. Yang Rui, who was in the midst of adorning the leopard, had to pause his work and step out to confront this brazen individual. "I am sent by Master Huasi. My brothers call me Old Wolf. If you prefer, you may refer to me as Wolf Cub." The visitor introduced himself. He appeared to be merely 20 years of age, sporting a buzz cut and clad in green military trousers and cloth shoes. It is an old adage that among ruffians, those who wear cloth shoes are the most formidable fighters. Should one encounter such a person in the midst of a brawl, the opposing side would undoubtedly be filled with trepidation and would likely concentrate their firepower to eliminate him swiftly, simultaneously serving to eradicate any potential counterfeit threats. In other words, Old Wolf was most likely a highly formidable adversary. Duan Heng twirled the handcuffs around his fingers, adopting an intimidating demeanor as if ready to apprehend someone at any moment. Yang Rui, exhibiting no inclination to assert himself, stood behind his cousin with a stoic expression and inquired, "Please state your business directly." Old Wolf cast a glance at Duan Heng and said, "Master Huasi has decreed that you must return the leopard. Consider today's events as if they never occurred." and we shall maintain a peaceful coexistence. Otherwise, you must clarify your intentions. Mere murmurs do not convey meaning, Yang Rui replied, appearing quite earnest. Were he an ordinary student, he would undoubtedly contemplate the implications of the other party's words. However, as a third-generation official, it would be an egregious waste of resources to be intimidated by a ruffian who merely occupied a bus station. In his recollection, the county had once been rife with all manner of scoundrels and, further back, was plagued by rampant gang activity. Yet, all of this paled in comparison to the strength of the people's democratic dictatorship. In the 1980s, there were indeed many individuals traversing the streets. Yet when it comes to prowess, they pale in comparison not only to the bandits of the early liberation period, but also to the more organized criminal syndicates that emerged post-1990s. The primary distinction lies in their lack of formidable protection. Old Master Ho was unaware of Yang Rui's background and sent Old Wolf to negotiate solely because of Duan Hang's position as the captain of the county's criminal police. His motivation was merely to prevent a conflict between civilians and officials. Old Wolf, however, was indifferent to these nuances. Noticing Yang Rui's youth, he felt a sense of disdain and dismissively remarked, "If you don't understand, just follow my lead. Release the leopard, and we shall divide the territories later." "How shall we divide it? Our side gets number 1 high school, and yours gets Victory High School. The rest is up to individual merit. So my exam papers will be copied for free. Whether it's free or not, I don't know. If you sell the papers, do you think you can stop others from copying?" Yang Rui found his banter amusing and waved him off, saying, "You may leave now." Engaging in discussions about rights with such an opponent would be a futile endeavor. Old Wolf scoffed, glancing around, and declared, "I intend to take the leopard back with me." Yang Rui gently shook his head. Duan Hang rattled his handcuffs, resembling an ancient jailer, and said, "If you don't leave now, you'll be staying here to keep the leopard company." Old Wolf lowered his head, scuffed his cloth shoes against the ground, chuckled, and remarked, "If you weren't dressed like that, I could easily take you down." Provocation was futile. Yang Rui intervened to prevent the irate Duan Hang from escalating the situation. Old Master Ho was not to be trifled with. Old Wolf burst into laughter, striding away with a song, basking in the admiring gazes of passers-by. Yang Rui gazed at his retreating figure with a look of incredulity, whispering to Duan Hang, "If you're dissatisfied, just seize him, treat him as I would the leopard." Duan Hang hesitated, unable to suppress his disapproval. "Isn't that a bit too ruthless? What does that amount to? The true cruelty lies ahead for the children of tomorrow." Yang Rui sighed and returned to the ice cream shop to continue dealing with the leopard. Half an hour later, at the county's most bustling and sole intersection, a leopard ascended the flagpole atop the grocery store, slowly and deliberately. Bound with hemp ropes and smeared with an indeterminate shade of fecal yellow dye, it was suspended in a cruciform posture, with couplets hanging from its outstretched arms. Fist strikes the South Mountain Nursing Home. Foot kicks the Beihai Kindergarten. Below, a sign read, "I love Brother Huasi." Within mere minutes, the intersection was inundated with a throng of onlookers, packed tightly as if the very flow of water had been impeded. In these times of scant entertainment, such spectacles garnered more attention than dancing, as they spared spectators the need to step onto the dance floor themselves. Countless voices dissected the couplets and the leopard, regaling those nearby with tales of the leopard, Brother Huasi, and the unspoken narratives surrounding the South Mountain Nursing Home. Chow Baoming climbed the rope, descending from the 3rd to the 2nd floor of the grocery store, where he was promptly ensnared by Sue's embrace. Subsequently, one of them severed the ropes while the other secured the door leading to the rooftop with a heavy iron chain. Among the crowd, Duan Hang lamented, "At this point, it seems we are locked in a relentless cycle of conflict." The organization of a gang with criminal undertones and their oppressive dominance in the market was common knowledge. Even if he managed to survive this year, respite would elude him. Yang Rui spoke of matters that Duan Hang could scarcely comprehend. The latter shook his head, inquiring from where one could acquire such peculiar tactics learned from middle school students. Middle school students? Indeed. The most troublesome beings in the world are middle schoolers. One only needs to observe American and Russian films to understand the extent of bullying, which can drive individuals to contemplate suicide. Of course, students in China are not far behind. It won't be long before they master similar techniques. Yang Rui recalled his former tutoring students. Regardless of their outward innocence, the methods they employed to bully others could leave adults astounded. Drinking toilet water, being confined in changing rooms, and so forth were merely rudimentary tactics. The pace of innovation in their cruelty was swifter than the evolution of students themselves. In comparison to physical beatings, the psychological scars inflicted by bullying were evidently far more profound. While Ho Laosi and his companions might view their battered bodies as badges of manhood, it is rather challenging to define what a body covered in filth represents. Duan Hang, perplexed, asked, "Are there really such films?" "They exist on videotape." Yang Rui could only explain. Duan Hang smiled knowingly. Soon after, a throng of individuals surged chaotically into the grocery store, followed by others racing downstairs in search of axes and pliers, then dashing back upstairs. Subsequently, sounds of door banging and shouts erupted from the rooftop, inciting various speculations among the onlookers. The leopard rescue plan endured for quite some time, as the rooftop door had been barricaded by Chow Baoming with heavy objects. Even severing the iron chain proved futile in opening it. Ultimately, Ho Laosi had no choice but to send someone to scale the outer wall, clear the door, and then open it, a process that was not only clumsy but also prolonged the crowd's excitement. Ultimately, Old Master Hua and his companions could only unleash their pent-up frustrations through furious roars. The old wolf, clad in cloth shoes, gazed at the weeping leopard with lingering trepidation, pondering how dreadful it would have been had a single misstep occurred. While Laosi dispatched individuals to escort the leopard back and subsequently mobilized everyone, broadcasting a fervent quest for Yang Rui. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Rui had already mounted his bicycle and returned to Zizizi Township before the leopard had even touched down. He did not return home. Instead, he went to the office, where he elucidated the situation while seated at his desk. Despite Yang Laoi's remarkable composure, he found himself momentarily at a loss at the mention of a meager profit of 50 yuan per day and the couplet expressing his admiration for Hua Laosi. After a considerable pause, Secretary Yang finally identified an entry point for inquiry, asking, "You truly did not take a single cent from the money earned from the exam papers?" "Not a single cent. The principal can attest to that." Upon hearing the elder's question, Yang Rui silently commended his own foresight in an uncertain local business environment. This was indeed a strategy for invincibility. "How is the money allocated?" he inquired. "A portion goes to the school, another to economically disadvantaged students, and the remaining covers operational expenses." "How is the salary distributed among the students involved in the oil printing?" Secretary Yang pressed further. "It is calculated by the hour, slightly less than what temporary workers at printing factories earn, but they work fewer hours and also benefit from the profits generated as the positions are rotated." After posing several more questions and receiving satisfactory answers, Secretary Yang gazed deeply at Yang Rui, then made a phone call to the school, personally consulting Zhao Danning before entering a period of contemplation. As a former commune secretary and a staunch believer in the virtues of socialism, Yang Rui's actions evidently struck a chord with old Yang. The principles of collective work, shared management, and mutual profit were the foundation upon which the earliest commune factory in Zizizi was established. Although the commune factory ultimately met with failure, Yang Feng continued to harbor deep affection for these ideals. The fact that Yang Rui could apply such principles to the operation of examination paper printing brought a sense of joy akin to that of a steward inheriting a legacy. "Please summon Xiao Jiao and have him wait outside for a moment," old Yang said, his expression remaining unchanged as he picked up the phone once more. Yang Rui complied, stepping outside to call for the secretary while he settled down with a cup of tea. After enjoying 2 cups, a young man clad in military attire, devoid of insignia, approached Yang Rui, standing at attention and saluting. "Militia Company Wei Lin reporting to you." "Militia Company?" Yang Rui rose to his feet. Secretary Yang commanded the entire militia company of Zizizi to assemble, tasked with safeguarding the collective assets of Shibao Middle School. "I am Captain Wei Lin, here to follow your orders," he stated, standing rigidly, embodying the demeanor of a soldier. Yang Rui was taken aback. As a person of the 21st century, he had long forgotten the existence of such militia organizations. Observing Wei Lin's serious demeanor, Yang Rui inquired softly, "How many members does your militia company comprise? What equipment do you possess?" Wei Lin responded in a loud voice, "The Zizizi militia company consists of a total of 158 members, equipped with 212 7mm anti-aircraft machine guns, 4 Type 53 light machine guns, 18 Type 63 automatic rifles, 12 Type 53 rifles, and 3 Type 54 pistols." Chapter 32. The militia Yang Rui returned to Shibao Middle School aboard a large truck. Mounted atop the vehicle was an imposing anti-aircraft machine gun. its cobalt barrel exuding a formidable presence, while a long belt of ammunition dangled precariously, swaying with the truck's jolts. If anyone were to assault the convoy, would you truly open fire? Yang Rui mused, having never witnessed a real firearm in his life. During his military training at school, they never even shot at targets. And the sight of the bright yellow bullets alongside the dark muzzle was undeniably unsettling. Wei Lin smirked slightly, caressing the gun barrel as he retorted, "When they attack the convoy, you will find out." Yang Rui hesitated. "Well, I think a few batons would suffice. With over 100 of us, each armed with a stick, even Lao Si would be reduced to pulp." "We have the batons." Wei Lin paused, flashing a toothy grin before adding, "But a gun is far more effective. You will understand soon enough." Yang Rui forced a smile, inwardly thinking, "I truly do not wish to know." However, the militia members in the vehicle bore expressions of nonchalance, clearly accustomed to handling such weapons. After the grand convoy arrived at Shibao Middle School, Wei Lin briefed the principal and commenced erecting fortifications outside the school, methodically akin to military operations. In truth, the militia had undergone substantial training. While they could not be compared to the regular field armies of the future, they were certainly more adept than many seasoned veterans. Wei Lin, a former army officer, dedicated a quarter of his time to the comprehensive office of the Township Party Committee and the remaining 3/4 as the captain of the militia company, a role of far greater significance. The ordinary militia members approached their duties with earnestness. They received allowances for training, occasionally enjoyed meals in the cafeteria, and were rewarded with bonuses for completing missions, which naturally motivated them immensely. Yang Rui perceived that Wei Lin's actions bore a hint of mingling personal affairs with public duties, a notion Wei Lin likely understood, leading him to be even more diligent. Even the stern and obstinate principal, Zhao Danning, did not find fault with Yang Feng's methods. In their eyes, Yang Feng could never be merely described as a good person. If one were to characterize him, terms such as people's warrior would be more fitting. Throughout his early career, Yang Feng adhered to the principle of treating the populace with warmth akin to a spring breeze while confronting adversaries with the severity of a harsh winter. Class enemies, of course, remained enemies. Yang Feng's approach to dealing with class enemies was notably adaptable and diverse. However, regardless of the approach, it was never associated with kindness. The ironclad unity of Zizaizi Township was not forged through benevolence and prayer. The mobilization of the militia company was neither a novel strategy conceived by Yang Feng nor his first endeavor of this kind. Undoubtedly, it was not Wei Lin's inaugural mission either. In just one day, he transformed the periphery of Shibao Middle School into a fortress, requiring students to use passwords for entry. 13 wolves arrived at Shibao Town, took a tour, admired the domestic weapons guarding the mountain access, and then obediently returned to Xixin County. The stronghold of the militia battalion is certainly not without traces, yet the quality of the ruffians under the banner of the 13th Wolf is lamentably inferior. The mere handful of individuals he managed to rally lacked the fortitude to challenge the 100-plus militia members. On the third day, Ho Lao Si finally encountered the 13th Wolf, who returned empty-handed. In a fit of frustration, he wreaked havoc in his home before rescinding the order to seek out Yang Rui. While relaying messages on the streets is indeed a commendable endeavor, failing to accomplish it and subsequently retracting his men rendered the situation rather awkward. To make matters worse, a series of embarrassing incidents followed. In his futile search for Yang Rui to salvage his dignity, compounded by the fact that Hua Bao was in seclusion for recuperation, Ho Lao Si's examination paper business came to a complete standstill for 3 days. By the time he discerned Yang Rui's background and realized that direct aggression was ineffective, a new edition of the secret papers of the Rui study group had already made its debut in the market. What Ho Lao Si could not have anticipated was that the new secret papers of the Rui study group employed an entirely novel promotional strategy. Presenting the first paper from any of the previous 3 sets of examination papers, stamped with an official seal, would entitle one to a 2-cent discount when purchasing the new papers, effectively a 10% reduction. In an era when haggling was unheard of in state-run stores, a 10% discount was indeed enticing. Those who purchased all 3 sets of the previous papers could save a total of 6 cents when acquiring the newly released sets, a sum that many would consider a windfall. Furthermore, those who presented the previous sets could receive an additional stamp to obtain a complimentary problem-solving guide, which contained alternative solutions to certain questions from the earlier papers. Students have always been inclined to believe in such matters, in pursuit of exchanging secrets. Many who have not acquired the complete set of the first 3 exam papers would seek alliances with others to obtain free answers. The only one troubled by this situation is Xiang, as he must discern whether the papers brought by the students are the authentic versions from the Rui Shui group or the counterfeit copies produced by Hualaoxi. Fortunately, the traces of oil printing are quite pronounced, and the paper used by both parties differs significantly. After a day of diligent practice, Xiang has attained a level of proficiency in distinguishing the genuine from the fake. These various practices have finally made it clear in the market that the Rui Shui Group's exam papers come in both authentic and counterfeit forms. While this distinction may not constitute a formidable barrier, it poses considerable challenges for a ruffian leader like Hualaoxi, particularly within his loosely organized group. Dissenting voices have begun to emerge. While monopolizing the bus station for illicit gains is indeed profitable and comfortable, many are beginning to question the legitimacy of dealing in exam papers. When Hualaoxi initially proposed this venture, it was met with indifference, with everyone thinking that any profit, no matter how small, was worthwhile. However, due to Yang Rui's vehement opposition, they not only failed to make any money but also suffered considerable embarrassment. Naturally, this discontent has spread, with the most vocal among them being the partner known as the 13 Wolves, who openly advocate for the cessation of this business. Hualaoxi finds himself in a quandary. He has expended considerable effort to establish connections with the printing house and has purchased a substantial quantity of printing paper. If he were to abandon this endeavor now, all his initial investments would be squandered. On the other hand, he had hoped to use this opportunity to open a factory. As a person born in the 1950s, being a worker is certainly a term to be envied. Due to his past imprisonment, old Forhua struggled to secure formal employment. However, with an opportunity at hand, he was determined to establish his own factory. The Red Star Printing Factory, which was fading into obscurity, presented a shortcut for him. Analyzing with a modern perspective, old Forhua represented those who had thrived after the reform and opening up era. He had made some money but now realized the escalating competition on the streets and sought to cleanse his reputation. Since the mid-1970s, he had navigated the streets, reaping benefits. But he no longer wished to continue down that path. On the other hand, Shursin Lang, a barefoot man accompanied by a group of impoverished brothers, had no intentions of stepping back from their undertakings, leading to an inevitable conflict between the two factions. Without external influence, this alliance would either clash violently or dissolve, a fate seemingly unavoidable. One weekend, a startling piece of news disrupted the stalemate between old Forhua and Shursin Lang. A group of militia had invaded their territory at the bus station, discarding their goods and demanding payment for transportation to reclaim them. The messenger bore visible signs of distress. His military pants were torn, his shirt was in tatters, and his face was bruised, indicating he had endured a rough encounter. Old Forhua and Shursin Lang exchanged glances, and the flames of anger swiftly bridged the gap between them. "We shall discuss this upon our return," Hua offered a hand in friendship. Shursin Lang hesitated for a moment, but then accepted the gesture, nodding in agreement. United against a common foe. With a resounding rallying cry, the two groups, numbering over 30, marched forth with vigor towards the nearby bus station. Shortly thereafter, the fluttering of a red flag in the wind halted their advance. The bold characters of the 2nd Militia Corps of the county left Hualaoxi's mouth parched with bitterness. The group of spirited brothers behind him fell silent as well. No matter how skilled we are in combat, we cannot engage in a brawl with an entire regiment, can we? Chapter 33. The annihilation of a family. The militia organizations in China evolved from groups, such as the Red Guards and Workers' Patrols. The Honghu Red Guards depicted in films, the county teams and district squads seen on television, and the support troops during the Huaihai campaign, which numbered as many as 5 million, all represent armed militia. Following the establishment of the nation, a widely circulated tale emerged. On National Day in 1959, Mao stood atop the Tiananmen Tower, observing the vast procession of the capital's militia division parading through the square, and he remarked to Khrushchev with significant implication, "We have 100 million militia." Khrushchev was utterly astonished. In truth, the number exceeded 100 million. At that time, China boasted a staggering 250 million militia members, with over 5,000 militia divisions and more than 40,000 militia regiments. The Steelworkers Militia Division, formed by Xu Gong, comprised 13 regiments, summing over 40,000 troops, instilling fear in countless military observers. They participated in the National Day parades in 1960, 1984, and 1999 as distinct formations. However, in 1982, the guidance for militia work stemmed from Comrade Deng Xiaoping's assertion that the militia should occupy a strategic position. Consequently, a significant restructuring took place across the national militia organizations, resulting in a 60 reduction in numbers. After this adjustment, the total number of militia truly became 100 million. Prior to the adjustment, there existed a militia division in Cece County, which oversaw 3 militia regiments. Following the restructuring, the militia division was streamlined and dissolved, and the Cece County 1st Militia Regiment, established by government agencies and institutions, was also disbanded. Ultimately, only 2 militia regiments remained in Cece County. One is the 2nd Militia Group of Cece County, organized by the Industrial Enterprises, and the other is the 3rd Militia Group of Cece County, organized by the communes or townships. Each operates independently, engaging in year-round training and equipped with a well-regulated arsenal. The term well-regulated for these strategically positioned militia groups encompasses more than just light weaponry. It includes standard armaments such as the 1954 Model 76 2mm field gun, the 55 Model 57mm anti-tank gun, the 56 Model 75mm recoilless gun, as well as the 40mm rockets of both the 56 model and others. The most abundant among them is the 57mm anti-aircraft gun, with a total of 8 pieces, which serves as a point of pride for the Sinan Steel Plant, arranging for militia members to engage in outdoor activities in neighboring provinces annually. The militia battalion of Shibao Meat Packing Plant belongs to the 2nd Militia Group of Cece County, while the militia company of Zizizi Township falls under the 3rd Militia Group. Comrade Yang Feng, a high-ranking official from the local party in Zizizi Township, finds it effortless to mobilize the local militia when he cannot sway the county committee or government. With the pretext of a training exercise, not only are personnel sent to the bus station, but checkpoints are also established on all major thoroughfares leading out of Cece County. Vehicles attempting to leave the county are required to have inspection stamps from the bus station. Without such verification, they cannot pass. As for the thugs under Hualausi, those on the bus are simply pulled off, and the goods being transported by the drivers are forcibly unloaded without the need for any justification. The strength of state-owned enterprises in this era stems from their abundance. Financial resources, materials, and supportive policies are all at their disposal, with even the local police stations and military units being well-equipped. Individuals like Hualausi, despite their wealth and manpower, are looked down upon by organized entities, and to dismiss him is to acknowledge their disdain. Old Forthwa gazed at the throngs of militia in the street, feeling utterly powerless. The brother who brought the news trembled as he spoke. When I left, they hadn't even raised their flags. 13 Wolves finally found an outlet for his frustration and slapped the brother, exclaiming, "Even without the flags, can't you see how many there are? They captured anyone who looked like us on sight." I was swift on my feet, which is why I managed to return to warn you. Had I been a moment later, we would have been caught en masse. The brother who had been struck felt unjustly treated. 13 Wolves shot him a glare and said, "Fourth brother, what do you propose we do?" Previously, he had been eager to confront Fourth Hua, but now, with the external threat looming, he recalled Hua's adaptability. Hua had no time for contemplation. He sighed and remarked, "They are cutting off our escape routes." He took a step forward and whispered, "Without the bus station, how shall we support our brothers? And what of our goods?" 13 Wolves replied bitterly, "Our entire fortune is stashed here. Some of it is even on credit. Now it has all been seized. The merchants will surely come knocking once they hear of this. Who could be so cruel?" Was speculated that it was Yang Feng from Zizizi Township, the saying when one is absent from the rivers and lakes. The legends of one's deeds still circulate aptly describe someone like Yang Feng. If there were any formidable figures in Xixian, surely their reputation would reach the provincial level, not to mention within the county. In previous years, Hua had lived cautiously, but a fortuitous turn of events had led him to seize the bus station, allowing him to amass wealth, which left him feeling unsteady. Given another chance, Hua would undoubtedly proceed with utmost caution. However, speculation proves futile. Should 13 Wolves discover that the loss of the bus station stemmed from his intention to engage in the examination paper trade, one can only imagine the turmoil that would ensue. Thus, Old Forthwa shook his head and remarked, "Regardless of where this deity hails from, we cannot provoke nor evade them. Let us return and deliberate further. Too many eyes are upon us." His words, however, came too late. Just as the group departed the main road, they were intercepted by the local militia from the alley. Wei Lin, armed with a semi-automatic rifle, stood defiantly in their path. Flanked by a cadre of militia members, some wielding guns, others brandishing clubs, all of whom encircled them with grins plastered across their faces. "What is your purpose here? Discard your weapons and do so swiftly," Wei Lin commanded, brandishing his rifle with the safety disengaged. "Surrender your arms, and you shall not be harmed." The militia shouted in unison, eliciting a chuckle from Yang Rui. Regrettably, no one else shared in the levity, and he was compelled to compose himself once more. "Are you not the militia member from Shibao Middle School?" 13 Wolves squinted, recognizing him after a moment. Wei Lin disdainfully retorted, "Do you not comprehend the strategy of feigning one's intentions? A rabble, indeed." Yang Rui felt a twinge of embarrassment, pondering silently. "You are militia, yet you label them a rabble. Does that not pose a problem?" Old Fourthwa received the insult with calmness and inquired, "What does this signify?" Just then, Duan Hang, clad in a sharp police uniform, his waist adorned with a .54 pistol, one hand resting on his hip while the other held handcuffs, made a formidable entrance in front of them. Old Fourthwa fell silent. 13 Wolves' eyes darted about, seemingly concocting an escape plan. "Disarm them," he ordered. Wei Lin issued a command, his gaze fixated on Old Fourthwa, as if he would pull the trigger at the slightest movement. Yang Rui was even more anxious than Old Fourthwa. In his perception, any matter involving firearms was of utmost gravity. Yet, to the composed police officer Duan Hang, the atmosphere remained unperturbed, while the surrounding militia members expressed their varied emotions, some laughing, others cursing. According to the current militia training protocols, light weapons could be taken home, and sleeping with a loaded rifle was considered a fashionable domestic activity. The more flamboyant would toss their firearms beneath the bed or take them outdoors for hunting, a commonplace occurrence. Thus, to assert that China is a gun-free nation is somewhat misleading, as restrictions only began to take shape in the late 1980s. Prior to that, it was relatively easy for those within the system to handle and fire weapons. Amidst the tense ambience, the weapons of Old Fourthwa and his gang were confiscated. Duan Hang glanced at the contents of the box, smirking. Well, you even have a 3-edged dagger. What are your intentions?" Yang Rui stole a glance at the imposing Type 54 at Duan Hang's side, and then at the Type 56 in Wei Lin's grip, feeling a sense of unease. Old Fourthwa snorted, "You brought the militia here. Your chief is unaware, I presume? Are you inquiring whether Peng Xiang knows?" Duan Hang chuckled. Casting a sidelong glance at Yang Rui, "He certainly knows now, and before long, he will also be aware of your transgressions, extortion, injury, robbery, and rape. If you have anything to say, do so once you're inside. For now, kneel and submit to a search." Old Fourthwa erupted in fury. "Killing is no more than a mere formality. To hell with you." A militia member charged forward, brandishing his rifle butt, and remarked, "The last time you insisted I pay an extra 20 cents for the fare, did you ever consider the consequence of your actions?" As he spoke, the militia surged forward, eager to join in, wielding either rifle butts or clubs, mercilessly beating Old Hu and the pack of 13 wolves into a state of disarray. Yang Rui, taken aback, whispered to Duan Hang, "Is this truly permissible?" "It is permissible as long as we obtain the confession first. They must understand that the gang of Old Hu and 13 wolves is finished. In due course, they will turn on one another. All of them will find themselves behind bars." Duan Hang replied with a smile, lowering his voice. "This is your father's strategy. He visited the county yesterday. Secretary Yang is a seasoned veteran. Even my father defers to him. The militia captain from your village must be in on it too. Otherwise, why would they be so diligent?" Yang Rui found himself at a loss for words. This highlighted the difference between him and his father, Yang Feng. Despite having pursued a postgraduate degree in biology and being influenced by the pharmaceutical industry, Yang Rui possessed a semblance of legal reasoning. He aimed to provoke Old Hu into action, intending to strike decisively with irrefutable evidence. In contrast, his father, Yang Feng, was indifferent to the notion of evidence. Having dealt with numerous individuals, he never relied on proof. His approach to dealing with a disorganized thug like Old Hu was not to wait passively. Instead, he launched a proactive assault. The militia surrounded the bus station, poised not only to gather the driver's testimony, but also to secure tangible evidence of the illegal transport of goods by Old Hu and his cohorts, effectively capturing both the perpetrators and the stolen goods in one fell swoop. Capturing Old Fourth Ho and 13 wolves would signify the successful completion of the mission. Exhausted from their efforts, Duan Hang and the militia compelled Old Fourth Ho and his associates to kneel, repeatedly kicking them over and forcing them to kneel again. After this display of dominance, all the thugs were left in awe. This action conveyed a clear message. Old Fourth Ho and 13 wolves were utterly finished, likely unable to escape their fate. Otherwise, they would not have been subjected to such treatment. Old Fourth Ho and 13 wolves, resigned to their circumstances, knelt on the ground. The authority they had accumulated over years dissipating beneath their knees. They understood that their subordinates no longer feared them. A single word could lead to complete annihilation of their forces. At this juncture, Duan Hang finally caught his breath and remarked with a chuckle, "All right, let us take them back to the station. This is a solid case." Yang Rui gazed at the battered and subdued Old Fourth Ho's gang, a twinge of melancholy swelling within him. In the face of power, the resistance of ordinary individuals is woefully inadequate. Duan Hang brushed off the dust from his clothing and climbed onto the truck that would transport them, then leaned into the cargo area, saying, "My father has also arrived. He wishes to discuss some technical matters with you. You should inquire about him." "Oh, where is he?" "Ask under the banner of the militia. He has personally led the team here." Yang Rui blinked in surprise. "Your father is also a militia member? How rare. My mother and sister are both militia members." "Your entire family is part of the militia?" "Yes, indeed, my entire family is involved in the militia." Chapter 34. Seeking tutoring beneath the flag of the 2nd Militia Corps of Xixian, Duan Hua, with a cigarette clenched between his lips and 4 grenades hanging from his waist, perched atop a green ammunition box, engaged in animated conversation. Yang Rui glanced at the ammunition box, the grenades, and the flickering cigarette before him, reluctantly making his way over and calling out from a distance, "Uncle." The arrangement of items beneath the flag evoked a sense of danger within him. Yang Rui was now acutely aware that all the weapons and ammunition present were genuine. The grenades were real, the ammunition box authentic, and the lit cigarette, undoubtedly, was also real. The militia truly displayed remarkable courage. With a sigh, Yang Rui positioned himself behind a sandbag. Duan Hua waved his hand vigorously, striking the ammunition box beside him, and called out, "Come sit." Reluctantly, Yang Rui advanced further and settled himself atop the box marked with the white inscription 40 rocket shells, designated by his uncle. Although the rocket shells were of an older model, their appearance and operational mechanism bore an uncanny resemblance to the later renowned RPGs. In other words, the contents of the box beneath Yang Rui could facilitate numerous assaults on the imperialists, with enough remnants left to produce several Hollywood blockbusters. What was it to sit atop a box of gunpowder? The rockets were far more formidable. Duan Hua took a deep drag from his cigarette, the glowing ember illuminating for a considerable time. When he exhaled a cloud of gray smoke in a leisurely manner, the unfiltered bouching cigarette had dwindled to a mere stub. With a flick of his index finger, the still glowing cigarette but struck the machine gun's belt before plummeting to the ground, where it was extinguished under the unchanging demeanor of his uncle's foot. "Uncle, did you call for me?" Yang Rui quickly inquired, hoping to prevent him from lighting another cigarette. "Let me introduce you," Duan Hua said, hands resting on his belt as he gestured towards a man fiddling with a rifle. "This is my nephew, Yang Rui, a spirited fellow." The idea for the replacement of the vertical sterilization tank came from him. Turning to Yang Rui, Duan Hua continued, "This is Engineer Xiao, our foremost talent at the Shibao meat processing plant. He serves as the director of the technical department, a senior engineer, and also holds the position of deputy battalion commander in our militia. He has come along specifically to meet you." "What is there to see about me?" Yang Rui feigned ignorance and added, "So, a senior engineer is equivalent to a high engineer, right?" "Precisely, a high engineer." Duan Hua discreetly gave a thumbs up. "In the factory, a high engineer symbolizes technical authority and is a rare honor, especially for someone like Engineer Xiao, who has just crossed the threshold of his 40s. Making his recognition as a high engineer quite commendable and a source of pride when discussed among peers." Engineer Xiao couldn't help but smile slightly, pulling back the bolt of his rifle with a crisp click, adjusting the sights like a professional soldier. "No need for such formalities. Just calling me Engineer Xiao would suffice as a courtesy. Both titles are appropriate," Duan Hua responded amiably. As the deputy factory director in charge of production at the branch plant, he often interacted with Engineer Xiao, who was the director of the main plant's technical department. Director Duan relished the politeness in their exchanges. Xiaogong chuckled softly twice. In response to Yang Rui's anxious gaze, he retrieved a cigarette case, extracted 2 cigarettes, and handed one to both Duan Hua and Yang Rui. Then, with a swift motion, he struck a match, igniting the cigarettes for the 2 men before casually discarding it onto a sandbag. Yang Rui exhaled a deep sigh of relief, hastily inhaling the smoke to ease his nerves. Once he cleared his lungs, he coughed twice and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Xiaogong, for your prompt assistance. If it weren't for your malicious arrival, we would have truly been at a loss in this vast bus station." Xixian is situated not far from the provincial capital and even closer to the regional hub, making land transportation quite frequent. The bus station is perpetually bustling with dozens of vehicles and hundreds of drivers, with even more patrons dining there. Alongside the ebb and flow of passengers, far too many for a single militia company to contain, the individuals gathered at that moment were not easily subdued. Conflicts could erupt at the slightest provocation. It was only under such overwhelmingly advantageous circumstances that the drivers and passengers, recognizing their disrupted journeys, could remain composed and cooperative. Xiaogong, dismissively shaking his head, remarked, "The idea you proposed for the horizontal sterilization tank has yielded considerable profits for our Shibao meat processing plant and has resolved a significant dilemma for our technical department. Don't think that having the militia come by is merely for show. We could certainly handle a real confrontation if need be. I recall the time we clashed with the Qixing faction at the Guandi Temple, when I charged in with a submachine gun and grenades in hand." "Xiaogong, spare the young ones those tales," an elder intervened, halting the engrossed engineer. With a chuckle, Engineer Xiao waved his hand in agreement, then shifted the topic, inquiring, "The yield rate at the canning factory has improved considerably this month, hasn't it? From 75 to 85, and at times even reaching 90. At the mention of the yield rate, Duan Hua could not help but laugh, saying, "Engineer Xiao, you should have seen Han Sen's expression at that moment. He slammed the table, accusing us of fabricating data. I had 2 truckloads of canned goods unloaded in the main factory's courtyard and asked him, I, Duan, am no Sun Wukong. How could I conjure first-rate products?" Han's face, resembling a pig's liver, looked as though it had been spoiled. Engineer Xiao laughed knowingly. "I see you as a Tang Sung, while Xiao Yang is Sun Wukong. Just pluck a single hair, and how many defective goods could be transformed into first-rate products? Surely, your bonuses for this month have increased? Each person received an extra 15 yuan. Ever since we established that production line for pork rib cans, the main factory's surplus ribs have vanished, all relegated to our factory's defective goods. We haven't received compensation in nearly 6 months." Duan Hua had long been displeased with this situation. Engineer Xiao felt a twinge of awkwardness and nodded, remarking, "Indeed, Han Sen's pursuit of fame and recognition has gone a bit too far. When the main factory sells ribs to the sub-factory, it generates profit, thereby leading to bonuses being distributed. However, the sub-factory's funds have been squeezed, resulting in unmet production and sales targets, and consequently, no bonuses to be had. As Han Sen holds a significant position at the main factory, his obligation lies with pleasing the entire staff there. When the opportunity arises to succeed the factory director, the internal democratic assessments and inquiries will only pertain to the main factory, disregarding the sentiments of those at the sub-factory. Engineer Xiao, as the head of the technical department at the headquarters, is among those who have received bonuses. He bears a certain responsibility for the process issues at the canning factory." Feeling a touch of embarrassment for receiving money without contributing, he found himself blushing. Duan Hua, ever astute, chuckled and remarked, "Engineer Xiao, you are too modest. If Han Sen is distributing money, would you refuse it? That would offend him, wouldn't it? This matter is a bit underhanded on Han Sen's part and has nothing to do with others." Given an opportunity to save face, Engineer Xiao quickly responded, "Han Sen has lost considerable face. You must be cautious." "Not afraid of him," Duan Hua replied, dismissing the notion of discussing that rogue as ill-fated. While speaking, he produced his cigarette case, offering a cigarette to Engineer Xiao, and continued to exhale smoke amidst the ammunition boxes. Yang Rui, feeling somewhat dazed, inquired, "If I'm not involved, I think I'll take my leave. If there is something, I'll seek you out," he added. In a swift motion, Engineer Xiao extinguished his cigarette on the barrel of a machine gun and stated, "My primary purpose for coming here is to donate a batch of materials to your school. As I am not familiar with Shibao Middle School, I have decided to entrust you with the distribution of these materials." Noticing Yang Rui's confusion, Duan Hua flicked the ash from his cigarette and explained, "This is from the factory, and Engineer Xiao extends his gratitude to you." You have resolved a technical issue for the factory, and everyone is quite pleased. However, since you are not a member of our factory and currently have no job, the materials will be sent to your school for now. Engineer Xiao has already informed Principal Zhao, and he has agreed that all items sent from the Shibao meat processing plant will be under your control, and no one else is permitted to interfere. Hedong province is not at the forefront of reform and opening up. Officials tend to exercise great caution. According to standard procedures, it is challenging to disburse even a modest sum of money to individuals, even if it is merely a couple of hundred yuan, without a legitimate purpose, as such actions may be deemed corrupt. Consequently, the Shibao meat processing plant employs a collective-to-collective, public-to-public approach, delivering a batch of goods to Shibao Middle School under a guise, allowing Yang Rui to allocate them as he sees fit. This not only fosters goodwill, but also enables him to secure some benefits for himself. Naturally, the quantity he can retain for personal use will be limited. The Shibao meat processing plant has circumvented the usual channels, incurring expenses that are several times greater. Yet the tangible benefits for Yang Rui ultimately do not exceed a couple of hundred yuan. This reflects the current operational dynamics of the distribution system. Yang Rui, surprised and puzzled, politely accepted the official letter handed to him by Engineer Xiao. Although he merely provided a few suggestions to his uncle, the advantages conferred upon the Shibao meat processing plant cannot be encapsulated in just a few words. Without his guidance, even if the Shibao canned food factory were to enlist suitable experts for high-level research, it would take considerable time and tens of thousands of yuan in funding to arrive at the conclusions he articulated. The savings achieved amount to far more than 10,000 yuan. Therefore, even if he were to receive several tens of thousands of yuan in gifts, Yang Rui would consider it entirely justified. However, the national conditions of 1982 do not align with this notion. Was the Shibao meat processing plant expending such effort merely to provide him with personal rewards? Such actions would not conform to the ethos of state-owned enterprises. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Yang Rui expressed his gratitude with genuine pleasure. In these times, where money cannot easily procure quality goods, receiving gifts holds greater value than monetary compensation. At this moment, Engineer Xiao smiled brightly and said to Yang Rui, "I have a long-standing relationship with your uncle, so this matter is quite reasonable." He then produced a hard cardboard examination paper from the bag behind him, which was precisely the secret paper from the Rui academic group that had triggered the recent mobilization of the militia. Yang Rui nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I compiled it. Did no one assist you? Where did you source the materials? Or, most of it is my own conceptualization. There should be no similar papers within the province. As for the research in the capital, I am not particularly informed." "Oh, so this Rui academic group was established by you?" "Indeed." Yang Rui recounted the tale of the Rui academic group in detail, emphasizing that the initiative was not intended for profit, but rather for the sake of reputation. Concealing it would be a loss. In the 1980s, reputation was undeniably more significant than wealth. Over the past and forthcoming decade, countless renowned figures would rise and fall. When they garnered fame, various local governments would willingly offer millions, even billions, for collaboration. In this era, the valuation of capital transcended mere monetary considerations. Engineer Xiao listened attentively before inquiring further. "Your uncle mentioned that your perfect scores in mathematics, physics, and chemistry are also related to this Rui academic group?" This was a byproduct of Yang Rui's discussion with his parents when he called upon them. Yang's secretary likely took it lightly, while Yang's mother undoubtedly shared it as a topic of conversation throughout the village. Yang Rui simply stated, "The learning methodology of the Rui academic group is undoubtedly effective. In the future, achieving perfect scores will become commonplace. My son remarked that many of the teachers at his school are unable to solve numerous problems." Xiao, with a fervent gaze directed at Yang Rui, gripped the gun barrel with his fingers. His son attends the factory-affiliated school at the Shibao meat processing plant, where the educational quality is hardly superior to that of rural schools. It serves as a refuge for the children of those who have failed the high school entrance examination. Upon hearing this, Yang Rui comprehended the situation entirely, instantly awakening his inner tutor. He declared, "In the realm of high school mathematics, physics, and chemistry, there exists no problem that I cannot solve. The academic performance of our study group members has been steadily improving, and Xiao is likely aware of this. Should your son encounter any difficulties with particular problems, he is welcome to approach me directly." Yang Rui understood that tutoring is a protracted journey, and the college entrance examination is of paramount importance for individuals of the 1980s. despite Xiao holding the position of director of the technical department at the main factory. As long as he has not ascended to a higher office, he will inevitably require assistance for his son's exam preparations. Compared to the myriad reforms of the college entrance examination envisioned by modern society, the examination's reliance solely on scores represents the greatest equity within Chinese society. The number of individuals whose fates have been altered by it, who have gained opportunities for advancement through it, is greater than ever before. With a value created that parallels the impact of war, Xiao is indeed familiar with the study group, as the factory-affiliated school at Shibao Meat Processing Plant is one of the sales locations for the group's secret examination papers. Having observed his son utilizing this set of papers, and having gathered information due to the mobilization of the militia, he is well aware of the profound depth of knowledge required to compile examination papers, and the name Rue Study Group has often crossed his mind. Reflecting on his son's academic performance and future, Engineer Xiao prepared in advance. The materials he donated to Shibao Middle School were procured at great personal cost, anticipating that the impetuous young Rue might outright refuse. Receiving such a commendable response, Engineer Xiao sincerely grasped young Rue's hand and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much. I truly find it challenging to educate my son. However, he excels at the papers from your Rue academic group, and even his teachers have praised him. It's no trouble at all. You are a friend of my uncle, so I am more than willing to assist. If your son has the time, please invite him to Shibao Middle School. He can come on weekends. I live on campus. However, our Rue academic group has a clear protocol. New members start as reserve members. Currently, aside from the difference in title, there is little practical distinction. It's merely a matter of a probationary period. As a reserve member, he will be treated leniently. Rest assured, I will inform him beforehand. If he misbehaves, feel free to discipline him. Standing in the corner or receiving punishment is entirely warranted. Whatever methods you employ in your Rue academic group, apply the same to him." Engineer Xiao chuckled heartily, lowering his tone. "My son, Xiao Yang, is studying at our Shibao Meat Processing Plant school, and his grades are not particularly impressive. The quality of grades is inconsequential. Education knows no boundaries." Young Rue assumed the demeanor of a tutor, his gaze sharpening. "You mentioned he could be punished. I assure you, I will enforce standing penalties. You are aware of the circumstances here. I can guarantee your son's improvement, but you must not hold it against me if he faces hardship." Of course. Mr. Xiao nodded repeatedly, no longer exhibiting any semblance of the imposing demeanor of a senior engineer. After shaking hands with Yang Rue, he enthusiastically grasped Duan Hua's arm and shook it vigorously. Yang Rue maintained a calm expression, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction within. The well-being of all is truly paramount. The Rue School group he designed was never intended solely for his own benefit or that of a single institution, Shibao Middle School. If his uncle could thereby gain 2 additional allies, it would be nothing short of splendid. Chapter 35. Press release. With the assistance of the militia, Duan Hang, leading the criminal investigation team, successfully apprehended all members of the notorious gang led by Old Fourth Hua. The gang was a local entity, with many members possessing criminal records. Once the routes to other regions were sealed off, it became exceedingly difficult for anyone to evade capture as the police diligently pursued individuals by name. Their arrogance had led them to offend too many during their years of dominance over the bus station, leaving them without even a single ally willing to offer shelter. Of course, the crime of harboring fugitives carried a severe penalty, and in the years following the recent crackdown, most individuals remained apprehensive. Local figures in the underworld of Xixian also faced misfortune. Numerous individuals found themselves ensnared by Duan Hang's relentless pursuit, sent to the preliminary investigation department. With the militia's collaboration, 6 long-sought fugitives were finally caught, exacerbated by those seeking to reduce their sentences who eagerly turned informant. The county's precincts were swept clean twice, leading to overcrowding in the detention center. Upon learning that 2 gangs, totaling 6 wanted criminals, had been apprehended, Duan Hang nearly succumbed to elation. As the captain of the criminal investigation team, his role had always been challenging. Each year, the higher-ups allocated quotas and targets. Although he consistently met these expectations, the process was laborious, and achieving them merely fulfilled the basic responsibilities of his position, rendering any claims of merit rather tenuous. Xixian was merely a county town, devoid of significant or high-profile cases, with at most half a dozen violent incidents occurring in a year. It was equally subject to criticism for unsolved cases. and solving the expected ones was merely part of the job. In summary, Duan Heng's work was characterized by a lack of accolades, but an abundance of toil. And he had been enduring a painful period of serving his time in rank for the past 2 years. This time, the gang responsible for the arrest of the notorious Fourth Master Hua cannot be deemed as significant. However, apprehending 6 fugitives wanted by the provincial department is undeniably a commendable achievement, a testament to their combat effectiveness. The director, who had previously been somewhat unsupportive of Duan Heng's work, now beams with delight, making consecutive trips to the district for 2 days, returning each time with a countenance as warm and benevolent as that of Santa Claus. Duan Heng's enthusiasm for his work is rekindled, to the extent that even escorting Yang Rui back to school is delayed by 2 days, as he takes the opportunity to gather further evidence before proceeding. Along the way, he confidently proclaims, by next year, or at the latest the year after, I anticipate advancing further. When that time comes, you will need to inquire about Director Duan's office rather than seeking your cousin. With a hearty laugh, Duan Heng rides his bicycle, which jingles merrily beneath him. Yang Rui casts a sympathetic glance in his direction and remarks, if rewards are only given next year or the year after, isn't your elation a tad premature? What if someone else accomplishes something in the interim? Wouldn't your current contributions be overshadowed? Unfazed, Duan Heng responds, do you think it is so easy to achieve merit? In our county, how many wanted criminals pass through in a year? And to have them fall into your hands? Is earning merit truly that simple? Yang Rui is tempted to argue otherwise. Next year is slated to be a year of stringent crackdowns, where ordinary criminals will face severe penalties. Many, realizing the gravity of their situation, will seek ways to flee, subsequently becoming wanted criminals themselves, only to be apprehended by police in different jurisdictions and sent to prison. When the new year arrives for commendations, the arrest numbers and quality for everyone will undoubtedly rise several notches, thereby diluting the modest accomplishments Duan Heng has achieved this year. Yang Rui pondered. Perhaps Old Fourth Hua's downfall this year might prove to be a blessing in disguise for him, potentially sparing him from several years of hardship. Come next year, would he express gratitude towards me? By the way, why aren't you using the tricycle from your criminal investigation team? There's quite a steep incline leading to the school. With no pressing matters on the road, Yang Rui, curiosity piqued, leaned forward and pedaled vigorously on his bicycle. Behind him were classmates, eager to return to school and regale tales of the militia encircling the city. Duan Heng, consumed by thoughts of his future, was already in his 30s yet pedaled as if propelled by fire, matching Yang Rui's pace, breathlessly stating, the tricycle is reserved for my colleagues on duty. Since we live nearby, a bicycle suffices. You wish to leave a favorable impression on your comrades, don't you? Yang Rui had witnessed Duan Heng riding the tricycle more than once, sporting sunglasses, effortlessly navigating the streets of the county. The tricycle, a motorcycle with a sidecar, was a common sight in old films and was regarded as a symbol of status during the 1980s and even the 1990s. When courting, its charm rivaled that of a convertible in later years. Typically reserved young women were often more inclined to accept an invitation to ride in a tricycle. The bachelors of the criminal investigation team frequently seized opportunities to impress using the tricycle. In everyday life, it served as Duan Heng's personal vehicle, seldom lent to others. With a chuckle, Duan Heng, facing the wind, remarked, the Bureau is preparing to replace the vehicles. I've already submitted the report. If I become deputy director, perhaps I could be assigned a jeep. What is a tricycle in comparison? Yang Rui was momentarily speechless. You truly are enamored with authority. This is what one might call progress. With a determined push, Duan Heng accelerated, causing the weighty bicycle beneath him to surge forward by an additional 2 points. The wind fluttered his clothing. Reminiscent of a traitor in an anti-Japanese drama, his face adorned with a spirited expression. Yang Rui, exerting all his strength, pedaled vigorously to keep pace with Duan Heng's speed. However, being a diligent worker, Duan Heng could not maintain such velocity for long. He soon found himself panting and slowing down. Yet Yang Rui, having practiced diligently day after day, still possessed the energy to inquire, I have an idea that might capture the attention of the regional leaders. However, it could also leave some repercussions. Are you willing to give it a try? What idea? What repercussions? Duan Heng, placing his trust in Yang Rui, recalled the recent accomplishments that had undoubtedly showcased his intellect. Battling against the wind, Yang Rui shouted while pedaling. We could write a news article about your capture of the wanted criminal and publish it in the newspaper. With a sudden grip on the brake, Duan Heng nearly toppled his bicycle. He deftly leaned the bike sideways, stretching his legs to steady himself, and asked, "Can you write news articles?" Yang Rui rode a considerable distance before stopping, reluctantly turning back to respond. "Aren't you curious about the potential repercussions first? As long as it's positive news coverage. What repercussions could there be?" The 1980s was an era of literary enthusiasts, a time when words were venerated. Having your name printed in the newspaper, whether as the author or the subject, is undoubtedly a remarkable opportunity. Countless political icons were birthed this way. As Duan Heng contemplated Yang Rui's article being featured in Scientific Illustrated, his spirits soared with excitement. Yang Rui shook his head and retrieved an envelope from his pocket, handing it to him. "In light of your assistance in escorting me back to school, I shall allow you to sign this piece yourself. Its primary focus is to underscore the necessity of vigilance and the stringent crackdown on criminal activities. We must wield a heavy hand and adopt a zero-tolerance stance towards criminal cases within our jurisdiction. Please take a look at it." Compared to the demands for a vigorous enforcement, the press release pinned by Yang Rui was somewhat tempered. However, given that it was 1982, a slightly softened approach a year in advance was not only reasonable but also indicative of foresight. Additionally, this press release extensively borrowed from future American local speeches and law enforcement perspectives. Following the Clinton era, local crime in the United States deteriorated markedly, and politicians campaigning for mayor or district attorney often made the harsh crackdown on crime a cornerstone of their pledges. In this politically entertainment-driven nation, the realities of the situation need not be discussed. The methods of speech and presentation are undoubtedly worthy of emulation. For instance, the term zero tolerance, when employed on the eve of societal collapse, is likely to garner approval from superiors and societal endorsement. Within the brief news release of approximately 1,000 words, Duan Heng swiftly perused its contents, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "It's splendidly articulated, surpassing even my expectations." After Effects, Yang Rui reminded him once more. Indeed, After Effects. What could possibly be the repercussions? This is a label. Once this press release is published, you will henceforth be regarded as the embodiment of zero tolerance. Holding a stringent attitude towards criminal cases is paramount. Even if you ascend to a high position, such a label is not easily shed. Therefore, during periods of leniency in domestic political climates, your advancement may be adversely affected. Since you have authored the press release, you must first endorse its content. I concur that criminal cases should indeed be treated with severity. This has always been my stance, and my colleagues in the Bureau are well aware of it. Duan Heng remained indifferent. Yang Rui patiently remarked, "Labels are no trifling matter. Should you express contradictory opinions in the future, you will be perceived as insincere and duplicitous. I do not jest. You have yet to encounter heinous crimes. Some individuals simply cannot be regarded as human." Yang Rui reiterated his perspective before mounting his bicycle and handing him an envelope. "What is this?" Duan Heng inquired. "It is what transforms the press release into news." Upon opening it, Duan Heng discovered a stack of cash. "What do you mean by this?" he exclaimed, agitated. "It is not intended for personal indulgence." Yang Rui restrained his hand and explained, "Inside are a total of 500 yuan, designated as your activity fund. With your uncle and grandfather having spent many years in state-owned enterprises, you have ample connections. Find a suitable journalist and utilize this money wisely. It is imperative to release the press release shortly after the case is concluded. Any delay diminishes its impact and renders it less newsworthy. The current news landscape is quite competitive, making it a challenging endeavor. Once more, the press release should not be altered significantly, even if changes are made. The core meaning must remain intact. If you do not invest financially, there is no guarantee that the press release will be disseminated according to your wishes. However, it cannot be funded with your own money. Do you possess 500 yuan? Duan Heng involuntarily flushed. 500 yuan represented his entire annual salary. Saving that amount would take 2 to 3 years. The criminal police team inherently lacked resources, and as a prominent figure in the county, Duan Heng's expenditures were considerable, leaving him with scarcely 100 yuan in savings. Yang Rui's tone softened as he remarked, "I have surplus funds for my writing. I can lend you this sum for now, and you can repay me later. If you feel uneasy about it, once you acquire a jeep, allow me to borrow it for a couple of days as interest." Duan Heng smiled wryly. "That amount is excessive." "It is indeed substantial. However, without such an investment, would a story about a county policeman ever make it to the Southern Lake Daily? Would it even grace the front of the second page?" The Southern Lake Daily is the most widely circulated newspaper in the region of Xia County and is essential reading for local leaders. Only this publication, or others of even greater authority, holds significant promotional value. Duan Hang was taken aback to be featured in the Southern Lake Daily, ideally on the front page. Even a mere mention is worthwhile, but the main text must be prominent and not relegated to the third page. All you need is to find someone willing to accept payment and deliver results, and you can rejoice quietly. There are many instances of seeking a temple with a pig's head in hand. It is merely due to Yang Rui's connections through his family in a state-owned enterprise that such an idea can be entertained. Otherwise, attempting to publish a simple press release would be utterly futile. To express one's intentions, one must navigate a more intricate web of relationships. Of course, in a more euphemistic manner befitting our times, this could be likened to taking shortcuts, akin to a scholar pilfering texts. Yang Rui did not afford his cousin the chance to decline. He swiftly mounted his bicycle and pedaled ahead. At that moment, the other students had already surged ahead, while Duan Heng lingered behind, lost in thought for a moment. Gritting his teeth, he tucked the money into his pocket and hastened to catch up. The two arrived at Shibao Middle School, no longer discussing the matter of the press release. Yang Rui, emotionally invested, had little reluctance in aiding his elder cousin. With over 2,000 in manuscript fees, he found it hard to exhaust his funds. Should the need arise, he could easily engage in literary copying. As money flowed in effortlessly and was spent with equal ease, Duan Heng could no longer fathom his cousin's thoughts and resorted to encouraging himself with phrases reminiscent of characters from storytelling, assuring himself that he would repay in due time or that a trickle could lead to a fountain of gratitude. After securing his bicycle in the shed, Yang Rui swung his arms as he approached, and upon reaching the edge of the playground, he was met with a cacophony of voices. Yang Rui is back, someone exclaimed, drawing countless gazes his way. Among them were not only students, but also a considerable number of teachers. A cursory glance revealed that nearly all the teachers from Shibao Middle School were present. What was happening? Dressed in police uniform, Duan Heng stepped forward, commanding a measure of silence. Yang Rui, the items gifted to our school by the Shibao meat processing plant have been placed in the gymnasium. Please check them against this list. Mr. Lu's voice carried an unusual tone. Yang Rui unfurled the list, and upon a mere glance, his expression morphed into one of profound peculiarity. The first item on the list boldly proclaimed the presence of 20 boxes of canned meat, totaling 480 cans. This single entry alone represented a market value exceeding 1,500 yuan. However, it was not merely the monetary aspect that proved unbearable. Rather, it was the tantalizing allure of the 480 cans that was truly intolerable. Neatly stacked, the cans of meat loomed higher than a person, a sight that, outside of films depicting the opulence of the American military and the nationalist forces, was likely unseen by the common populace. The county supply and marketing cooperative could scarcely transport such a vast quantity of goods in a single trip. Not only the students, but even the teachers at the school gathered to witness this spectacle, unable to restrain their hushed discussions. Chapter 36. Scholarship. The canned meats sent by the Shibao meat processing plant came in 3 varieties: spare ribs, braised pork, and stewed pork with preserved vegetables, each approximately weighing around 1 pound. With a total of 480 cans, this amounted to nearly half a ton, equivalent to the yield of 5 pigs. And such a generous offering could only be made between peers to avoid gossip. With this abundance of canned goods, Yang Rui could easily reserve 20 or 30 cans for himself. For someone in the position of director of the technology department, this was indeed a substantial gesture. However, the inventory listed far exceeded these items. There were 10 small boxes containing 120 cans of fruit, 400 pounds of fresh oranges, 20 bags of flour weighing 50 pounds each, and a large barrel of lard weighing 50 pounds. These were either products from the meat processing plant itself or items exchanged through external relations, all of which were extraordinary gifts. Yang Rui could not help but ponder the implications. The favor owed to Engineer Xiao and his uncle seemed rather significant. The total value of these items was no less than 4,000 yuan, and the crucial point was that such goods could not simply be purchased. While the exchange of gifts and barter among various units was common, purely altruistic donations were relatively rare. Certainly, if these goods were to be given to County No. 1 high school, a 4,000 yuan worth of merchandise would seem reasonable, yet typically, the recipients would offer several admission spots in return or lower the admission scores for a few students from the Shibao meat processing plant. Although Shibao Middle School was in close proximity to the meat processing plant, it had never received such treatment. As a school that required no tuition fees, the need for additional material gifts seemed unnecessary. State-owned enterprises, despite their substantial resources, were not often frivolous with their generosity. Yang Rui found himself perplexed by the situation. And Teacher Liu, equally astonished, inquired, "How will these be distributed? The oranges surely won't last more than a few days." Zhao Danian, reluctant to address the matter personally, entrusted it to Teacher Liu. However, Teacher Liu was at a loss regarding how to communicate with Yang Rui. The student's performance was exceedingly unexpected, and the principal had even convened a special meeting to clarify that the authority over the distribution of resources belonged to Yang Rui, as the supplies had been sent by the Shibao meat processing plant under a designated arrangement. Lacking distribution authority, cooperation became paramount, which placed Teacher Liu, as the homeroom teacher, in a somewhat awkward position. Fortunately, Yang Rui maintained a composed demeanor, neither speaking excessively nor displaying undue emotion. He conducted the business matter with diligence, weighing the oranges and inspecting several others, before stating, "Let the oranges be evenly distributed among the classes. There are likely over 1,000 here. Ensuring that every student receives one. During evening study, they should be distributed by class. The surplus can be divided into 2 portions, one for the teachers, and the other for the students who participated in the creation of the exam papers." According to his distribution plan, the ordinary students would merely receive a taste, while each teacher would obtain 3 to 4 pounds, akin to the benefits received during festive occasions. A considerable number of students had contributed to the exam paper creation, and when divided among them, each would receive less than a pound, which, while not an extraordinary benefit, effectively distinguished between those who labored and those who did not. Teacher Liu, finding Yang Rui's allocation clear, could not help but smile, saying, "This is manageable. I will borrow a scale and gather a few people, and we shall have the distribution completed shortly. Thank you for your assistance, Teacher Liu. Yes, please take the flour and lard to the kitchen. They will be quite useful for the additional meals for the teachers and students at noon. Non-residential students also dine at school during lunchtime, making this additional meal the most equitable approach." Teacher Liu nodded in acknowledgement. As for the canned goods, let us set them aside for now. When it came to the most crucial moment, Yang Rui's decision was astonishing. Teacher Liu's pen hovered above the paper, narrowly avoiding a puncture. The deliberate withholding of the most important items was rather conspicuous, was it not? Could you not provide a definitive answer regarding whether Teacher Liu actually had the cans? Teacher Liu remained quite reserved, watching Yang Rui depart, while others inevitably engaged in speculation. Wang Guohua, having received prior instructions, proactively took on the task of distribution. Meanwhile, the most enticing cans continued to pile up like a small mountain, steadfast and unyielding. That afternoon, a number of students, eager for amusement, flocked to the gymnasium to observe the cans. Yang Rui returned to the classroom as if nothing had happened, first assisting Duan Heng in gathering evidence to strengthen their case. In the afternoon, he began reviewing the account books of the Rui study group and checking the assignments of its members. It was only during the evening study session that he occupied the classroom, commencing a unified discussion on the topics at hand. The ability to have their assignments scrutinized was currently the sole tangible benefit for the over 50 members of the Rui study group. Although Yang Rui would not correct each paper individually, he would nonetheless focus on certain students' specific problems to gauge their understanding of the material, thereby providing targeted tutoring or instruction. Naturally, whether or not one was a member of the Rui study group did not matter when it came to lectures. Anyone was welcome to attend, and these auditors were typically enthusiastic candidates for group membership. In his final 2 years as a tutor, Yang Rui had taught both one-on-one sessions and large classes exceeding 200 students, demonstrating remarkable command over the classroom. In contrast to the pedagogical methods of the 1980s, his approach was refreshingly novel. The 1980s represented an era of blank slates, where the venerable professors of teacher training possessed outdated knowledge structures, still employing the Soviet-style teaching methods of the 1950s and 60s to instruct new cohorts of student teachers. The majority of educators had not undergone systematic teacher training, and even those who had found little utility in it, as the updates to textbooks and examination syllabi outpaced their learning. In an age where the subjects for the upcoming college entrance examination remained uncertain, innovative teaching methods abounded, yet their efficacy was not guaranteed. After 3 days of this approach, Yang Rui had managed to catch up on the lessons he had missed. Meanwhile, the students' and teachers' curiosity regarding the canned goods reached a peak. Merely being allowed to observe without the opportunity to taste was unbearable. Even Hu Yinshan was swept up by the atmosphere at the school. Descending the mountain to purchase 2 cans for himself, devouring their contents entirely in the dormitory. At this juncture, Yang Rui called together the Rui study group, embarking on the printing of 2 new sets of examination papers. Astonishingly, these papers encompassed a comprehensive range for both junior and senior high school levels, covering 6 subjects: mathematics, physics, chemistry, Chinese, English, and biology. Huang Ruan, tasked with arranging the printing, was taken aback upon receiving the papers, looking at Yang Rui as if he were gazing at a deity. It would take an ordinary person a significant amount of time to transcribe these papers, especially across 4 grade levels and 6 subjects. Furthermore, there were the secret papers from the Rui study group that had been utilized to seize a share of the market. Yang Rui, working tirelessly to produce these papers, seemed to be racing against time. Unable to contain his curiosity, Huang Rin inquired, "Are these papers intended for sale? Surely, no one will come looking for them." Hua Laosi was apprehended for piracy, and he felt an inexplicable sense of empathy. Yang Rui smiled. "Do not sell them. Print according to the number of students in our school, and add an extra 10. Should the junior high school practice papers be printed based on the number of junior high students? Yes, they are intended for their examination, so confidentiality is paramount. All copies should be entrusted to the top 10 in the Rui study group for reproduction. That might delay their revision." Huang Rin expressed his uncertainty. Yang Rui chuckled. "Our Rui study group does not thrive on sheer time. Students who study for 10 hours a day but fail to achieve results are of little use. Regardless of how long they study, go ahead and assign the tasks. If someone is unwilling, you must clarify the reason. If they still refuse, report it to me." In Yang Rui's vision, his Rui study group should consist of 2 types of individuals: those willing to dedicate their lives to the nation and its people, and those eager to form beneficial alliances for lifelong endeavors. Regardless of the choice, he had no need for bookish individuals. The resources of the Rui study group should not be squandered on them, especially those who cannot even achieve results themselves, who could only be deemed foolish. With complete printing equipment, the hundreds of examination papers were produced in just 1 day. The secret papers of the Rui study group required a daily output of 500 sets, which could be achieved in merely 4 hours of printing. After inspecting the test papers, Yang Rui made his way to the dining hall around noon. Hundreds of students were dining on campus, and the 2,000 pounds of flour quickly disappeared, while the 50 pounds of lard was used sparingly, as the master chef utilized it primarily for stir-frying vegetables, resulting in delicious dishes with minimal quantity. The generous food subsidy has led to a noticeable decrease in the number of students dining in the cafeteria. As one enters the courtyard, one can observe students perched beneath trees and along the paths. Yang Rui arrived precisely at the designated time for serving. Once everyone had filled their plates, he chose a large stone table and stood upon it, proclaiming loudly, "I have a matter to announce." "Is that Yang Rui?" "Which Yang Rui?" "The Yang Rui from the Rui study group. The one responsible for distributing the canned goods from the subsidized cafeteria." "The one distributing the canned goods? You should have mentioned that sooner." "I just did." "Shoo. The person in charge of the distribution is about to speak. Can we please refrain from making noise?" The students murmured softly among themselves, and the courtyard fell into a natural hush. A group of teachers seated in the room expressed their astonishment. They had intended to hold a meeting to emphasize the importance of decorum, which often proved exhausting. Yet, this individual standing on the stone table managed to achieve the desired effect effortlessly. It seems that students are more adept at communication. The teachers consoled one another. After a brief pause, Yang Rui smiled and announced, "I understand that everyone is quite eager to learn about the distribution of the canned goods sent by the Shibao meat processing plant. Today, I am here to elucidate the distribution process. The first batch consists of 100 cans, evenly divided between meat and fruit, which will be allocated as part of the scholarship for 3 categories of students." "Scholarship? 3 categories of students?" The students, who were attentively listening, appeared bewildered. In the 1980s, the concept of scholarships was still quite rare in the country. In secondary schools, there are typically 2 approaches to assist students from financially disadvantaged families, either waiving tuition and miscellaneous fees or initiating fundraising efforts, usually directed towards academically outstanding students facing financial hardships. The term scholarship resonates with everyone, evoking curiosity as they eagerly await Yang Rui's further clarification. After a brief pause to gather their attention, Yang Rui continues, explaining that 3 categories of students are eligible for scholarships. First, those who excel academically. Second, those who demonstrate significant improvement. And third, those actively engaged in social practice activities. The specific criteria for evaluation will be determined by me. What constitutes academic excellence? How many ranks must one achieve? Students with commendable academic records immediately leaned forward, eager for answers. Yang Rui smiled gently and responded that academic performance would be assessed through examinations. Students wishing to participate should register with Huang Rin before the evening study session and proceed to the designated location for testing. Examinations? This revelation caused a stir among both students and teachers. Lu, as Yang Rui's homeroom teacher, felt compelled to step out and inquire, Yang Rui, has Principal Zhao approved this examination? No, Yang Rui replied. Then how can you conduct an examination arbitrarily? Lu's tone was gentle, yet his expression stern. Yang Rui smiled. Those who wish to take the exam may do so, while those who do not wish to participate need not. However, to qualify for a scholarship, one must partake in the examination. As he spoke, he raised his voice once more, declaring that this round of scholarships would be a one-time distribution, benefiting 125 students from the first and second years of junior high, as well as the first and second years of senior high, including those in remedial classes. The top 25 students from each grade, along with 10 students who assisted the Rui Shui group in printing examination papers, would each receive 10 yuan in cash. Based on their rankings, they would be awarded canned braised pork, canned ribs, and canned fruit. The latter part of his announcement went unheard, as students were initially stunned by the prospect of receiving 10 yuan, and soon the courtyard erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Teacher Lu was taken aback. Is it really permissible to distribute cash like this? Where does such a sum come from? Upon reviewing the accounts of the Rui Shui group, I noted that due to the recent demand for new examination papers, our production and sales had surged, and with previous accumulations, we had just over 1,000 yuan in profit, enough to distribute entirely. Having dismantled the gang led by Hua Laosi, the Rui Shui group was now selling over 800 sets of examination papers daily, reaching a scale comparable to underground newspapers in the liberated areas. Yang Rui had no intention of leaving any funds in the account. It was far more prudent to spend it all. Moreover, this would also advance his scholarship initiative. The 10 yuan would cover a semester's tuition and miscellaneous fees for students from financially struggling families, providing far greater assistance than merely receiving a few sets of papers. It is well known across China that academic excellence can lead to financial gain. Yet before such earnings materialize, many young boys and girls are compelled to drop out of school due to familial hardships. In a seemingly heartwarming tale to outsiders, the reality for those involved is one of stark cruelty. One brother toils in the fields while the other pursues education. This narrative epitomizes the greatest curse of impoverished China upon its younger generation, revealing profound injustice. Yang Rui may lack the means to uplift everyone from poverty, yet alleviating even the slightest burden for a handful of students renders his financial contribution far more impactful than a month of vociferous lectures on exam papers. Chapter 37. The night exam. The students were filled with excitement. Whether they were high achievers or those who typically struggled, a sense of hope permeated the air. Shi Fortress High School, unlike the larger institutions, housed only over 400 students, including both junior and senior high, along with a remedial class. With 125 scholarships available, this meant that a quarter of the student body had the opportunity to receive financial aid. Those of average standing felt that with a little effort, they might just leap into the ranks of scholarship recipients. Some astute students hurriedly finished their meals, eager to dash off to the classroom for a last-minute cram session. Conversely, the perennial top students deliberately slowed their pace, appearing nonchalant as they savored their food. Within the adjoining 2 classrooms of the canteen, the teachers' attitudes were polarized. Some believed that assisting students was undoubtedly beneficial, while others contended that the intentions were commendable. Yet the methods were misguided. Yang Rui, being a student himself, found it perplexing that he would be the one administering exams and distributing scholarships. Political science teacher Qi Yuan slammed his hand on the table, asserting, "Lu, you should speak up. Yang Rui is your student." The tall chemistry teacher, Zhuang Mushing, chuckled. "Why don't you say it yourself?" Lu, being Yang Rui's homeroom teacher, felt a sense of responsibility in managing him. Am I mistaken? Qi Yuan had an uncle who had secured a governmental position a few years prior, transferring him to Shi Fortress High School. Although it wasn't a prestigious role, it provided him with a bureaucratic identity. Recently, he had been contemplating a transfer to the county, but lacking qualifications and only capable of reciting political maxims. He found himself unwanted by the principals of several local schools, leaving him to languish in this predicament. However, with the intention of seeking a transfer lingering in his mind, Qi Yuan exhibited a somewhat unconventional demeanor at school. Apart from fixating on salary and bonuses, he was left contemplating various ways to shirk responsibility. Teacher Lu, rubbing his deeply sunken eyes, expressed his predicament. The funds from the Rue Learning Group and the supplies sent by the Shibao meat processing plant are allocated by Yang Rue, as permitted by the principal. Even if I were to intervene, I cannot partake in the management. First, let him halt the examinations, and then we can discuss the allocation. He is just a student himself. What gives him the right to conduct exams for others? In truth, Qi Yuan yearned to take charge of the distribution of resources, and it would be even more advantageous if he could also incorporate the Rue Learning Group into his domain. Unfortunately, Principal Zhao was a steadfast character, impervious to persuasion, and his uncle was not a prominent official. Such aspirations could only remain as fleeting thoughts. Zhuang Muxing, who had always held Qi Yuan in disdain, being of a working-class background, exhaled a puff of smoke and remarked in a peculiar tone, "Some individuals lack even a high school diploma. What gives them the authority to teach high school students?" In terms of academic prowess, Yang Rue could achieve full marks in mathematics and science, while others cannot even score 20. Qi Yuan's face instantly flushed crimson. Having graduated from middle school and then gone to the countryside, he had strived to secure a job in the county and subsequently enrolled in Shibao Middle School, leaving him no time to elevate his qualifications. Fortunately, he had memorized enough quotations during his time in the countryside to adequately fulfill the role of a political teacher for a single class. Zhuang Muxing, also from a working-class background but possessing genuine skills, resented Qi Yuan for tarnishing the reputation of workers and had always held a grudge against him. Nonetheless, it was the first time he had openly ridiculed him in front of so many teachers. You were perhaps swayed by Yang Rue's influence to speak on his behalf. Qi Yuan exerted himself to mount a counterattack. Zhuang Muxing disdainfully took a drag from his cigarette and exhaled smoke into Qi Yuan's face, lazily retorting, "Get lost." Humiliated, Qi Yuan seized Zhuang Muxing by the collar, only to be swiftly separated by other teachers. "We shall see," Qi Yuan declared, pointing a finger at Zhuang Muxing and then at Teacher Lu, before departing the courtyard and riding his bicycle down the hill. Alas, his uncle is a leader in the education bureau. Why provoke him? Lamented the older teachers, who, in their resignation, cautioned that a complaint could hinder future promotions and job transfers. The stability that comes with working in a public institution has its comforts, yet it is also a source of discomfort. If one spends a lifetime in a single establishment and offends someone, the repercussions can be enduring. Although leaders may not always remember your merits, even the slightest transgression is often meticulously etched into their memories. Fear not. Zhuang Muxing tossed the cigarette but to the ground and departed. The teachers, losing their appetite, soon left the cafeteria. Upon returning to the classroom, each class was filled with diligent students, providing a measure of solace to the teachers. Some students proactively approached with questions, further engaging the teachers in their work. In this fervent era, most teachers harbor the noble ideal of dedicating themselves selflessly, akin to a candle burning down to its last wick. Their expressions of providing free tutoring and caring for students' academic and personal lives are, indeed, more than mere slogans. It is only when the entire world turns its gaze towards wealth that educators, influenced by societal perceptions, begin to reshape their thinking. After all, when the newly affluent individuals and their relatives, having graduated from elementary school, flaunt their riches daily and ridicule the diligent and humble workers, even the honest ones might find themselves pressured to abandon their integrity, despite their resolute character. Fortunately, schools in 1982 retained their innocence. Teachers like Mr. Lu, around the age of 40, despite returning home each evening, would still seize the midday hours to elucidate problems for students. Whenever there was a moment to spare, he would utilize break times and study periods. And although his proficiency paled in comparison to the seasoned educators of future generations, his original intent and attitude were distinctly different. Moreover, some teachers would actively support financially disadvantaged students. In the 1980s, issues such as housing, healthcare, or retirement were not prevalent concerns. Teachers, with their iron rice bowls, had no pressing need to hoard wealth beyond saving for appliances and providing for their families. When faced with students dropping out due to economic hardships, they would often extend their assistance, with some even offering a month's salary to support these students. Shibu Middle School, a rural institution, encountered challenges exceeding those of urban schools. The teachers had to exert greater effort merely to achieve a modest rate of advancement. As the finest rural school within a 10-mile radius, Shibu Middle School could produce a few college students and several vocational students each year, which served as the greatest consolation and achievement for the faculty. Thus, although Yang Rui's actions were somewhat conspicuous, they were largely accepted by the majority. Even the more traditional teachers, with the principal's consent, adopted a watchful stance. Among the 30 or so faculty members in the entire school, there was only one like Qi Yuan. He lodged a complaint, and thereafter, no one within the school impeded Yang Rui's endeavors. After school in the afternoon, the members of the Rui study group appeared in various classrooms, directing the students to begin transporting desks and chairs to the playground. The Rui study group consisted of both remedial and graduating classes, effortlessly instructing the younger students. Before long, the grass was adorned with an array of desks and chairs. Shibao Middle School lacked any substantial teaching buildings. The classrooms were all single-story structures, making the transfer of furniture to the playground a simple task. The school also possessed various large lights purchased by the Rui study group, and with the extension of electrical wires, the area was soon illuminated brightly. Yang Rui observed with satisfaction and then ascended the podium, proclaiming, "Let the examination take place on the playground." The prospect of an open-air examination took Huang Ren by surprise. "What if it rains or there are strong winds?" he inquired. Yang Rui dismissively replied, "Regardless, the conditions will be the same for everyone. If the rain is too heavy, we will simply submit our papers, and the scores will be based on what we manage to complete. The same applies to wind. Ultimately, we will determine the rankings." Some students wrote quickly, while others took a more meticulous approach, but those who wrote slower, "Why bother worrying about that?" Yang Rui sighed, casting him a glance. "This is not the college entrance examination. It is merely a scholarship assessment. If the results are truly commendable, one should be able to write both well and swiftly. Ultimately, whether one ranks higher by virtue of speed or quality is a matter of chance. If one fails to secure a scholarship, they can only blame themselves. Other students are unlikely to think this way. Let them be, those sensitive classmates. It would be best if they did not seek me out." Huang Ren truly admired Yang Rui's decisiveness, yet he lacked such resolve and ended up explaining in detail for quite some time, until Yang Rui called him back. "Very well. Let us prepare to commence the examination." Yang Rui glanced at the clock and stated, "It is now 7 o'clock. The exam will last for 5 hours, concluding at midnight. You may request to use the restroom, but you must go alone. Cheating is strictly prohibited, as is speaking or exchanging papers. Any infractions will result in a 0 for the paper." 5 consecutive hours of testing? A student in the front row exclaimed. "Indeed, 5 continuous hours. Additionally, you will receive all 6 subject papers at once. You may choose to tackle any subject you prefer first, but your final score will be based on the cumulative total. This means we will be assessing 6 subjects in a total of 5 hours. If you wish to answer Chinese first and entirely neglect English, you may do so. Or you may choose to answer the smaller questions from each subject before addressing the larger ones. In summary, you have 5 hours for 6 papers. Whatever you manage to complete will be counted. Rest assured, the number of questions on this set of papers is fewer than that of a standard exam. With a little effort, you can accomplish a considerable amount in 5 hours." Upon hearing Yang Rui's exam format, a chorus of lamentations arose, with loud objections surfacing. Yang Rui pointed to the clock illuminated by the overhead lights and calmly remarked, "It is now 9:01. Cherish your time." With this statement, the students had no choice but to fervently commence their work. Teacher Liu, perplexed, approached the podium and quietly remarked, in this manner, "It will be exceedingly challenging for students to demonstrate their true capabilities. Moreover, mixing the examination papers will only serve to muddle their thought processes." He recalled that RB Middle School often employed such a method during examinations. Yang Rui shrugged and replied, "Given the limited conditions, we cannot possibly conduct exams for 6 consecutive days." Upon hearing that the RB students commonly utilized this approach, Teacher Liu reluctantly nodded, stating, "Indeed, organizing examinations can be quite troublesome. It is not only cumbersome, but conducting tests over 6 days would likely lead to a complete leak of the questions. Furthermore, it is unnecessary to squander the student's time. At this juncture, Yang Rui paused and shifted the conversation, saying, "Teacher Liu, could you assist me in finding a few familiar teachers to begin grading the papers starting tomorrow?" All the papers? Nearly all students in the school participated in the examination. Except for students like Hu Yanshan, even those not lacking in finances are willing to strive for the sake of honor. Conversely, some students from the Rui Learning Group are tasked with creating the exam papers and proctoring, thus they did not partake in the exams. Regardless of the circumstances, the workload of grading will be substantial. Yang Rui allowed him a moment to ponder before softly suggesting, "The Rui Learning Group still possesses a modest reserve. Could we consider compensating the teachers for grading as a form of remuneration?" "What? Paying them? That won't do." Teacher Liu quickly interjected. Yang Rui grasped his hand firmly and reassured him, "There's no need to be hasty. The money is not solely for you. Besides, grading papers is an endeavor undertaken during their spare time. You could inquire among the teachers. Those willing to participate may do so, while those who prefer not to can opt out. We could settle the remuneration at a rate of 2 yuan per day. 2 yuan a day constitutes the daily wage of a teacher. Naturally, the standard calculation of daily wages is based on working days. Yet those who hold secure positions often prefer to consider calendar days. Regardless of the method of computation, it amounts to a commendable income. After pondering for a moment, Teacher Liu stated, "Allow me to inquire with others. I appreciate your assistance." Yang Rui expressed his gratitude, silently acknowledging that should the Rui Learning Group begin to compensate the teachers, their standing at Shibao Middle School would undoubtedly be elevated. Little did Teacher Liu realize the intricate thoughts occupying Yang Rui's mind as he wrestled with the dilemma of whether to accept payment. Chapter 38. Refinement. The experience of enduring 5 consecutive hours to take 6 subjects is vastly different from their separate examinations. A judicious allocation of time and difficulty plays an essential role in such assessments. In less than half an hour, the playground was already filled with panting students, their faces reflecting a mixture of bewilderment and uncertainty. Naturally, if one were truly a prodigy, the nature of the examination would matter little, effortlessly surmounting any challenge. Alas, at West Fort High School, no such formidable scholars exist. In truth, given the school's teaching resources, it is improbable that genuine academic geniuses could emerge. Aside from exceptional talents like Yang Rui, who can decipher texts with remarkable intuition, how could students, relying solely on scant textbooks and limited supplementary materials, alongside teachers still in the process of self-education, possibly grasp the entirety of secondary school knowledge? It is crucial to note that the current college entrance examination committee is often uncertain about what should be tested. The questions they devise frequently exceed the stipulated requirements of the examination syllabus, while conversely, the syllabus itself often surpasses the content of the textbooks. It is not uncommon for a committee member, upon discovering or inventing a particularly intriguing question, to excitedly include it in the exam, oblivious to whether it strays beyond the syllabus. In the face of such circumstances, the higher-ups merely chuckle, leaving students to ponder their fate. In a rural institution like West Fortress High School, a gifted student may grasp the standard equation of a parabola and its geometric properties, observing graphs independently to comprehend the concepts. However, if the textbook omits content on hyperbolas and the teacher merely recites the material, how could the student possibly know how to derive the chord length formula for the asymptotes of a hyperbola? Even if a young Gauss were placed in such a school and received the same education, confronted with such a problem, he would likely widen his eyes and exclaim, "Are you jesting with me?" The knowledge points in secondary school textbooks are nothing short of distilled wisdom, the culmination of extensive research and insights from countless predecessors, or rather, numerous exceptionally educated former prodigies. A nascent genius, lacking adequate education, might manage to deduce some knowledge points independently, but to claim a comprehensive understanding would certainly astonish the elder Gauss. Are you jesting with me? The tale of calculating the sum from 1 to 100 and subsequently discovering the symmetry of arithmetic is a delightful narrative. Yet to conceive a formula for an arithmetic series independently would be mere fantasy. As Yang Rui assumed the role of an invigilator and circled the playground, he gained a visceral understanding of the students' capabilities at West Fortress High School. How disheartening. Previously, he had only focused on his classmates, much like the school prioritizing the remedial class, where only the repeat students exhibited a modicum of commendable performance, albeit merely at the average level of first-year high school students. As for the other graduating classes, they likely fell short of even the standards of the third year of junior high, the 5-year elementary school, followed by a 2-year junior high and a 2-year high school, culminates in the end of a 9-year compulsory education, resulting in graduation from high school. However, the reduction of 3 years in learning time inevitably leads to a lack of proficiency. First-year junior high students struggle with basic arithmetic, second-year students lack proof skills. First-year high school students are unfamiliar with functions, and second-year students find themselves at a loss. Yang Rui silently estimated that, at this level, the number of students achieving a total score of 300 out of 600 across 6 subjects would be unlikely to exceed 20, and the graduation rate in the final year would likely drop below 10. The second year and repeat classes share the same examination papers, which are of the same difficulty as the college entrance examination. Without substantial determination, it is estimated that 70 to 80 of these students will not qualify for university admission. Yang Rui analyzed this from his perspective as a tutor. In the 1980s, students from major cities such as Beijing and Shanghai had a double-digit admission rate, with certain key high schools boasting rates comparable to those of later institutions. Self-directed learning remains a lofty aspiration across all eras. The concept of learning encompasses both the teachings of instructors and the efforts of students. Formidable teachers paired with diligent students possess the potential to alter their destinies. Yet, the most successful and effortless achievements often arise from the synergy of renowned educators and their exceptional pupils. During this period, Yang Rui took the opportunity to reorganize his thoughts. It is unrealistic to expect everyone to traverse the narrow bridge of the college entrance examination. Once the current busyness subsides, it will be essential to seek alternative pathways for those who cannot gain admission. However, finding an alternative route that rivals the significance of the college entrance examination remains an exceedingly daunting challenge. A comprehensive assessment reveals that, until the 1990s, the college entrance examination still stood as the most accessible and gratifying avenue for social advancement. At 9 o'clock, students began to leave for the restroom in a steady stream, with a few also submitting their papers. Yang Rui glanced at the exam papers, noting that most of the students were overly sensitive, and some had performed so poorly that they had no hope of entering the top quarter. The names of those who submitted their papers early were recorded. Should they apply to join the Rui academic group, their evaluations would be lowered. Being born in China is akin to navigating a nightmarish existence. Being born in a rural town with a fragile disposition elevates this struggle to a hellish level, significantly increasing the resources required to persevere. Huang Run, slender and meticulous, possessed a keen attention to detail, unlike the more careless Wang Guohua or the muscle-focused Zhao Baoming. Huang Run not only excelled in the meticulous tasks required by the Rui academic group, but also genuinely enjoyed the responsibilities of recording and allocating scores, making him a well-suited candidate for the position of Secretary General. As time ticked away, noon arrived without a single student having completed 80 of the exam. Nevertheless, Yang Rui resolutely announced, "The exam is over. Everyone, please stop. Invigilators, collect the papers. Let's extend it by another 2 hours. So many have yet to finish." Su Jing lamented from the front. This reasoning left Yang Rui speechless. However, to his surprise, Teacher Lu chimed in, suggesting, "What if we extend it by another 2 hours? Many students haven't completed all 4 papers, and if we collect them now, the outcome next time will be different." Yet extending the exam by 2 hours would undermine its effectiveness. They wished to complete the papers, and there would always be opportunities in the future. Moreover, extending the deadline to 2 o'clock means it will indeed be 2 o'clock. Many students here usually retire for the night by 11. And the efficacy of their work while battling drowsiness will undoubtedly suffer. Teacher Lu was taken aback when Yang Rui unequivocally rejected his reasonable suggestion without a hint of hesitation. And in that moment of astonishment, he became acutely aware of Yang Rui's distinctiveness from his peers. Although Yang Rui provided several justifications, a refusal remains a refusal. Furthermore, students like Huang Ren from the Rui Learning Group prioritize Yang Rui's directives above those of their homeroom teacher. If Teacher Lu were to articulate this sensation, it would resemble being rendered powerless. However, this notion of powerlessness flitted through Teacher Lu's mind only momentarily before he dismissed it, pondering, "The school is not an administrative institution. What does it matter if one feels empowered or disempowered? Teachers are not leaders. If he were a leader, perhaps the current sentiment would be even more acute." As he gazed at the heavy stack of collected papers, Teacher Lu's thoughts swiftly shifted in another direction. After conversing with a few familiar colleagues, he approached Yang Rui once more and proposed, "How about we commence grading the papers tonight?" "Tonight? It is already midnight." "It's fine. We often stayed up late before." "Nonetheless, that's impractical. With so many papers, we wouldn't finish in one night. We can manage it over the next 2 or 3 days. There's no rush. Everyone is waiting. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can conclude." Teacher Lu remained resolute, stating, "I spoke with several teachers, and they are all willing to assist. Losing a night's sleep is of little consequence." Yang Rui pondered briefly and began to comprehend the situation, saying, "Let us not force everyone to complete the grading in one night. Let us extend it to the day after tomorrow. Please finish the grading by noon the day after tomorrow, and we will calculate the editing fee based on 3 days." Teacher Lu refrained from reiterating his disapproval of the editing fee, which indicated his acceptance of it, by voluntarily offering to grade the papers that evening. He likely wished to demonstrate through additional effort that he was not undeservingly receiving this payment. Yang Rui, however, could not bear to exploit the teachers at the school. Furthermore, since the editing fees were drawn from the profits of the Rui Learning Group, they could be considered collective property. He felt no burden in expending a mere 6 yuan over 3 days. Only by ensuring that the teachers benefited could he enhance his prestige and influence at Shibao Middle School. Otherwise, when it came time for college entrance exam preparation, what would happen if his opinions clashed with those of the teachers? Employing the strength of a top student to reason was one aspect. Cultivating authority and influence was another. During his postgraduate studies, Yang Rui had observed numerous instances of this. For example, the deans of various faculties were not necessarily the most capable researchers in their departments. Yet their words held the utmost weight, not only among ordinary students and teachers, but also with those illustrious mentors who were unfazed by their own fame. In the realms of academia, business, or government, the tactics remained the same. Utilize administrative power where funds are abundant, apply financial pressure where authority is disregarded, and guide public opinion where monetary resources are not a concern. Teacher Lu felt both pleased and a bit embarrassed, responding, "It won't take 3 days. I can finish it in a day, at most 2. He is not alone. He represents other teachers as well. Therefore, when discussing a single day, his resolve wavers." Yang Rui offered a comforting smile and remarked, 3 days is the workload. If we could complete it in 1 or 2 days, that would be splendid, allowing us to finish our tasks ahead of schedule. Moreover, do not think that the funding originates from an individual. It is provided by the school. The Rui Shui Group is also an organization under the school's umbrella, akin to the school-run factory. Speaking of the school-run factory, Teacher Lu chuckled, "All right. I will inform everyone to designate 1 teacher per subject, and we can wrap it up by the day after tomorrow. No, considering both the junior and senior high departments, we need 1 teacher per subject, and it would be best to enlist 2 additional teachers for verification. It is not easy for everyone to answer the questions, and mistakes can be quite disheartening." That would mean 14 people. Teacher Lu had initially contemplated a team of 6, with each member receiving 6 yuan, totaling 36 yuan. Little did he expect that Yang Rui's mere suggestion would more than double the number. Yang Rui shrugged. "Isn't that how we handle the final exam papers? Each grade comprises 100 students, with all fill-in-the-blank and short-answer questions, making it exhausting for 1 person to grade. If we do not differentiate between junior and senior high, the teachers might feel overburdened." Teacher Lu chuckled. Grading for the school is indeed different. The joy derived from additional income and primary income operates on distinct thresholds. Yang Rui wished to involve all the teachers, and the extra 2 verification spots were also intended to prevent any teacher from seeking to profit through hasty grading due to subject complexities, which would only lead to dissatisfaction. He took out the prepared envelope from his pocket and said, "I have prepared my answers in pairs, so please use this standard to find the people you need. If you cannot gather enough individuals, it would be best for the teachers who have already completed their tasks to contribute a bit more, and we will distribute the remuneration proportionately." With such a clear payment method, Teacher Lu could only agree one by one, as he had no better ideas. Only then did Yang Rui return, along with the assisting students, to carry the desks and chairs back to their respective classrooms. Next, he detained Huang Ren, handing him 4 sheets of paper, instructing, "Print this according to the number of students in each grade, discreetly, and ensure confidentiality." There was an air of mystery. Huang Ren chuckled as he unfolded the paper given by Yang Rui. Upon seeing one page, his gaunt face froze. The words teacher evaluation form loomed large, accompanied by scoring items arranged by teacher names and the weighted average scores of classes, causing Huang Ren's eyelids to twitch. What do you intend to do? If this is printed and distributed to the students, others will think we are rebelling again. We can rank students, but can't we rank teachers? Yang Rui scoffed. I am not imposing penalties. I am merely rewarding the teachers who rank higher with monetary incentives. Rewarding? Students rewarding teachers? Let us just call it a thank you. Yang Rui did not conceal his intentions, elaborating on his plan, which was inherently meant to involve the cooperation of the students. Huang Ren's expression shifted several times before he finally remarked, if you proceed like this, won't the teachers ranked lower despise you? Those who do not incite resentment are mediocrities. Yang Rui replied calmly. Some individuals are suited to be teachers, while others are not. Whether it is suitable or not, some are aware of it while others remain oblivious. We must enlighten them. The college entrance examination is akin to a multitude of soldiers traversing a narrow bridge. A challenge formidable enough without adding to the burdens of students for the sake of preserving their pride. You possess remarkable audacity, Huang Ren remarked, yet he found himself chuckling. Chapter 39. Recognition indeed. Teacher Liu and others managed to grade over 2,000 papers in just one day. Naturally, most students had not completed such an extensive number of questions, resulting in a considerable amount of blank responses, which alleviated their workload. In the gymnasium, cluttered with cans, Chao Baoming energetically unloaded the papers and discreetly slipped away. However, Yang Rui immediately opened the papers, selecting 2 from each grade, and sat at a makeshift conference table formed by several merged desks, diligently cross-referencing the answers and scores. Wang Fong, the English teacher who had come to assist with the distribution of papers, expressed her discontent, stating, the papers have already been verified by the teachers. I authored the exam and provided the answers. I would like to double-check for any discrepancies. If it were among peers, Yang Rui's words would still be considered polite. But coming from a student to a teacher, it bordered on impolite. Teacher Liu, sensing Yang Rui's temperament and concerned that Wang Fong, being young, might take offense, interjected. Verifying does take time. Why not sit down and have some water first? Xiao Wang, you have worked hard today. Take a break before heading back. Xiao Yang, do you have any cups or a kettle? Yang Rui paused for a moment, realizing he was being addressed, and retrieved 2 enamel mugs from behind him, saying, they have been scalded with boiling water. The gymnasium had now become the stronghold of the Rui learning group, where they had prepared ample supplies and equipment, and meetings were held. Yang Rui intended to establish this place as his tutoring classroom, planning more in-depth guidance here as the members of the Rui learning group gradually solidified. Mr. Liu personally poured 2 cups of water, one for Wang Fong and one for himself. At the age of 40, he was considered a veteran at Shibao Middle School. Wang Fong could only express her gratitude before sitting down, quietly awaiting Yang Rui's inspection. Fortunately, the randomly selected exam papers posed no significant issues, and the scores for the major questions were allocated according to the steps provided, without any oversights. Satisfied, Yang Rui finally set his materials down and remarked with a smile. Indeed, it is quite arduous for the teachers. Without your assistance, calculating the scores for such a multitude of papers would take several days. As long as it is useful, Mr. Liu replied, unsure of how to continue. Engaging in casual conversation with one's own students felt decidedly awkward. Oblivious to this discomfort, Yang Rui exchanged a few more pleasantries before retrieving an envelope from his drawer and handing it to Mr. Liu, saying, this is a token of appreciation for all the teachers. Please distribute it among them. Oh, this. Please do accept it, Yang Rui insisted, bowing slightly with a demeanor reminiscent of a Japanese businessman. In such circumstances, this approach proved quite effective. In Yang Rui's eyes, no one executed the art of bribery quite as elegantly as the Japanese, whether through ancient masterpieces or substantial cash, always evoking a sense of sincerity. If you accept it, everyone will be pleased. Furthermore, the Japanese who engaged in bribery tended to do so with a certain seriousness, articulating the terms of the bribe in a manner that left no room for ambiguity, and they would never resort to presenting counterfeit antiques, thus embodying a commendable commitment to integrity. The most remarkable aspect is that the RB enterprises engage in rampant bribery, lavishly funding politicians. Yet they consistently manage to keep their mid-level employees compliant and free from the temptations of corruption. This resembles an intrinsic gang culture that forbids its members from succumbing to vices such as drug use. while simultaneously striving for monumental success. In stark contrast, Chinese bribery syndicates, when competing abroad, often find themselves constrained, yearning to embody the ethical standards of multinational corporations. However, upon returning home, they quickly revert to scheming for reimbursement invoices, living a life akin to a parasite that thrives on its host. In the hierarchy of bribery advantages, RB stands in a league of its own, leaving Southeast Asian counterparts far behind, while the art of bribery practiced by the Chinese fails to even secure a place in the top 3. As a graduate student in the biological sciences, Yang Rui had often heard his seniors boast about such practices and had fantasized about one day entering a multinational pharmaceutical company. Envisioning a scenario where he could overwhelm foreign drug regulatory authorities, lawyers, judges, media, and jurors with financial incentives, ultimately leading to his own dizzying success from sales commissions. Presently, constrained by circumstances, Yang Rui can only focus on perfecting his superficial skills. Neither teacher Lu nor Wang Fong had ever encountered such a scenario. They were perplexed by Yang Rui's demeanor. Particularly Wang Fong, who had recently begun working, thought to herself, "This guy's generosity is quite agreeable. I suppose I shall accept it." Teacher Lu remarked, feeling somewhat inadequate, unsure of what else to say. "Thank you, esteemed teachers. I hope for your continued guidance." Yang Rui was thoroughly immersed in the scene. "All right, I'll take my leave now." Mr. Lu, unable to find the right words, chuckled awkwardly a couple of times before hastily escorting Wang Fong out. Once outside, Wang Fong couldn't help but murmur, "You should count it yourself. How could you be so embarrassed?" Mr. Lu was sweating profusely. In his entire life, he had never engaged in private work. Wang Fong, youthful and lighthearted, responded with a smile, "Now that we're out, let us count it. Is it that urgent? During the new year, I mentioned buying a bicycle for Dewey, but I haven't saved enough yet. After this, I should be nearly there." Wang Fong felt no shame. In a state-run institution, everyone was acutely aware of each other's salaries, though some chose to remain ignorant. At that time, there were few wealthy second-generation individuals. Everyone relied on saving to make purchases. In the vicinity of Shibao Town, the likes of Yang Rui, a bureaucrat's offspring, were already considered privileged, gaining merely a few extra yuan in weekly meal allowances. Were it not for his own earnings, he too would still be unable to afford meat. Mr. Lu handed Wang Fong the white envelope, saying, "Perfect timing. You can count it and distribute it to everyone." Wang Fong, without hesitation, flicked her braid and took the envelope, extracting the money inside. With a surprised exclamation, she remarked, "I didn't expect this young man to be so meticulous." Mr. Lu glanced inside the envelope, which contained 2 stacks of money, one comprising 5 yuan notes and the other 1 yuan notes, all brand new, indicating they had been specifically exchanged, according to the previously agreed-upon standard. With a total of 14 teachers, each was to receive 6 yuan, precisely amounting to 14 5 yuan notes and 14 1 yuan notes. Although receiving payment in total might be convenient for teacher Lu and his colleagues to collect later, the sensation of each person receiving 2 brand new bills is distinctly different. A warm feeling enveloped teacher Lu, and any unease regarding the acceptance of the remuneration dissipated like mist. During lunch, Yang Rui announced that scholarships would be awarded in the afternoon. Some students clamored for immediate distribution, but Yang Rui paid them no heed. Under his gaze, the exuberant students obediently settled back into their seats. Even Hu Yinshan lowered his head, refraining from any further provocation. The fates of Huabao and Fourth Ho served as dual cautionary signs, firmly planted behind Yang Rui. Not only did Fourth Ho's gang disband, but they also turned against one another, resulting in fraternal enmity, with no peace even in prison. Huabao, smeared with a mysterious substance, hung naked at the busiest intersection of the county town, accompanied by rhyming couplets, epitomizing ultimate humiliation. Before the incident, Hu Yinshan had been unaware of the dire consequences awaiting those apprehended. The adage, "Killing is but a trivial matter, and after 18 years, one may emerge as a good man," took on a different meaning. Being shamed like Huabao, one would likely still be pointed at even after 18 years. Upon learning of Huabao's plight, Hu Yinshan was plagued by nightmares for several days, carrying a sharpened knife not for stabbing others, but for the purpose of self-harm. He feared not physical assault, whether on the streets or in the realm of cinema. Who truly fears severe torture? Yet to become a notable figure or a hero, one must first possess a commendable reputation. Hu Yinshan had been startled awake by nightmares on several occasions. pondering the humiliation of being tossed into a restroom for a bath and then displayed on the flagpole for all to see. What would the students at school say? What couplet would Yang Rui write for him? After scaring himself for days, Hu Yinshan found himself avoiding Yang Rui, which was indeed somewhat embarrassing. Yet when compared to the fates of Hua Bao and Old For Hua, it could be deemed fortunate. Even his few underlings understood Hu Yinshan, tacitly refraining from questions and keeping a low profile alongside him. The most notorious troublemaker at Shibao Middle School had capitulated without a fight, and as for the other mischief makers, they too refrained from jesting at the sight of Yang Rui's serious expression. As school dismissed in the afternoon, even the day students instinctively gravitated to the playground. The principal was, as usual, absent, leaving only curious teachers to chat while casting glances. The school loudspeaker began broadcasting the athletes' march. Had this tune cost a mere penny each time it played, then prior to the 21st century, the world's most valuable company would undoubtedly have been Chinese. Yang Rui, resigned, listened to the music while standing behind the earthen mound of the podium, waiting for everyone to line up. On the podium were the 125 cans designated as rewards for this occasion. The meat cans, freshly extracted from wooden crates, gleamed with their tin shells, reflecting light with their pristine condition, exuding an air of high quality. The glass jars of fruit preserves were even more alluring, whether they contained tangerines or peaches. They appeared tender and juicy, bobbing in sweet syrup, evoking an irresistible desire. In this day and age, rural gifting has evolved. Canned goods are rarely presented as gifts, while a packet of pastries is considered quite commendable. During festive occasions, candies might be offered, but it is only for significant events that one might purchase a bottle or two of fruit preserves. Some households even display these jars in their living rooms as decorative pieces, with the more discerning families showcasing them in glass cabinets, akin to how modern individuals exhibit fine wines as ornaments. Many children have witnessed the comings and goings of canned fruits in their homes, yet few have had the pleasure of tasting them. Priced at over $1, in families with an annual income exceeding 100 yuan. Such delicacies hold a status comparable to that of mutai liquor in households with an annual income of 100,000 yuan. Gifting is acceptable. Flaunting them in the presence of esteemed guests is permissible, and celebrating joyous occasions also warrants their consumption. However, one cannot simply open a jar quietly for a child to indulge in. Such a costly item, if consumed without the right moment and audience, would be deemed a waste. Most students likely have yet to encounter that opportune time. Now, the prospect of receiving a can of fruit as a reward is as enticing as 10 yuan. After approximately 20 minutes, the once chaotic playground gradually attained a semblance of order. At this moment, Yang Rui, cradling a substantial stack of envelopes, confidently ascended the podium, gesturing for silence as he proclaimed, "Now, I hereby announce the commencement of the first scholarship award ceremony for the Rui Learning Group." The athletes' march resounded once more, and the students below responded with enthusiastic applause. Yang Rui had seldom found himself in such grand occasions. After briefly closing his eyes, he opened them and stated, "The Rui Academic Group Scholarship has been established to honor outstanding academic achievements and to encourage students' enthusiasm for learning. Its funding primarily derives from the income of the Rui Academic Group, supplemented by societal donations. In this inaugural round, the total prize amount is 350 yuan, which includes 60 cans of meat and 65 cans of fruit. The monetary reward exceeds the cans by 10, designated for the 10 members of the Rui Academic Group. As this scholarship is under the auspices of the Rui Academic Group, Yang Rui has the authority to name the recipients, and no one objected. The students regarded Yang Rui's words as mere platitudes, seldom paying attention until the specifics of the rewards were announced, at which point they all widened their eyes in astonishment. Only Yang Rui and a select few had a faint awareness of the significance of the scholarship's recipients and its funding sources. There were no speeches from leaders, nor further elaboration. Yang Rui gently shifted his position and said, "Students whose names I call, please come to the podium to receive your prizes." Suddenly, an abrupt shout pierced the air, accompanied by the clattering of a bicycle chain, as a figure rushed onto the playground. Encouraged by the athletes' march, the political teacher, Qi Yuan, dashed towards the podium with a sense of urgency, closely followed by Director Xiong from the D County Education Bureau's Infrastructure Department, who arrived panting. He exclaimed, "You are distributing scholarships, which is against the regulations." Yang Rui frowned and inquired, "What does our scholarship distribution have to do with the Infrastructure Department?" Under the podium, the class monitor Lu Shan's expression changed slightly. She frequently delivers materials to the teachers and has heard some rumors. Chapter 40. Could it not be so complicated? Director Xiang, a leader from the County Education Bureau, has come to inspect our Shibao Middle School, and naturally, he is entitled to express his opinions. Qi Yuan pedaled his bicycle up the hill, his calves still trembling from the exertion, yet his face bore a smug expression. Casting a sidelong glance at Yang Rui, he remarked, "You, a mere student, are clueless. Just wait and see what Principal Zhao has to say. Someone, fetch Principal Zhao and inform him that Director Xiong has arrived. He knows who that is." Everyone turned to look at Yang Rui. No one heeded his words. Qi Yuan's patience wore thin as he barked, "Are you all deaf? Move your legs, you big fellow, you go." He was pointing at Qiao Baoming. The initial month of training had proven most effective, and Qiao Baoming now appeared significantly larger than when Yang Rui first encountered him, standing beneath the podium like a towering firecracker. Qiao Baoming feigned ignorance, keeping his head down and refusing to meet Qi Yuan's gaze. The tall one in the blue outfit, "Do you hear me?" With only Qi Yuan serving as the designated political teacher, he struggled to remember the names of every student in each class, resorting instead to identifying them by their attire. Yet, Qiao Baoming remained silent. Since descending the mountain with Yang Rui and dealing with the piracy incident, his perspective broadened and his courage grew. He was entirely unfazed by Qi Yuan's ire. Qi Yuan's frustration reached a boiling point. How had this school become so unfamiliar? Why was it devoid of warmth? Yang Rui noticed the twitch at the corner of Qi Yuan's mouth and, undeterred by the potential for conflict, casually inquired, "Where is Director Xiang?" "He's at the back," Qi Yuan nearly shouted. The path up the mountain was exceedingly steep. Cycling upwards felt as though one might expel a lung. His cousin, nearly unwilling to ascend, exhibited signs of distress. Yang Rui, ever the provocateur, unwittingly stoked Qi Yuan's simmering anger. After all, his cousin was a benefactor. Since his promotion to head of the infrastructure department, he had consistently aided Qi Yuan in navigating promotions and transfers. Currently, Qi Yuan relied on his cousin to facilitate a transfer to the county, fulfilling his ambitious three-step plan for life. Had it not been for a student who alerted him at noon about an upcoming commendation ceremony at Shibao Middle School that afternoon, Qi Yuan would not have felt the need to rush, thus exhausting his cousin in the process. What if the strain led to exhaustion or, worse, anger? Contemplating this, Qi Yuan remarked, "When the principal arrives, I shall consult on how to address your situation. Just stay calm." "Why would the principal heed your counsel?" Yang Rui gestured to amplify the sound of the trumpet, allowing the athletes' march to fill the air with joviality, before leaping down from the podium to confront Qi Yuan directly. The students, gathered on the playground, whispered among themselves, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Qi Yuan, with a dismissive grunt and a pointed glance at Yang Rui, conveyed his reluctance to engage further. Lu Shan, visibly concerned, approached and grasped Yang Rui's arm, whispering, "I overheard something while delivering newspapers. The teachers were discussing it." "What is going on?" Yang Rui's interest was piqued. In the realm of bureaucracy, especially in 82, encountering someone of significant stature could mean that when it came time to yield, the option to do so gracefully was often the only choice available. Hua Laosi serves as a vivid illustration. Had he encountered someone with a heart even darker than his own, surrendering his knees only to indulge in peanuts would hardly be surprising. Lu Shan tugged at Yang Rui's sleeve, stepping aside to stand less than a meter away, whispering, "The principal wishes to dig a couple more wells for the school and construct an open drainage channel, ensuring an ample water supply in summer and preventing flooding on the playground during rain." According to the teachers, only with the signature of Qi Yuan's uncle can the wells and channels be excavated. Thus, Qi Yuan's tardiness and early departures this year have gone unnoticed by the principal. Yang Rui was instantly convinced. Comrade Zhao Danyan was certainly not a relic of antiquity. He possessed a clear understanding of what needed to be done and how to accomplish it. He would undoubtedly manipulate his connections with the school's faculty to persuade the head of the infrastructure department to provide the necessary signatures and seals. Such matters posed no psychological barriers for him. The exterior of Shibao Middle School speaks volumes. 2 rows of teacher dormitories, a dining hall, and ample auxiliary facilities reflect a commendable standard, particularly for a rural township school, nearly rivaling those of the county in terms of infrastructure. If Principal Zhao Danyan lacked a certain finesse in securing funding, such extensive groundwork would be unattainable. Therefore, It stands to reason that in his efforts to gain the head of the infrastructure department's endorsement, the principal would undoubtedly lean towards Qi Yuan, Yang Rui concluded. Lu Shan solemnly affirmed this and advised, "Perhaps it would be best if you returned for now. I have encountered the formidable Section Chief Xiong, and he is quite fearsome. Do you know what connections Section Chief Xiong has?" Yang Rui sought to avoid being overheard, edging closer. Lu Shan's ears flushed crimson as he spoke close to her, stealing glances at Yang Rui's sharply defined profile, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Thank you, I will consult others." Yang Rui feigned ignorance regarding this matter, chuckling softly before retreating. Lu Shan leaned against the mound near the podium, her thoughts shrouded in ambiguity. Teachers who had gathered to watch the performance in the dormitory area had sent word to the principal's office, yet the principal remained absent. What did Section Chief Xiong desire? With no one else to inquire, Yang Rui turned to Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan dismissively remarked, "You need not concern yourself with that." Pondering for a moment while stroking his chin, Yang Rui asked, "Is he after canned goods? Or has he taken an interest in something else?" The urgency of his arrival suggested it was likely monetary gain or canned goods. The Rui academic group had accumulated over 1,000 yuan, and the several hundred cans delivered by the Shibao meat processing plant were valued at over 1,000 yuan, making the distribution rights quite lucrative. In these times, individuals dared not blatantly engage in corruption. However, it was not uncommon to witness some underhanded tricks that were deplorable. Recalling various tales of bullying he had heard, Yang Rui shook his head and proceeded towards the teacher's dormitory area. He needed to ascertain the true character of this section chief Xiong. Qi Yuan, mistaking Yang Rui's resolve for submission, spat disdainfully and leaped onto the podium, calling out, "Everyone, remain attentive. There are leaders from the Education Bureau here for inspection. Stay sharp and do not leave. Teachers, please take attendance for your classes." Upon finishing, he adjusted his bicycle and rode off to fetch his uncle from outside the school. 15 minutes later, Section Chief Xiong arrived at the gate of Shibao Middle School, wiping the sweat from his brow. Next time, he resolved to secure a motorcycle for the journey. Director Xiong lowered his gaze to his shoes, which had become utterly soiled, and felt the tremendous drain on his energy. Qi Yuan chuckled softly, cautiously remarking, "I noticed the County Education Bureau has procured a jeep." "That belongs to the director," Xiong replied, wiping his face clean. Then his neck, murmuring, "Last time, a private businessman offered to lend me a motorcycle, but I declined. Now I ponder. Sigh. I still wouldn't dare to accept." "What makes you hesitant?" Qi Yuan asked, perplexed. If someone were to gift him a motorcycle, he would undoubtedly ride it back to his hometown to show off. Nowadays, a motorcycle costs 4,000 to 5,000. A decent one can exceed 10,000. Not to mention, he could scarcely save a few coins in a year. Even a year's salary, if spent frugally, would not suffice for an ordinary motorcycle. Director Xiong was nearly 20 years older than Qi Yuan, being the son of his great-aunt, and had only recently been promoted. With a tone of earnest reflection, he said, "Today's private businessmen have rather reckless connections. One can never be too sure when trouble might arise. Those who offer motorcycles often expect a building in return. Imagine the audacity required to accept such offers. If I had such courage, I would at least own a top-tier motorcycle." Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback by his words, then joined his uncle in hearty laughter. After they had laughed enough, the playground came into view. At that moment, they spotted Yang Rui approaching. "Where's the principal?" Qi Yuan inquired directly. "I haven't seen the principal. I came to meet Director Xiong," Yang Rui replied with an unusual calmness as he approached Director Xiong, brazenly appraising him from head to toe. This is a typical grassroots official, sporting a nose exacerbated by alcohol, a beer belly, and a double chin. While he cannot be described as outright overweight, his physique has certainly deteriorated from prolonged indulgence in banquets associated with revolutionary gatherings. Beyond his unkempt appearance, Section Chief Xiong is unlikely to leave a favorable impression. He lacks the discerning gaze and commanding presence of high-ranking officials, as well as the composed aloofness characteristic of larger bureaucracies. Instead, he embodies the skepticism of a minor bureaucrat, coupled with a simmering, latent fury that is emblematic of wielding power. "I am Yang Rui, and the canned goods sent by the Ruishued Group and the Shibao meat processing plant are all under my purview." Yang Rui, reluctant to touch his greasy hand, stood there, dryly asserting his authority. Section Chief Xiong, unfazed by Yang Rui, turned to Qi Yuan and inquired, "Is it him?" "Indeed, it is," Qi Yuan replied. Previously indifferent towards Yang Rui, He now harbored a distinct aversion, having even mentioned Yang Rui to his uncle. His thoughts were indeed centered on usurping the allocation rights. A few hundred cans represent a rare resource. Even taking a fraction would prove advantageous. A casual distribution might pave the way for significant promotions. The Rui Shue group thrives on a steady stream of business, so naturally, one would seek to acquire as much as possible. This is not an unusual occurrence. Quotas handed down by the provincial government are often subject to cunning appropriation, depending largely on the prowess of those delivering the quotas and the resilience of those receiving them. Qi Yuan was aware of some stories regarding Yang Rui. He had heard of Yang Rui's father being a prominent official from their hometown, who had also dealt with local gangs in the county. But what of it? Yang Rui was an employee of an organization, while Section Chief Xiong was a bureaucrat of higher standing. The influence of a hometown official had little sway over the county's education bureau. Thus, both individuals felt at ease. Engrossed in their conversation, Qi Yuan, still apologetic for the principal's absence, addressed Section Chief Xiong. During his previous visits, Principal Zhao had accompanied him. And with a hint of irony, Xiong remarked while folding his handkerchief that old Zhao calls me incessantly, and now that I've finally come, he is nowhere to be found. Perhaps the principal fears we might clash, making it difficult for both sides. Yang Rui interjected with a smile. What difficulty is there in this? Xiong might be unaware of certain circumstances. I wish to report something to you, Yang Rui stated, his tone as unyielding as stone. After all, Teacher Qi is new here and is not well acquainted with the situation at Shibao Middle School, nor with myself. Your father is a prominent official in the countryside. I can tell by the gossip I've heard. Who isn't aware of that? Qi Yuan hailed from the countryside, having once been a member of the commune. Yet, since departing from the commune, he had begun to view the commune secretary as less formidable, especially after the transformation into a county official, which appeared even less impressive. Prior to the change from commune to county, production and living materials were entirely under the control of the commune secretary. The land, livestock, tools, and all harvested grains, along with pigs and eggs, belonged to the commune. The secretary manipulated all affairs within the commune, overseeing both the fields and the rations of the members. Qi Yuan had once revered the commune secretary as a deity. However, upon his transformation from a farmer and member to a cadre, he suddenly realized, I am free now. The former commune secretary, regardless of his past prominence, no longer held sway over me. Upon realizing this, I scoffed at the mention of Yang Rui's identity by other teachers. He was nothing more than a simpleton. Director Xiong shared a similar sentiment, dismissing the need for self-introduction, stating that he was there to inspect the school's operations. Yet, I felt it prudent to declare my own background, for otherwise, complications might arise. Yang Rui intercepted him, asserting that the scholarship was a crucial aspect he had meticulously prepared, and it must not be offered to this avaricious creature. At that moment, the podium was adorned with over 100 jars of canned goods and more than 1,000 yuan in cash, intended to incentivize the students, not to fuel greed. Director Xiong glanced down at the arm obstructing his chest, visibly dissatisfied, and said, Go ahead, I'm listening. Qi Yuan interjected. My father is a senior official in the rural party. I'm unsure which village he mentioned. Yang Rui continued with a question. Director Xiong lifted his eyelids and replied. Proceed. Zizaizi Township, just nearby, Yang Rui indicated. Director Xiong acknowledged with a non-committal sound, his expression inscrutable, while his mind raced to recall the name of the senior party official from Zizaizi Township. The formal introduction certainly bore significance. Xixian, being in proximity to the district and the provincial capital, was relatively prosperous, with a considerable population and numerous townships. He needed a moment to conjure the name. However, upon recalling that Yang Rui's surname was Yang, the name Yang Feng swiftly emerged in his thoughts. That individual. Director Xiong furrowed his brow. He was not well acquainted with the political landscape of Xixian County. In the 1960s, he was recruited by a factory from another region, and he worked there for nearly 2 decades. His promotion to a governmental position occurred after the reforms and opening up policies, and he had only spent less than 2 years in Xixian, still unfamiliar with the local power dynamics. He and Yang Feng were not from the same circle, nor did they have direct interactions, but he had heard some unreliable rumors. Thus, he inquired, I know about Secretary Yang from Zizaizi Township. I've met him, but we are not close. He generally preferred not to handle affairs at the bureau, claiming it was crowded and chaotic. Uncle Luo understood this sentiment. Both of them enjoyed fishing and chatting. Luo? Which Luo? Section Chief Xiang reflected intensely, trying to recall the leaders with the surname Luo from the County Education Bureau, but instead found himself mentally reciting the list of significant leaders from the Municipal Bureau. Qi Yuan sensed something was amiss upon observing his expression. After a long pause, Yang Rui continued, Uncle Luo was a classmate of my father and used to work at the Education Bureau before being reassigned. Section Chief Xiong was initially taken aback, then relieved, only to feel a surge of anger within. Reassigned? You speak of it so mysteriously as if. He recalled the current deputy county head in charge of culture, education, and health, whose surname was also Luo. The deputy head responsible for education wielded far greater authority than the head of the Education Bureau. The latter was merely a leader within the county's Education Bureau, while the former was a county leader. As for Section Chief Xiong, his title was somewhat misleading. It was only in the schools below that he was regarded as a leader. Little Yang, Section Chief Xiong suddenly gasped, and his smile became notably more affable. Qi Yuan, however, felt no warmth in his uncle's smile. Overwhelmed with trepidation, he could barely suppress the urge to exclaim, given your connections in the county, could you not make things so convoluted? Chapter 41. The strong dragon cannot overbear the local snake. The adage, the strong dragon cannot overpower the local snake, finds its most fitting expression in places like Xishan County. Indeed, foreigners too have faced similar predicaments, a notable instance being the Little Rock crisis, where 9 African-American students sought admission to Little Rock Central High School. The courts ruled in their favor, and a significant portion of the nation deemed this decision just. However, the governor audaciously deployed the National Guard to block the school, preventing the students from enrolling. When the courts intervened, the governor withdrew the National Guard, allowing white mobs to roam freely. Ultimately, President Eisenhower was compelled to dispatch the 101st Airborne Division to occupy Little Rock, ensuring that the 9 students could register under the protection of bayonets. At that time, the United States mobilized an unprecedented collective effort, enlisting the support of all levels of society, from the presidency to the grassroots, to dismantle the barriers in Little Rock. The exorbitant cost of this endeavor is unfathomable, with direct military expenses alone reaching $4 million, 40 times the foreign exchange reserves of China at that period. However, to assert that such actions effectively subdued the local powers in Arkansas would be a mere jest. The governor, steadfast in his entrenched racial views, continued to be re-elected in subsequent years, each victory more decisive than the last, wielding authority far longer than Eisenhower himself. Prior to this, Arkansas had firmly opposed the governor's bid for a 3rd term. The Yang family has held sway in Zizizi Township for over 30 years, establishing themselves as the most deeply entrenched local power within Xishan County. The proximity to Zizizi Township only amplifies this influence. Having held power for so many years, the Yang family can hardly be regarded as mere innocent souls. Although the former Yang Rui was timid and impressionable, he nonetheless absorbed certain lessons, albeit with reluctance and a disinterest in understanding. The newly emerged Yang Rui, however, is unencumbered by such scruples and possesses no aversion to the realities of life. Those with a penchant for purity would struggle to pursue a degree in biology. What fault lies with the frogs, rabbits, and white mice? The clumsy students often cause their demise, and if fortune does not favor them on one occasion, they are subjected to the shrieks of female classmates wielding various personal items. Even worse, some students resort to vivisection, subjecting the creatures to chemical agents in a cruel display. Engaging in such endeavors fosters a profound understanding of the harsh realities of life, leading to a fresh perspective on ignorance and its consequences. Yang Rui is persistently endeavoring to comprehend himself and the unfamiliar world around him. Ignorance is not an option if he wishes to lead a tranquil life. He could simply seek a comfortable position within a government office, engage in leisurely tasks, collect stamps, and ensure a worry-free retirement. However, should he aspire to create a significant enterprise, whether within or outside the system, he must possess a comprehensive understanding of both himself and society. Old Fourth Hua epitomizes the archetype of one who is oblivious to both self and societal dynamics. Yang Rui is determined not to be victimized nor to relinquish the power he has grasped. The unfortunate chief bear has fortuitously found himself in Yang Rui's embrace. In Yang Rui's warm tone, he perceives something akin to a touchstone. Grassroots officials are among the most frequently encountered in the county. Those beneath them possess pitifully little power, while those above them are exceedingly rare. If one were to characterize Director Xiong, he might be likened to the ancient jailer, one who preys upon the weak while fearing the strong. Yang Rui, peering over his glasses, seemed to be gauging the firmness of Director Xiang. Xiaoyang, please do not take offense. Matters pertaining to the school are of utmost significance. Those in higher positions are quite concerned, as are we. We all strive for your academic success. Director Xiang chuckled, attempting to gloss over the issue. The water well is insufficient, and the open drainage is inconvenient. This will invariably affect your studies, Yang Rui remarked with an air of indifference. Director Xiang opened his mouth, only to realize after several seconds. Am I being extorted? Director Xiang, I have matters to attend to. Perhaps you should return for now. In a few days, I will visit Uncle Luo, and we can discuss these issues further. Yang Rui's threats were relentless, devoid of any hesitation. Director Xiang stood stupefied. Indeed, this is extortion. Qi Yuan was equally astonished. Today's students are excessively audacious. Yang Rui nodded in acknowledgement and turned to resume his award ceremony, only to feel a tug on his sleeve. Xiaoyang, do not worry about the water well. We cannot allow education to suffer, no matter how dire the circumstances. As the head of the infrastructure department, I am merely a facilitator. I execute directives from above, toiling tirelessly without any authority to make decisions. However, I will return and recommend to the director that we expedite the approval process for our water well at Shibao Middle School. Director Xiang finally grasped the situation. Though he could not ascertain the truth of Yang Rui's claims, the well was not something he needed to excavate by hand immediately. He could simply await further news. When the existence of Uncle Luo is finally confirmed, or better yet, if Uncle Luo calls, it will not be too late to dig further. Qi Yuan felt a sense of urgency. The well could be excavated later, but once the canned goods and money were dispatched, there would be no turning back. He hastily interjected, Cousin, you may call me Old Bear or Bear Coo during work hours, but please refrain from calling me cousin. Director Xiang shot him a glare, then cast a sidelong glance at Yang Rui, apprehensive that he might speak indiscreetly upon returning home. It would not bode well for the two relatives to be heard together at the school. Before Qi Yuan could process the situation, Yang Rui chuckled lightly and said, It's quite all right. When I was little, I often accompanied my father while he was working, standing by as he handled his affairs. Although you are relatives, the ability to collaborate is indeed rare and speaks to a certain understanding between you, does it not? Director Xiang found Yang Rui's words increasingly unsettling, should anyone overhear. The implications could be dire. With a lamenting tone, he remarked, Yang, I actually have other duties today. But I made a special trip here due to the significance of your school's matters. Please do not disclose this. It would make things difficult for Uncle Xiang. Rest assured, I shall certainly provide an explanation on your behalf, Yang Rui replied, wearing an expression that conveyed his goodwill. Director Xiang felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim in frustration. At last, Qi Yuan, not entirely oblivious, absorbed the conversation in silence. A family that could raise a child like Yang Rui was undoubtedly not of humble origins. It would be wise to observe a while longer. At the moment when both the uncle and nephew were at a loss, Yang Rui suddenly scratched his head and remarked, It just occurred to me that while you mentioned the water well, you neglected to discuss the drainage channel. The construction of an open channel is indeed quite troublesome, especially given your unique location. In summer, there's mud everywhere, and in winter, only patches of ice. The playground suffers from poor drainage, resulting in low utilization during both seasons. As you mentioned, our position is rather special, and if the open channel isn't properly constructed, we will have nowhere to exercise. Xiang, the section chief, was reluctant to nod in agreement. Although he held the title of chief of the infrastructure department, it was known that the department itself was not a source of financial gain. With numerous expenditure projects every year directed towards Shibao Middle School, how could he possibly profit? How could he exert influence over the principals? Yang Rui inwardly cursed the lack of awareness, cleared his throat, and continued, Since you, Chief Xiang, do not intend to construct the open channel, what brings you and your nephew to our school? Oh, I've heard that Teacher Qi has been seeking a transfer. Are you here to facilitate that? I merely came to inspect the water well. What is there to see about a water well? If the drilling team indicates where water is present, they simply drill there. You seem to have concocted an excuse to skip work and visit your nephew, which is entirely unrelated to this matter. Chief Xiang was nearly driven to madness by Yang Rui's verbal onslaught. It is often said that the whispers of a loved one can be unbearable, but in truth, no whisper is ever pleasant. Yang Rui, with a smile, offered a way out, If it has nothing to do with Teacher Qi, then it must be related to the open channel, correct? At that moment, Chief Xiong was overwhelmingly convinced. Indeed, they were being extorted. Indeed, I too wish to observe the drainage channel, sighed Chief Xiong in resignation. While we are at it, let us also inspect the restroom. The pit latrine is both filthy and foul-smelling. It would be best to install a flushing system, clean and convenient. Just a casual glance will suffice. Chief Xiong appeared dejected, resembling a polar bear post-glacial melt. He had resolved to await Uncle Xiao's call. Only then did Yang Rui retract his smile with satisfaction. In this instance, he did not feign bravado. Given the Yang family's resources, knowing a deputy county head of science, education, culture, and health was hardly a significant matter. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Chief Xiong said, his head drooping, disinterested in Qi Yuan's affairs. Yang Rui grinned, revealing his sharp teeth, and waved farewell to Chief Xiong, his gaze fixed upon Qi Yuan. I shall return first, Qi Yuan said, turning to dash towards the dormitory area. Yang Rui disdainfully curled his lip and called out to his retreating figure. We are currently conducting a selection process. Do take note. Qi Yuan, puzzled yet discreetly mindful, registered this in his mind. Turning back, Yang Rui resumed the distribution of rewards. The top 25 students from each grade received, without exception, a plain white envelope containing 10 yuan, a can of food, and a certificate of merit. The certificate served as both honor and endorsement of the reward. A spontaneous idea from Huang Ren. Yang Rui readily facilitated this arrangement. After distributing 125 cans, the entire playground was filled with students clutching their cans, swallowing in anticipation. Yet, amidst this atmosphere, not a single student dared to open a can for a taste. The most affordable canned fruit costs around 70 to 80 cents. Aside from taking them home, an ordinary student is unlikely to make their own decisions. The awards ceremony lasted for a brief 15 minutes. Just when everyone assumed that everything was proceeding smoothly and began to prepare for departure, Yang Rui once again took the microphone and said, "Please hold on. We need everyone to fill out a form. Huang Ren, distribute the survey." What he referred to as a survey was, in fact, the teacher evaluation form. Huang Ren, with his eyes closed behind his glasses, handed stacks of teacher evaluation forms to each individual. Gradually, the students who received this document lost their interest in conversation. Chapter 42. The afterthought in the 21st century. 1,000 yuan may merely represent half a month's living expenses, a piece of clothing, or the cost of a meal. However, in 1982, 1,000 yuan exceeded the savings of most families. For an ordinary household of four, even with both parents employed and a child beginning to earn, accumulating a savings of 1,000 yuan remained a formidable challenge. In truth, the sensation of possessing a modest surplus only emerged in the last 2 years. While the aspiration to escape a life of scarcity would demand nearly a decade of relentless effort from the populace. At that time, wages were primarily allocated for basic survival, and savings were painstakingly scraped together. Saving a mere 10 cents by eating less could accumulate to 9 yuan over a month, and a yearly saving of 100 yuan could be prudently set aside for a fixed deposit. Yet, indulging in even a single luxury, or treating oneself every couple of months, would render previous frugality futile. This existence was a struggle that neither those living in that era nor the youth of 30 years hence would willingly endure. Fortunately, ideals often come without a price. When comparing the lifestyle of the 1980s to that of the 1960s and 70s, individuals found ample satisfaction. Without the contrasting lens of foreign capitalism or knowledge of Western lifestyles, the 1980s could be perceived as a purely beautiful era, perhaps an unprecedentedly splendid time in China's history. For the majority of students, the concept of 1,000 yuan was foreign, and few had ever witnessed what such an amount looked like in its entirety. Enclosed within a white envelope, the 10 yuan note of Great Unity represents the highest denomination of the third edition of the renminbi, evoking a multitude of splendid visions. Yet, no matter how fantastical these imaginings may be, they cannot encapsulate the current wave of novelty they are experiencing. The notion of grading or evaluating their teachers is an idea that had never crossed their minds. The esteemed Chinese tradition of honoring educators is not a construct of mere years. It is a legacy that spans millennia, with its own inherent inertia. Unlike in Western nations, the social and economic status of teachers in China has consistently been elevated. During the imperial examination era, The role of the teacher was self-evident, and even in the 1980s, educators generally possessed at least a high school or vocational education, wielding a significant degree of influence. While it may be excessive to claim they held total authority, they certainly shared a portion of it. Regardless of their relative standing compared to other societal members, teachers today exert considerable dominance over students, with arbitrary corporal punishment merely representing one facet of their authority. Those who possess greater influence can even affect students' records and determine their futures. It is precisely for this reason that Yang Rui yearns to impose constraints on such power. The impact of teachers on students is profound, especially in cases where parents lack education. The potential for a student's success largely hinges on the teacher's guidance. However, while favorable evaluations of teachers pose no issue, what becomes of unfavorable assessments if they are discovered? Seemingly attuned to their discussions, Yang Rui ascended to the podium once more, seized the loudspeaker, and announced, "Attention, students. This will be an anonymous vote. You need not inscribe your name or write anything, merely inscribe the numbers. We are employing a 5-point scale, with 1 being the lowest and 5 the highest. For instance, regarding the first criterion, teaching quality, should you find it average, you would assign a score of 3. If it is commendable, a 4, and if it is exceptional, a 5. Conversely, should you feel it falls below the average or does not meet your satisfaction, you may indicate a score of 2 or 1. Numerical scores possess a certain handwriting quality, yet this is notably more challenging to discern, as one's writing style may easily fluctuate. In the context of Shibao Middle School, it is unlikely any instructor possesses such unwavering penmanship prowess. Yang Rui conveyed this in one breath, and indeed, the students' expressions transformed from skepticism to exhilaration. Voting is an inherent instinct within humanity, fundamentally detached from the quality of the populace. Even primitive tribes engaged in voting. This method inherently carries a sense of exhilaration, as it allows one to influence the destinies of others, albeit perhaps just a fragment of fate, and one might merely be a minuscule cog in the decision-making process. Regardless, it is a rare privilege, imbued with delightful elements. As the students began to write, Yang Rui descended from the podium and exchanged a few words with Chao Baoming. Moments later, 2 large iron barrels were brought to the stage, filled with kindling and straw, ready to ignite at the slightest spark. Simultaneously, several members of the Rui learning group arranged tables and chairs on the platform. On either side, there were 4 sets of tables and chairs, equipped with paper that rustled softly in the gentle breeze. Some students seemed to grasp the unfolding scenario, quickening their motions, while others, bewildered, could only lower their heads and focus on their own tasks. Wang Guohua, accompanied by several students from the remedial class, occasionally called out, "Do not glance at others, nor whisper amongst yourselves. Treat this as you would an examination. Simply submit your papers once completed, or if you choose not to fill them out. Those wishing to return home could do so, while others could remain to await the results." At this juncture, it was commonplace for senior students to bully their junior counterparts. Should the latter resist, they would be deemed rebellious, often leading to a severe beating. Thus, unless one possessed considerable audacity, junior students refrained from provoking seniors. The majority of the members in the elite study group were also from the remedial class, naturally the oldest students in the school, and their presence was more effective than that of the invigilators. Not a single student dared to submit their paper. This was precisely as Yang Rui had anticipated. The one who dared to submit their paper would likely be remembered, inviting unnecessary trouble. Teacher Liu and others stood anxiously in front of their dormitory-turned-office, forming several circles to discuss the matter. With the results yet to be announced, the teachers exhibited no heightened emotions, though dissatisfaction was brewing beneath the surface. Student evaluations of teachers? Such practices had indeed been implemented in some instances, though not without governmental endorsement and widespread recognition. What was this situation then? It was only due to Yang Rui's extensive efforts that a few of the younger teachers managed to quell their restless hearts. Of course, the failures of Director Xiong and Qi Yuan also contributed to this effect. Within Shibao Middle School, Qi Yuan held the most significant influence. His uncle, Director Xiong, held a position neither too high nor too low, yet wielded considerable power. In an era where numerous schools languished in neglect, many others aspired to construct new buildings and acquire modern equipment. Regardless of how influential the higher-ups might be, such matters ultimately fell into Director Xiong's jurisdiction for practical execution. Within the educational system, Even the principal of County Number 1 Middle School greeted him with a beaming smile upon their encounter, although the specifics of their conversation remained unheard. The outcome was crystal clear to all. Students understood that those who dared to stand out often faced repercussions, and teachers sought to safeguard their own interests. After a considerable amount of time, only a handful of young teachers, who were usually close to Qi Yuan, approached him, attempting to extract information through subtle inquiries. Amidst an atmosphere tinged with tension, excitement, and peculiarity, Yang Rui announced the commencement of the vote counting. Wang Guohua, Chao Baoming, and Huang Run, accompanied by others, divided into several groups to collect the teacher evaluation forms, which were brimming with diverse Arabic numerals, leaving no space blank. Let us tally the votes on the spot, Yang Rui instructed, distributing the evaluation forms into two groups based on the junior and senior high divisions, all comprised of members from the Rui Learning Group, who then began to fervently count the numbers. Some students returned home, yet the majority lingered in anticipation of the results. Lu Shan quietly approached Yang Rui and whispered, "I thought you would announce the results immediately." Yang Rui, slightly taken aback by her initiative, replied naturally, "To announce the results on the spot would offend many. I only intend to offer encouragement to those teachers who receive high evaluations. It seems you are not entirely unafraid after all." Lu Shan subtly shifted her body, her long legs gracefully aligning together. Yang Rui smiled and remarked, "If one fears nothing, then one is no longer human. I, too, am motivated by the desire to provide my classmates with a superior education. Is it solely reliant on this evaluation form? Academic achievements are accumulated incrementally. One must seize every possible point to have a chance at competition. The quality of teaching is a pivotal factor, as students spend several hours each day absorbing their lessons. Here, it is imperative to enhance both efficiency and scores." Yang Rui's response diverged slightly from the question at hand, yet he articulated all that was necessary. Lu Shan's gaze wandered, her thoughts seemingly adrift. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Rui scrutinized her. Today's young women often dress conservatively. To discern their figures, one must first encounter exceptional physical attributes. Take Lu Shan, for instance. Clad in a loose sports jacket and pants, she still managed to showcase her alluring curves. One could only imagine the effect of a fitted outfit, or even casual athletic where that complements her form. Such attire would undoubtedly captivate onlookers. Before anyone else could notice this detail, Yang Rui felt a sense of pride in his discerning eye, envisioning a more complete transformation, a few exquisite garments, a touch of makeup, and bestowing upon Lu Shan the title of beauty or campus belle would be effortlessly achievable. She was, in essence, a beautiful swan temporarily mingling among ducks. Before long, the votes were tallied, and the bonfire on the podium was ignited. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yang Rui stepped forward and declared in a clear voice, "As this is our inaugural selection, we shall employ a method of anonymity without any archival records. Once the results are transcribed, they will be prominently displayed on the school's bulletin board." With that, he cast a stack of evaluation forms into the fire pit. A profound silence enveloped the playground, only to be swiftly transformed into a cacophony of fervent discussion. This unexpected act inevitably ignited a wave of passionate discourse. Yang Rui simply smiled, waiting until Chun Hongxian, a member of the calligraphy group, filled a sheet of red paper with elegant script. He then led the group in a grand procession to the bulletin board, where they affixed the paper in the most conspicuous spot. The most popular female teacher was Ms. Li Xiaomei, a Chinese language instructor in the middle school department, approximately 30 years of age, known for her sweet smile and her generous yet meticulous nature. The most favored male teacher was Mr. Zhuang Mushing, a chemistry teacher in the high school department. Yang Rui was somewhat surprised by this result, yet upon reflection, he realized that although Mr. Zhuang's teaching might not be exceptional, he was candid and passionate, and the subject of chemistry was not overly challenging, making it unsurprising that some students held an affinity for him. The award for the most dedicated teacher went to Ms. Wang Fong, the English teacher, who consistently arrived 1 or 2 hours early to rectify students' mistakes, ensuring the efficiency of morning study sessions, a fact that did not go unnoticed by the students. As Yang Rui scanned the list of 10 names, he developed a rudimentary understanding of the faculty at Shibao Middle School. Suddenly, a chorus of footsteps approached, and the students instinctively parted to make way for 7 or 8 relatively young male teachers who squeezed through. Yang Rui thought to himself, "This situation feels rather inappropriate." The physical education teacher, Fang Xuesong, maintained a neutral stance, and was the first to voice his opinion. The list contained 10 names, signifying that over 20 others remained unacknowledged, which was rather disheartening for those educators not inscribed on the red paper. Yang Rui smiled and remarked, "This is something we students have initiated. There's no question of suitability. Who permitted you to undertake this?" The most discontented was Lu Kong, the mathematics teacher from the junior high department, who held himself in high regard as one of the few graduates from a normal school. Witnessing the high school teacher, Mr. Lu, recognized as the most responsible educator while he himself was absent from the list, Lu could not help but feel disgruntled by the evaluation process. Is this person merely flattering? He pondered, suspecting possible underhanded dealings. With this thought, he began to speculate on Yang Rui's motives, naturally skewing negatively. However, Yang Rui countered, "No one is forbidding us. We students are conducting our own evaluation, funding it ourselves, without the need for approval. Without a standard, isn't it mere folly? Perhaps. Students' folly is indeed a part of our duty. What are you babbling about? There's no need for such discourse. This is our Rui Learning Group's affair. Merely a grassroots activity, akin to your evaluations of leadership. There's no requirement for authoritative validation, nor will it affect your work." Yang Rui's nonchalant stance incited irritation in several individuals. Fang Shuesong, the physical education teacher, could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "How could it not impact your work? If it does, there's nothing we can do. Public opinion operates in this manner." Firm yet gentle, Yang Rui stood his ground, the red paper elevated high, flanked by 2 individuals for protection, rendering it inaccessible to others. Just as the conversation unfolded, someone behind shouted, "The principal has arrived. Let him in." The surrounding students dispersed like a receding tide, only to surge forward once more like an incoming wave. "What are you all doing?" Zhao Danyan took the stage, and his first words left everyone dumbfounded. "You came because..." Teacher Lu elongated his inquiry. "Wasn't it said that Section Chief Xiong was coming? Why have I not seen anyone?" Zhao Danyan appeared oblivious to the situation. Chapter 43. Turning minor matters into major ones. Director Xiong has returned. Lu Kong, the mathematics teacher from the junior high division, looked at Zhao Danyan and sighed. "Principal, our request for drainage ditches and wells is a legitimate one. Why must we always seek the approval of that bureaucrat? I refuse to believe that without Zhang the butcher, we can only feast on pigs with fur. At present, we haven't even procured a pig. If the water supply runs low, you will have to descend the mountain to fetch water, just as I did in my youth." Zhao Danyan spoke with a certain boldness. He was a man of principles, sometimes stubbornly adhering to them, and at other times, resolutely taking shortcuts. In any case, he was an unwavering old man. Qi Yuan chuckled. "It's not like we're at Shaolin Temple, where fetching water is a rite of passage." When the school faced a water shortage, party members were expected to lead by example. Zhao Danyan's remark left Qi Yuan momentarily speechless. Under the guidance of his uncle, Director Xiong, Qi Yuan had managed to join the party and was eligible to participate in the school's party group meetings. However, he never anticipated that this privilege would be wielded against him by Zhao Danyan. "Water will not be lacking," Zhao Danyan chuckled softly. Since leaving the countryside, Qi Yuan had not engaged in any strenuous labor, and he genuinely feared that the principal might assign him the task of fetching water. Shibao Middle School was situated on a mountainside, and one particularly steep slope could be utterly exhausting. Qi Yuan was aware that the principal was subtly admonishing him, so he refrained from speaking further, inadvertently casting a glance at Yang Rui. Ever since his uncle, Director Xiong, had arranged for him to attend Shibao Middle School, Zhao Danyan had sought Director Xiong's assistance several times regarding the procedures for drilling a well and establishing drainage ditches, but to no avail. Conversely, Qi Yuan, under the guise of handling affairs, frequently arrived late and left early. In truth, had Zhao Danyan merely sought to dig 1 or 2 ordinary wells, it is likely that Director Xiong would have facilitated the matter without hesitation. However, the groundwater level at Shibao Middle School is notably deep, necessitating the drilling of mechanized wells. This not only escalates the costs, but also requires the installation of a water pump. Given the stringent quotas for industrial products nowadays, securing 2 mechanized wells constitutes a significant favor. Furthermore, the addition of an open drainage channel complicates matters for Director Xiong, who has been procrastinating, perhaps hoping to transfer Qi Yuan and thereby alleviate the expenses on this front. Zhao Danyan, discerning the sentiments of the 2 relatives, pressed urgently, "Director Xiong, since you are here, why are you leaving so soon?" "Well, Qi Yuan hesitated, then replied. Director Xiong conversed with Yang Rui for a while and found some of his ideas rather commendable, so he decided to return. His words were vague, betraying his apprehension regarding Yang Rui's potentially formidable connections. Indeed, in such a rural town's educational institution, the vice county head responsible for education could be considered to possess a substantial background. Zhao Danian swiftly turned to Yang Rui and inquired, "Is the crowd gathered around because of Director Xiong? Did you have an argument with him?" He was genuinely concerned about Yang Rui's fiery temper. Director Xiong is not known for being accommodating, nor is Yang Rui. Otherwise, would he have summoned the militia to the school? If the two were to clash, the outcome could be unpredictable. Unaware of how he was perceived by the principal, Yang Rui pointed to the sky and stated, "We students have prepared an evaluation for our teachers, and we are currently celebrating the announcement." What evaluation, you ask? It involves a selection process, complete with teacher assessment forms and a 5-point rating system, conducted with a formality surpassing even that of the Education Bureau. Lu Kong made a sarcastic remark. Having graduated from a normal secondary school, he had only worked for 2 years, rendering him younger than some of the older students who had returned. It was precisely for this reason that the principal assigned him to the junior high. However, Lu Kong did not perceive himself as inexperienced or youthful. His name not appearing on the list left him quite displeased. Zhao Danian then raised his head and noticed the calligraphy on the red paper. After a prolonged silence, the principal remained mute. Gradually, both teachers and students fell silent, with only faint breaths lingering in the air. They had begun to assess the teachers. Zhao Danian's tone was relatively low, a somber narration. Teacher Lu felt a jolt in his heart and quickly interjected, "Yang Rui is the same. He just goes along with whatever comes to mind. However, he has indeed secured benefits for the school. Not everyone has such advantages." Speaking of benefits, Qi Yuan was still dissatisfied. Among the 30 or so teachers in the school, over a dozen received compensation for grading papers, yet he had not, which he deemed unfair. In a state institution, fairness is of utmost importance, particularly regarding benefits, which many hold in high regard. The allocation of power rests with the leadership. Corruption and graft are matters of individual capability, yet benefits belong to everyone, even if one could earn a few hundred each month. Discovering that the fish provided by the institution was smaller than that of others would surely incite anger. Zhao Danian made a sound of acknowledgement, but did not pursue the matter of grading papers. Instead, he turned to Yang Rui and inquired, "Where is the evaluation form?" "It was burned," Yang Rui replied succinctly. "Burned?" Zhao Danian frowned and asked, "Why was it burned?" "It was the first organization, and I felt guilty," came the response. Yang Rui's radiant smile revealed his pearly white teeth, and his sunny demeanor instantly captivated the attention of several female students. Even the elderly Zhao Danian could not deny the charm of Yang Rui's smile. In a world that often prioritizes physical appearance, being handsome proves advantageous. As exemplified by illustrious figures such as the dashing Zhang Shuoyang, the charismatic Zhou Yu, and the noble Chu Yuan, all of whom achieved great success and held esteemed positions. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Danian waved his hand and instructed, "Students, disperse, come with me." The previously relaxed strategy seemed to have faltered, and he was now prepared to engage Yang Rui in earnest conversation. With a sigh, Yang Rui called out, "Everyone, head home. The Rui study group should arrive at school early tomorrow." Without further prompting, the students dispersed in a cheerful clamor. Just as Zhao Danian was taken aback by this turn of events, Yang Rui spoke again. "Coincidentally, I also wish to discuss something with you." The principal was puzzled. He had never encountered such a lively student as Yang Rui before. Undeterred, Yang Rui continued, "I spoke with Director Xiong today, and he has agreed to drill 2 wells for us and construct a drainage channel. Additionally, I requested him to upgrade our latrine, ideally to a flushing model. Though he mentioned he would need to consider that." Zhao Danian's gaze sharpened. "He agreed to drill the wells and build the channel?" "Indeed," Yang Rui affirmed. "How did he come to that decision?" Zhao Danian inquired, for despite his own reputation in Shibao town and connections within the county, he had been unable to persuade Director Xiong, which piqued his curiosity about Yang Rui's approach. Faced with the inquisitive gaze of the old man, Yang Rui spread his hands and replied, "I merely mentioned that I am acquainted with Director Luo, and he readily agreed." "Did you deceive him?" Zhao Danning's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Yang Rui raised his own brows in response. "How is that deception? Causing him to misunderstand is still a form of deception." Have you not considered that if he later asks you to arrange a meeting with Director Luo, what will you do? He says to arrange it, so I will. Yang Rui retorted with a dismissive shrug. He has facilitated matters for you. Can you simply refuse? You also handled affairs for Section Chief Xiang. The moment the words left Yang Rui's mouth, he sensed the gravity of his statement. As anticipated, Zhao Danning's expression darkened immediately. Establishing a position at Shibao Middle School was no easy feat. Some teachers here were merely substitute instructors. Although the series of promotions and appointments orchestrated by Section Chief Xiang required Zhao Danning's endorsement, the exchange of favors was already less than savory. And now it felt even more disconcerting. Fortunately, Yang Rui was still a student, feigning an air of integrity as he declared, I cannot abide individuals like Section Chief Xiang who agree to assist, yet fail to follow through. I have already admonished him today. You should contemplate how to apologize. Old Xiang, at the very least, will inquire and discover that you have no connection to Director Luo. Zhao Danning chose not to delve deeper into Yang Rui's words, instead considering his future. After all, he was a student from his own school. At that moment, Yang Rui finally grasped the situation and smiled. Director Luo is from Zizaizi Township. I used to visit their home when I was a child. During the new year, we had the opportunity to meet. The young lad from his family is of similar age to me, having once been classmates, much like my father and county head Luo. Zhao Dan then comprehended the situation and nodded slightly. You must continue to follow up on this matter, striving to obtain a flushing toilet as well. Yang Rui reminded him once more. I shall go to the county tomorrow. Zhao Danan responded with determination. If he can secure us a flushing toilet, and I truly wish to meet county head Luo, I can arrange that. Yang Rui yearned for a modern restroom more than anyone else. Zhao Danan continued to nod with delight. Observing his expression, Yang Rui inquired, By the way, you sought me out to discuss something? The principal opened his mouth, stating, There is nothing of particular importance. You should be more meticulous in your duties, fostering unity among teachers and students, and refrain from engaging in attention-seeking antics. The latter part of his statement served as a rather stern critique. Yang Rui responded with a cheerful demeanor, yet what he truly thought remained a mystery to all. Chapter 44. Hong Kong Apple Jeans. The following day was Sunday, a rare day of respite. The school, bustling for an entire week, had quieted down a bit. The woods were devoid of the slingshot-wielding bear youths, while the birds joyfully returned to the treetops, teeming with life. The grasslands were no longer populated by the artsy youths frolicking about, allowing the insects to mate in peace, basking in their own realm. The cafeteria was less crowded with oblivious men and women, and even the foul odor of the restroom had transformed into a mere dry reminiscence, leaving a subtle aftertaste. Xiaogong's son, Xiao Liang, made a stylish appearance at the entrance of Shibao Middle School. He sported a commonly seen green military backpack, yet he purposely flipped the flap to reveal the bare aluminum zipper, glinting in the sunlight. His upper attire featured a sailor shirt, complemented by denim jeans and a pair of trendy warrior shoes, epitomizing the pinnacle of fashion. The sailor shirt, characterized by its blue and white stripes worn by sailors, also known as a navy shirt, represented the quintessential summer choice for the youth, both refreshing and aesthetically pleasing, arguably more fashionable than the limited edition Adidas of the future. Wearing such an outfit while engaging in sports would be akin to students 30 years hence donning LV socks to play football, a display of luxurious coolness. Warrior shoes, in their own right, held an air of superiority with their high waist and thick soles. Counterfeit versions could be acquired for a mere $10, while authentic ones fetched $36, with genuine articles often eluding even those with ample funds. Nevertheless, whether counterfeit or authentic, warrior shoes of the 1980s were regarded as legendary gear, and wearing them in public transcended mere style and luxury, embodying an audacious spirit, particularly when worn outside school. Children without a certain level of physical prowess risked returning home barefoot in tears. Thus, students sporting backforce shoes resemble delinquents in cloth shoes. Their attire inherently carries an element of danger, yet those who wear them appear more stylish, which in turn encourages more individuals to don such footwear. Occasionally, a few students residing on campus pass by and glance at Xiao Liang from a distance. If one were to calculate the rate of glances returned, it would undoubtedly be 100%. Xiao Liang seems accustomed to this ambience, deliberately lingering at the entrance for quite some time before entering the school, casting a disdainful gaze upon the surrounding bungalows, the playground, and the rudimentary latrines. The factory-run school of the meat processing plant is undoubtedly superior to that of rural township schools. Much like most public facilities in this era, large state-owned enterprises consistently provide the best resources, followed by government departments, then public institutions, and finally, services directed towards the general populace. State-owned enterprises, possessing their own profits, can allocate resources as they please after remitting taxes to the state. Thus, their affiliated schools are bound to excel. Furthermore, in an era marked by scarcity, any state enterprise producing goods can barter their products for superior items. Conversely, government and public institutions, reliant on fiscal allocations, cannot achieve the same. However, despite the factory school's excellent infrastructure, its educational resources are severely lacking, especially in terms of faculty, as recruitment through standard channels proves challenging. Presently, universities guarantee placements for graduates, including those from normal colleges, even if the meat processing plant seeks to secure 1 or 2 teaching candidates. Obtaining approval from higher authorities remains a formidable task. Moreover, the factory must prioritize production amid a significant talent shortage. Fulfilling production demands takes precedence over considerations for the affiliated school. Thus, although the factory-run secondary school that Xiao Liang attends boasts 3 stories and a cinder track, the majority of the teachers are merely workers promoted to higher positions. It would be inaccurate to label them as lacking skill. However, when it comes to the quality of education, it indeed leaves much to be desired. To date, the factory-run secondary school has yet to produce a single student who has successfully progressed to tertiary education. Those children who exhibit even a modicum of academic promise tend to prioritize attending the county high school. Only when their scores on the entrance examination are exceedingly low and connections are unattainable do they resort to enrolling in the factory school. In the mock examination at the beginning of this academic year, Xiao Liang managed a mere 120 points, averaging 20 points per subject, a dismal performance by any standard. In desperation, Xiao Liang sought out Yang Rui. Other teachers showed little interest in providing tutoring for such students. Even out of a sense of obligation, no one believed that Xiao Liang could gain admission to a university. In these times, even the brightest students might find themselves returning to agricultural labor. Who would dare make such a guarantee? Is there a person named Yang Rui at your school? Xiao Liang inquired, stopping a fellow student. He had received his father's directive and had no choice but to make this journey, his demeanor far from amiable. The student scrutinized him for a moment and asked, "What do you need from Brother Rui? I have something to discuss with him." "What is it?" The student appeared quite astute in his attire. Xiao Liang sighed in resignation and replied, "I seek his tutoring. I am from the Shibao meat processing factory, and I am acquainted with him." "Acquainted, you say? Proceed onward. And when you reach the red gate, you will find the sports room. The members of Rui's study group are there all day." The student fulfilled his counterintelligence duties and, after a brief moment of observing Xiao Liang's canvas shoes, departed with a lightness in his step. Xiao Liang strolled along, his gaze wandering, and soon found himself at the sports room. The modest 2-room structure was now filled to capacity, with some individuals spilling out into the open air. Peering in, Xiao Liang spotted Yang Rui amidst the throng. Contrary to his expectations, Yang Rui was dressed quite ordinarily, yet his eyes sparkled with sharpness and charisma, exuding a distinct leader-like presence. After considerable nurturing, the Rui study group had now grown to over 50 members, all dutifully following Yang Rui's commands. With the successful sale of examination papers and stable remuneration, a collective consciousness had flourished, and even without innate leadership qualities, Yang Rui would undoubtedly cultivate them. Yang Rui's voice resonated, deep and clear. "In order to emit this signal, we have undertaken significant preparations, and the time has now come for us to disseminate it. Subsequently, we shall proceed in accordance with the order outlined on the teacher evaluation form, visiting each teacher in turn. Those assigned tasks: Team 1. Remember to bring gifts for the teachers. Team 2. Ensure the firecrackers are ready for timely ignition. Team 3. Maintain our formation, keeping the members of the Rui study group separate from the onlookers to avoid dispersion. Furthermore, during the expression of gratitude, we must not disrupt the teachers' daily lives. Those responsible for the periphery, the proactive members, be mindful to narrate stories, ensuring there are no contradictions, and be well versed in the details of each teacher, avoiding any mix-ups." Xiao Liang listened, somewhat bewildered, yet his thoughts became increasingly lucid. They are up to their usual tricks again. As soon as Yang Rui's voice fell, the surrounding crowd dispersed in unison, each engrossed in their own affairs. Only he remained in the center, facing Yang Rui. Which school do you attend? Yang Rui scrutinized him, concluding that no student from his institution possessed such a fashionable demeanor. To say nothing of it, Xiao Yang's attire alone must have cost over 50 yuan, exceeding the monthly wage of an average worker and representing more than a fifth of a farmer's annual income. West Fortress Middle School certainly did not boast such affluent students, nor did it harbor such a sense of style. Xiao Yang smiled and replied, I am Xiao Yang, here to find Yang Rui. That's me. I am the son of Xiao Gong. Xiao Yang then assessed Yang Rui, perceiving him as merely a peer dressed in a more mundane fashion and increasingly convinced. He inquired, how did you manage to deceive my father? What? Yang Rui was taken aback. Xiao Gong had exerted considerable effort to donate a batch of canned goods to West Fortress Middle School, solely to arrange for tutoring. So how could a swindler possibly emerge? Xiao Yang snorted twice and said, I don't know what kind of spell you cast on my father, but in any case, I will not come here for tutoring. I specifically came to inform you. With that, he warily glanced at the burly Chao Baoming beside him before turning to leave. Wait. Yang Rui could not allow him to depart so easily. The canned goods had already been delivered, and it would be difficult to repay this favor otherwise. Xiao Yang, anticipating this, halted and remarked, I knew it. You are reluctant, aren't you? Yang Rui pointed at his own nose, at a loss for words. I have an idea. With a chuckle, Xiao Yang opened his green military bag and retrieved a pair of jeans. I won't be attending your tutoring sessions, but I shan't inform my father either, thereby saving us both precious time. Furthermore, I shall gift you another pair of jeans. When my father inquires, you must assist me in maintaining the facade. It will be mutually beneficial for us. What say you? As he spoke, he tossed the jeans towards Yang Rui. Yang Rui, having encountered students like Xiao Liang during his tenure as a tutor, found it amusing that such a scenario could arise even in the 1980s. You may perceive this as a clever scheme, but I do not share your sentiment. Do you aspire to deceive further? It is not impossible. Provided you are willing to share the gains, I could assist you. Xiao Liang, with a casual sweep of his hair, struck a handsome pose and declared, First, behold these jeans. They are from the Hong Kong Apple brand, which cannot be found in our county. Hong Kong. Apple brand. Jeans? Yang Rui was momentarily taken aback by the combination of words. Xiao Yang, reveling in his triumph, continued, You've never seen them, have you? They were smuggled from Guangzhou, costing over 100 for just one pair. Consider this one a gift for our introduction. If you follow my lead, I will sell you any new arrivals at cost price. To bolster his credibility, Xiao Yang lifted the hem of his sailor shirt, revealing the Apple logo emblazoned on his leg. A complete, vivid red apple was now displayed before Yang Rui. Indeed, it is the Hong Kong apple, Yang Rui remarked with a sense of wonder. Chapter 45. A delayed gratitude in contemporary metropolises, trends flourish, and while our humble county lags behind, it too ought to embrace such fads. Xiao Yang believed he had successfully subdued Yang Rui, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. In someone else's territory, being overly ostentatious can be perilous. Chao Baoming and his comrades from the bench press team were assisting with the relocation of canned goods. Their well-defined muscles exuded an undeniable impressiveness. Are you selling these trousers? Yang Rui inquired, perusing the Hong Kong Apple brand jeans, struggling to suppress a smile that seemed inappropriate. Indeed, Apple Incorporated once ventured into the realm of denim, yet tracing the origins of the Hong Kong Apple brand proved to be quite elusive. The jeans Xiao Liang produced were high-waisted flared trousers, a quintessential embodiment of 1980s fashion, which had surprisingly regained popularity. Just playing around, Xiao Liang muttered, concerned that Yang Rui might spill the beans, casting a casual glance aside. Yang Rui emitted a half-smile, acknowledging with a nonchalant "Oh." Selling clothing in the 1980s was indeed a lucrative enterprise, and many found financial success, particularly those who were articulate and possessed a sense of popular taste, easily reaping profits of over 50%. However, Yang Rui owed a favor to Xiao Gong, and thus could not indulge in frivolity. Principles are one thing, and commitments are another. The two must not be conflated. Misinterpreting the situation, Xiao Liang expressed his dissatisfaction. Is one pair of jeans not sufficient? Your expectations seem rather extravagant. Examine closely. Such jeans are hardly available for a mere few dozen yuan. It's not about the jeans, Yang Rui chuckled, tossing them back. Just put them away. I won't wear such things. You wouldn't wear them anyway. Xiao Yang, feeling disgruntled, adjusted his hips without uttering much and returned the pair of jeans to his green military bag. Yang Rui let out a sigh. He truly could not wear those jeans as they were far too low-waisted, fastening not at the waist but directly at the hips, so snug that they seemed to squeeze out an extra 2 tails of flesh. It was already the 1980s, and in another decade, where would one find streets filled with such slim figures? Those jeans would barely suffice as fabric for a single leg on his former portly frame. Being a student, Xiaoliang could not quite grasp Yang Rui's intentions and inquired, "What do you want? Just say it directly. You can choose anything from what I have on me. How about that?" The most expensive item he possessed was the pair of jeans, purchased at a cost of 22 yuan, followed by his warrior's shoes, both of which were common commodities on the streets. Yang Rui smiled and shook his head, stating, "When I say I'll tutor you, that is precisely what I mean. There is no room for negotiation. Otherwise, I cannot report to Master Xiao. I'll just say I'm tutoring you here, and that will suffice, right? That won't do." Yang Rui shook his head, pausing for a moment before continuing, "Let me put it this way. Regardless of your past academic performance, with my tutoring, I cannot promise much, but passing a vocational college entrance exam should be quite within reach. With a bit more effort, a junior college is not difficult, and whether you can make it to a university will depend on your foundational knowledge, yet there remains a significant opportunity. In any case, I suggest you give it a try and refrain from hasty conclusions." The vocational school affiliated with the meat processing factory had a teaching standard considerably inferior to that of Shibao Middle School. It was needless to say that when compared to the top students in the remedial class, most of the graduating students in the second year were also stronger than theirs. However, as Yang Rui remarked, any student who has managed to complete high school, which corresponds to achieving the average score in the entrance examination, can indeed gain admission to vocational colleges with a modicum of effort. Naturally, the qualifications conferred by these institutions are akin to those of a high school diploma, rendering the additional 3 years somewhat superfluous, merely exchanging one allocation quota for another, which cannot be deemed an optimal choice. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the allocation quota represented by vocational colleges holds its own intrinsic value, given Xiaogong's capabilities. Assigning a high school graduate to the factory differs significantly from appointing a vocational school graduate, not only in terms of the challenges involved, but also concerning the types of work assigned. At least until the mid-1990s, a vocational diploma was still regarded as a respectable credential, superior to a high school diploma, particularly in grassroots employment. The offspring of those attending the factory-run school had not historically gained admission to higher vocational institutions, and many students persevered through grueling repetitions of their studies solely for the sake of securing a spot in a vocational college. Yang Rui felt that by providing such an assurance, he was repaying Xiao Gong's kindness. However, Xiaoliang was ungrateful and, growing increasingly agitated, retorted, "If you deceive my father, I want to pursue it, but don't waste my time." He pointed to the red apple emblem on his thigh and asked, "Do you have any idea how much I earn in a day? What am I even letting you guess for? Fine, I'm leaving now. Don't bother contacting me later." With that, Xiaoliang turned away, stylishly waving his arms in the air. Yang Rui glanced down at his green military trousers, feeling no discontent, and called out, "Wait a moment. Don't go just yet, Bao Ming." No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Bao Ming managed to apprehend the slow-reacting Xiaoliang. Xiaoliang struggled a couple of times but could not free himself. Frustrated and anxious, he glared at Yang Rui and asked, "What are you planning to do?" Time was of the essence. "You should accompany us to express our gratitude to the teacher first, and then we shall discuss further upon your return." Yang Rui then called Su Yi into the room, instructing him and Xiao Baoming to escort Xiaoliang. Upon seeing the two burly men, Xiaoliang immediately wilted and remarked, "I didn't expect you to still be involved in the streets." "What streets are you talking about?" Yang Rui shook his head. However, Sui was familiar with street tactics. He glanced at Xiaoliang's sneakers, bent down, and untied his shoelaces. With a swift motion, he then tied both shoelaces together. "All right, you will walk in front of us. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you walk too slowly, I will hit you. If you walk too quickly, I will hit you. And if you dare to run, don't let me catch up to you. For every distance you cover, I will deliver a blow in return. Do you understand?" Sui patted Xiaoliang's cheek, the calluses on his palm stinging. Having covertly sold goods on the street and knowing many people, Xiaoliang quickly assessed the situation and obediently lowered his head, saying, "I understand." Sui nodded in satisfaction, then unexpectedly kicked him, sending him sprawling, and said, "What do you understand? Do you know how I deal with people? Is that all you comprehend?" Yang Rui watched in astonishment. As a chubby individual born in the 80s, he had experienced that era but had never been a youth during those times. Thus, he was unaware of how fierce the students had become. Xiao Liang, however, was well aware. He quickly got back on his feet and submissively replied, "You are right. It was my mistake. Do not repeat the mistake. Lead the way." Sui lifted his head high and lightly kicked him again. Xiao Liang laughed as if nothing had happened. This could be considered a form of school violence. Yang Rui pondered, yet he did not speak much. Despite the fact that in the 21st century, school violence is regarded as a grave issue, in the 1980s, it was not recognized as a valid term, nor did it even qualify as a term at all. When students were struck by teachers, or when students fought amongst themselves, resulting in broken noses or swollen faces, many regarded these incidents as insignificant. In comparison to societal violence, the school environment still appeared simple and pure. On the other hand, violence was indeed the quickest means of executing personal will. The once boisterous Xiao Liang now resembled a ghost, trailing behind Yang Rui, no longer daring to create any trouble. Meanwhile, the members of the Rui study group, carrying an abundance of items, marched towards the dormitory area. Bang, bang, bang. Yang Rui was the first to knock on the door of teacher Li Xiaomei's residence, having been elected as the most popular female teacher, garnering more than half of the votes. With a click, the door opened. A man peeked out, casting a curious glance at the students outside, nodding before calling back, "Xiaomei, your students." Lu Shan and Huang Ren stood nervously on either side of Yang Rui, gripping their belongings tightly. Footsteps quickly approached, and within moments, teacher Li Xiaomei opened the door wide, her expression one of surprise. "What is it? So many of you?" "Teacher Li, we have come to express our gratitude." Yang Rui respectfully uttered a phrase, gesturing behind him, and the prepared members of the second group immediately began to strike the gongs and drums, setting off firecrackers. The gongs and drums were standard equipment in the school's gymnasium, whether for a sports event or a visit from leaders. The absence of their thunderous accompaniment would have been unthinkable. The firecrackers, a grand display of 200 loud and crisp bursts purchased from the foothills, soon roused the teachers residing in the dormitory area. In the 1980s, the concept of commercial housing was non-existent. All land belonged to the state. And teachers not from the local area resided in school dormitories, creating a small community of educators, families, and children. Before long, the residence of teacher Li Xiaomei was besieged by a throng. As the last firecracker fizzled out, Yang Rui promptly announced, "We extend our heartfelt gratitude to teacher Li Xiaomei for her guidance. You have been voted the most beloved female teacher by the students." Subsequently, all members of the Rui study group, including Yang Rui, bowed deeply as if triggered by an unseen force. Their synchronized movements imparted an air of formality. The gentle-natured teacher Li Xiaomei stood momentarily stunned, seemingly bewildered by the unfolding events. Onlookers were equally taken aback. This celebratory display of gongs, drums, and firecrackers was not an invention of Yang Rui. Such lively scenes had accompanied the past decade's activities, including the youth going to the countryside and supporting the frontier. However, the situation at hand was evidently distinct. Yang Rui smiled as he accepted the gift box containing 4 cans from Wang Guohua, presenting it to teacher Li Xiaomei with a raised voice. "Teacher Li, these 4 cans are the tokens of appreciation for the most beloved female teacher. Please accept them." Simultaneously, on behalf of the members of the Rui Learning Group, he reiterated his gratitude for her dedication. The students bowed once more and then dispersed. It was only then that Li Xiaomei began to comprehend the situation, feeling a bit embarrassed as she remarked, "There's no need to go to such lengths. Being favored by the majority of students is no trivial matter. I believe teacher Li's achievement in this regard is a testament to her considerable efforts." The students merely wished to express their gratitude. Having been a tutor himself for several years, Yang Rui understood the arduousness of earning students' affection. Students are an exceptionally sensitive demographic, particularly during their middle school years, a period marked by the reformation of values. Simply improving their academic performance does not guarantee their favor. Likewise, allowing complete freedom is not the key to popularity. To satisfy students and earn their fondness requires patient and meticulous communication, earnest and attentive teaching, profound concern, and ample empowerment. In short, winning the affection of a class of students is far more challenging than garnering the approval of superiors. Hence, despite having prepared his speech in advance, Yang Rui spoke with utmost sincerity. Li Xiaomei, touched by his words, felt her eyes involuntarily moisten. in a rural secondary school. The unwavering commitment of an ordinary teacher who continually shines and radiates is, in itself, a profound act of devotion. Working 6 days a week, with daily hours exceeding 10, is merely a straightforward exertion. Grading an endless array of assignments, transcribing various examination papers, and continuously analyzing the needs of students constitutes a more intricate endeavor. Engaging in heartfelt conversations with students, providing assistance, safeguarding their well-being, and offering financial support embodies a truly arduous commitment. Li Xiaomei does not seek gratitude for her contributions, yet she undeniably yearns for her efforts and sacrifices to be acknowledged. The validation from her students is, without a doubt, the most sincere and invaluable. In an instant, Li Xiaomei's artistic sensibility was awakened, and 2 tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Mom, why are you crying?" A small head peeked out, clutching her father's leg. "Mom is not crying. She is happy." Li Xiaomei bent down to embrace her daughter. The 5-year-old girl, innocent and endearing, reached out to wipe her mother's tears, inadvertently causing more to flow, leaving her in a state of confusion. Observing her daughter's expression, Li Xiaomei felt an impulse to both weep and laugh. To facilitate her work, she had resolutely weaned her daughter at 9 months. In preparation for lessons, she often toiled late into the night, disturbing both her daughter and husband's sleep. To procure educational materials, she not only reduced her and her husband's dietary standards, but also those of her daughter. In her efforts to visit students' homes, she wore out her shoes and endured foot injuries. Even in the face of financial hardship, she diligently strives to assist economically disadvantaged students, hoping they will not be deprived of education due to poverty. Li Xiaomei occasionally contemplates the notion of reciprocity and questions its worth. However, in this fervent era, she prefers action over contemplation. Only in the stillness of midnight does she indulge in dreams of a day when one of her former students might stand before her, uttering a heartfelt, "Thank you, teacher." Until today, this had remained a mere fantasy. The fortunate few who escape the mountains seldom return, while those who remain are often shy and reticent. Li Xiaomei continually reassures herself that the students are still young, and as they mature, they will inevitably come to understand. Yet, as time passes, she gradually buries these thoughts deep within her heart. At this moment, however, a profound and overwhelming sense of happiness surges forth, prompting her to embrace her daughter tightly and accept the crimson gift box without hesitation. This belated gratitude transcends mere acknowledgement from Yang Rui. It embodies something far more significant. Chapter 46. Taking a firm stand. The Ruixue group continued their advance, following a similar protocol to visit 6 teachers in the dormitory area. They then descended the mountain in grand fashion to meet 4 teachers residing in Shibao Town. The entire region of Shibao Town was set abuzz. Aside from festive occasions, it had been some time since the local atmosphere had been so lively. With the first firecrackers resounding bang, children, followed by the youth and adults, began to trail behind the Ruixue group, eager to witness their interactions with the teachers of Shibao Middle School. Consequently, the names of the Shibao Middle School teachers quickly became familiar among the onlookers: Lu Guangrong, Feng Sha, Zhuang Mushting. In this era of information scarcity, newspapers and radios comprised the entirety of public media accessible to the populace. Beyond that, gossip and stories were their sole sources of entertainment. There were no forums, QQ, WeChat, or social media. Such concepts were entirely absent. Even television was a rare luxury, with few programs available. The local teachers' reputations were compelling tales in themselves. Eventually, the crowd grew so large that it attracted the attention of the town government and the local police station. Officers, handcuffs in tow, intervened to disperse what resembled a parade. Fortunately, the police chief was Yang Rui's uncle, who offered a few words of admonition before allowing them to continue on their way. With the momentum established, there was no need for Yang Rui to intervene further. The members of the Ruixue group exchanged greetings and began their journey back home. While the excitement within the town was only just beginning, many individuals visit their teachers' homes to extend greetings. For those residing in a small town, establishing a reason for conversation is remarkably effortless. Regardless of whether they have been visited, the educators are invariably pleased. Discovering that their endeavors hold significance is, in itself, an exhilarating element. Soldiers may defend remote outposts with meager allowances. Chinese scientists can forsake comfortable conditions abroad to return home resolutely. And revolutionaries may risk their lives for their ideals. Monetary gain is not the sole motivator in life. Rather, engaging in meaningful pursuits, or, indeed, imbuing one's actions with significance is an essential driving force of existence. Yang Rui understands better than anyone what the teachers in these rural areas require. In truth, even those educators who do not receive firecrackers and bows still smile at the unfolding events. Once all ceremonies concluded, and they returned to Shibao Middle School in the evening, Yang Rui arranged for 10 cans of meat to be added to the luxurious dinner of the Rui learning group. Having firmly established the group's image, he no longer paid heed to idle gossip. Over 50 members of the Rui learning group, along with more than 20 enthusiastic newcomers, occupied a corner of the cafeteria, feasting with unbridled joy. In the past month, an abundance of noteworthy events has transpired, making such discussions immensely captivating for these young individuals. Xiao Yang was positioned against the wall by Su Yi, feeling somewhat stifled, yet he endeavored to avoid attracting attention, quietly enjoying the bowl of noodles allocated to him. The multitude of fervent young students was certainly not someone he desired to provoke. Presently, Yang Rui, holding a bowl of noodles, sat opposite him and inquired, "What are your thoughts? You have more meat in your bowl than I do," he remarked. Yang Rui glanced at the red-braised pork in his bowl, picked up a piece, and with delight began to devour it. Before you joined the Rui study group, your treatment was akin to that of a captive. Having soup was considered a luxury, let alone meat. What if I were to join the Rui study group? Xiao Yang feigned curiosity as he asked, relying on his jeans sales. He managed to earn over 100 yuan each week, totaling no less than 600 or 700 yuan monthly. Thus indulging in meat was hardly a concern. Were it not for his father's insistence on his education, Xiao Yang would have long since dropped out to pursue business. Nevertheless, the events of today caught him off guard, leaving an odd sensation within him, prompting a desire to hear Yang Rui's perspective. The Rui study group is not a place one can simply enter at will. Submitting your application now is akin to a futile endeavor. While meat may remain elusive, sustenance is still attainable, Yang Rui replied with a cheerful tone, his voice resonating clearly, eliciting laughter from those around them. Xiao Yang, unfazed by the banter, responded, "Your words seem to suggest that regardless of the outcome, it remains unchanged. Of course, it is different. However, now that you have fallen into my grasp, what you do is ultimately at my discretion," Yang Rui said with a squint. She had indeed spent considerable thought on how to handle Xiao Yang, ultimately concluding that a firm approach would be most effective. With a warm heart to melt the rebellious spirit of a youth, such narratives, when adapted into television dramas, find favor among the older generation. Yet, Yang Rui is not a mere character from these tales. He is burdened with numerous responsibilities and is far from being an educational expert. Rather, it is his commitment to Master Xiao, coupled with a desire to assist his uncle, that prompts him to extend a helping hand to Xiao Yang. Yang Rui truly lacks the inclination to delve into the psychological complexities of Xiao Yang. His intent is solely to provide tutoring. In the past, when scholars and sages instructed their students, they did not tread with the trepidation characteristic of Western educators, fearful of leaving psychological scars on the children. By the late 1980s, Chinese parents had grown accustomed to raising resilient children. Young men like Xiao Yang were robust and spirited. Thus, under the scrutinizing gaze of Xiao Yang, Yang Rui commanded, "From tomorrow onward, you shall attend Shibao Middle School. You have already met the teachers there. They are at least diligent and responsible. Join us during the lectures of the Rui study group every noon and afternoon. Furthermore, during evening study hours, you are expected to complete the assigned homework. You will remain at the school, residing in Su Yi. Do you have any available beds in your dormitory?" "Yes, if it's insufficient. I can bring back an extra bunk bed," Su Yi replied readily, casting a mischievous glance at Xiao Yang. A spark of realization ignited in Xiao Yang. "If I don't return home, my father will undoubtedly worry. I shall call him. Calling won't convey everything clearly. And besides, I have brought nothing with me. I will have your father bring your things. For tonight, just make do. I harbor no desire to attend West Fortress High School. I have my peers at the institution. It seems there is no alternative." Yang Rui adopted the demeanor of a pyramid scheme leader, asserting that as long as he did not release his grip and insisted on classes, even university students could be brainwashed into illiteracy, let alone himself wielding the authority bestowed by Engineer Xiao. Xiao Yang, being somewhat astute, placed his bowl down and declared, "Regardless of your arguments, I am resolute in my decision to forego school. I shall not attend classes, and I certainly will not answer the exam questions diligently. Even if you were to let me go, it would merely be a waste of time. Not attending classes and neglecting to answer exam questions indeed presents a considerable issue. Yang Rui stroked his chin, wearing a contemplative expression. In turn, Xiao Yang urged, "You might as well release me now. I could just copy notes instead." Yang Rui abruptly interrupted, stating, "Let us commence with the transcription of English vocabulary, each word to be copied 100 times. In the morning, write down 10 words. At noon, another 10, and in the evening, yet another 10. Sustain this for a month, and augment your vocabulary by several hundred words will be no challenge. Subsequently, you can transcribe several essays, and achieving a score of 40 to 50 in English should not prove too arduous." Xiao Yang panicked, exclaiming, "What purpose does copying serve? Besides, if I do not answer the exam properly, you will still be unable to account for my performance. I am merely repaying your father's kindness. No explanation is necessary." Yang Rui responded, pausing briefly before continuing, "I will safeguard the notebook where you transcribe the words. When the time comes, I shall present it to your father, and he will comprehend the situation." "I refuse to copy," Xiao Yang declared, brandishing his ultimate weapon. Yang Rui gestured towards Su Yi, saying, "You two should form a study group. If you do not copy, or if your copying is subpar, or if it appears unkempt, it will all be Su Yi's fault." He then patted Xiao Yang's head and advised, "I suggest you put more effort into your copying. It will yield better results. Of course, if you are unwilling, I shall not force you. After all, as long as one is not a fool, repeating the words 100 times will surely lead to retention." Xiao Yang, taken aback, finally replied, "What you're doing is wasting my opportunity to earn money. Starting a business in 82, and still underage?" Yang Rui cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, "I am more likely wasting the opportunities of certain law enforcement officers. Delaying for a year or two to complete high school before determining a life goal seems prudent to me." "I do not wish to be prudent," Xiao Yang retorted defiantly. Yang Rui waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I am not your father. I cannot concern myself with your choices. For now, just copy vocabulary for 2 weeks, and then I will invite your father to discuss matters with you." Xiao Yang, incensed, shouted in protest, only to be silenced by a swift slap from Su Yi. This chaotic environment, while offering opportunities to exploit, simultaneously amplified the risks of commercial ventures. Successfully navigating the challenges of the 1980s was indeed a formidable task. Yang Rui glanced at Xiao Yang from a distance, then took out paper and pen to devise a new teaching plan, all the while contemplating how to integrate his tutoring curriculum into the regular school syllabus. Chapter 47, a new concept in English in the days that followed. Yang Rui attended classes as usual, and the secret volumes of Rui Learning continued to be sold. The principal remained preoccupied with stamping documents between the county town and the district, creating a somewhat tranquil atmosphere within the school. However, the reputation of the Rui Learning Group reached unprecedented heights, attracting not only students from the remedial and graduating classes, but also many others eager to join. In accordance with Yang Rui's stipulations, prospective members were required to submit an application to join the Rui Learning Group. Consequently, a flurry of applications swiftly accumulated on his desk, with numerous individuals enthusiastically participating in the transcription and printing of the secret volumes. The applications varied in length. Some were over 20 pages, while others comprised merely 2 or 3. Among them, some were clearly adaptations of party membership applications, while others exhibited a commendable level of seriousness. The notion of leaping over the Dragon Gate is far from simple. The factory-affiliated school of the Shibao meat processing plant sees nearly 100 students each year. Yet none gain admission to university. Shibao Middle School is arguably the finest rural institution in the area, with only a handful of students enrolling in higher education annually. Nevertheless, the challenge does not deter those aspiring to leap over the Dragon Gate. The mere thought of a life beyond spurs ambitious students to invest their utmost efforts for even the slightest opportunity. This represents the sole shortcut from one realm to another. Yang Rui found himself unable to process the overwhelming volume of applications alone. After a day of relentless review, he enlisted Huang Ren and Lu Shan to assist in the evaluation committee. Due to Yang Rui's performance, particularly his behavior of expressing gratitude to his teachers, Lu Shan's impression of him underwent a significant transformation. Coupled with her earnest character, after accepting the auditing task, she managed to execute the review process with remarkable organization. Not only did she categorize the applications into 3 distinct classes, approved, deferred, and denied, But she also composed comments for each submission and created individual files for the students. If writing comments demonstrated her diligence, the establishment of files exemplified her commitment to excellence. When Lu Shan approached Yang Rui, she was concerned he might disagree, and spoke in a persuasive tone. Our school has a modest number of students. The estimated count requiring files is only around 200. They won't submit just one application and leave it at that. They will continue to apply. Initially, it may not seem burdensome, but after 3 or 4 submissions, compiling a file becomes quite worthwhile. I believe we don't need to purchase actual file folders. A simple binder will suffice. We can create a single-page file for each student, placing it inside. With every application, regardless of its outcome, we can annotate it, ensuring that the next reviewer understands the context without having to retain every application, thus making the process more equitable. I acquiesced. Yang Rui, observing Lu Shan's earnestness, felt a sense of inadequacy. Lu Shan was somewhat taken aback, saying, "You truly agree? Why would you disagree?" Yang Rui retorted. The files Lu Shan established ignited a spark of inspiration within him, leading to a cascade of reflections. Students may graduate, but their records can endure indefinitely. As the membership of the Rui study group expanded, relying solely on memory was evidently impractical for Yang Rui. However, if a profile were to be created for each individual, even after they graduate and go their separate ways, Yang Rui would still be able to reminisce about their relationships and re-establish contact through these records. Lu Shan, naturally, did not ponder this deeply, but her thoughts shifted in another direction as she inquired, "You wouldn't have agreed because of me, would you?" Her eyes, though not large, were remarkably expressive, resembling a swirling vortex in a tranquil lake when gazing at someone. Yang Rui had initially intended to provide an explanation, but upon reflection, he smiled and replied, "It matters not for what reason. Your idea is quite commendable. Moreover, we ought not to limit our records to only those students applying to join. We must document all members of the Rui academic group. Let's hold off on purchasing the file folders for now, lest others misconstrue our intentions. Instead, we should gather some paper clips or a stapler and prepare 3 pages of paper for each student, along with pertinent information, including family details, academic performance, and a summary of our key activities. This would render our records even more comprehensive than the usual ones, considering our limited number of participants." Lu Shan, initially feeling a bit bashful, found herself exclaiming, "Creating profiles for hundreds of individuals is beyond my capacity alone." "Then we shall add another person to assist you," he suggested. "Even that may not suffice. Ideally, we should have 4 individuals, and someone must be delegated to procure the necessary items." Lu Shan calculated meticulously, pondering how long it would take to gather information, compose it, verify, and categorize it. Hearing her speak with such seriousness, Yang Rui also adopted a serious demeanor and reflected for a moment before stating, "Let's consider it 4 hours. I will have Huang Ren arrange the subsidy." "A subsidy? It should align with that of the students who are engaged in grading papers, at a rate of 1 dime per hour. You will have a maximum of 5 days to complete this. Should you fail to do so by the deadline, the subsidy will be ceased." The Rui academic group is gradually becoming more formalized, limiting work hours to a maximum of 8 per day, in accordance with the nation's statutory working hours. The notion of compensating extra for overtime has become obsolete. In fact, regardless of how much is paid for overtime, it can easily be construed as exploitation. Since the primary aim of profit-making entities in extending work hours is to generate revenue. Once profit is made, no matter how it is distributed among workers, there will always be surplus value. In the early 1980s, distinguishing between surplus value and profit was a matter of contention. Yang Rui was neither concerned with this issue nor did he wish to become a target in the ensuing debates. His future was bright, and he had no inclination to court such policy risks. The adage, "A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall," resonated with him. One misstep could lead to an irreversible downfall. This risk was starkly different from the pursuit of a perfect score on an exam. In the simplest scenario, should an elder party member disapprove of you, a single formal accusation could render all prior efforts futile. In these times, petitions are not intended for the common populace. Rather, they are wielded by officials and party members, whose annual petitions far surpass those of ordinary citizens. How many high-ranking officials have found themselves embroiled in scandal due to a colleague's complaint? The frail physique of Yang Rui is certainly ill-equipped to withstand such formidable pressures. However, Lu Shan was taken aback, covering her mouth in astonishment. Are you really going to give us 4 yuan? Work should rightfully be compensated. Is this truly for the archival work? Lu Shan's skepticism resurfaced. Well, what do you think? Yang Rui smiled, and before Lu Shan could respond, he continued, all right. Hurry and find someone. As long as there are no issues with the members of the Rui learning group, and the other party agrees, that will suffice. Just hand the list to Huang Ran, and let him distribute the funds. Lu Shan regarded Yang Rui intently, uttered an affirmation, and then turned to leave. Yang Rui chuckled softly and resumed his studies. In recent days, he had been diligently transcribing New Concept English. While the New Concept English has emerged in the country, it is not yet a published work, but rather a hand-copied and mimeographed booklet. The British author Alexander introduced this series in 1967, and it once captivated audiences worldwide. It was only after the conclusion of 2 national college entrance examinations that the search for suitable English textbooks commenced fervently within the country. The immense popularity of the program Learn With Me, broadcasted by CCTV, authored by the same creator, led to the introduction of New Concept English to the Chinese public. Yet, in 1982, the formally published version remained elusive, and most individuals resorted to borrowing copies to transcribe, while some teachers at various schools mimeographed a batch to distribute to favored students. The fragmented nature of the scale has allowed New Concept English to permeate the nation. In 2 years, it is likely that publishers will disregard copyright and commence large-scale printing. However, prior to any publisher's printing, finding a complete set of New Concept English proves to be quite challenging. Many students merely transcribe the sections they deem commendable, while some abandon the task after copying just a few articles, and others misplace or mistake their copies. This situation mirrors the ancient scholars who painstakingly copied books. The larger the tome, the more susceptible it is to dispersal. After much contemplation, Yang Rui resolved to transcribe a complete version himself and subsequently distribute it through oil printing to all members of the Rui learning group. He possessed little insight into English teaching, and the most advanced English training he had received was for the purpose of writing academic papers. To graduate with his specialized degree, he was required to publish at least 1 paper in a first-tier journal, which are predominantly in foreign languages. Without proficiency in English, graduation would be a formidable challenge. Thus, learning the language became imperative. Nevertheless, Yang Rui only began to diligently study English during his university years, and after graduating, he ceased to use it, causing him to forget much of what he had learned. Ironically, the terminology relevant to his field remains etched in his memory. In other words, if Yang Rui were to be immersed in an English-speaking country now, he would stumble through biological terminology but struggle to engage in everyday conversation. He may not comprehend the nuances of learning English, yet he distinctly remembers that memorizing New Concept English would undeniably elevate his proficiency. Such narratives have emerged among his high school peers, university classmates, and students from his tutoring school alike. Essentially, mastering the entirety of the 2nd volume of New Concept English, along with a modest portion of the 3rd volume, can effortlessly lead to commendable results in the high school entrance examination. Memorizing the entire 3rd volume can result in achieving an impressive 80 or higher in the college entrance exam, if one possesses the perseverance to memorize the 4th volume. Passing both the CET-4 and CET-6 exams becomes a mere formality, and even the TOEFL or IELTS may pose little challenge. This has become a widely circulated secret. Yet the number of individuals truly capable of executing this strategy is dwindling. It is akin to the common belief that memorizing an English dictionary guarantees excellent performance in the language. Subsequent generations are often eager to discover various efficient learning methods, which is certainly understandable. Time is a limited resource, and not everyone requires proficiency in English to navigate life. The universal aspiration remains to achieve the highest scores with the least expenditure of time. However, students of the 1980s did not prioritize such conveniences. During that era, it was not uncommon for students to memorize not only texts but even entire English dictionaries. This was not due to the inherent superiority of the dictionary, but rather because it was the most comprehensive English resource they could find. Unlike their successors, students of the 1980s faced no alternative, no matter how challenging the texts were. They were willing to memorize them if it meant earning additional points, particularly for students from rural secondary schools. The path was clear. Succeed in the college entrance examination to become proud university or vocational college students, subsequently securing stable positions in the government sector. Those who have not passed the college entrance examination may find themselves returning home to toil in agriculture. enduring at least 2 decades of a stark disparity between agricultural and industrial incomes. Ultimately, their fortunes hinge on the chance of being involved in national land requisition projects, which may grant them a few years of leisure. However, should they fall victim to local land requisitions, they might find themselves bereft of any land to cultivate. As for engaging in business, while it presents a potential avenue, it is far from a path paved with happiness. The majority are reluctant to risk their entire fortunes on entrepreneurial ventures, and even those who dare to do so may not necessarily reap financial rewards. Moreover, even if profits are realized, there is no guarantee of continued success. In reality, amidst the tide of societal participation in commerce, numerous townsfolk and farmers have engaged in business activities. Yet, when viewed from the perspective of 3 decades hence, few have maintained their initial prosperity. Ultimately, it is the individuals from the 1980s who pursued higher education and later ventured into business who have emerged as the most successful. As for those who dropped out of school to start their own enterprises and subsequently employed university graduates, they exist, albeit in scant numbers compared to their peers who labor tirelessly in the fields, and their sacrifices are considerable. In summary, a mere 2 or 3 years of diligent study of a new English concept can resolve the English language challenges faced by most students. Achieving an average score, rather than aiming for the lofty heights of high 90s, would already surpass the average score of the college entrance examination significantly. Thus, for those willing to exert effort, this offers a promising path, which is currently the most favored among students. For them, rising at 5 in the morning to memorize texts is hardly a burden. Yang Rui himself has also commenced the memorization of new concept English, hoping to regain his lost intuition, believing that even a slight improvement in his English proficiency would be a commendable choice. After all, if he aspires to continue excelling academically in university or to publish the numerous papers residing in his mind, he must inevitably confront the challenge of mastering the English language. Chapter 48. Who makes the decisions? As Yang Rui was transcribing the 2nd volume of New Concept English, students from other schools began to appear outside the gates of Shibao Middle School. They squatted on stone benches, donning straw hats and flip-flops, diligently copying notes. Some wealthier students obstructed the entrance, demanding inflated prices for the duplicated New Concept English. The 1st volume of New Concept English comprises 300 pages. Although Yang Rui had omitted the graphical exercises, the text still exceeded 160 pages, given that the duplicating process could only print on one side. The production cost of the 1st volume reached 1 yuan, making it unaffordable for every student. When the price was raised to $1.50, many students reluctantly agreed to purchase it. Wang Guohua promptly informed Yang Rui of this development, inquiring, "Should we print New Concept English ourselves? If we sell it for $1.50, we could secure half the profit." Yang Rui did not respond immediately. Instead, he scratched his head and remarked, "Isn't everyone currently copying the 1st volume? Are there still people interested in it? They haven't even finished the 2nd volume yet." The 1st volume consists primarily of short sentences, typically simple dialogues and picture descriptions. For instance, when one person asks where Henry has gone, another replies, "He might be in his room. I'm not quite sure." Such a level of English, in later years, would not only be mastered by junior high students, but even by advanced elementary students before graduation. In Yang Rui's view, the essence of New Concept English lies in the 2nd and 3rd volumes, particularly the latter, which holds the greatest value for students preparing for the college entrance examination. As for the 1st volume, Yang Rui merely intended for everyone to become acquainted with the teaching methodology of New Concept English. In this era, one cannot simply stroll into a bookstore and find an abundance of supplementary materials. Many students have never even encountered multiple-choice questions. Without providing a gradual learning process, one risks overwhelming them. However, Wang Guohua failed to comprehend Yang Rui's concerns and remarked, "This New Concept English, I have only heard praises about it, but we have never seen it here. Now that you present it, I find it particularly impressive. Why not simply replicate it? You are aware that New Concept English consists of 4 volumes, correct? I have noted volume 1 on the cover," Yang Rui explained. "I know," Wang Guohua nodded, then gazed at Yang Rui with a look of confusion. Yang Rui inquired further, "Do you not think it is too simplistic?" "Well, the initial part is somewhat easy, but the sentences towards the end are slightly longer," Wang Guohua said, his confidence wavering as he asked, "Am I mistaken in some way?" "Not at all. As long as you find it suitable," Yang Rui reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, silently reflecting that perhaps he had misjudged the situation. Wang Guohua's English proficiency hovered around 30 points, placing him at an average level in the remedial class. In contrast, many students in other classes scored merely in the teens or even lower, indeed indicating that New Concept English Volume 1 was appropriate for them. In truth, Yang Rui had overestimated the current students' command of the English language. It is worth noting that English education in subsequent generations commenced from primary school, whereas Wang Guohua and his peers began their English education only around 80 years ago, facing a dearth of qualified instructors and relying solely on phonetic transcription to read English words. Up to this point, Wang Guohua has only studied English for 2 years, most of which he spent herding sheep. His proficiency is even inferior to that of junior high school students in later generations. The reason he managed to score 30 points was not due to his capabilities, but rather because the English examination for the college entrance examination was relatively simple. The overall English proficiency in schools is low, and the societal standards are even lower. For instance, during the civil service examinations in the 1980s, a highly sought-after position in customs often included questions asking candidates to write out the 26 letters of the English alphabet. Even so, many could not answer, exclaiming in frustration, "I am Chinese. Why must I learn English?" Upon noticing a shift in circumstances, Yang Rui altered his approach. He pondered for a moment and suggested, "This afternoon, you should go down the mountain to the county town and find my cousin Duan Hang." "Are you referring to the captain of the criminal police?" Wang Guohua confessed a slight apprehension towards the police. "Weren't you the one who mentioned printing New Concept English?" Yang Rui continued, "I had intended to wait until the 3rd volume to print, but if the 1st volume is suitable, we shall commence now. What do we need him for? Have you forgotten that Yin Laosi previously found a printing factory? I had already asked my cousin to inquire about it. Now, you must go down the mountain and inform him that we wish to use the printing factory to publish books, and ask him to consider a solution. Printing houses are state-owned enterprises, and outsiders must present a letter of introduction to publish any materials. Yin Laosi, through some connections, has located a suitable printing factory that can clandestinely print examination papers. Such resources are exceedingly rare, which is why Yang Rui was so resolute in seeking parental assistance to facilitate this endeavor. It can be stated that the printing factory is a crucial factor in the downfall of Yin Laosi. However, the willingness of the factory to print examination papers for Yin Laosi does not imply a readiness to extend the same service to others. Consequently, Yang Rui has asked his cousin to investigate further. Even though there may not be immediate results, some insights may have emerged. Wang Guohua expressed his apprehensions, remarking that he had heard the printing factory's services were quite expensive. What if we commissioned them to print books, and they failed to sell? While oil-printed educational materials may find buyers, can we say the same for lead-printed ones? There is a distinction, for with oil printing, we can produce as many as we desire, whereas the speed of the printing factory's machines is quite rapid. Yet, it is precisely this speed that makes it costly. We can oil print several thousand sheets in a day, but that would yield less than 100 books for sale, scarcely enough to generate profit from the examination papers. When it comes to lead printing, however, it means we must sell as many as we print. As Yang Rui spoke, he paused to observe Wang Guohua's uneasy expression and inquired, "Do you still harbor doubts?" Wang Guohua replied, "I simply find it too expensive. Since it is a factory, they must print several thousand copies at a time, which would entail a considerable sum. Just look at our school. Fewer than 100 students can afford to spend even $1 on books. Even when considering students from the county and nearby towns, selling 1,000 copies seems improbable. Moreover, many students would rather copy text than purchase books, as even a book priced at over $1 feels rather steep." Wang Guohua scratched his head, chuckling softly, and added, "If you believe in it, I will agree, but I think we should exercise caution." Yang Rui was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated Wang Guohua's acute sensitivity to costs and pricing. If Wang Guohua felt this way, it stood to reason that other members of the Rui Learning Group might share similar sentiments. Moreover, other members of the Rui Learning Group are unlikely to support him as wholeheartedly as Wang Guohua does. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Rui decisively stated, "The funds for printing are sourced from the Rui Learning Group. Since you harbor doubts, let us engage in a discussion. How shall we discuss this? We shall convene all members and reserve members of the Rui Learning Group to deliberate and vote on whether to proceed with the printing." Wang Guohua was taken aback. What if the vote decides against printing? A lack of resolution is inconsequential. However, should the vote fail, it would significantly diminish our prestige. If we do not print, so be it. I shall heed the consensus. This also presents an opportunity to refine the internal mechanisms of the Rue Learning Group. Yang Rue intended to seize this opportunity to rectify the Rue Learning Group. After all, the group is currently flourishing, and it is unlikely that anyone would propose any peculiar ideas. Yet, as the members age and the group's resources accumulate, dissenting voices are inevitable. Rather than responding to such opposition reactively in the future, it would be prudent to enact a rehearsal now. Yang Rue holds a favorable view of the new concept English. This is not merely a matter of perception, but one substantiated by historical precedent. However, it is worth noting that the cost of printing decreases with larger quantities. And while Yang Rue aspires to maximize the print run, the sentiments of other members in the Rue Learning Group may not align with his. Presently, the Rue Learning Group is capable of amassing 1,000 yuan in funds within a fortnight, surpassing even the operational budget of Shibao Middle School. It is not surprising that some members may develop a miserly mindset, as this is shaped by their distinct life experiences and backgrounds. Wang Guohua lowered his head in contemplation and remarked, "This is unjust. If we are to hold a vote, it should be conducted among the official members. The reserve members are not part of the core group and should not partake in the decision-making process. At present, the formal members consist solely of Wang Guohua, Chao Baoming, Huang Run, and Su Yi, while Lu Shan remains in a reserve status. Should the voting be based on the official members, any resolution proposed by Yang Rue would undoubtedly pass." Yang Rue, having his own ambitions, resolutely shook his head and proclaimed with a sense of righteous authority, "I had not previously delineated a specific method for internal voting, as I wish to engage in consultation with all of you. After all, the Rue Learning Group belongs to us all, and it is imperative to consider everyone's perspectives. Therefore, I propose that the reserve members be allowed to participate, and we should extend an invitation to the enthusiastic candidates to observe as well." Wang Guohua gazed into Yang Rue's eyes and replied, "Regardless of others' opinions, I believe your decisions are the most prudent. Even if it falls upon me to make choices in the future, it must be with the consensus of the group." Yang Rue's words carried profound significance. Chapter 49. Engaging in mischief regardless of others' opinions, I stand by your decision. After making his promise, Wang Guohua proceeded to inform the members of the Rue Shui group. In the afternoon, a general assembly of the Rue Shui group convened. Upon Yang Rue announcing the agenda, a buzz of discussion erupted. Are we truly allowed to decide? Do backup members possess voting rights as well? Is it one vote per person? Do formal members also count as one vote? The most fervent inquiries came from the recently joined backup members, while the likes of Chao Baoming remained silent. Yang Rue stood atop a table and addressed the assembly. Each individual shall have one vote. The votes of backup members hold equal weight to those of formal members, including my own. However, we have yet to determine the exact regulations of the Rue Shui group. For now, this method seems the most equitable. Wang Guohua immediately countered. The Rue Shui group was established by you. How can one vote per person be deemed fair? Yang Rue shook his head. The Rue Shui group belongs to us all. The nature of our regulations should be decided collectively. Now that we have 76 members, it is indeed the opportune moment to conduct a vote based on individual representation. He did not genuinely believe that one vote per person represented fairness. Yet Yang Rue lacked the time to directly oversee the Rue Shui group. Should he continue to exert control through mandates, he would inadvertently transfer significant authority to intermediaries like Huang Ren. Instead, it would be wiser to allow the Rue Shui group to evolve organically while retaining the most critical powers. This distinction mirrors that between the chairman and the general manager, where the latter derives authority from the former, who can intervene in management at any moment. This method demands minimal effort, yet yields maximum power. However, expressing one's desire for power overtly tends to be ineffective. It is preferable to allow democracy to encounter obstacles before broaching the subject of dictatorship. Consequently, Yang Rue intentionally refrained from speaking, permitting others to engage in discussion. When someone inquired about the print quantity for the new concept English, Yang Rue responded without hesitation, stating it would be 10,000 copies. The entire sports room fell into a prolonged silence. Eventually, the forthright Su Jing broke the quiet, asking, 10,000 copies? Doesn't that amount to 10,000 yuan? It might even exceed that, as the printing house incurs costs to start production, and there may be additional expenses. Yang Rue surveyed the room and explained, new concept English consists of 4 volumes. We will determine the print quantity for the subsequent 3 based on the sales performance of the first volume. If all goes well, we anticipate a profit margin of around 50 or even more, as the cost per unit decreases with larger print runs. Considering other expenses, 10,000 copies seems appropriate. But what if it doesn't go well? A boy, unknown to the group, naturally interjected. Sui shouted in response, pointing at him, "What do you mean?" The boy immediately shrank back, silenced by the attention. Yang Rui pulled Sui back, saying, "Feel free to speak your mind. If things do not proceed favorably, it could result in losses. This is the very matter we are here to discuss, whether to take the risk of printing new concept English or to forego this opportunity." Lushan cast a curious glance at Yang Rui, sensing that he did not appear to be in a position of persuasion. The cost of 10,000 yuan has indeed intimidated many, although no one has openly opposed it. Neither has anyone stepped forward in support. Even Wang Guohua has expressed his unease, let alone the others. After a prolonged silence, Huang Ren quietly suggested, "Perhaps we should consider reducing the quantity?" Having recently interacted frequently with his team members, he could sense their apprehensions. 10,000 yuan is undeniably excessive, particularly in this era where a household income of 10,000 remains a mere legend, and only government agencies can afford to operate in such financial terms. Moreover, Yang Rui merely used 10,000 yuan as a baseline. As soon as Huang Ren finished speaking, someone interjected, "One must eat according to one's appetite. We do not possess 10,000 yuan for printing, do we? We need not pay the printing house the entire sum up front. A deposit of about 2,000 yuan should suffice to initiate the printing process. I estimate that we can settle the remainder once we have made some sales. Of course, I have yet to negotiate with the printing house, and I will convene a meeting later to allow everyone to cast their votes on the final decision." Li Shuigong, typically reticent, was also a member of the Rui Shui group. Initially, he had no intention of speaking. However, the fervor of the discussion, particularly surrounding the astronomical figure of 10,000, compelled him to voice his thoughts. What if we decide to proceed with printing this book, but the printing house does not agree to our proposal? What then? Yang Rui responded swiftly, outlining two options: to increase the investment or to halt the printing process. A girl with 2 braids innocently inquired, "So, does that mean we would need to borrow money to print?" Yang Rui asserted confidently, "We shall borrow money for printing. Are we to borrow 8,000 yuan?" The girl with the 2 braids glanced anxiously around. It seemed the expenses would exceed 8,000 yuan. As I mentioned earlier, there would be additional costs, the precise amount of which remains unknown to me. "If we fail to sell the books, must we still repay the money?" "Of course," he replied. "Since we are earning in the name of the Rui Learning Group, we shall repay it under the same banner." After a brief pause, Yang Rui continued, "Currently, the cash flow of the Rui Learning Group is stable, as everyone can observe. We earn dozens of yuan daily. Even if we were to lose this sum, we could recover within a few months." A male student stood up, unable to contain himself, "But in a few months, we will be graduating. Indeed, we would be spending our time repaying debts." Wang Guohua could no longer restrain himself and exclaimed, "Li Tiexiong, Wang Wanbin. When you were enjoying canned food and receiving subsidies, why did you not voice your objections? Now, you are unwilling to face the risk of losses?" "We do not wish to hinder our college entrance examination," the 2 boys, called out, lowered their heads in silence. "Certainly, we cannot allow our studies to be disrupted. The very purpose of the Rui Learning Group is to save time and enhance efficiency, not to do the opposite." At that moment, Yang Rui stepped forward and smiled. The canned food was intended for everyone, and the subsidies are derived from profits earned through oil printing. Each is a separate account. Should we lose 10,000 yuan, it would indeed require us to work for free for a period. He suggested, "Let us proceed with a vote." In the gymnasium, over 70 individuals exchanged glances. Hesitant to speak first, Yang Rui added with a smile, "Let us conduct an anonymous vote." Although Chao Baoming was robustly built, his mind was quite clear. He hastily exclaimed, "Yang Rui, if we are to vote, why must it be done anonymously? Shouldn't we take responsibility for our words? With your esteemed reputation and so many eyes upon us, the results of an anonymous vote could vastly differ from an open one." However, Yang Rui, seemingly inclined towards losing, replied, "Let us consider this a trial. It is our first time, so we shall proceed in the most convenient manner." He then addressed Huang Ren, saying, "In the meeting minutes, please clearly outline our regulations from today. This time, we shall experiment with a one-person, one-vote system, wherein even the reserve members possess the right to vote. equating their votes with those of the regular members, including mine as the acting group leader. Furthermore, we shall adopt anonymous voting. Let us proceed with this. Prepare some paper for us to tally the votes on the spot. If the vote does not pass, we shall not print the new concept English. Li Tiexiang, a senior student repeating his third year, was acutely aware of the value of time and money. If he failed to gain university admission this year, he was prepared to abandon his studies. Thus, he could not afford to squander time repaying debts. Yang Rui glanced at him and affirmed, "Indeed, should the vote not pass, we shall not print the new concept English." "Well, that seems wasteful. Can we not continue with the oil printing?" Li Tiexiang hesitated, feeling embarrassed yet compelled to voice his thoughts. Xiao Baoming, finally realizing the implications, retorted angrily, "You want the benefits without the responsibility." He rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the situation. Yang Rui quickly intervened, stating, "Let us conduct the meeting as intended. If we must, we shall continue with the oil printing." The proposal was not passed. Thus, we shall proceed with the oil printing, producing as many copies as the students require, charging only the cost incurred. However, I must make my position clear. I have faith in the market for lead printing, and large-scale production can indeed mitigate expenses. Should the members of the Ruishue group vote against printing, I shall independently seek out a printing facility and bear the cost myself. And if I incur a loss? Li Tiexiang straightforwardly inquired. "If I do suffer a loss, I will repay it myself. I currently possess nearly 2,000 in manuscript fees, and I can continue to write in the future without concern. Furthermore, I wish to clarify in advance that if there are profits, they will be mine alone and will not be credited to the Ruishue group." Yang Rui smiled as he spoke, saying, "Everyone, I am willing to take on such a risk alone. Cannot we, as a collective, shoulder this risk together? You have only taken the exam once. I have taken it 3 times. It is not the same." Li Tiexiang continued to distance himself from the matter. Yang Rui shook his head with a smile, stating, "Let us not dwell on this. It is time to vote." Huang Ren distributed the trimmed paper to all present. Wang Guohua attempted to voice his thoughts, but was interrupted by Yang Rui. 5 minutes later, a makeshift ballot box fashioned from a cardboard box collected all the votes. "Let us commence the counting," Yang Rui declared, adopting a serious demeanor while feeling quite at ease. Regardless of the outcome, he stood to gain. Lu Shan and other students who had more faith in Yang Rui regarded him with concern. Not every member of the Ruishue group places their trust in the organization or in Yang Rui, particularly the recent additions who have joined either to catch up on their studies or due to the group's reputation. Like many organizations, the majority of these individuals tend to be of the type that seeks to take without giving, a cohort eager to benefit without reciprocating, with debts exceeding tens of thousands. For a group of fewer than 100, this equates to an average burden of over 100 yuan per person. Apart from those like Wang Guohua and Xiao Baoming, who have a closer rapport with Yang Rui or are more inclined to believe in him, not everyone is willing to shoulder this responsibility. Even if it is merely a matter of probability, they hesitate to take the risk. Of course, some do not lack faith in Yang Rui. Rather, the amount is simply too substantial, and their temperaments discourage them from taking chances. Yang Rui is able to discern part of the answer. In a future context, this situation resembles a discussion among over 70 students contemplating whether to secure a loan of 1 million yuan to invest in a certain project. Merely having accumulated a modicum of credibility over the course of 1 or 2 months under unfavorable circumstances, it is exceedingly difficult to achieve a favorable outcome through such an anonymous vote. The results indeed reflect this reality. Huang Ren, Lu Shan, and Wang Guohua, having cast their votes twice, reluctantly announced 34 votes in favor, 39 against, and 3 abstentions. The resolution did not pass. Yang Rui was taken aback. He had initially anticipated that such an anonymous ballot would yield around 20 affirmative votes. It was a near miss. Yang Rui pondered to himself that had it passed, all his prior efforts would have been in vain. On the surface, Yang Rui displayed a look of disappointment and remarked, "Given the outcome of the vote, I hereby declare the resolution to seek a printing house for the new concept of English in the name of the Rui Learning Group null and void. I shall devise my own means to accomplish this." With that, he concluded the meeting for the day. Li Tiexiang and the others suppressed their smiles as they departed from the gymnasium. Lu Shan offered a comforting glance at Yang Rui, but refrained from speaking. Yang Rui signaled to Huang Ren, Wang Guohua, and Xiao Baoming to remain. After various expressions of consolation, only the 4 of them were left in the gymnasium. They gathered the ballots and compared the handwriting. Under the concerned gazes of the three, Yang Rui smiled and said, "Please compile the list of those who clearly voted against and the list of those who clearly voted in favor. Once we finalize the list of supporters, they will be formally recognized as group members, and those who opposed will be expelled from the Rui Learning Group. Do you have the ability to analyze the handwriting?" "Yes," Huang Ren promptly replied. Having participated in the era of big character posters, they had all acquired some knowledge of handwriting analysis. Wang Guohua inquired in surprise, "Did you anticipate that the vote might not pass?" "Indeed, with over 70 individuals, I could not possibly cater to everyone. Many merely attend classes and do not engage in other activities, remaining unfamiliar with me, which likely breeds distrust. It is not surprising that they would vote against. Of course, some simply prefer to avoid risk. However, regardless of the reason, our Rui Learning Group does not require such individuals." Yang Rui then slowed his speech and spoke steadily. "The Rui Academic Group requires two types of individuals: those willing to strive for the nation and its people, and those who are prepared to unite in adversity and share in prosperity. We are all still young, and it is difficult to predict how we will think in the future. However, those who voted against this proposal either do not believe in me or lack the courage. Irrespective of the reason, the Rui Academic Group has no need for them." The three listened in stunned silence. Suddenly, Chao Baoming slapped his thigh, causing Wang Guohua to jump up in pain, exclaiming, "This effectively eliminates the unworthy." A significant portion, indeed. Wang Guohua grinned and retaliated with a playful slap. Chao Baoming took it as a mere tickle and replied, "Understood. We must ensure the handwriting is verified." Huang Ren, however, expressed his concern. "Brother Rui, are you really going to invest your own money for printing?" "Certainly," Yang Rui affirmed. "The new concept English sells remarkably well. If it doesn't sell locally, it will in other regions. As long as we reduce the costs, we can sell as many copies as possible." Yang Rui was unequivocal. If necessary, he would transport the books to the provincial capital for sale. In a city that casually consumes hundreds of thousands of magazines, selling 10,000 copies of new concept English would be exceedingly simple. Chao Baoming slapped his thigh again and joyfully remarked, "Once we have sold all the lead printed new concept English copies, we will hold a general meeting, and it will be much easier to discuss matters then. From that point on, Brother Rui should always make the decisions." Yang Rui humbly replied, "It is indeed necessary to establish a veto power. I cannot be the sole decision maker, as I do not have that much time." A brief silence enveloped the room, and then all four burst into laughter. Yang Rui expressed a sense of exhilaration, remarking that it finally feels like being part of a clandestine group engaging in mischief together. Chapter 50. Printing. The four individuals spent an entire day meticulously verifying handwriting, ultimately compiling a list of supporters and dissenters, leaving a dozen or so names in ambiguity. Yang Rui resolved to retain these names within the reserve group for further observation. With the preparatory work substantially completed, Yang Rui seized the manuscript of the first volume of New Concept English and descended the mountain to seek out his cousin. In the 1980s, the profits from publishing were exceedingly lucrative, especially from pirated books, which often yielded over 50 of costs, with instances of profits reaching as high as 200. Several domestic publishers, without acquiring the necessary licenses, engaged in rampant printing of New Concept English, amassing wealth that not only sustained their employees through several prosperous years, but also enabled the construction of new office buildings and the acquisition of state-of-the-art equipment, all while significantly reducing exorbitant administrative costs, resulting in profits in the millions. Yang Rui harbored no ambitions of rivaling such large publishing houses. Rather, he set his sights on a modest plot of land in the vicinity of Cc County. Considering the fates of predecessors like the notorious pirate, Old Forhua, Yang Rui chose to enlist Shirgui as his intermediary, delegating all external dealings to him. Although Shirgui was indeed astute, he did not share Yang Rui's long-term vision. Instead, he secretly reveled in the prospect of establishing connections once he liaised with the printing factory. Both men harbored their own intentions, yet managed to cooperate effectively. Duan Heng introduced Shirgui to the factory owner of Jiefeng printing plant, where the latter accompanied him for 2 rounds of drinks, thereby gaining insight into the factory's requirements. When Shirgui returned to report, he appeared dazed, as if his mouth were stuffed with a walnut, and he remarked, "That fellow wants 1,000 for what?" Yang Rui, temporarily residing in Duan Heng's dormitory, was taken aback by this figure and inquired, "Is it 1,000 yuan?" Indeed. Quite outrageous, isn't it? Shirgui, upon hearing this, some at the drinking table consumed 2 glasses of liquor to calm his nerves. While 1,000 yuan is not an exorbitant amount, merely the profit of the Rue academic group over half a month, it represents a fifth of the anticipated earnings from the first volume of the new concept English course, equivalent to over a year's salary for that factory director. However, the prices of products differ across eras, and so do the practices of bribery and corruption. In 1982, while there were officials who solicited bribes, they were few in number. What people referred to as going through the back door typically involved offering a couple of bottles of liquor and a few packs of cigarettes, costing at least a dozen yuan and at most several tens. By the best standards, 2 bottles of Maotai and 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes would not even reach 100 yuan. It was merely the scarcity of tickets and permits that rendered them precious. On the other hand, in a Chinese society where commodity economics had yet to take root, disposable cash was limited. A sum of 1,000 yuan could easily fund a wedding or a 2-month tour of mainland China without issue. Before merchants began wielding renminbi to corrupt party officials, the audacity to demand 1,000 yuan was truly unexpected for Yang Rue. Should we give it? Shirgui asked, harboring a glimmer of hope. Such an expensive line was beyond his means. Only Yang Rue could dare to attempt it. Yang Rue could only manage a bitter smile and said, "Even if I were willing, I wouldn't dare to give." Shirgui, perplexed, inquired why not. Yang Rue shook his head. This fellow is far too audacious. It's only a matter of time before something goes awry. Such a substantial sum of bribery will inevitably implicate us, and that would lead to considerable trouble. The severe crackdown concluded in 87. Thus, prior to that, any criminal actions were exceedingly high risk, although bribery may not be classified as a grave offense. When the judiciary resorts to filling quotas with offenders, the distinction between major and minor crimes becomes nebulous. If it were merely a few dozen or 100 yuan in cash, Yang Rue believed there would be little danger. Perhaps the other party might even forget it. However, a bribe of 1,000 yuan would be rather difficult to overlook. Shirgui, equally apprehensive, let out a long sigh. Is the Liberation Printing Factory truly that bustling? Yang Rue found it hard to believe. Bustling? The machinery is older than the factory director, and the tasks assigned are frequently left uncompleted. The director spends his days outside, while the workers merely show up for work. Yet, it remains a printing factory, he conceded. Indeed, no matter how poor, it was still a printing establishment. Shirgui felt even more disheartened than Yang Rue, as he bore no risks himself. The commissions from selling books far surpassed the profits from the examination papers, and the volume was substantial as well. Yang Rue pondered for quite some time, but ultimately could not bring himself to relinquish the opportunity. Within the province, the number of printing factories was manageable, yet each one was notoriously hard to negotiate with. It was unlikely to find another director as forthright as this one, who at least had made a request. In Yang Rue's view, his social maneuvering skills paled in comparison to those of old Fourth Hua. Since old Master Hua has chosen this particular printing factory, there must be a compelling reason behind his choice. Suddenly, a thought struck Yang Rue. For a notorious rogue like old Master Hua, would he truly be willing to bribe someone with 1,000 yuan? That seems overly idealistic. In these times, 1,000 yuan could procure 20 limbs. Perhaps old Master Hua has uncovered some compromising secret about the factory's director? Yang Rue pondered this conundrum for a moment before inquiring, "Old Sure, does this director require money? Has he mentioned what it is for?" "It seems to be for his son," replied Shirgui, "but the specifics remain unclear to me." "How old is the son?" Yang Rue pressed. "About 20, I believe. He mentioned it briefly." "Let me think," Shirgui replied, adopting a contemplative demeanor typical of middle-aged individuals. Yang Rue speculated. 1,000 yuan is hardly sufficient for studying abroad, and it's rare to encounter fees for school selection nowadays. Even if there were alternative justifications, it would be unusual for anyone to dare to accept 1,000 yuan. Could it be for medical expenses? A factory director might not wield much authority, but surely reimbursing medical costs would be within his grasp. This sum, neither excessive nor insufficient, is indeed perplexing. After considerable contemplation, Shirgui mimicked the gestures made at the dining table, and suddenly, struck by inspiration, he exclaimed, "I've got it. He is sending money to his son to purchase a house." Purchase a house? Are there houses for sale at present? Yang Rue immediately recognized his misstep and quickly corrected himself. What are the policies in place allowing him to buy a house? Not for a residence. Shirgui clarified in a hushed tone, but for a cell in prison. What does that mean? It seems to suggest that his son has been incarcerated, frequently subjected to violence within the prison. In desperation, he seeks assistance to transfer to another cell, urgently requiring funds. Shi Gui reflects somberly, remarking that once one enters prison, one is no longer regarded as a person. No amount of money seems sufficient. This grandson is likely on the verge of being completely drained. Which prison? Yang Rui surmises that old Fourth Hua employs similar tactics. Being a seasoned troublemaker with multiple stints in prison, he could easily find a couple of individuals to protect that young man, and there might even be added threats of retaliation if his demands are not met. Shi Gui shakes his head, expressing ignorance. Is it nearby? Naturally, it must be close. Otherwise, how could one find acquaintances? Yang Rui searches his memory and suggests, if it's not the provincial prison, then it must be Shaping Prison. If he's able to locate acquaintances, it is likely at Shaping Prison. The provincial prison houses serious offenders, notably violent criminals. It is strictly managed and operates at a higher level, making it significantly more challenging to find familiar faces compared to local prisons. Shi Gui's eyes widen in inquiry. Do you have a way? I will give it a try. You should head back for now. Well, I'll take my leave then. Shi Gui, feeling helpless, turns back multiple times as he departs. That evening, Yang Rui consults his cousin, Duan Hang, regarding the matter. Although the prison administration and police are distinct entities, they both belong to the judicial realm. With enough twists and turns, there are bound to be connections. If money is to be involved, it would be safest to utilize it in this context. In comparison, the director of the liberated printing factory was rather coarse. In the words of foreigners, he might even possess a self-destructive tendency. Yang Rui had no intention of venturing into his explosive radius. Naturally, Duan Hang had to inquire as well, and after a round of questioning, he consumed 6 bottles of liquor and 4 packs of cigarettes to resolve the matter. Only then did Yang Rui send Shi Gui back to confer with the director, ensuring the details of the printing. It was through this connection that the director finally consented to Yang Rui's request for a deposit of 2,000 yuan and an initial print run of 10,000 copies. However, the liberated factory withheld 5,000 copies, insisting that the remaining payment be made before they would release the goods. Yang Rui, reluctantly, acquiesced. The cost of printing 10,000 copies was significantly lower than that of 5,000, and given the current domestic climate, both students and parents were exceedingly meticulous with their finances. If the costs were not sufficiently minimized, there was a risk that, once profits were earned, some audacious publishers or printing houses might emulate this approach, jeopardizing the market for subsequent volumes. In this regard, whether he retrieved 5,000 or 10,000 copies was of little concern to Yang Rui. This time, the priority was to distribute the goods from the provincial capital. Yang Rui once again sought out Shi Gui, briefly explaining the situation before presenting a large box, stating, "Inside are 200 wallets for you to use as gifts." Gifts? Shi Gui, perplexed, opened the box to find it filled with small wallets, each about the size of a palm. The wallet is crafted from fabric, yet it conceals a delightful little zipper. It was procured by Yang Rui through Xiao Liang's supplier in Guangzhou, with a wholesale price of 25 cents for each piece. If sold in the market, it would likely be priced above 50 cents. Yang Rui nodded, stating, "If someone purchases 10 books at once, you shall gift them a wallet." Is it truly a bargain to give a wallet for buying 10 books? Shi Gui mused while stroking the fabric surface. Indeed, it is. Moreover, the pricing for the books is set at $1.80, which must be uniform. The gift must also be accompanied by a receipt. The concern is that few individuals buy 10 books in one go. With the incentive of a gift, the numbers will increase. You must remember that it is strictly one wallet for 10 books. 9 will not suffice. And additionally, the wallet is not for sale, even for cash. Shi Gui suddenly understood. In that case, if they desire the wallet, they must gather 10 individuals, thereby drawing in those who might not have intended to purchase. Yang Rui continued with a serious tone. Initially, many may not be acquainted with new concept English, and thus, we must employ this promotional strategy. Once they engage with the material, sales will become considerably easier. From now on, you must promptly send me telegraphs, he insisted. Certainly, Shi Gui replied, his hand ceasing its caress of the small wallet. Chapter 51. The agonizing wait. Shi Gui, having sold his papers for 2 months, was well acquainted with the sales channels. He dispatched the books to the provincial capital via less than truckload shipping at a modest rate of 0.2 yuan per ton per 100 kilometers. At this time, freight vehicles were not yet accustomed to overloading. After all, the performance of the vehicles and the condition of the roads could only be described as mediocre. Nevertheless, the absence of tolls and the availability of inexpensive gasoline rendered shipping remarkably cost-effective. Xiang took a bus to the provincial capital, found a conveniently located small inn to stay in, and retrieved a portion of the 500 books he had brought from the warehouse. He then began his search for newsstands near various schools. The most lucrative location for selling books remained the Xinhua bookstore, yet state-owned enterprises were notoriously difficult to negotiate with. To sell pirated copies at their doorstep would require at least another decade. The newsstands had been chosen as the primary sales venues after discussions with Yang Rui. Almost every school had a newsstand nearby, typically in prime locations and primarily catering to students. Xiang placed 10 or 20 books at each stand, offering a small wallet as a gift to the proprietor, assuring them of a flexible return policy, and conceding an additional margin of 2 or 3 dimes in profit. Thus, he successfully distributed the new concept English series throughout the city. Moreover, each newsstand was adorned with a half-person-high advertisement proclaiming the authoritative work on English language instruction. Learn with me, along with phrases like sister volume and the best English learning material, promotional slogans that exuded an air of grandeur. Learn with Me is currently the most popular English teaching program in the country, once referred to as the Bible of English learning. This acclaim was sparked by the publication of its dialogue transcripts in Television Weekly, which led to an astonishing increase of 500,000 users, enough to incite envy among media outlets for days on end. However, Learn with Me, which premiered in 1982, is a television program, implying that viewers must possess a television to partake. While many families in provincial capitals enjoy favorable conditions, purchasing a television remains an extravagant endeavor, akin to a family in 2014 deciding to acquire a mid-range automobile, feasible but a rather painful financial commitment. More frugal households tend to prefer waiting. Although children in the same neighborhood can venture to others' homes to watch television, this remains an inconvenient solution, often resulting in missed or partial viewings, which is quite normal. English education differs from television dramas. Lacking critical components may adversely affect future learning. The rise in subscriptions to Television Weekly can also be attributed to readers being able to catch up on previous lessons through the newspaper. In contrast to the newspaper, New Concept English presents a superior and more economical option. In numerous promotional advertisements prepared by Yang Rui for Xiang, Learn with Me is prominently featured, with bold brush strokes clearly visible from a distance. Upon closer inspection, one can also discern simple sketches on the advertisement paper, whimsical creations that Yang Rui conjured from his imagination. Yang Rui is confident that New Concept English is destined for resounding success, a narrative substantiated by history. In an era devoid of QQ and WeChat, messages traveled rapidly, particularly through the nearly monopolistic English teaching program Learn with Me, which was well known even in small counties. The collaboration between a Chinese speaker and a foreigner became a sensational phenomenon across the nation, naturally serving as the best form of promotion. The New Concept English series was destined to achieve remarkable success. Yang Rui invested all his savings into this venture, even incurring a debt of 600 yuan. The Liberation Printing House demanded 800 yuan, while Yang Rui had earned approximately 3,000 yuan in manuscript fees. After spending some, he was left with just over 2,000 yuan, which was nearly all allocated as a deposit. If these 10,000 books did not sell, the printing house would not simply accept the return of 5,000 copies to absolve his debt. They would likely value those books as scrap paper. Should the sales falter, Yang Rui anticipated that he would spend the latter half of the year transcribing books to repay his debts. It was certainly not an enviable position. That afternoon, Yang Rui awaited a telegram at the post office. According to their agreement, Xiang was to send back a telegram before the end of the workday with the outcome. Wang Guohua's father was the postmaster. With a mere word, he allowed the two to occupy the entertainment room on the second floor. The fair-skinned beauty, Wu Qian, brought them 2 pots of water and then sat at the opposite end of the table, curiously inquiring, "Did your friend really print 10,000 books?" "Indeed," Yang Rui replied. The Liberation Printing House printed 10,000 copies of New Concept English, which anyone can verify. Wu Qian calculated with her fingers and asked, "Is he not afraid they might not sell?" Selling brings profit, while unsold items lead to loss. On the surface, Yang Rui appears quite carefree. Wu Qian instinctively puffs out her ample bosom and inquires, if there is a loss, how much will it be? Yang Rui laughs heartily. Why don't you ask how much profit we could make? Wu Qian suddenly notices the tone of his voice and asks curiously, is it printed by your Rui Shui group? You know about the Rui Shui group? Yang Rui responds in surprise. Wang Guohua coughs awkwardly and admits, I might have let it slip. Yang Rui waves his hand dismissively. It's not a big deal. The Rui Shui group is nothing to hide. Wu Qian chuckles softly, her bosom quivering, and states, you still haven't answered my question. Well, within our Rui Shui group, there was a vote, and no one wanted to approach a printing house for this new concept of English. I thought it would be a pity not to print the effort I painstakingly transcribed, so I had a friend do it. Ah, so none of your Rui Shui group wanted to print it, yet your friend did? Is he foolish? Wu Qian earnestly remarks. Yang Rui sighs. You should say that now all the profit goes to one person. Oh, right, my mistake. My mother always says I lack eloquence. I apologize. Wu Qian quickly offers her apologies. Yang Rui smiles and nods, indicating that it is no issue. However, he still feels a bit tense, losing interest in teasing the young lady. After sitting in silence for a while, the inquisitive Wu Qian pretends to refill Yang Rui's cup, unable to resist asking. Printing a set of books must cost more than 2,000 yuan, right? Of course. Isn't the compensation supposed to exceed 2,000 yuan? Wang Guohua couldn't help but remark. Sister Wu, can't we speak of something more pleasant? What sister? I am your younger sister, Wu Qian replied, her tone lacking warmth towards Wang Guohua. Wang Guohua chuckled. You are indeed my younger sister, Wu Mei. That younger sister title is not for you to use. Wu Qian shot him a glance before stepping out in her modest heels. Before leaving, she made sure to replace Yang Rui's empty kettle with a filled one. Yang Rui remained seated, sipping his tea and anxiously awaiting news. The conference room had newspapers, yet the content was exceedingly dull, hardly suitable for leisure reading. As time passed, it soon approached 6 in the evening. Wu Qian knocked gently on the door and whispered, Yang Rui, it's time for us to clock out. Yang Rui immediately looked up, inquiring, what about the telegram? No telegram has arrived. You need not have come all this way. If there were a telegram, we would have sent a courier to the school, Wu Qian patiently explained. I am simply anxious. Yang Rui exhaled through his nose, shaking his head. That Shi Gui, despite being reminded to send the telegram promptly, still hasn't he done so. He truly deserves a good thrashing to wake him up. He also worried about Shi Gui potentially being apprehended by the provincial police, or about the sales of new concept English either plummeting or soaring, which would hinder the timely dispatch of inventory. However, in this age devoid of mobile phones, he found himself utterly unable to contact Shi Gui. Traveling to the provincial capital required transferring at Cici County, and with only a few morning buses available. Even upon reaching the city, he would be at a loss, left to passively await his report. The wait was indeed excruciating. Let's go back. Yang Rui suddenly rose, only to stumble and fall due to having sat for too long. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Qian reached out to catch him. Ah! Wu Qian exclaimed, swiftly pushing Yang Rui away, narrowly avoiding a collision with a water kettle, thankfully escaping any burns. What are you doing? Wu Qian's face flushed crimson, unable to meet Yang Rui's gaze. With a stamp of her foot, she dashed down the stairs. Wang Guohua, witnessing the scene in astonishment, caught hold of Yang Rui and sighed. Being handsome certainly has its advantages. Yang Rui shook his head with a faint smile. His previously anxious heart gradually found solace after such an interruption. They returned to school around 8 p.m. Yang Rui hastily grabbed a bite to eat before heading to teach the Rui study group. Although the college entrance examination was still quite some time away, systematic training was essential. Even the best tutors would be of little help otherwise. Presently, the Rui study group comprised over 70 members. Aside from Huang Ren, Wang Guohua, and Xiao Baoming, no one was aware that Yang Rui was preparing for a significant overhaul. Conversely, those who had voted against him that day, such as Li Tietjiang and Wang Wanbin, were enjoying their studies, sharing laughter without the need for investment. In fact, the conditions within the Rui study group were quite favorable. Each student not only earned a handsome salary for participating in the printing process, but Yang Rui also ingeniously funneled the profits generated by the group directly to support them personally. In addition to the basic provisions of white rice, flour, vegetables, bones, and meat, Yang Rui meticulously accounted for items such as stationery, manuscript paper, and examination materials as expenses of the Rui academic group. He even began to plan the purchase of uniforms to distribute among group members, thereby alleviating their familial burdens. Within this financially supported study group, the living and learning conditions of its members significantly improved, naturally fostering a sense of ease. Those who cast dissenting votes, many of whom were also reluctant to risk their newfound comfort, displayed a mentality that is quite typical. However, from Yang Rui's perspective, such individuals were clearly not the desired members of the Rui academic group. While it may not transform into a clandestine society akin to the Freemasons or the Skull and Bones, it ought to be an engaging and charismatic organization for exchange. Men and women, imbued with charm due to their confidence, strength, and abilities, would foster intimacy through transactions, mutual understanding through shared interests, and kindness through inherent connections. It is not wrong to desire ease, but those who perpetually seek comfort to the extent of hesitance should not be the chosen ones for the Rui academic group. Residing in Shibao High School, Yang Rui lacked avenues to recruit more members, which is precisely why he placed immense importance on internal cohesion. When the time comes for university, these supportive members of the Rui academic group will serve as a solid foundation. However, all aspirations must be grounded in the success of reality to be realized. Yang Rui aspires to cleanse the Rui learning group, aiming for the students to comprehend the frailty of democracy. To achieve this, he must first demonstrate his own success and the shortcomings of democratic selection. The printed textbooks of New Concept English, currently being sold in the provincial capital, serve as the foundation of it all, whether they are bestsellers or languishing in obscurity. Chapter 52. Reprint. Yang Rui had breakfast at school and intentionally took a moment to calm himself before riding his bicycle down the hill. The mountain breeze was cool, yet the air was fresh and moist, each inhalation and exhalation feeling as though his lungs were immersed in refreshing water, an exceptionally pleasant sensation. The descent was long and wide, a remarkable feat attributed to Principal Zhao, who, against considerable opposition, persuaded the villagers and subsequently petitioned the commune for this monumental construction. In an era devoid of engineering vehicles, the curves were akin to a 6-lane highway, a project not accomplished overnight. Whenever students reached this point, many would gleefully release their grips, hurtling down with the speed of the wind. This could be likened to the early days of street racing. Yang Rui, with his mind momentarily blank, unconsciously loosened his grip on the handlebars, racing downhill for a stretch before instinctively adjusting his posture. With a mental age approaching 30, he instinctively refrained from engaging in such perilous activities. A typical 30-year-old man, with stiffened muscles and brittle bones, might find a fall to be catastrophic. Thus it was prudent to exercise caution. Those who failed to do so would likely be eliminated in the evolutionary process. Wang Guohua followed closely behind, riding a heavier model of the Forever brand, maintaining a pace that was only slightly faster than Yang Rui's. Many students in the remedial class had purchased bicycles, though prices varied significantly. The renowned Forever Phoenix model cost over 40 yuan, while the Red Flag series was priced at over 30 yuan. Locally produced brands such as Panda and Lahua could be acquired for less than 30 yuan, hardly more expensive than a genuine pair of Dazhong Wuliang shoes. Wang Guohua purchased permanent components, which were even cheaper than the assembled permanent vehicles. This was a strategy conceived by factories facing capacity shortages, seemingly foolish from a 21st century perspective. Yet under various administrative pressures, it was a necessary course of action. Riding up to the post office, Yang Rui hesitated briefly before pushing the door open. "Is there a telegram?" he inquired, accelerating his pace to a leisurely walk as he approached the counter. On duty was Wu Qian, who, upon seeing Yang Rui, felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks and remarked, "In such a hurry? The morning telegram is just about to be sent out. Let me check." "I'm not in a rush," Yang Rui muttered. Wu Qian pursed her lips and lowered her head to search for the telegram. Wang Guohua parked his bicycle and entered, just in time to overhear Yang Rui's comment. He chuckled, "Arriving at the post office so early in the morning, you certainly appear to be in a hurry. Enough chatter." Yang Rui shot him a glare, tapping his fingers on the wooden counter, producing a sound reminiscent of a woodpecker with tooth decay. After a few minutes, or what felt like an eternity to Yang Rui, Wu Qian returned with the telegram in hand and softly said, "There really is one." "What does it say? Show me." Yang Rui leaned over the counter and almost snatched the telegram from her. The message was succinct. 87 copies sold. 87 copies? That's quite impressive. Wang Guohua leaned in, expressing his admiration. Yang Rui sighed deeply. 87 copies. This is a harbinger of doom. What kind of doom? Selling 87 copies in a day and totaling 870 copies over 10 days suggests that it would take 100 days to reach 700 copies. Without further ado, even the Liberation Printing Factory would not agree to such terms. Yang Rui shook his head in disappointment. Surely, sales would increase in a couple of days. After hearing Yang Rui's calculations, Wang Guohua's voice also diminished, stating, "Our examination papers have gradually increased in sales, haven't they? The papers are constantly being updated. We retain our previous customers while simultaneously attracting new ones. Books, however, are different. Those who purchased them before are unlikely to buy again. The longer the delay, the fewer new customers we will acquire." Yang Rui ruffled his hair, unable to comprehend why the esteemed new concept English was performing so poorly. In reality, when considering ordinary pirated books, selling 87 copies in a city daily cannot be deemed a failure. With a profit margin of over 50 cents per book, that equates to at least 45 yuan earned daily. Once sold out in the provincial capital, they could move to regional sales and further to other provinces, earning in a day what others might earn in a month. This represents an additional benefit brought by new concept English. However, the 50 cents profit stems from an initial print run of 10,000 books. If only 5,000 were printed, the profit could drop to 20 cents. And if merely 2,500 were printed, there may be no profit at all. With such a pace, utilizing 2,500 yuan as costs and taking a month to recoup, one would still earn not a single penny. From this perspective, selling 87 copies daily is indeed insufficient. Regarding the distribution to neighboring provinces, Yang Rui remains skeptical. On one hand, it necessitates an increased number of sales personnel, thereby escalating costs. On the other, it heightens risks, amplifying the chances of extortion from local thugs and law enforcement. The current commercial environment is unfavorable. Mere compliance in selling goods and paying taxes does not guarantee safe business operations. In urban areas, from the municipal government to community committees, various entities have the authority to demand payments from individual entrepreneurs. The tales of street vendors contributing to the birthdays of community leaders and their family members have become a frequent narrative across the nation. It is evident that while ordinary individuals may envy the profits of these entrepreneurs, those in positions of power also recognize their earnings and thus resort to exploiting them mercilessly. In Hedong province, the connections of the Yang family can exert some influence, but in neighboring provinces, their reach is inevitably limited. More crucially, the potential within their own province far exceeds a mere daily sale of 87 copies. This is a region where a single magazine can sell 300,000 copies, and the demand for English materials extends well beyond 300,000 individuals. In this era, the number of those unable to enter university has increased, but those aspiring to higher education are undoubtedly numerous. Something must be amiss. Yang Rui continued to tap on the counter in contemplation. We could send a telegram to inquire, Wang Guohua suggested. After a moment of thought, Yang Rui decisively shook his head and replied, "A telegram won't suffice. Let's make a phone call instead. First, I'll send a telegram to ask him to wait, and then I'll call." Once again, there was a prolonged wait, finally managing to connect the call. Before Yang Rui could inquire, Shi Gui began to express his grievances. Many have heard of new concept English, and numerous individuals visit the bookstall to inquire. Yet few make a purchase. Some claim that the first volume is too simplistic, while others worry whether the entire series will be released in a manner that allows individual volumes to be sold separately. In any case, merely selling the first volume is insufficient. This revelation took Yang Rui by surprise, prompting him to respond. Although the content of the first volume may be elementary, it is still suitable for students below the second year of high school. Even students with weaker foundations can benefit from reviewing the first volume. No one wishes to confine themselves to such rudimentary material. Even those struggling academically would naturally be curious about the second volume. Moreover, half of the first volume is particularly simplistic, leading many students to only copy the latter half, or even just a third of it. Sales will inevitably decline over time. If the second volume could be bundled together, I believe it would enhance sales. Yang Rui fell into a contemplative silence. It must be acknowledged that Shi Gui's assessment holds considerable merit. The pirated books produced by Yang Rui cannot be compared to those from major publishing houses. With only the first volume available and lacking any credibility, it is entirely understandable that students choose not to purchase. Introducing the second volume would render the act of copying its vocabulary excessively time-consuming. Selling both volumes concurrently might indeed bolster sales. However, where would Xiang Rui procure the funds to print the second volume? Printing in limited quantities would not suffice. The costs are prohibitively high, and before he could sell out, he would be outpaced by other major pirates or large publishing houses. Aside from the option of bundling the second volume, what other alternatives exist? I could venture to another city to explore and perhaps consult the teachers at the school. In fact, there are instructors who have inquired. Yet it is solely about the first volume. They expressed a desire for the complete set and asked me how many volumes there are in total. A query I struggled to clarify. On the other end of the line, Shigue's voice was muffled, indicating his evident fatigue. Xiang Rui stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Hello? Is there no sound on the line? The exorbitant phone charges were frustrating, compounded by the frequent disconnections, leading Shigue to become increasingly irritable. Selling pirated books in the provincial capital, one cannot help but ponder the fate of the leopard, which indeed renders this a daunting endeavor. I can hear you, Xiang Rui remarked, tapping the receiver. He continued, if I were to print the second volume, how many copies do you think we could sell? Doubling the sales is certainly feasible, Shigue replied. If we sell 2 sets, that amounts to 250 a day. 250 is rather unappealing. Well, it's somewhat accurate. I hadn't anticipated such difficulty in sales. If we print another 10,000 copies, that totals 20,000. Selling 250 each day would extend over 80 days, which would not significantly differ from our current pace. And sales are likely to decelerate as well, wouldn't they? Xiang Rui held the receiver firmly, his tone stern. Producing 20,000 copies incurs a cost of 16,000. You must deliberate carefully. Well, didn't you mention that many people were inquiring? Selling 500 copies daily isn't excessive, is it? If you can indeed sell 500 copies, I will find a way to print another 10,000 copies of the second volume. Xiang Rui spoke emphatically, brimming with apparent confidence, though his palms were slick with perspiration. Every day, 500 copies. The best outcome would see them sold out in 40 days. Although this time frame may seem somewhat lengthy, it remains within an acceptable range. At the very least, a month's worth of returns would suffice to cover the costs, unless one were to incur a substantial debt at this juncture. This represents the optimal choice. Xiang Rui cannot personally sell these pirated books. Such a promising future should not be jeopardized. Furthermore, he believes himself no match for Shigue. Shigue has previously operated a restaurant and possesses over a month of experience in selling examination papers, making him the best option available at present. Shigue, taken aback by Xiang Rui's remarks, felt his face grow slick with sweat. He hails from Shibao town. One can run from the monk, but not from the temple. If he commits to 500 copies, he must strive to fulfill that promise. Yet, if he declines, this sales opportunity would vanish. Compared to running a restaurant, Shigue values his current job far more, both in terms of remuneration and enjoyment. After glancing at the throngs of people passing by outside, and recalling how many had inquired yesterday, so many that he scarcely had time to send a telegram, Shigue finally gritted his teeth and declared, 500 copies it is. However, do you have the funds for printing? It need not require expenditure. I shall find a way to persuade the factory director, Xiang Rui mused internally. Wang Guohua listened, astonished. Shigue, caught off guard by Xiang Rui's strategy, was unable to think quickly. Wang Guohua recalled that the profit from each book amounted to 50 cents. If indeed 500 copies could be sold daily, that would translate to a profit of 250 yuan, 3 to 4 times the income of the Rui Shui group. Moreover, all of this revenue would belong solely to Xiang Rui. In Wang Guohua's eyes, this is undoubtedly an astronomical figure. Chapter 53. Front page. Xiang Rui intended to seek financial assistance from Director Dou of the Liberation Printing Factory through Duan Hang. However, before he could make his approach, Duan Hang arrived at the school, brimming with excitement. The revving engine of the 3-wheeled motorcycle attracted numerous gazes. The motorcycles used by the criminal police team were the finest in the county, a luxury that county leaders seldom indulged in, and rural leaders often aspired to but usually could not acquire. In the eyes of the students, this motorcycle, capable of mounting a light machine gun, exuded an undeniable allure. Were it not for Duan Hang's police uniform, there might have been students attempting to sneak a ride, pretending to experience the thrill of driving. What brings you here? Why not call? I had informed the teacher that if there was a call, you could reach me, Xiang Rui hurriedly said as he exited the classroom. It was still before 9 in the morning, and given that Duan Hang had driven from the county town, he likely hadn't even had time for breakfast. To Yang Rui's surprise, Duan Hang wore a broad smile, directly handing him a rolled-up newspaper. Take a look at this. The bold characters spelling out Nanhu Daily were inscribed in a cursive style, exuding an air of profundity. Indeed, in the context of the Nanhu region, the Nanhu Daily was a prestigious institution. It was not only the highest-selling newspaper in the area, but also the party newspaper of the local committee, with each issue delivered directly to the desks of high-ranking officials and administrative commissioners. Thus, it would not be an exaggeration to claim that the Nanhu Daily served as the paramount guide for public opinion in the Nanhu region, bearing the responsibility of overseeing other regional publications in terms of administrative jurisdiction. Between the propaganda department of the municipal committee and the Nanhu Daily, personnel transfers are rather frequent. It can be said that the Nanhu Daily serves as the people's daily for the Nanhu region. Upon seeing the newspaper, Yang Rui let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "You could have at least called before coming. You nearly frightened me into thinking something had happened." Duan Hang, perplexed, responded, "Should I call before arriving? Does anyone at your school even answer calls in the morning?" Yang Rui was left speechless, unable to admit that his thoughts had momentarily spiraled into confusion. Perhaps there is some good news? He attempted to divert the conversation. "See for yourself," Duan Hang replied, grinning, reluctant to reveal the mystery immediately. Observing this, Yang Rui decided to play along and first opened the fourth page, scanning the headlines, but found nothing particularly noteworthy. Turning to the third page, he again found nothing exceptional. Duan Hang's lips curled into a smirk as he encouraged, "Keep looking." Yang Rui gently folded the newspaper and flipped to the second page, beginning a meticulous search. "Nothing?" he inquired, glancing up only to see Duan Hang grinning broadly, his back teeth showing. "The front page?" Yang Rui exclaimed in surprise. If securing a front-page spot in contemporary newspapers is a difficult feat, achieving it in the 1980s was akin to reaching celestial heights, a true place of ascendance. He swiftly turned to the front page and was greeted by two brief statements from leaders, beneath which appeared a string of familiar terms: zero tolerance for criminal offenses, the annihilation of the bully gang at the Jishi County passenger station. Indeed, it was the piece he had composed for Duan Hang, presented in its original form, unaltered. This was truly a remarkable achievement. Editors of local newspapers like the Nanhu Daily often display a dismissive attitude towards the county and township officials. Some ordinary county-level cadres, in matters of publicity, impose demands, yet they themselves are devoid of ambition. Given the nature of literary individuals, the publication of articles sourced externally without any revisions would only serve to highlight my lack of competence. Thus, to achieve the honor of having an unaltered piece published in the Nanhu Daily is an aspiration of a loftier standard, accompanied by a correspondingly greater cost. 500 yuan barely suffices, does it not? Yang Rui suddenly remarked, shattering Duan Hang's smile. Fortune smiled upon me when I encountered an acquaintance in the publicity department, who, surprisingly, did not request any bribes or gifts. Eventually, it was only after my father procured 2 foreign exchange coupons that the individual relented. Duan Hang felt no shame in relying on his family. Rather, he lamented the expense, stating, "The gift I presented to that editor was a complete, unopened box of Zhonghua cigarettes, which I had never even smoked myself." In these times, who would spend their own money on Zhonghua? Indeed, it is worth noting that foreign exchange coupons were acquired at a rate of 1 to 1.5. Yang Rui found this quite intriguing. Although he had earned a modest sum from his writing, he had remained in a secluded corner and was unfamiliar with foreign exchange coupons. In 1980s China, possessing foreign exchange coupons was paramount for a comfortable existence, as direct foreign currency transactions were prohibited domestically. Even foreigners, wishing to spend in China, were required to first convert their currency into foreign exchange coupons at the official rate. However, the array of items purchasable with foreign exchange vouchers is vast. To assert that everything is available would be an exaggeration. Yet, one can acquire everything from Italian leather shoes and American cola to South African diamonds, as well as domestic bicycles, Matai liquor, and masterful porcelain, without any limitations. Every day, flights from France arrive in Beijing, delivering exquisite wines and steaks from Paris to select restaurants around the South China Sea, despite a single meal costing a month or two of one's salary. Nonetheless, crowds continue to flock in to indulge with foreign exchange vouchers. Duan Hang scoffed at the exchange rate mentioned by Yang Rui, saying, "I wish it were 1 to 1.5, but they refuse. 1 to 2 is the minimum, and that means buying less. I have spent a total of 800 yuan. 800 yuan. Yang Rue exclaimed. I thought a laborer's wage is around 40 to 50 yuan. Surely, officials can manage to take a little less in bribes. Their digestive systems seem remarkably resilient. And what of those who pay their own way to send their sons abroad for studies? A single plane ticket costs several thousand yuan. And daily meals are several times more expensive than ours. To fund a few years of education abroad, even mountains of gold and silver would not suffice. Yet they managed to persevere, living no worse than others. After a brief lament, Duan Heng shifted the topic, pointing to a newspaper. I signed my name alone. I did not include yours. This was our agreement at that time. What use is a hollow title to me? Yang Rue interjected with a smile. I have no vested interest in a zero-tolerance policy towards criminal activities in CC County, do I? I must express my gratitude. Duan Heng grasped Yang Rue's hand, affectionately patting it twice before releasing it with a smile, saying, I estimate that there is a considerable opportunity to operate as a deputy director now. Who would have thought that we would also have our names gracing the front page of the newspaper? We are cousins, so there's no need for excessive gratitude. In my opinion, it would be best for you to return home early. I fear that those who wish to treat you to lunch today will be queuing up. Yang Rue silently marveled at the power of the front page, recalling that before the advent of online media, a region with a population of millions could boast daily newspaper sales exceeding 100,000, sometimes reaching 200,000 to 300,000, figures surpassing the sales of provincial publications 3 decades hence. The readership was indeed substantial, establishing it as the foremost medium of the time. Duan Heng, lost in his thoughts, continued to peruse the fresh copy of the Nanhu Daily, unable to suppress a grin. Yang Rue refrained from informing him about the impending crackdown set for the following year. The principle of zero tolerance towards criminal activity served as the most apt annotation for such a campaign. As long as Duan Heng maintained a reasonable case closure rate and avoided major blunders, he would undoubtedly ascend to the position of director overseeing criminal investigations at the county's Public Security Bureau next year. Should fortune favor him, he might even rise to the rank of a rapid promoted cadre. The stringent measures had persisted from 1983 to 1987, marking the paramount focus of the public security system throughout the 1980s. To become a leading figure in such significant events bore evident advantages, making it a decidedly secure path. As long as he adhered to the regulations, Duan Heng, as the executor, would only reap benefits without incurring any detriment. The only slight regret is that Duan Heng is too young and holds a relatively low position. If he were the director of the Public Security Bureau or a high-ranking official in the county, the concept of zero tolerance would be more fitting. However, at such a level, whether he could heed Yang Rue's advice is questionable, and his potential for advancement seems limited. With the backgrounds of the Yang and Duan families, it is unlikely they could ascend many ranks. This newspaper is for you. After reading enough, Duan Heng handed the Nanha Rabao to Yang Rue. Chuckling, I pre-purchased 20 copies of the newspaper. I'll frame them for my son to see later. Then I shall accept it, but do not leave just yet. I have matters to discuss with you. As Yang Rue spoke, his expression turned serious. Duan Heng paused, his smile fading, and inquired, Is there another foolhardy individual at play? Well, it's not particularly significant. Do not portray me as someone who is perpetually seeking trouble. Yang Rue felt a bit awkward and immediately explained the matter regarding the reprinting of the New Concept English Volume 2. Duan Heng listened intently, and with a peculiar expression, raised his head to say, Let me reiterate your point. Are you suggesting that you possess not a single dime, yet wish for the Liberation Printing Factory to print books worth over 8,000 yuan for you? It seems somewhat amiss when you phrase it that way. Indeed, it is quite erroneous. You would essentially owe them 14,000 yuan. Mr. Doe is already displeased with you owing over 6,000. Do you think he would agree to 14,000? The factory wouldn't approve either. Duan Heng rubbed his temples, asking, Could you not print fewer copies? There is a minimum they must print due to fixed costs. Are you hoping to leverage his son for this? Is it a bit too bad? Yang Rue said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Duan Heng, on the other hand, laughed and replied, What is so bad about it? Once a person enters prison, they cease to be human. For instance, some individuals become so enraged by someone spitting on the ground that they inflict harm, landing themselves in jail. Forget spitting on the ground. Should they find themselves in a toilet, they would have to clean it thoroughly. If the parents of inmates are asked to do something, it is a sign of respect towards them. At this point, Duan Heng paused, then shifted his tone, stating, "However, the amount of over 10,000 yuan is excessive. It could cover the wages and bonuses for over 200 workers at the Liberation printing factory for an entire month. Even if it were funneled through his son, he would still find it hard to part with." In the early 1980s, the term 10,000 yuan household was the most coveted and publicly reported label. Families that earned this title typically had more than 6 able-bodied workers. In other words, generating an income of 1,000 yuan per person was the legal annual income limit of that era. While there were indeed families with higher earnings, these were regarded as exceptions. Thus, the others at the Liberation factory did not need to inquire. They understood that it would be exceedingly difficult for Yang Rui to produce 14,000 yuan. Receiving goods before payment is merely a loan. If one takes the goods but fails to pay, it results in a deficit. No one is willing to take the risk of incurring such a loss. Even for the factory director, while his son is important, he would not be willing to exchange over 10,000 yuan unless Yang Rui could secure his son's release from prison. Reflecting on this, Duan Heng shook his head and said, "That kid is facing serious charges. There's nothing I can do. How about this? I can assist you in securing a loan. Ideally an interest-free one." The notion of an interest-free loan sent Yang Rui from a state of headache to one of astonishment in merely 3 seconds. As a man who had once ventured into entrepreneurship, Yang Rui had previously sought a bank loan, only to encounter the central bank's interest rate of 8. Not only was he denied the loan, but the bank could hardly be bothered to process his application. Meanwhile, various private lending options thrived, often with annual interest rates soaring up to 60, rendering even a 30 rate to be deemed a low interest by industry professionals. The concept of an interest-free loan was familiar to Yang Rui in only 2 contexts. One was the occasional short-term interest-free loan available when purchasing a vehicle, albeit often accompanied by hidden fees. The other was the loans extended by the World Bank to impoverished nations, typically laden with stringent conditions. Yang Rui's curiosity was piqued by Duan Heng's proposition of an interest-free loan. Mistakenly believing Yang Rui to be apprehensive, Duan Heng suggested, "Perhaps I could inquire about the possibility of a long-term interest-free loan, one without a specified repayment period. You could repay whenever you have the means. If not, it could remain outstanding indefinitely. This would require an appealing justification." The idea of not stipulating a repayment timeline left Yang Rui utterly astonished.